In the year 2066 of the galactic era, the mirror planet is shrouded in deadly smog and faces the threat of being consumed by the Nine Galactic Alliance. Environmental streamer Su Xing embarks on an interstellar journey in pursuit of a high bounty, seeking eco-friendly star stone fragments formed from the remnants of ancient meteors. Only by synthesizing the star stones can her home have a glimmer of hope. During a space livestream, she unexpectedly saves a mysterious and uniquely constituted being known as Yulong, who then becomes her assistant. The two become inseparable companions, loving and hating each other as they traverse the vastness of the galaxy together. However, after successfully completing their mission, they do not share a future together, but instead head towards a fate of estrangement. What appears to be a rupture on the surface seems to conceal deeper interstellar secrets and unspeakable sacrifices. Chapter 1. The Mirror Planet in 2066. In the year 2066 of the galactic era, Su Xing unexpectedly finds herself in the body of a struggling, low-tier celebrity on the Mirror Planet. Driven by her survival instincts, she resumes her former role as an environmental streamer. Family. The Mirror Planet has always been known for its beautiful environment, but recently it has been enveloped in smog. Major events are about to unfold between the star systems, so please take protective measures. The comments section immediately flooded with inquiries. What major events will happen in the star systems? Family, let's gather some followers, and I'll reveal the answers in the next live stream. Su Xing tantalizes her audience. Interstellar big shots in the live stream eagerly compete to send interstellar rockets, and her follower count spikes. A smile spreads across Su Xing's lips, shining like a pearl. Just as she revels in her streaming success, her robotic assistant Yinduo leans in to whisper something in her ear. Her expression shifts suddenly. She rises from the live stream and approaches the office of Director Li Shuriwei. The intelligent sensing door opens instantly. She strides in with a fierce demeanor. The office robot and Chong brings her a cup of latte, its large eyes with long eyelashes blinking and changing colors. "Miss Su, please calm down and have some coffee." The electronic voice is both cute and sweet. She takes the coffee and takes a small sip to suppress her anger, then speaks softly, "Director Li, I have put in tremendous effort to grow the interstellar streaming account too. Over 100 million followers, the benefits are immeasurable. It's unfair for you to ask me to hand over the account now. Su Xing, not only must you hand over your streaming account, but all streamer accounts must be handed over. Our group is investing in a cosmic positioning system to reduce manpower costs and open a diversified era of interstellar streaming, where intelligent robots will take over the streaming. If you hand over your account, the interstellar intelligent robot streaming will be managed by you. Shuriwei grins at Su Xing, his gaze lingering on her beautiful face with ulterior motives. Su Xing thinks to herself, the interstellar streaming account is of great value, and this is Li Shuriwei's way of trying to placate her. Though displeased, she doesn't show it on her face, instead smiling and replying, "Director Li, I put a lot of thought into this interstellar streaming account. I cannot hand it over. Su Xing, this matter is already decided. If you're unwilling, you may leave." Li Shuriwei's expression suddenly darkens. Su Xing is not one to back down easily. Her eyes glint with determination as she takes a negotiating stance. "Director Li, leaving is not a problem, but you must compensate me according to the contract for the earnings derived from this account's success. How about this? You go home and rest today, and I will discuss the compensation with the shareholders and get back to you." Li Shuriwei puts on a smile, his face changing faster than Ni Chang's blinking eyes. "Director Li, you are the major shareholder of the company and hold the greatest decision-making power." Su Xing's expression turns serious, her tone stern, leaving no room for Li Shuriwei to delay. The interstellar streaming account became popular through the group's star system network chain platform, and it has little to do with you. There will be no compensation. Li Shuriwei drops his facade, standing firm. Seeing that negotiation is futile, Su Xing lightly taps her wrist-mounted light brain, projecting evidence of the Ling Shun interstellar streaming group's tax evasion in front of Li Shuriwei. "Director Li, I believe you will find this information quite interesting." A slight smile curves her lips, radiating confidence and assertiveness. Li Shuriwei had previously evaded taxes by pulling all the streamers into a light brain group, marketing them to established personal studios, diverting their income to designated digital accounts he controlled, and then transferring the money out through acquaintances' personal digital card accounts into his own pocket. The streamers, eager to comply with company policies, were given traffic support. They didn't understand the loopholes involved and agreed to the company's practices in hopes of better development. Su Xing understands basic tax laws and knows that such actions are legal. She refuses to sacrifice long-term benefits for short-term gains. However, worried that non-compliance with company policies would be detrimental to her, she saved screenshots of the evidence on her light brain, not expecting it would come in handy now. She also learned that tax evasion is a serious crime on the mirror planet compared to Earth, with light penalties leading to severe interstellar fines and heavy penalties resulting in a lifetime ban from participating in interstellar trade. Sure enough, after reading the information, Li Shiyue's expression changes drastically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, completely losing the arrogance he had just displayed. Su Xing, please don't act impulsively. Your matters can be negotiated. Li Shiyue's voice trembles as he speaks, his tongue tied. Director Li, my time is precious. Please resolve this immediately. I trust you wouldn't want this information to be exposed on the interstellar network. Su Xing asserts herself, giving him no room for negotiation. Ni Chong calculates Su Xing's interstellar streaming performance commission. Li Shiyue's voice is filled with worry and anxiety. Ni Chong opens the holographic computer and quickly inputs a series of numbers, instantly calculating the amount to be settled. With a ding sound, the money is transferred to Su Xing's account. Yes, Su Xing marvels at the power of interstellar robots. She glances up at the holographic display from the glass ceiling and sees a blue flying saucer gliding past above Li Shiyue's office, accompanied by a slight wave of air. Inside, she catches a glimpse of figures dressed in diamond-studded coats. She feels astonished. Major star systems have signed treaties restricting civilians from using flying saucers, especially forbidding low-altitude hovering. The figures in the blue flying saucer are dressed strangely. Who are they? What is their purpose appearing above Li Shiyue's office? At that moment, her wrist screen flashes with a news alert. Major star systems are severely lacking water resources, and some intelligent life forms have already mutated. The situation is urgent, and the Interstellar Alliance has found Yulong, a being capable of sensing water on the Diamond Planet, to traverse the stars and extract water. Resources, Diamond Planet? Yulong? Is the sudden smog related to the Yulong mentioned in the news? Is Li Shiyue colluding with other star systems to extract the mirror planet's unique water resources for investment in cosmic positioning? Her previous statements in a live stream about major events unfolding in the star systems to attract followers now seem prophetic. Returning to the live stream room, full of questions, she finds that the dazzling lights outside have been obscured by smog, a smoky and pungent odor seeping in, causing her to cough, and she hurriedly closes the window to prevent the data from implanting into the robotic streamer's light brain and forming her streaming style. After she leaves, she opens the holographic computer and pulls up the information to clear it with a single click. After packing her things, she puts on a mask and steps outside, only to be attracted by a ground full of fresh flowers, suddenly remembering that today is Valentine's Day. She hasn't been defeated by anyone, but rather replaced by intelligent robots, feeling unwilling as she returns to her apartment. Her wrist screen flashes again, and she opens her light brain to hear the delivery person's slightly rough voice. Miss Su, there's a bouquet of flowers purchased from the Diamond Planet. Please come downstairs to sign for it. Again from the Diamond Planet? Wait, who is so concerned about her? Buying flowers from an alien planet for Valentine's Day and delivering them through a real person, the cost far exceeds the value of the flowers themselves. Although on the Mirror Planet, drones have replaced human delivery is actually more expensive, indicating the sender's high regard for her. She imagines her recent interstellar admirers, but none have caught her heart, and decisively says, I'm sorry, I cannot accept items from strangers. Please return them. Miss Su, the sender insisted that I deliver this to you personally. How about this? I'll bring it to your door, and you can sign for it yourself. Sure, Su Xing didn't want to make things difficult for the courier. It wasn't that her family was poor, nor did she need to do manual labor. The doorbell rang, and the first-generation robot 001, which collected visitor information, reminded Su Xing to receive the package. She didn't get up to open the door, but instead shouted, "Leave the flowers outside. I'll get them in a moment." The doorbell kept ringing incessantly. Su Xing opened the door and asked irritably, I told you to leave the flowers outside. So why do you keep ringing the doorbell? You live alone, right? I wanted to remind you to be cautious. There are strange markings on your door. The courier pointed to a diamond symbol on the outer wall of the apartment. Su Xing examined the outer wall of the apartment carefully. The originally clean and tidy wall had an unusual series of diamond symbols, which looked particularly conspicuous and out of place. She had studied cosmic languages at the Aerospace University on Earth and thought this symbol didn't look like something drawn by people from the mirror planet. So who drew it? Why was it a diamond pattern? What did it signify? Was it related to the person in the diamond coat from the blue UFO? Could it be connected to the dragon from the diamond planet? Chapter 2. The sudden spread of haze. This is your interstellar flower. Please sign for it. The courier's words brought Su Xing back to reality. She took the interstellar flowers from the courier's hand, and her attention was caught by the electronic card inserted among the flowers, which flashed a glowing message. Su Xing, your goal has been achieved. Be careful in your future actions and words. The electronic card had no signature, clearly a warning to her. It turned out that the sender's bold gesture of sending flowers had this deeper meaning. Who could it be? Could it be Li Shuriwa? Courier, who asked you to send me flowers? Su Xing wanted to confirm her suspicion. She received no response, only the loud sound of a thud as the courier collapsed to the ground. This was the first time she encountered such an emergency. Her face turned pale, and her hands trembled. She forced herself to calm down, lightly tapped on the holographic device on her wrist to dial the hospital's emergency number, and loudly called for help from the crowd outside. The apartment. Dense haze covered the brilliant lights, but couldn't stop people from rushing to meet their loved ones. No one paid her any attention. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a strangely dressed and extremely handsome man. He wore a row of diamonds on his ears, a cloak adorned with diamonds, and knee-length diamond boots, all shining brightly in the dim light under the haze. He walked out from the direction of the apartment, moving lightly, as if drifting like the wind. Having seen much of the universe, Su Xing recognized that the diamonds on the man were extremely rare, both in quality and texture, worth a fortune. The diamond symbol on the outer wall of the apartment was identical to the diamonds on the man's cloak. Could the diamond symbol have been left by the man in the diamond cloak? What was his intention? The sound of an ambulance interrupted Su Xing's thoughts. Two robots got out of the vehicle and carefully placed the courier on a smart stretcher, moving him into the ambulance. Seeing the courier being taken away, Su Xing turned to leave. Ma'am, you made the emergency call. Please come with us to register. A female doctor in a white coat from the ambulance said. Su Xing was taken aback and quickly explained, I don't know him. He was just the courier who delivered flowers to me. You need to come with us for registration. The female doctor in the white coat had an air of authority that was imposing despite her dark complexion, which contrasted sharply with her white coat. Feeling somewhat helpless, she got into the vehicle, not expecting to spend Valentine's Day in this manner. Su Xing stole a glance at the female doctor out of the corner of her eye. She appeared to be around 40, her face covered in blemishes, wearing thick black-framed glasses, and of average build, lacking any traces of femininity or beauty. Having seen various beautiful women in the live streaming company, she felt a bit sorry for the white-coated doctor. Thank you, beautiful doctor, for coming to help on Valentine's Day. This bouquet of flowers is for you. Su Xing smiled warmly, her lips curving upwards. Thank you. The flowers are beautiful and fragrant. The white-coated doctor said gratefully, her previously stern face softening instantly, with tears welling up in her eyes. It must have been the first time someone had given her flowers at the hospital. The courier was taken into the emergency room, and the white-coated doctor arranged a ward for him and promptly arranged for doctors to treat the courier. Su Xing thought the flowers were worth it. The timing of their delivery was perfect. The courier regained consciousness after timely rescue. His face as pale as a sheet of paper, coughing violently while clutching his chest, as if he were about to cough out his lungs. Su Xing helped him contact his family. The white-coated doctor came to administer a green nutrient to the courier, and his pale complexion regained some color. Beautiful doctor, what caused the courier to suddenly faint? Su Xing asked. He inhaled too many haze viruses in the air. We've received multiple patients with similar conditions today, the white-coated doctor explained. The mirror planet has always been known for its beautiful environment. Why has the haze suddenly struck? Su Xing asked, her eyes showing confusion. Yes, today it has been getting increasingly severe, the white-coated doctor replied. Su Xing, thank you for saving me. The person who had me send you flowers is a man named Li Shuriwei, the courier said, coughing intermittently. Upon hearing this, Su Xing sneered. It really was Li Shuriwei. If he made any more excessive moves, she would expose him through interstellar live streaming, letting the interstellar big shots see his true colors and no longer collaborate with him. Speaking of live streaming, this was a great opportunity for environmental awareness. Su Xing quickly set up an interstellar live streaming account called Starlight Guardian for environmental protection. Previously, Su Xing was a top anchor for Lingshan Interstellar, and the platform had given her a boost in traffic. She smoothly got into the groove. Hello, everyone. I'm environmental anchor Su Xing. Today's live streaming theme is haze. Behind me, Dean Hospital has treated multiple patients suffering from haze poisoning. Now, I invite a timely rescued patient to share their experience with haze poisoning and remind everyone to take precautions. Su Xing turned the camera to the courier. As the courier shared his experience intermittently, the platform pushed the stream again. Su Xing saw the comment section flooded with messages. With her years of interstellar live streaming experience, she knew this was a hot topic about haze. Everyone, I invite the angel in white to explain the protection process in detail. The comment section was flooded with various questions from viewers, and the white-coated doctor patiently answered them one by one. This live stream sparked heated discussions among viewers about haze, and in less than an hour, her followers surpassed 100 million. As the live stream drew to a close, Su Xing thought of returning to the blue sky and the UFO and called on her viewers to start environmental protection from small matters, driving less in UFOs to reduce exhaust emissions and air pollution. Her words resonated with viewers who scrambled to send interstellar rockets. One viewer named Yulong was particularly generous, sending a 1 billion-carat diamond and becoming the top interstellar big shot. Su Xing thought to herself that this was the second time she had seen the name Yulong today. What kind of mysterious alien was he? Why was he sending her such an expensive gift? Was he connected to the sudden haze? With a belly full of questions, Su Xing ended the live stream, and at that moment, the courier's family also arrived. After bidding farewell to the courier and the white-coated doctor, Su Xing walked out of the hospital corridor. The corridor was filled with people who had been sent to the hospital due to haze poisoning, each face displaying expressions of pain, anxiety, and despair. The sound of violent coughing echoed, and a layer of haze enveloped the corridor. Su Xing tightened her mask and continued walking towards the hospital exit. Outside the hospital, a long line had formed, with anxiety and worry written on the faces of everyone waiting. They were queuing for their loved ones, concerned for their health. Su Xing was filled with doubts. In just one night, the number of people poisoned by haze had increased dramatically. What could be the reason? Was it merely an environmental issue? The light brain on her wrist flickered, and she lightly touched the screen, projecting the recently received message in front of her. To know the answer, you must go to the underwater forest of the magnetic field between the Link mirror planet and Earth. The recipient was an account she had never seen before. She touched the screen to reply. How do I get there? She stared at the screen, waiting for a long time, but no further messages came. Chapter 3. Adventure in the Underwater Forest, Part 1. Just as Su Xing was troubled by various questions, her host father called. In fact, her consciousness had crossed into the body of the host, He Mingyue, many years ago, and had long since merged with the host. However, it had been a long time since her father had actively called her, so she hesitated a moment before answering. Daughter, I want to move to your mother's house, her father said in an almost pleading tone. Hearing this, Su Xing felt a surge of anger. Her father had already restructured his family. How could he have the face to move into the house her mother left for her? Dad, did you have another argument with Jean Huama? She asked tentatively. Daughter, I'm getting old, and your Jean Huama doesn't appreciate me. Her father's voice was tinged with sadness. Dad, the biggest concession I can make is to rent out this house, and the rent will help you live. If you agree, I can go back now and move out my valuable items. In the end, she couldn't bear to see her father living poorly. Okay, he agreed without a second thought. Su Xing smiled helplessly. She had no way to deal with her father. Su Xing went to a 4-story private villa in the suburbs, surrounded by greenery, with fresh and pure air. She took off her mask and took a deep breath. She was extremely surprised. The environment around the house was vastly different from the smoggy air outside. What could be the reason for this? This house was built by her mother as a home for her, as her mother hoped there would always be a place to shelter her from the wind and rain when she returned. But in Su Xing's heart, Having her mother was what made a home. No matter how big the house was, without her mother, it was no longer a home. Why did her mother go missing? She was studying cosmic linguistics in a foreign place, and before her mother disappeared, she had visited her. They had laughed and talked as usual, and then suddenly, a month later, she disappeared. People around her, including her father, told her that her mother went to another planet to work to earn money, but she didn't quite believe their words and thought her mother's disappearance was not that simple. Years passed, and she couldn't find her mother, so she had to accept reality, but she was still unwilling to give up. While packing her things, a blue brocade box emitting a lake blue light caught her attention. Inside it was a star and moon guardian spirit stone, which she had received as a reward for participating in an environmental charity event while studying cosmic linguistics. That it was said that to protect Earth, humans detonated the lunar star core, destroying the fleet of the 9 major stellar alliance systems, and the shattered star core debris fell onto the mirror planet, forming the spirit stone. Unfortunately, only half of it remained. The other half fell to Earth and disappeared without a trace. At the Cosmic Language School on the Mirror Planet, she was the only girl to receive this honor, which caused quite a stir. She picked up the Star and Moon Guardian Spirit Stone and for the first time examined it closely under the fluorescent light. The half-spherical surface was dotted with countless stars. If the Star and Moon Guardian was compared to the universe, then these stars were like pupils dotting the universe. Suddenly, within the Star and Moon Guardian Spirit Stone, a silvery light resembling a small dragon began to move vigorously, leaping out from the Spirit Stone, transforming into a powerful magnetic force and energy, emitting a brightness as bright as day, illuminating the entire house. Su Xing was instantly swept away by this powerful magnetic force and energy, passing through the wall and entering an abandoned street entwined with green plants and vines. The street was narrow and deep, like a bottomless path, winding and twisting, devoid of sunlight. Su Xing steeled her courage and groped her way forward. The boundless darkness surged towards her, as if it intended to swallow her whole, and creatures floating in the dark emitted strange cries that drowned out her heart, which seemed like it was about to leap out of her chest. Sweat beads the size of mung beans formed on her forehead, quickly flowing down her temples, dampening a few strands of hair that stuck to her cheeks. She raised her trembling hands and hastily swept her hair back, lightly touching the light brain on her wrist, desperately wanting to turn on the flashlight to dispel the fear brought by the darkness. But after searching for a long time, she could not find it. Before she could catch her breath, a huge shadow rushed down, looming over her head, while ahead, layers of mist-like smog blocked her path. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling giant sphere appeared before Su Xing, and 4 figures in black clothes emerged from within. The leader of the black-clad figures had a gaze filled with murderous intent. He spoke in a language of the alien planet. Su Xing, Li Shuriwa has sent you a warning flower, asking you to be careful what you say in the live broadcast. You treated our words as if they were mere whispers, and now you can't blame us for taking action against you. As soon as the black-clad man finished speaking, dark red energy began to float around him. Su Xing felt an invisible force rushing towards her, as if the entire universe was trembling. She turned to flee, but the black-clad man's power seemed omnipresent, tightly surrounding her. Su Xing felt extreme fear, yet she did not show it on her face, forcing herself to appear calm, even though her clothes were already soaked with sweat and her calves trembled in the dark. That moment, a figure wearing a diamond-studded cloak flashed by, grasping her hand and quickly pulling her forward. In the darkness, Su Xing could not see his face clearly, but she felt his hands were broad and warm, strong and powerful, giving her a great sense of security. The 4 black-clad figures boarded the spherical UFO and pursued them. Just as she felt it was difficult to move, the man in the diamond cloak suddenly stopped, pulling her into a pitch-black alley and quickly applying a cloaking layer to her. This is the latest technological product developed by our diamond planet, which can make us invisible for a short time to evade pursuit, the man in the diamond cloak explained. Softly, who are you? Su Xing asked, panting. I've sent diamonds in your live broadcast. Su Xing exclaimed with joy. You are the legendary Yu Long. This person, who had sent her diamonds and saved her in a dangerous moment, made her feel even more favorable towards him. He said nothing, just nodded. In the darkness, Su Xing could not see his features clearly. She only caught a glimpse of his cold eyes, bright like an eagle in the night, proud and pure, yet imposing. Thank you for sending me gifts and for saving me today, Su Xing said sincerely. Su Xing, do not talk about interstellar topics in your live broadcast, or you will get into trouble, Yulong warned her seriously. Su Xing thought to herself, if the Stellar Alliance comes to destroy the environment of the Mirror Planet, she would definitely expose their evil deeds. But since Yulong just saved her, she still wanted to give him some face, smiling and saying, Yulong, I will remember your words. They've left. Let's go out, Yulong said coldly. He removed the cloaking layer for her, and they returned to the place they had just fled from, where the four black-clad figures had indeed disappeared. Confused, Su Xing asked, Yulong, do you know where this is? Su Xing, this is related to the star system, and I cannot disclose it. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, I will tell you, Yulong replied in a tone devoid of warmth. Where are you going? Can you take me with you? Su Xing hurriedly asked. Yulong shook his head. I'm afraid not today. I have urgent matters to attend to, and it's inconvenient to take you with me. Su Xing thought to herself that she, a warm woman with human touch, could not melt a piece of ice. Confidently, she said, Yulong, I can tell you jokes to relieve boredom, and I can make you dishes you've never eaten before. I won't be a burden. Su Xing, it's not that issue. I need to carry out an urgent mission and must act alone. After saying this, he passed through the wall. Su Xing watched Yulong's disappearing back, feeling angry, scanning her surroundings, only to find the thick, unbreakable smog and endless darkness. She muttered angrily, what kind of broken place is this? How do I get out? She wanted to leave this place quickly, following her intuition as she moved forward, slipping into a dilapidated house at the end of the street and running ahead. Until she reached the backyard of the house, a beam of light slipped through the gaps of the green tiles and blue bricks, and Su Xing caught a glimpse of a large door carved with dragon patterns in the faint light. Next to the door stood a tall Bodhi tree, estimated to be able to be embraced by a dozen adults holding hands. Greenish vines twisted around the tree, their tendrils resembling a dragon emerging from the waves. Su Xing reverently bowed to the Bodhi tree and pushed open the dragon door with all her strength. In an instant, clouds rolled and a brilliant and beautiful beam of light swept across the sky, floating lightly, flickering in brightness, and radiating 9 colors from light to dark, from green to red. The changing colors of light resembled the mischievous little sprites from Shakespeare's mythical stories, playfully winking at her. She wanted to continue forward, but found there was no way ahead. In front of her was a lake bluer than the sky. From a distance, it looked like a blue silk ribbon, and up close, like a sapphire. The sunlight reflected on the lake's surface, creating a mesmerizing 9-colored illusion, rippling outward from the center of the lake, as if it were fairyland. She had been swimming since childhood, so swimming across this lake would not be a problem. She performed a graceful flip in the air and leaped into the water like a fish, ready to swim freely. But something strange happened immediately. She couldn't swim forward, yet she could dive deeper into the lake without any hindrance. On a normal day, swimming down to the lake center without diving equipment would surely cost her life. But today it felt as though a force was guiding her downward. She didn't know how long she swam, but she eventually reached the deepest part of the lake, where a dazzling stone radiating 9-colored light floated before her. Upon closer inspection, the 9-colored stone was adorned with countless sparkling stars on the outside, and inside was a dragon palace emitting 9 colors, surrounded by flourishing flowers and greenery, teeming with life, and on it were shining golden characters reading 9-colored dragon wonderstone. It turned out that the 9-colored glow emanated from within, and various colored small stones floated around it. She swam over and gently grasped the 9-colored wonderstone, and the small stones surrounding it formed a necklace, creating a dazzling spiritual stone necklace. She put the 9-colored dragon wonderstone necklace around her neck and continued to swim deeper into the lake. Once again, something magical happened. After swimming past the lake's bottom, she found herself in an endlessly lush forest, where warm sunlight made every blade of grass look like emerald. The environment here was beautiful, reminiscent of the previous Mirror Planet, with blue skies, clear waters, chirping birds, fragrant flowers, and surrounding greenery. She felt unbearably thirsty and happily walked to the edge of a small pool. The water mirrored her bright and beautiful features. Unable to resist, she cupped her hands to scoop up some clear water and took a sip, finding it incredibly sweet. As she continued forward, the temperature rose increasingly. The weather became hotter, and her surroundings felt as if they were engulfed in blazing flames. The dense forest disappeared, replaced by abandoned streets of steel, concrete, and cement. You could see the edge of the street. A beautiful woman radiating nine-colored light walked through the wall. She smiled and said, "Su Xing, welcome to your new journey." Su Xing was stunned by everything happening before her, gasping in surprise, her mouth agape for a long time before she managed to ask a series of questions. "Who are you? Am I in a mirror consciousness?" "Su Xing, I am a nine-colored sprite generated from the spiritual energy of the underwater forest. You can call me nine-colored." "This is not a mirror consciousness. It is something that is truly happening," Nine-Colored replied with a smile. Her smile was warm and comforting, resembling her mother's, but Nine-Colored's voice was ethereal and light, while her mother's voice was gentle and warm. How could she connect two seemingly unrelated individuals from different worlds? Perhaps she missed her mother too much. She pressed her forehead to clear her mind. Chapter 4. Adventures in the Underwater Forest, Part 2, Jyokai. Why did you bring me here? She asked her first question. Su Xing. It is the powerful magnetic field and energy emitted by the Jyokai Dragon Fantasy Stone and the Xingyu Guardian Stone, which are in sync, that brought you here, Jyokai said, staring at the Jyokai Dragon Fantasy Stone around Su Xing's neck. What is the Xingyu Guardian? What is the Jyokai Dragon Fantasy Stone? Su Xing threw out two questions in succession. So much had happened during this time, and her heart was full of questions. She urgently needed someone to answer her. 1 billion years ago, 9-star systems in the Milky Way formed an alliance, attempting to devour the mirror planet and invade Earth. To resist, the alliance fleet. The Earth's defense forces destroyed the moon to annihilate the fleet. Half of the meteorite debris that fell from the moon landed on the mirror planet and was collected by the Environmental Protection Department, named the Xingyu Guardian, while the other half fell to Earth and disappeared without a trace. The meteorite debris from the 9 stars fell into the underwater forest, and after billions of years of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, it evolved into the Jyokai Dragon Fantasy Stone, which possesses protective qualities for all beings. Infinite vitality, a gateway to happiness, the ability to ascend to great heights, the shifting of stars, auspicious sounds, endless life, and 9 kinds of energy and magnetic fields. I am just an ordinary streamer. I don't have superpowers. Why is it me? Su Xing asked in confusion. Su Xing. The Jyokai Dragon Fantasy Stone is hidden under your mother's house in the underwater forest. Its 9 kinds of energy and magnetic fields can be used by you, but remember, they can only be used in emergencies. You also possess half of the Xingyu Guardian, and both are connected to you. Additionally, you have studied cosmic linguistics, and you are no longer the same person. You bear the mission of going to Earth to find the other half of the Xingyu Guardian and to merge it with the 9 kinds of energy and magnetic fields of the Jyokai Dragon Fantasy Stone. Jyokai said, and then taught Su Xing how to use the 9 kinds of energy and magnetic fields of the Jyokai Dragon Fantasy Stone. Su Xing thought to herself, if she could go to Earth, her consciousness could return to her original body, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of glee. Then she asked another question. Why do this? The mirror planet is rich in gold, but the living environment of the 9-star systems is deteriorating. They are attempting to form an alliance again to devour the mirror planet, creating toxic smog, while also being affected by the energy and environmental crises on Earth. Facing a dual dilemma. Only by using the Jyokai Dragon Fantasy Stone to merge the Xingyu Guardian can we resolve the dual dilemma of the mirror planet and Earth. Jyokai said with concern. Jyokai. Is the sudden smog attack on the mirror planet caused by aliens? Aliens are one aspect, but the destruction of Earth's ecological environment is also a factor. You must complete the synthesis of the Xingyu Guardian before the CY26 planet develops silicon-based life, titanium humans. And you only have 6 days. Remember, the Jyokai Dragon Fantasy Stone is the magnetic field connecting the underwater forest, the mirror planet, and Earth. Do not let anyone know about the underwater forest, Jyokai said with a serious expression. Su Xing nodded solemnly and asked again, if the mirror planet is in trouble, why solve the ecological environment on Earth? The mirror planet is a companion planet to Earth in another parallel universe, and their energy fields influence each other. The nine-star system alliance devouring the mirror planet will affect Earth, while Earth's energy and environmental crises will also affect the mirror planet. If the weather on the mirror planet continues to warm, people's tempers will become increasingly volatile, ultimately turning into a raging fire. Earth is so big, how will I find the other half of the Xing Guardian? Su Xing was filled with unresolved doubts. Su Xing, go to the space city of the mirror planet to find the astronomer Dr. Long to borrow the cosmic positioning system, which can accurately locate the entrance to Earth. The Jiokai Dragon Fantasy will help you find the other half of the Xing Guardian. Jiokai, I saw a blue UFO above the Qinshui studio, with a figure inside wearing a cloak studded with diamonds. Soon after, a series of strange diamond symbols appeared on the outer wall of my apartment. Who are they? Su Xing finished speaking and used her phone's holographic projection function to show what she had seen to Jiokai. She already had a sense that all of this was related to Yulong, but since Yulong had saved her in the secret realm and mysteriously disappeared, she was particularly curious about his purpose for coming to the mirror planet. They come from the diamond planet. On one hand, they may have come to extract water resources. The water released from the oceans and fountains of the mirror planet is an ideal fuel source for the UFOs flying in space, which is also one of the reasons the nine-star systems covet it. On the other hand, they may also be after the Xing Guardian. Jiokai's tone was filled with uncertainty, indicating that Su Xing needed to verify this through action. Jiokai, you have powerful energy. Do you know the reason for my mother's disappearance? Su Xing thought of her mother, and tears burst from her eyes, streaming down her delicate face. When the time is right, the truth will naturally come to light. After Jiokai said this, she passed through the wall and disappeared. Su Xing stood in place for a long time, unable to regain her senses. She pondered Jiokai's words, wondering who possessed the Xing Guardian on Earth. Was 6 days too tight a time frame? Why had the aliens from the Diamond Planet come? There were too many unresolved mysteries that she needed to explore in the fog to uncover the truth behind them. Chapter 5. Embarking on an interstellar journey, the words of Jiokai lingered in Su Xing's ears at all times, creating a strong resonance in her heart and giving rise to a strong desire to explore the truth behind the whole matter. If she did not pursue this goal, it would become the greatest regret of her life. Through the 9 energies and magnetic fields of the Jiokai Dragon's Fantasy Stone, Su Xing's mind received a sensory signal indicating that the Dragon Doctor space station was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from her current geographical location, and the only way to get there was by interstellar flying saucer. She encountered her first obstacle. Only scientists could board the interstellar flying saucer, and the tickets were expensive. Su Xing activated all her connections to help her buy a ticket, but the results were not very ideal. Her circle consisted mainly of acquaintances related to streaming, most of whom had no connection to scientists, making it impossible for her to buy a ticket to the interstellar flying saucer. While she was so preoccupied with the ticket issue that she couldn't eat or sleep, a female scientist from the Dongtai Wanghai Research Building was popularizing scientific boundary knowledge on the community's 3D holographic screen, her bright red work badge particularly eye-catching. After staring at the 3D holographic screen for a long time, she realized that this female scientist was actually Bai Yunxing, a classmate from her cosmic language school. And she thought of a good idea. She went to the time convenience store and bought several bags of dark chocolate, taking out a piece and putting it in her mouth. The rich and fragrant taste, smooth and delicate, mixed with a hint of bitterness, reminded her of the flavor from that time, unchanged at all. With the dark chocolate in hand, she headed to the Dongtai Wanghai building. After careful observation, she discovered that the building management was extremely strict and outsiders could not enter or exit casually. The smart gate scanned the identity information of every entrant, and security guards patrolled in specialized exoskeleton equipment, likely to prevent corporate spies from infiltrating and stealing technological research results. Su Xing waved to the security guard and smiled, saying, "Hey, brother security, I'm a classmate of scientist Bai Yunxing bringing her dark chocolate. Do you have an appointment?" The security guard asked without lifting his eyelids. "I do. It won't take up too much of her time." Su Xing bravely slipped a big red envelope into the security guard's pocket. "Make it quick." The security guard let her in, and this trick really worked again. After asking around, Su Xing finally found Bai Yunxing's research room. In front of her was an energy analyzer connected to monitoring circuits. She was looking at the testing data while inputting the results into the computer. Su Xing placed the dark chocolate in front of her, saying, "Cotton candy, have a piece of dark chocolate." Bai Yunxing's thoughts were interrupted, and an unhappy expression appeared on her dark face. She suddenly looked up and asked with a hint of annoyance, "Who is so idle?" "Cotton candy, it's me, Su Xing, your classmate from the cosmic language school." Su Xing smiled and waved a piece of dark chocolate in front of Bai Yunxing, her big eyes forming a crescent shape, looking especially amusing. "Su Xing, I'm busy, what do you want?" Bai Yunxing seemed to show little surprise at seeing her long-lost classmate, still lowering her head to continue monitoring the data on the energy analyzer. "Cotton candy, there's a money-making opportunity. Do you want to do it?" Su Xing asked playfully. "Kidnapping a rich second generation or a scam?" Bai Yunxing suddenly looked up, adjusted her blue light glasses, and said seriously. Su Xing couldn't help but laugh at Bai Yunxing's words. "Haha, cotton candy, after not seeing you for years, you've become funnier. Isn't this just contributing to the planetary research career with regenerative cells?" Hearing Bai Yunxing say this seriously made Su Xing find it funny. "Cotton candy, you are an interstellar researcher. I won't tempt you to do bad things. I want to go to the space station to borrow the cosmic positioning system from Dragon Doctor. And I need your help to buy a ticket for the interstellar flying saucer." The smile on Su Xing's face lingered, like the lingering sound of music after it stopped. "Su Xing, what do you want to do?" Bai Yunxing leaned back a bit, asking cautiously. Su Xing told Bai Yunxing about the matter of guarding the moon and stars. She thought Bai Yunxing would be as surprised and curious as she was, but Bai Yunxing's response was extremely calm. She quickly asked, "Su Xing, have you considered one question?" "What question?" Su Xing blinked her clear, bright eyes curiously. "Dragon Doctor doesn't easily meet ordinary people, and why would he lend you the cosmic positioning system?" Bai Yunxing asked rapidly, so quickly that Su Xing had to concentrate hard to understand her words. "Any impossible situation contains a 1 in 100 chance, and I am willing to try for that 1% chance," Su Xing said with eyes as determined as steel. "Courage is commendable. In 2 days, I also need to find Dragon Doctor. Leave your contact information, and I'll contact you before I go." "Thank you, cotton candy. The dark chocolate still tastes like it did in school. When I'm tired, I eat a piece to replenish my energy." After saying this, she gave her contact information to Bai Yunxing and left. 2 days later, Su Xing reviewed her finances. Buying the ticket for the interstellar flying saucer had consumed most of her savings, and without a continuous income on Earth, her remaining savings could not cover the monthly apartment management fees and parking fees. If she stopped paying, she would be placed on a credit blacklist. So she had to continue her old job as an environmental streamer. From the live streaming data of the Moon and Stars Guard over the past 2 days, both followers and traffic were on the rise. Part of the money earned was donated to the environmental department, and part was used to pay for apartment-related expenses to ensure her credit safety. Not knowing when she would return, she decided to say goodbye to her father, unsure of when they would meet again. Since her mother went missing, it had been several years since Su Xing last saw her father, and her impression of him was strange and vague. She carried a fruit basket to her father's building, but the door was tightly shut. After knocking for a long time, the door slowly opened. The moment she saw her father, she suddenly realized that she didn't hate him as much anymore. But she still couldn't bring herself to forgive him. He looked much older, with wrinkles on his face resembling clouds in the sky, his hair gray, walking unsteadily, and struggling to catch his breath after speaking. He was no longer the handsome young man she remembered. Su Xing went upstairs with her father. The entire house was empty and silent, covered in dust, looking like it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Her father climbed one flight of stairs, panting and needing to rest for a long time before he could continue. She approached him, supporting his arm with both hands, helping him up to the second floor. On the windowsill, there was a bowl of steaming porridge. "Su Xing, I made porridge. Do you want to eat some?" Her father asked cautiously. "Dad, I'm not hungry. Why are you alone?" "We're and Jinhua." Su Xing looked at her father, who was sick and alone with no one to care for him, her brow furrowing with compassion. "Aunt Jinhua want to take care of Xiao Tian," her father said, coughing and covering his mouth with his hand. "Dad, what's wrong?" Su Xing asked with concern. "It's nothing, just an old problem," her father said, coughing continuously. "Dad, I'm going on a long trip. I've left the key to Mom's house with you. You can contact someone to rent it out, and the rent will go to you." Su Xing's eyes turned slightly red as she spoke softly. "Su Xing, where are you going?" her father asked. "To a very far place to complete an important task." "I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself." Su Xing woke downstairs. "Su Xing." Her father called out to her. "Dad, is there anything else?" Su Xing turned her head to ask. "Take care of yourself." Tears glistened in her father's deep-set eyes. Su Xing nodded. She thought she had no feelings for her father. But at that moment, she couldn't help but feel a tightening in her nose and her eyes reddening. Her father stood up, wanting to see her off. But as soon as he stood up, he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. She hurried over to check on her father's condition, finding he had symptoms similar to those of the flower delivery courier. She was anxious and didn't have time to call an ambulance. So she activated the Jyokai Dragon's fantasy stone, her mind sensing infinite vitality. In the mystical stone, a wave of shimmering silver light, like a little dragon, surged fiercely and suddenly leaped out, transforming into a powerful magnetic field that emitted a bright, daylight-like silver glow, illuminating the entire house. They had jumped to the nearest hospital. After examination, the doctor informed Su Xing that her father had been poisoned by smog, but fortunately, he had been brought to the hospital in time and would be able to leave after a period of recuperation. Su Xing called Jin Hua Ma to inform her about her father's condition, but before she could finish speaking, Jin Hua Ma interrupted her. "Su Xing, I am overwhelmed. Xiao Tian just gave birth to her second child, and I need to take care of her during the confinement. I can't leave." Her words were cold, like a digital avatar. Before Su Xing could even ask her to come and take care of her father, the call had already been disconnected. She glanced at her weak and aging father lying on the bed and thought of a phrase, pitiful yet hateful. That evening, she went to the hospital cafeteria to buy vegetarian dishes and porridge. When she returned, she found the hospital corridor packed with people, and the wards were also overcrowded. These people seemed to have symptoms similar to her father's. In just one day, the number of those infected by the smog virus had increased significantly. By this time, her father had already woken up. She helped him sit up against the bedside table, opened the lid of the bowl of porridge, and handed it to him. "You should eat some porridge." Xing, I am sorry for you and your mom," he said, his face filled with guilt, his complexion pale, and his lips trembling slightly. "Dad, your health is not good. Let's not talk about that for now. Focus on recovering and eat something first." Her father took the porridge, tears welling in his eyes, his hand shaking slightly as he brought the spoon to his mouth. Su Xing wanted to ask about her mother's disappearance. But seeing her father's sickly appearance and recalling what Jyokai had said about the right moment for the truth to be revealed, she swallowed her words. The number of people poisoned by smog in the ward was increasing, and watching their pained expressions made Su Xing understand even more the significance of going to Earth to find the guardians of the stars and moon. Since Jin Hua Ma was unwilling to return to care for her father, Su Xing had no choice but to set aside her little love and use her remaining savings to purchase a top-level elderly care robot to look after her father, which was far more advanced than the first-generation robot 001 in her apartment. The Mirror Planet's elderly care smart robot would accompany the elderly, chat with them, tell stories, share jokes, perform programs, provide care, and even diagnose illnesses, smiling at them all day long. However, it was expensive, and only wealthy families could afford it. Over the years, Su Xing had earned a considerable amount of money through live streaming sales, and she used the remaining funds to buy this smart robot. Seeing the robot Cloud, telling jokes, and making her father laugh heartily, she felt relieved. With everything arranged, Su Xing and Bai Yunqing boarded the interstellar flying saucer, which moved so fast that the ground became invisible in just a second. Looking up, they were greeted by a dazzling starry sky. What encounters awaited them? Chapter 6, Doctor. Long of Space City, Su Xing's gaze pierced through the deep night sky, across the vast and boundless universe. Admiring the unparalleled brilliance of the starlight and the spiral-shaped Milky Way galaxy, filled with curiosity. Layer upon layer, the stars shimmered like the sea, flooding into Su Xing's bright eyes. Which of those shining dots was Earth? The Mirror Planet, like Earth, had flora and fauna, a network of information that spanned from the South Pole to the North Pole like spider silk. It had a bright moon, It had underwater forests located underground. Some lakes were crystal clear, and the pure, clean air floated directly into space. But the mirror planet lacked the delicious food made by her mother, the novel and interesting explorations of the space university, and the joyous laughter shared with her best friends. She missed Earth immensely. Just thinking about going to Earth to find the other half of the star and moon guardian made her heart restless. Bai Yuhang, in contrast, had a flawless, pure white face with no signs of excitement or agitation, seemingly already familiar with everything, resting with closed eyes on the flying saucer. The blue flying saucer that once appeared above the Ling Shan Interstellar Live broadcast group passed by the interstellar flying saucer, blocking Su Xing's view. She caught a glimpse of a man inside the blue flying saucer wearing a long cloak adorned with diamonds, resembling Yulong. But she only saw a profile and couldn't confirm it was him. Jiuzai said the diamonds on his cloak came from the Diamond Planet. What was his purpose appearing above the Qin Shiryu studio? Where was he headed in the flying saucer? Was the diamond symbol on her apartment's outer wall drawn by him? The appearance of the diamond-cloaked man left Su Xing with a series of questions again. In a moment, she was deep in thought. The interstellar flying saucer flew higher and closer to the space city of the mirror planet. Dust or gas particles suspended in the air spun like whirlpools, forming a huge vortex resembling Tai Chi. As more particles were drawn in, the vortex grew larger, spreading toward the direction of the interstellar flying saucer, creating a spectacular scene. Su Xing opened the live broadcast, wanting to share this magical and shocking scene with her star friends. Just then, the interstellar flying saucer became unstable and began to shake violently, causing her phone screen to go out of control and lose signal. The smile on her face vanished, and the excitement turned into a thread of fear. With trembling hands, she tried to push Bai Yuhang, but before she could touch her arm, the interstellar flying saucer shook violently again, throwing her heavily against the window. Bai Yuhang was startled awake by the loud sound of the vortex, saw the dust and particles rushing toward them, and her expression changed drastically. Before she could react, she was sucked out by the vortex. Su Xing struggled to get up. The Jiuzai dragon's magical stone around her neck emitted a radiant light like the glow of dawn over the sea, instantly illuminating the entire night sky. A powerful magnetic force wrapped around her, pulling Bai Yuhang back. Breathless, Bai Yuhang exclaimed, "Su Xing, I made a significant discovery." "Marshmallow, quickly tell me, what major discovery?" Su Xing's curiosity was piqued again. The Tai Chi vortex we just encountered is formed by the condensation of organic molecules and graphite dust in the universe. This energy can create a vibrant city on the mirror planet that has breathing-like vitality. It can self-renew, maintain, and provide comprehensive living services, such as automatically collecting and processing garbage, absorbing dust and haze, adjusting air quality, and maintaining and repairing buildings and streets within the city. Bai Yuhang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke rapidly. "Marshmallow, I don't understand what you're saying. I just want to ask, how can we use this energy to achieve everything you mentioned?" "I believe we need a star stone with immense magnetic force and energy to absorb the graphite dust energy around the Tai Chi vortex. The specifics need to be researched. Once we go back, I'll start working on this topic." Bai Yuhang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Su Xing recalled Jiuzai mentioning the energy crisis and environmental crisis on Earth, leading to a deteriorating living environment on the mirror planet. If Bai Yuhang could truly research the topic she mentioned, then the environmental issues of various star systems in the universe could be improved. "Marshmallow, this matter is of great significance. I support you. I'm also going to find Dr. Long to borrow the cosmic navigation to locate the entrance to Earth to address the issue you mentioned. Our goals are aligned." Bai Yuhang confidently stated her stance. "I'll speak on your behalf with Dr. Long. Marshmallow. It's great to have you." Su Xing bloom a kisto Bai Yuhang. Bai Yuhang beamed with a smile like a blooming flower. "Su Xing, just treat me to dark chocolate next time." Su Xing took out a bag of dark chocolate, waved it in front of Bai Yuhang, and asked with a smile, "I have dark chocolate now. Want a piece?" "Sure, let's share." Bai Yuhang made a cute expression, tilting her head. The two put the dark chocolate in their mouths and looked at the dazzling starry sky, each lost in their thoughts. "Marshmallow, have you heard of the Diamond Planet?" Su Xing's bright eyes sparkled under the starlight. The diamond planet is extremely valuable compared to our mirror planet, as its surface contains a large amount of carbon, which forms diamonds under immense pressure, making up the main component of the diamond planet. But there is very little water. Things that are scarce are precious. Because there are so many diamonds, they are not worth much, while water is extremely valuable. How do they survive? What will they do if their water runs out? Su Xing asked curiously. There are two ways. One is to find a method to extract water from diamonds. The other is to use the energy and magnetic field of the eco-friendly star stone, the star and moon guardian, to draw water resources from other planets, Yu Hang explained. She then thought of the peculiar string of diamond symbols on her apartment's outer wall. She speculated that the aliens from the diamond planet hadn't acted yet because the star and moon guardian had not yet merged, leaving the symbols to remember her. But that was just her speculation. What conspiracy lay behind it? She couldn't know, but she could only remain vigilant and prepared. As dawn broke, they arrived at Dr. Long's research space city. Yu Hang entered a string of numbers on the U-structure door, which opened automatically. Su Xing followed Yu Hang into the space station and walked straight ahead. A young girl with stunning features and a curvy figure approached them, revealing a perfect smile with 8 pearly teeth as she said to Yu Hang, "Teacher Dr. Long is in a meeting in the conference room. He has arranged for you to rest in the reception room for a while. Hongyu, you go ahead and do your work. No need to mind us." Yu Hang said. Hongyu nodded and turned to leave, her movements mechanical and precise. Marshmallow, that Hongyu is so beautiful, she doesn't seem real. How can someone be so stunning? Su Xing said enviously. Su Xing, look at your envious eyes. She's not a real person. She's a robot, Yu Hang teased, shaking her head. That's too realistic, Su Xing said, somewhat incredulously. The research room of Dr. Long involves high-precision work, and intelligent robots are more efficient and accurate, Yu Hang said nonchalantly. In the midst of their conversation, Hongyu came back in and said to them, "Teacher Dr. Long has finished the meeting and is waiting for you in his office." "Great, let's go right now," Yu Hang said cheerfully, her face filled with joy. Su Xing followed Yu Hang to Dr. Long's office, where he was adjusting the radio telescope to observe celestial star systems. Hongyu knocked 3 times on the open door, and Dr. Long turned to greet them upon hearing the sound. Su Xing subconsciously thought that most astronomers had long, unkempt hair and were a bit neurotic. But the sight of Dr. Long, with his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a face like a jade crown, and an elegant demeanor, overturned her perception of scientists. "Teacher what brings you to visit this old man?" Dr. Long asked with a smile, the warmth in his eyes making him seem very approachable, exuding the aura of a gentleman. "Dr. Long, you're not old at all. You're young and handsome, and you look so energetic that you could charm a crowd of girls," Yu Hang laughed. "Teacher you just love to make fun of me," Dr. Long said awkwardly. "Dr. Long, I'm speaking on behalf of many female compatriots," Yu Xing replied, still smiling. "So, what brings you to me today?" Dr. Long shifted to the main topic. Dr. Long, due to the energy and environmental crises, as well as frequent natural disasters, the mirror planet, which is Earth's companion planet, is severely affected. Do we have any solutions to this problem? Yu Xing asked. By awakening the consciousness of humanity on Earth through interstellar consciousness, Dr. Long explained. What does that mean? I asked. Teacher, interstellar consciousness has 2 levels. The consciousness level connects high-dimensional consciousness waves with the consciousness of humanity on Earth, prompting a massive awakening of human consciousness. The energy level resonates from the consciousness waves connected to stars, and vibrations are generated from the galactic center, which in turn vibrates the Z-Wave star and the sun. The sun drives the consciousness of the planets and the consciousness of humanity on Earth to vibrate. The sound frequency of the consciousness wave connects a series of things. Dr. Long spoke softly, his gaze focused on them, exuding sincerity and patience. He took a sip of water from a glass on the table and continued. The resonance of interstellar consciousness will create a solar rising field, with the sun resonating and raising frequencies together. This solar rising field will drive all those on Earth who can connect with the rising frequency consciousness wave. Within this solar rising field, the speed of frequency increase will grow rapidly compared to before. This is the growth of the human soul, a spiritual baptism, and the consciousness of humanity on Earth will awaken, consciously maintaining the ecological environment of the Earth. Dr. Long, how can we realize all of this? Bai Yunxing asked. I believe we need a person with a strong magnetic field energy from the mirror planet to connect with a similarly high-frequency person on Earth, generating a powerful resonance that will awaken the consciousness of humanity on Earth in large numbers. Upon hearing this, Su Xing's bright and clear eyes lit up, thinking that Dr. Long's concept was in line with Jiutsai's search for the Star Moon Guardian, both aiming to synthesize energy. With this in mind, she volunteered, Dr. Long, I could go to Earth, but I will need to use your cosmic positioning system to find the entrance to Earth. This young lady is. Dr. Long turned to look at Su Xing. Dr. Long, this is my classmate Su Xing, a well-known environmental broadcaster, Bai Yunxing introduced with a smile. Su Xing, going to Earth is not a simple matter, Dr. Long said, looking at her with skepticism. Su Xing then told Dr. Long about the Jiutsai Fantasy Stone and the Star Moon Guardian. Su Xing, let me see the Jiutsai Fantasy Stone, Dr. Long said. Su Xing took off the Jiutsai Dragon Fantasy Stone from her neck and handed it to Dr. Long. He held the stone in his palm, examining it closely, his eyes filled with surprise. So this is here with you. It's the remnants of meteorites from the 9 major stellar systems of the Milky Way that fell onto the mirror planet, formed through long-term oxidation, possessing a strong magnetic field and energy. When worn around your neck, it merges with a person's energy, forming a powerful super ability. This is the only one that has formed in billions of years. After speaking, Dr. Long fell in a deep thought. The Jiutsai Dragon Fantasy Stone has such powerful energy. I think we could give it a try, Bai Yunxing urged from the side. Teacher Bai, I worry that activating the cosmic positioning system will attract the covetous eyes of other planets. If they find the entrance to Earth, it could trigger a planetary war, Dr. Long expressed his concerns. Just then, Hanyu walked in, stating clearly, Dr. Long, see, 26Y planet Yawang, water blue planet Wanling, tiger stripe planet Baihu, Sao planet Xiaonan, Mira A planet Yinjun, Mira B planet Yinshu, J1407B planet Chanyun, pink planet GJ, 504B Guli, 66 Cancri diamond planet Yulong are all visiting. Su Xing sensed that these were the 9 major stellar systems allied to devour the mirror planet, and she felt both curious and worried. She looked at Dr. Long and noticed his expression change dramatically, looking quite grim. Chapter 7. Galactic Alliance. Dr. Long's expression was serious, and his face dark as he said, Teacher Bai, you all go to the conference room to rest. A pack of wolves is coming, and I need to deal with it. As soon as Dr. Long left, Su Xing's face revealed worry. Cotton candy, according to Dr. Long, the cosmic positioning system is hard to lend out. Su Xing, we can't draw conclusions until the last moment. We need to adapt to the situation, Bai Yunxing said calmly. Su Xing nodded in agreement with Bai Yunxing's viewpoint, but still felt restless, unable to stay in the reception room. Cotton candy, can I walk around? Don't get close to the conference room where Dr. Long is holding the meeting, Bai Yunxing advised. Su Xing nodded and left the conference room. The first floor's research room consisted of 3 modules, Tiandao, Tianhe, and Tianwen. All the intelligent robots were busy. She leaned in to take a look. They were focused on studying the universe, galaxies, star systems, and X-ray sources in front of a bunch of instruments she couldn't name. Their movements were mechanical, their pace uniform, and their expressions identical. She walked straight ahead, passing a brightly lit conference room from which intense discussion sounds emerged, driven by curiosity. She moved closer to the conference room. She vaguely heard the term cosmic positioning system, which was exactly what she was currently very concerned about. Unable to help herself, she pressed her ear against the door, completely forgetting Bai Yunxing's advice. A deep and resonant voice from inside the conference room said, Dr. Long, we want to borrow your newly developed cosmic positioning system to help us find the Earth's entrance. Name your price. Su Xing thought, that voice sounds familiar. I almost heard it every day when I was an environmental broadcaster at Ling Shun Star Interstellar. She pressed her ear closer. ISNT, that Li Shiyue's voice? But she dared not jump to conclusions. His words made Su Xing feel a sense of anxiety. So many beings from different planets want to go to Earth. And there are too many aliens trying to reach Earth, which is detrimental to it and indirectly affects the mirror planets. Her heart suddenly tightened inexplicably. She adjusted her position. pressed her eyes against the door, and used the energy from the nine-color dragon's fantastical stone to peer through the molecular structure of the door, witnessing the situation inside. The speaker was indeed Li Shuriyue. It turned out that the UFO that passed over the Ling Shun Star Interstellar Broadcasting Company was headed for him. Li Shuriyue was colluding with aliens to plunder the resources of the mirror planets. Su Xing gasped, unable to catch her breath for a long time. She composed herself, held her breath, and continued to observe the conference room situation. "I don't know what you mean by a cosmic positioning system. I've never heard of it, Doctor," Long said with a calm expression. "Dr. Long, you have built a nebula network of about 90,000 satellites in space, deployed at an altitude of 660 kilometers above various planets. Through the cosmic positioning system you developed this year, we can find the entrances to the planets within the nebula network, including Earth, a very handsome man directly opposite," Dr. Long said. Having been in the broadcasting circle for many years, Su Xing had seen countless handsome faces, yet this man still astonished her. He had striking features, deep blue eyes, a chiseled profile, and beautiful lips with diamond-adorned ears peeking out from his thick black hair. What caught her attention even more was the diamond-encrusted long cape he wore underneath, which was a blue coat also adorned with diamonds. The diamonds on him sparkled brilliantly under the lights, making the entire conference room shine. The more Su Xing looked, the more familiar she found the handsome man. The diamonds on his cape seemed familiar as well. She connected all the details: the diamond-caped man inside the blue UFO and the diamond symbols left on her apartment's outer wall were the same as the handsome man in front of her. Su Xing had asked the nine-colored dragon, and she learned that the diamond symbols on her apartment's outer wall came from the 66 Cancri diamond planet. Diamonds are scarce materials, and the man was adorned with them from head to toe. Su Xing deduced that this man was from the 66 Cancri diamond planet. Later, she learned from Bai Yunxing that diamond planets were incredibly valuable compared to mirror planets because their surfaces contained a large amount of carbon, which, under immense pressure, formed diamonds, making up the primary component of diamond planets. While water was extremely scarce, things that are rare are precious. Because there are too many diamonds, they're not worth much, while water is the most valuable. Su Xing wondered if his purpose for going to Earth was to deprive it of its water resources, or if, like her, he was seeking the other half of the star and moon guardians on Earth. Suddenly, a bald brown head popped out from his backpack, twice the size of a normal human head, with a high and protruding forehead and enormous sunken eyes that looked like polished black glass beads. Its ears were so small they were almost negligible, and its mouth was a very round hole with strange wrinkles, while its chin was pointed and small. Seeing this creature, Su Xing's breath quickened, her heart raced, and a thin layer of sweat formed on her face, covering it like a damp cloth, making her too frightened to move. It felt as though a pair of dark eyes were staring at her, and she wanted to escape but found her body unable to move, unable even to scream. She fumbled in her pocket, took out a piece of dark chocolate, put it in her mouth, and gradually calmed her emotions. "I said no, if you don't believe me. There's nothing I can do," Dr. Long said, his voice tinged with displeasure. "Dr. Long, borrowing the cosmic positioning system is truly a last resort. Our diamond planet is abundant in diamond resources, but we lack water resources. The temperature is rising day by day, and people are suffering from various strange diseases due to water shortages, making the living environment increasingly difficult. We learned that Earth has abundant water resources and want to go to Earth to learn water resource extraction technology." The handsome man lowered his posture. "Yulong makes a valid point. We are all fighting for our planet's survival," said a sweet girl in a cherry blossom pink long dress. Her voice was sweet and soft, with a slight, elongated tone, completely unlike an invader with ambitions to swallow other planets. Su Xing's heart stirred inexplicably. It turned out he was Yulong, and she finally saw his true face. "Yulong, Jelly, I can understand your difficulties, but I truly do not know what you mean by the cosmic positioning system, Doctor." Long remained unmoved. "Dr. Long, if you don't want to, we can't force you. I have a suggestion. Our 9 major star systems could form an alliance and jointly invest in deeper research into time and space, making the cosmic positioning accurate to the millimeter. What do you think?" Yulong proposed. "You are overestimating me. I do not have that capability, Doctor." Long politely declined Yulong's proposal. A man next to Yulong, wearing a dark blue velvet robe, had a cold glint in his eyes like a sharp sword, piercing directly at Professor Long. "You are stubborn. Don't blame me for being ruthless." His face was rebellious, fierce like a burning fire. "What do you want, Doctor?" Long asked angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, a scream was heard, and the man fell into a pool of blood. Su Xing was completely shocked, her eyes wide open, not daring to breathe, her back soaked with sweat. Yulong suddenly stood up angrily, saying, "Yao Guang, this is not within our plan. What you're doing is too foolish. Yulong, we're only fighting for our respective planets' living environments. We cannot have any emotional attachments." Yao Guang's low and cold voice echoed. "Yao Guang, this is a different matter. If you kill Dr. Long, we will completely lose the cosmic positioning system and cannot obtain the core technology of the cosmic positioning system. We will never be able to find Earth's entrance." Yulong's icy expression softened slightly with anger. "You're talking nonsense. The cosmic positioning system is right here in this research room, even if you tear it apart. Find it for me." Yao Guang's face turned dark, radiating a strong aura of hostility. "Without Dr. Long, even if you find the cosmic positioning system, you won't be able to use it." A subordinate next to Yulong, Bei-chun, chimed in. "Yulong, if you think I can't do it, you can withdraw from the alliance. We are indeed not on the same path. I will withdraw." Yulong's anger surged even more, and after speaking, he walked out of the meeting room. Su Xing was so engrossed that she completely failed to notice Yulong had already walked towards the door. When the door opened, everyone in the meeting room saw Su Xing standing outside. "What are you doing here?" Yulong's face returned to its icy expression, his perfect blue eyes bright like the Milky Way, shining like stars. Su Xing had a sudden idea and smiled, saying, "I came to bring you some snacks. These are the specialties of the Mirror Planet. You must have never tried them." After saying that, she took out a bag of dark chocolate, terrified inside, but still pretending to be calm as she handed the chocolate to everyone. "You're just messing with us," Yao Guang said as she reached out to strike. And Su Xing could not dodge in time, getting knocked back a considerable distance with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. But her body was not seriously harmed. "No one has ever been able to withstand my palm." "Who are you?" Yao Guang asked angrily. Su Xing did not answer, activating the energy of the 9-colored fantasy stone to run out of the meeting room, but was caught by Yulong, who coldly said, "Don't think you can run once you're in our hands." His sharply defined features appeared extraordinarily handsome under the light. Although Su Xing was caught by him, she did not feel afraid. Her heart was pounding violently, as if it would leap out of her chest, which was a very strange sensation. "Hurry up and deal with her. Don't leave any future troubles," Li Shuriwa said loudly. Su Xing shadli shue a thieves and an unnatural expression appeared on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. "Yao Guang, I've detected that her energy field is extremely strong. She's not an ordinary person. She might be useful to us later." Yulong said, "We need to find a cosmic positioning system now. Taking her along is a burden." Yao Guang retorted, "I'll keep an eye on her." Yulong lightly touched Su Xing's wrist, and an intelligent locator appeared on her wrist. "All right, stop wasting time. Let's go find the cosmic positioning system," Yao Guang urged. The group walked out of the meeting room, with Yulong leading Su Xing behind. However, they turned the entire office upside down and still could not find the cosmic positioning system. Yao Guang used a shift to appear before Hong Yu, her expression dark and her gaze as sharp as a thin blade. "Tell me, where is the cosmic positioning system?" "This is a secret. I don't know." Hong Yu's voice trembled, and as soon as she finished speaking, Yao Guang struck her away with a palm, instantly turning her into a pile of fragments. Bai Yinjing, who was in the reception room, heard the noise and rushed out, but before she could react, she was taken hostage by Yao Guang. After witnessing Yao Guang's violence and killing, Su Xing's eyes filled with unease and anxiety, fearing that he would harm Bai Yinjing. The fear in her heart spread instantly, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The 9-color dragon fantasy stone on her neck faintly emitted a morning red glow. Every time she encountered difficulties or had various emotions, it would emit different colors of light. She sensed a telepathic call to save Bai Yunjing, and the stronger her intent, the brighter the light. Her inner fear dissipated, and she shouted at Yao Guang, "Let her go." Yelling at me, "Are you impatient to live?" Yao Guang instantaneously moved beside Su Xing in a second, extending her hands in an attempt to choke her neck, but at that moment, the nine-colored fantasy stone on her neck emitted a strong, deep purple light. And with a loud bang, it knocked Yao Guang against the glass of the research room, leaving her unable to get up for a long time. Su Xing walked to Bai Yunjing's side, shielding her behind her, and angrily shouted, "None of you can touch her." After saying that, she pulled Bai Yunjing and started to leave, but Guli chased after them and was once again knocked back by the silver-red light emitted by the nine-colored fantasy stone. "Don't chase her anymore. Let's hurry and find the cosmic positioning system," Yulong said loudly. They walked in opposite directions, with Yulong leading a group forward, while Su Xing took Bai Yunjing back towards the meeting room. Su Xing silently thanked Yulong for saving them. Chapter 8: Powerful Cosmic Positioning. Dr. Long lay on the cold white porcelain floor of the conference room, blood pooling around him. The stained white porcelain floor appeared particularly glaring. Bai Yunjing rushed over and gently helped Dr. Long up, calling out repeatedly, "Dr. Long." Seeing no response, he checked for a pulse. Su Xing, he still has a faint breath. Can the nine-color dragon fantasy stone save him? Bai Yunjing asked anxiously. "I'm not sure, but we can try," Su Xing replied. She activated the nine-color dragon fantasy stone, using telepathy to protect all living beings. Within the fantasy stone, a silver little dragon surged with waves of light, leaping out and emitting a sky-blue glow that penetrated Dr. Long's wounds, healing them instantly. Moments later, Dr. Long slowly opened his eyes, gradually regaining his spirit. "Cotton candy, Dr. Long is awake," Su Xing exclaimed with joy, a bright smile blooming on her face. "Dr. Long, Su Xing used the nine-color dragon fantasy stone to save you," Bai Yunjing said excitedly. "Thank you, Su Xing. Did you really come to Earth to solve the dilemma of the mirror planet?" Dr. Long asked. "Dr. Long, this is my mission. I must go. Please help me," Su Xing said, her eyes firm and decisive, containing an irresistible power. "Su Xing, help me up. Let's use the cosmic positioning system to find the entrance to Earth, but I can't guarantee success," Dr. Long said. Su Xing helped Dr. Long stand and said, "Dr. Long, there is a one chance in every impossibility, and I am willing to try for that one chance." "Good. Very good," Dr. Long praised sincerely. Under his guidance, they took the intelligent elevator to the 19th floor of the space station. It appeared to be another research room, equipped with various advanced facilities and equipment. High-definition screens on the walls displayed the status of various safety systems. Artificial intelligence robots were working busily, moving at incredible speeds, like swords slicing through the air. Outside the research room was a secret base, and Dr. Long instructed Bai Yunjing to wait outside the base. Su Xing followed Dr. Long into the interior of the secret base. As everything was unpredictable yet imminent, she found it hard to contain her emotions. After passing through several intelligent electric doors, Su Xing was awestruck by the cosmic positioning system, which hovered in midair, freely rotating and glowing with a blue light. Her heart raced, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Dr. Long turned on the cosmic positioning system, and a powerful blue light instantly shot out towards the research room, emitting huge electromagnetic waves to explore the vast universe. To Su Xing's surprise, standing at this high point, the stars she saw in deep space were countless faint, slender wisps of light, like bubbles on the sea, scattered by the waves of space, completely different from the dazzling starry sky seen in the interstellar UFO. Looking at Dr. Long, he focused on the cosmic positioning system's search results, occasionally frowning, adjusting the position, shaking his head, and muttering to himself, causing Su Xing's heart to rise and fall. She wanted to ask about the results, but was afraid of disturbing his search. About half an hour later, Dr. Long pointed to a light blue dot, his eyes shining with excitement as he said to her, "Su Xing, we found it. Look, Dr. Long. It turns out Earth is just a point in the universe. Earth is located on the edge of the star sea." Su Xing exclaimed in amazement. "Yes, all planets are just points in the universe. Intelligent life is even negligible," Dr. Long replied. "Dr. Long, I am ready. We can set off now," Su Xing said excitedly. "Follow me." Dr. Long's developed UFO, named Flying Dragon Star No. 9, was parked outside the space station. It had an oval shape with a milky white exterior paint, emitting a flickering silver-red light. Su Xing. This UFO can travel at superluminal speeds, taking about a week to reach Earth. Currently, only Flying Dragon Star No. 9 can reach Earth, Dr. Long said proudly. Professor Long, how do we use Flying Dragon Star number 9? Su Xing asked. Dr. Long took out a metal object resembling a large golden knot and handed it to Su Xing. This is the key to operate Flying Dragon Star number 9. Now I give it to you. Only you can use it to find the entrance to Earth. Once you arrive on Earth, insert the key into the lock in front of Flying Dragon Star number 9, and it will return through the fold space. After completing the mission, send me a signal, and I will send Flying Dragon Star number 9 to pick you up. Dr. Long explained the entire process of operating the UFO to Su Xing. Thank you, Dr. Long. Su Xing said gratefully, bowing to him. You're welcome. Remember not to disturb anyone on Earth. And do not use the super energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone in front of Earthlings, Dr. Long advised. Susi nodded seriously. Dr. Long reminded her again. Remember every word I said. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of Flying Dragon Star number 9 slowly opened. Su Xing walked into the UFO and shouted, Dr. Long, I have every word you said etched in my heart. She entered the cockpit, inserted the operation key according to Dr. Long's instructions, and Flying Dragon Star No. 9 began to start up, accelerating into the starry sky at light speed. It possessed immense light energy and kinetic energy, moving gracefully in the air at incredible speeds. Dr. Long became smaller and smaller in front of her, like a star in the sky, until he was no longer visible. The speed of the UFO increased, distancing itself further from the mirror planet, and she saw the dazzling, starry sky again. The universe was truly magical. A cyan comet flew from the starry sky, resembling a cyan divine lamp traversing the night sky, with flickering light and a long golden tail illuminating the dark night. While Su Xing was immersed in the shock brought by the cyan comet, a blue UFO approached Flying Dragon Star number 9. The positioning bracelet on her wrist emitted a blue light, but she did not notice anything unusual. At that moment, a dragon leaped silently into Flying Dragon Star No. 9 through the window. Su Xing gazed at the sky, lost in thought, completely unaware that another person had entered the man cabin. She recalled the bizarre events of recent days, the pursuit in the secret realm, the revelation of a 9-color in the underwater forest exposing the alliance of star systems' destruction of the mirror planet's environment, and the conspiracy to plunder Earth's water resources. She suspected that the alliance of star systems aimed to cover up a huge conspiracy and decided to gather the residents of the star systems through interstellar live broadcasting to resist together. Su Xing opened the interstellar live broadcast module in the cockpit of Flying Dragon Star number 9, concealed the geographical location, blurred the background, and then began the live broadcast to all interstellar viewers. Family, I am Su Xing. I mentioned in the previous live broadcast that something big is happening in the star system, and today I will reveal the answer to my family. Such an explosive announcement immediately piqued the curiosity of the star system residents, who flooded the comment section. Star Anchor, we've waited too long for this announcement. What big event is about to happen in the star system? Family, currently 9 major star systems, including C26Y, Water Blue Planet, Tiger Stripe Planet, SAO Planet, Mira A Planet, Mira B Planet, J1407B Planet, Pink Planet GJ504B, and 66 Cancri Diamond Planet, have formed an alliance to cast a haze of poison on the Mirror Planet, aiming to devour the Mirror Planet and subsequently invade nearby star systems. This behavior not only severely damages the ecological environment of the Mirror Planet, but also may have a drastic impact on interstellar balance. Su Xing's words were like dropping a heavy bomb in the live broadcast room, causing a sensation among the star system residents, with the comment section being flooded as they engaged in intense discussions. They gained a clear understanding of the impending crisis and expressed gratitude to Su Xing for her reminder. Some star system residents expressed outrage and actively participated in resisting external threats. Others clearly stated their support for Su Xing's environmental protection concept. Some space stations and planetary rulers in certain galaxies have begun to take action, strengthening their defenses and safeguarding their planets. while also engaging in resource sharing and information exchange across interstellar space to prepare for potential large-scale threats. However, the leader of the Nine Galaxy Alliance, Yao Guang, watched the interstellar live stream of Su Xing, gritting his teeth in anger, with a cold light flashing in his eyes and a surge of killing intent. He lightly touched the screen on his wrist to give instructions to Yulong, ordering him to eliminate Su Xing, this menace, immediately. Will Yulong act according to Yao Guang's instructions? Chapter 9. Flying Dragon, Star 9. Su Xing continued, I have received reliable information that the 9 major star systems are planning. Before she could finish her sentence, the infiltrating Yulong used his extraordinary ability to shut down the live broadcast system. Su Xing thought there was a problem with the broadcast system, so she stood up to check it, only to unexpectedly find Yulong. She glared at him angrily, feeling a rush of blood to her head. Yulong, how could you be on Flying Dragon Star 9? Your interstellar broadcast attracted me, so I came. There's a positioning system that I placed on your wrist. Wherever you go, I can find you. Yulong's deep blue eyes shone like diamonds, and the countless stars outside the window of Flying Dragon Star 9 dimmed before him. Flying Dragon Star 9 does not carry any aliens, Su Xing said, raising her head. Flying Dragon Star 9 is already 100,000 light years away from the mirror planet. How can I go back? Yulong retorted. At that moment, a bald brown head emerged from Yulong's diamond backpack, twice the size of a normal human head, with a high and protruding forehead, deeply sunken eyes that were enormous, resembling polished black glass beads, tiny ears that were almost negligible, and a very round mouth with strange wrinkles and a pointed, small chin. I'm suffocating. He gasped for breath. Although Su Xing had seen the bald, big-eyed creature outside Professor Long's meeting room, she was still startled and shouted, What kind of monster are you? Su Xing, he is not a monster. He is a citizen of our diamond planet, mutated due to long-term water scarcity. You can call him Big Head, Yulong said, a faint sadness appearing in his eyes. Yulong, are you playing the sympathy card? Su Xing teased intentionally. What is the sympathy card? Yulong looked confused. Su Xing suddenly realized this was a term specific to Earth and had to switch to the universal language. Yulong, I'm sorry. I have to take action myself. After saying this, Su Xing was about to use the 9-color dragon fantasy stone against Yulong. Su Xing, don't be impulsive. If we continue to fight, we will only hurt each other. You don't understand Earth and don't have enough funds. I can provide diamonds as payment. Yulong remained calm and collected, his expression indifferent. Su Xing remembered Dr. Long's warnings and the 2 times Yulong had helped in the secret realm and research room, feeling torn. Yulong noticed Su Xing's dilemma and quickly stated his position to dispel her concerns. Su Xing, I have already withdrawn from the alliance of the 9 major star systems. In reality, this was Yulong's delaying tactic. He had orders from his superior leader to first win Su Xing's favor and then seize the opportunity to complete the tasks assigned by both leaders. Yulong, you colluded with Li Shuriyue to cast smog on the mirror planet and left diamond symbols on the wall of my apartment. Now, following me to Earth must be for the purpose of guarding the star and moon. I cannot allow your conspiracy to succeed. After a moment of thought, Su Xing made a decision, her long curly hair hanging down her chest, both beautiful and heroic. Su Xing, you misunderstood. I have the ability to sense water. I traverse the stars to find water resources for planets lacking water, Yulong explained. Our goals are different. My mission is to solve the dilemmas faced by the mirror planet and Earth, while you aim to plunder Earth's water resources. If you leak Earth's information, it could trigger an interstellar war with unimaginable consequences, Su Xing said, her face showing anger, her voice trembling slightly. Su Xing, I am going to Earth to find a technology that can extract water resources from diamonds, fundamentally solving the issue of water scarcity on Diamond Planet. As you can see, if our planet continues to lack water, we will all mutate into big heads. Even in argument, Yulong remained exceptionally calm, showing no emotion. After listening to Yulong's explanation, Su Xing pondered for a while and said, I thought of a win-win solution that does not violate my promise to Dr. Long and can take you to Earth. Su Xing, what solution? Yulong asked eagerly. Only if you're within my line of sight can I avoid worrying about you leaking Earth's information to other planets. What specifically do I need to do? Yulong inquired. You will become my assistant to help me complete my mission. Okay, Once the words were spoken, there was no turning back. Yulong, where is your token of loyalty? Su Xing asked. Yulong, who had learned the universal language during his training in the Seeking Dragon organization, understood Su Xing's meaning, which was to express sincerity. He took a pure diamond ring off his index finger and said to Su Xing, although diamonds are everywhere on our diamond planet, this ring is crafted with top-notch craftsmanship. It was made for me by the best craftsman on Diamond Planet when I turned 18. Even on Diamond Planet, it is quite valuable and holds special significance for me. It is the most important thing in my life, and I will use it as collateral. He handed the ring to Su Xing. All right, just keep it with me for now. Su Xing took the ring, removed the 9-color dragon fantasy stone from around her neck, and used the powerful magnetism of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone to absorb the diamond. Then put the 9-color dragon fantasy stone back around her neck. Su Xing felt a tremendous energy spreading throughout her body. Thinking about needing to drink water, the cup of water on the table came to her hand. She thought about exploring the moon, not realizing that her body began to fly out of the spaceship. Yulong grabbed her arm, and he was also pulled out with her. Big Head, taking advantage of the gap as they flew out the window, slipped out of Yulong's backpack and joyfully bounced around inside the spaceship. Chapter 10 Photo Lost in Space. The 9-color dragon magical stone on Su Xing's neck absorbed the strongest magnetic energy from the diamond planet. Her thoughts merged with the energy and magnetism of the 9-color dragon magical stone, and she floated out of the dragon, star number 9. In a moment of urgency, she firmly grasped the windowsill of dragon, star number 9, floating in the vast and boundless universe, just a stone's throw away from the moon. Su Xing found that the surface of the moon was covered with impact craters, mountains, meteorite craters, rocks, and dust. It was nothing like the bright and beautiful sight she had seen on the Mirror Planet. She felt both excited and somewhat disappointed, letting out a sigh. The moon is far less beautiful than what I saw on the Mirror Planet. Su Xing, do you know how these craters on the moon's surface were formed? His deep blue eyes remained cold, and his face showed no expression. Su Xing didn't like cold and indifferent people. If it weren't for the time constraints, she wouldn't have tricked him into being her assistant with the intention of completing the task within the set time. Fortunately, their time together was limited. She instantly displayed a bright smile. I think these craters were formed by meteorite impacts to protect the Earth. Is there any other reason? The moon is the guardian of the Earth, and there's a legend about its formation. The material of the Earth collided with a Mars-sized planet, and the debris from the impact formed 2 celestial bodies. The smaller one cooled down and became the current moon, while the larger one pushed the smaller one to orbit, and the moon became Earth's satellite, safeguarding the Earth's normal operation. Although Su Xing didn't like the aloofness of Yulong, she sincerely admired his extensive knowledge of the Dragon Star system. She sighed deeply. The moon is truly great, constantly being hit by meteorites to protect the Earth. I shouldn't hold any biases. You know that now. Big Head is alone in the spaceship, and I'm not at ease. Let's go in. He coldly threw out a sentence. Su Xing was extremely dissatisfied with Yulong's cold attitude. Was he telling her not to speak recklessly? She was his newly appointed superior, and he was the subordinate. Had he reversed their roles? How dare he speak to her in that tone? Despite her dissatisfaction, as long as she thought of Yulong's superpowers and his abundance of diamonds, she reminded herself to endure for a few more days, complete the task, and then fire him. After coming to this conclusion, she smiled and nodded at Yulong gripping the windowsill. She leaped back into Dragon Star number 9, bringing Yulong along with her. At a critical moment, a photo fell out from Yulong's close-fitting clothing, drifting outside the cabin of Dragon Star number 9. Su Xing caught a glimpse of the photo. It depicted a pure and sweet girl, elegant like a chrysanthemum, breathtakingly beautiful. Yulong jumped down, wanting to catch the photo. Yulong, don't go, it's dangerous. Su Xing shouted loudly. But Yulong ignored her, recklessly following the photo. It was dangerous in space, even with superpowers. Su Xing activated the powerful magnetism of the 9-color dragon magical stone, silently reciting protect all living beings, and instantly pulled Yulong back. The photo disappeared into space with the immense gravitational force. Back in the cabin, Yulong's cold face seemed to have formed a layer of ice, and his icy gaze shot daggers at Su Xing, making her shiver all over. Although Yulong was always aloof, this time, The coldness was laced with bone-deep hatred, which was a first for her. Su Xing couldn't help but shudder. She realized the importance of this photo to Yulong and guessed that the person in the photo must be someone he particularly cared about. Yulong, that photo is very important to you, but your life is even more important. The photo can be taken again, but a life lost is gone forever. Su Xing broke the silence. Yulong glared at her, his deep-set eyes nearly freezing over. His chest rose and fell slightly, clearly suppressing his emotions. And then he spoke each word deliberately. You are not worried about my life. You want to go to Earth to find the Star Moon Guardian and need to rely on my superpowers and diamond resources, right? Yulong bluntly revealed Su Xing's motives, seemingly not treating her as a superior. Su Xing was taken aback. Could he have the ability to read minds? How could he see through her thoughts at a glance? It was better to be sincere in front of someone with high energy. Yulong, I'm really sorry. I made you lose your precious photo. Su Xing sincerely apologized. Yulong ignored her, sitting in a corner of the cabin with his eyes closed and silent. The atmosphere fell into silence again, becoming extremely awkward. Big Head broke the silence once more. He bounced up and down inside the spaceship, joyfully jumping onto Yulong's shoulder and playfully making faces. Go stay in the bag, Yulong said with a stern expression. No, I want to play for a while. Big Head mischievously stuck out his tongue, but it only made his appearance more grotesque. Su Xing already knew the reason for Big Head's strange appearance, waved her hand, and said, It's fine. Big Head can't scare me anymore. Let him get some fresh air outside. Goddess, Big Head called out in a high-pitched voice. Su Xing almost covered her ears. It was too uncomfortable to listen to. Little did she know that Big Head's activities bouncing around in Dragon Star No. 9 were exposing their whereabouts. This scene had been captured by the Time-Space Research Institute and astrophysicist Su Yubai without their knowledge. Chapter 11, The Origin of the Madman of Time. Su Yubai has a nickname called the Madman of Time, which stems from his obsession with celestial galaxies. He once observed Mars for a whole week without sleep, discovering numerous lakes of water ice on the planet. He firmly believes that Mars is the most habitable planet for the future, despite being dismissed by the higher-ups and the collective denial of scientists in the research lab. He ignored the opinions and views of other scientists and continued to observe Mars day and night. Sometimes the images from the telescope were not clear enough, and the shape of Mars might become indistinct. Su Yubai would overlook those unclear aspects and continue his observations once the images stabilized. He instructed his assistant Xiao Lu to remember the quickly disappearing planetary features, such as the bright and dark regions, the faint traces of polar ice caps, and the canals that crisscross the entire planet. However, his observational conclusions were met with ridicule from the space-time scientists in his department. They mocked his observations, claiming that Mars was full of deserts with very few clouds. If canals could cross the equator of Mars and transport water to the other hemisphere, then he was indeed a madman. In fact, there was no conclusive evidence to indicate whether Mars had habitable conditions, and thus Su Yubai earned the nickname Madman of Time. After the Mars incident, he became enamored with the M96 galaxy, which other scientists showed little interest in, becoming engrossed in it. This galaxy appeared eerie and was referred to as the Ghost Galaxy or Demon Galaxy. The black hole at the center of the galaxy had a very small mass, and there were unusual gases and dust in the spiral arms of the galaxy. Su Yubai was puzzled by these anomalies and pondered the reasons behind their occurrence. Just as he was deep in thought, he noticed a radio wave signal from deep space displayed on a screen. This signal appeared special, completely different from what he usually experienced. He had a premonition that it might be a signal from some unknown object in space. His eyes were glued to the radio telescope screen, not blinking for a moment, fearing he might miss an important signal. Suddenly, a strange bright spot appeared on the screen, and the signal became exceptionally strong. Su Yubai hurriedly adjusted the telescope, trying to locate the source of the bright spot. He repositioned the telescope's lens to a new angle, and a marvelous sight appeared before him. On the screen, Su Yubai saw a massive, silver flying saucer, with lights, various instruments, and a television screen inside the saucer. Leaving him stunned, he carefully observed the flying saucer through the radio telescope, recording various data such as its size, shape, and reflectivity. Although this flying saucer looked powerful, it showed no signs of threat. Shu Bai immersed himself in his observations and research, completely forgetting the passage of time. He zoomed in and saw inside the spacecraft a bald-headed being whose head was twice the size of a normal human's, with a high and protruding forehead, and tiny ears that were almost negligible. Its skin was unnaturally white, and it had enormous eyes that shone with a blue light. Its mouth was a very round hole with strange wrinkles, and its chin was sharp and small. He concluded that this must be an alien. He quickly took high-definition shots with his camera, realizing that the blue flying saucer was flying toward Earth. Initially, his lens followed the large head, and then he saw the saucer's window open, and two beings floated in. These two individuals were more attractive than humans and looked different from the large-headed being. He captured this moment in time. The flying saucer flew at a speed like a sword cutting through the air, and his radio telescope struggled to keep up. But he had already captured clear photos of the saucer and the aliens inside. Shu Bai published the photos on the Scientist Space Station, a platform gathering many scientists from various countries. Once the photos were released, it was like throwing a large stone into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. Scientists expressed their opinions, and the news quickly spread throughout the scientific community. They believed these photos were an important clue for exploring extraterrestrial civilizations, worthy of further study and exploration. They discussed various strategies to break through existing aerospace technology. This news caught the attention of the director of the research lab and the wealthy businessman Lu Wensheng. Within half an hour, the research lab convened an emergency meeting, deciding to send two scientists to collaborate with Shu Bai in studying the aliens in the photos. Shu Bai immediately pointed out the current difficulties. I do not know the landing location of the aliens, nor do I have any information about which planet they come from. There are no clues at this time. We have already contacted the federal government, and countries around the world will closely monitor the landing situation of the UFO. If necessary, we will take measures to prevent them from posing a threat to Earth. We have a responsibility to protect the safety of our planet. According to the observations from the radio telescope, the blue UFO was indeed flying toward Earth, but had not shown any threatening behavior, Shu Bai explained. This is not something you need to worry about. Continue your research on celestial galaxies. If we find any trace of the aliens, we will inform you and assist you in taking relevant actions. Because of this discovery, the scientists at the Space-Time Research Institute suddenly changed their views on Shu Bai, adding a sense of admiration and affirmation. Chapter 12: The Origin of the Wandering Dragon inside the Dragon Starship No. 9. The Wandering Dragon was resting with his eyes closed in a corner. The loss of the photograph had hit him hard. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans appeared on his forehead, and his face displayed a look of pain. Su Xing pulled Big Head into the cockpit and asked, "Big Head, who is the beautiful girl in the photograph? Do you know? Why is he so sad after losing it?" Big Head was bored and looking for someone to chat with. She enthusiastically began to tell Su Xing the story of the Wandering Dragon. Big Head's voice was sharp and piercing, causing Su Xing to experience tinnitus and headaches with every word he heard. However, he couldn't help but want to know about the Wandering Dragon's past and the origins of that photograph, so he gritted his teeth and listened until the end. From Big Head's fragmented narration, Su Xing pieced together a complete picture of the Wandering Dragon's past and the significance of that photograph to him. The Wandering Dragon's father was the big boss of the largest diamond processing factory on the Diamond Planet. His brother and sister were arranged to work at the factory after graduating from the Cosmic Language School. The Wandering Dragon was likely to start at the factory, just like his siblings, working his way up from the bottom for a few years before inheriting his father's legacy. Moreover, the Wandering Dragon had been learning diamond carving techniques since childhood and had extraordinary talent. His carving skills were unmatched. His father placed great importance on him. Indeed, as soon as he graduated from the Cosmic Language School, his father arranged for him to work at the factory as a diamond carver. He did not want to go against his father's wishes, but also did not want to give up his own dreams. He had always wanted to become a dragon seeker, to extract water resources for the water-scarce Diamond Planet. He had witnessed a former friend transform into a monster with a big head, a thin neck, oversized eyes, and a hoarse voice due to lack of water. The process of mutation was also extremely painful. First, the brain swelled and bones cracked, as if one's bones were being reconstructed, It was unbearable for an ordinary person, and often just a sip of water could halt the mutation. Many inhabitants of the star systems would go so far as to betray family and friends, even kill each other, completely losing their moral compass. The wandering dragon was born with the ability to sense water, and he wanted to use his unique physique to help the residents of the Diamond Planet obtain water resources. He shared his thoughts with his family, but faced opposition from his father and the entire family. He felt tormented, wavering between his father's wishes and his own ideals. Only his girlfriend, Ning Quan, supported his decision. After careful consideration, he firmly chose his path of ideals, which led to a rift with his father. He believed that one day, his father would understand his choice. After a rigorous selection and interview process, the wandering dragon became a dragon seeker in the organization. They equipped him with a blue flying saucer specifically used for traversing different star systems to extract water resources. This job was arduous and fraught with risks. Traveling in space often encountered various unpredictable risks and accidents, such as black holes and dust storms. However, no matter what, Ning Quan would always accompany him on every mission. The wandering dragon didn't want her to take risks, but she always found ways to sneak onto the flying saucer. Helpless against her, he had to take her along and always try to protect her. Together, they spent countless sweet and happy moments along the way. The wandering dragon discovered that the underground ocean of the Obolo star system was rich in water resources. If they could transport this water back to the Diamond Planet through warp space, then the Diamond Planet would no longer have to worry about a lack of water resources. However, Obolo had no intelligent life forms, and all actions were unpredictable. He didn't allow Ning Quan to follow him, but once again, she used tricks to board the blue flying saucer. They set off once more, but this time they were not so lucky. As soon as they landed on Obolo, they encountered a demon black hole. The black hole at the center of this star system was quite small, but there were abnormal gases and dust in the spiral arms of the galaxy. It looked eerie, shrouded in a layer of mysterious darkness that made life unable to survive. Hence it was called a ghost black hole or demon black hole. Why did such abnormalities occur? Could it be related to the small mass of the black hole at the center of the Milky Way? The wandering dragon had no way of knowing. Because of his innate superpower, he narrowly escaped the black hole's dust attack, while Ning Quan, as an ordinary person, could not escape unscathed. The wandering dragon watched helplessly as Ning Quan was taken by the black hole, filling his heart with pain and sorrow. This mission not only failed to extract water resources, but also cost him his beloved Ning Quan. The wandering dragon believed this was a punishment and warning from heaven for his attempts to extract water resources from other planets. He suddenly realized that such predatory behavior was unacceptable. To truly solve the water shortage problem on the Diamond Planet, he needed to find a way to extract water from within the Diamond Planet itself. He worked tirelessly, reviewing a large amount of information. He discovered that water could be extracted from diamonds. And since the Diamond Planet was covered in diamonds, if this technology could be realized, then the Diamond Planet would never lack water resources again. The wandering dragon planned to persuade his father to invest in this research technology. However, before he could start, he was held accountable by the leader of the Dragon Seeker organization, Lin Mu, who demanded that he atone for his sins by going to Earth to extract water resources. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Dragon Seeking Organization. The departure of Ningxuan left Yulong in great pain. He knew that Ningxuan had encountered danger precisely because she followed him to other star systems to extract water resources. He developed a resistance to extracting water resources and regretted not listening to his father's advice to go to the family's diamond factory and work stably as a diamond sculptor. If he had made this decision earlier, perhaps he would not have lost Ningxuan. He began to reflect on his life choices, wanting to discover his true sense of belonging and value of existence. Limu, my current state is not suitable for going to Earth. Please select another dragon seeker, Yulong said. You must not forget the oath you took when you joined the organization, along with your responsibilities and obligations. Limu replied. Yulong remained silent. Limu continued. The citizens of Diamond Planet have mostly mutated into monsters with large heads, thin necks, and big eyes due to a lack of drinking water. You are an exception. Not only do you have a strong innate perception of water, but you have also mutated to develop various superpowers such as water control. If we can find the Star Moon Guardian and utilize its powerful energy to help you extract water resources from Earth for Diamond Planet, our entire planet's citizens will be saved. Li Mu did not mention Ning Xuan, but instead elevated the entire incident to the level of national righteousness. This struck a chord with Yolong's inner sense of mission. He suddenly raised his head and said, Li Mu, the planets we have visited so far have no intelligent life. Earth has intelligent life. Extracting water resources from Earth will destroy its ecological environment and turn it into a second diamond planet. This is an act of plunder. Yulong, you are truly great. The brothers and sisters of Diamond Planet have mutated due to lack of water, and you are still thinking of other planets, Li Mu replied. Perhaps there will be other ways? What other ways? Yulong asked. Earth has advanced technology. I can establish a research institute and find scientists to study how to extract water resources from diamonds. Yulong, we do not have much time to wait, Li Mu insisted. We need to consider the long term. Invading and plundering resources from other planets is a short-term behavior. Yulong, our dragon-seeking organization has joined the alliance of the 8 major star systems. I order you to find a Star Moon Guardian and then go to Earth to extract water resources, Li Mu commanded. Li Mu Yulong hesitated. I have assigned you an assistant who will assist you in completing the task, Li Mu said. He clearly knew that this so-called assistant was most likely Li Mu's spy. At that moment, a man dressed in a diamond coat, just like Yulong, appeared before him. His deep brown eyes were clear, yet concealed an uncommon rebelliousness. His long eyelashes gently rested on his eyes, and his prominent nose seemed to exude a stubborn personality. Yulong, this is Beichun, a technological genius. He will assist you in completing your mission, Li Mu introduced with a smile. Beichun extended his hands to Yulong, his lips curling into a defiant smile. Yulong, please take care of me. Likewise. Yulong firmly shook the big hands with distinct knuckles. Beichun reciprocated, and the two exchanged a subtle competition of strength. You really have a strong grip, Yulong remarked. Your reputation precedes you, Yulong, Beichun replied sincerely. At that moment, Li Mu had someone bring out Yulong's parents, brother, and sister. Yulong, your father has already invested and sponsored our action this time. We will arrange for someone to protect your family's safety while you succeed in your mission. Yulong, his father called him. Yulong suddenly understood that Li Mu had taken his parents as hostages, using real actions to tell him he had to complete this task. Tears welled up in his eyes as he suddenly realized why his father had strongly opposed him becoming a dragon seeker. He had not only lost the person he loved most, Ning Xuan, but also put his family in danger. He initially intended to do this out of idealism and a sense of responsibility, but now it felt like coercion, and he had no choice but to comply. It was too late for regrets. Subsequently, Yulong and Beichun used the dimensional technique developed by scientist Guli to board the dragon ship and went to Diamond Planet to seek the Star Moon Guardian. He took nothing with him except a photo of Ning Xuan to reminisce about her in the stillness of the night, quietly enduring the heart-wrenching pain of losing her. After hearing the story from the large-headed creature, Su Xing finally understood why Yulong always appeared cold and distant, rejecting others. It turned out that Ning Xuan was the root of the problem. Su Xing was curious about what he was like before. So, Yulong wasn't always this cold? It's because of Ning Xuan's departure that his personality changed, becoming an impenetrable iceberg. The old Yulong had been full of smiles, radiating brilliance under the sun, so beautiful that no one could compare, making the girls of Diamond Planet dream of marrying him. The large-headed creature had a look of intoxication, as if she were a girl in love. But her grotesque features and sharp voice made her look nothing like a charming young woman. Instead, she appeared increasingly ugly. Su Xing wondered, could it be that the large-headed creature was once a woman, or even a woman who had a crush on Yulong? What did she look like before? You were also very beautiful, right? Su Xing asked. The large-headed creature's expression suddenly became serious as she took out a photo from her pocket and handed it to Su Xing. This is what I used to look like. Su Xing looked at the photo, then at the large-headed creature, her face showing an expression of disbelief. The girl in the photo had bright, clear eyes that sparkled like stars, and when she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, radiating charm. She suddenly understood Yolong's reason for traveling through the stars to extract water resources and resolved to get along well with Yulong in the future, avoiding direct confrontation with him. In reality, the large-headed creature did not reveal the whole story. Yulong approached her with a purpose. Yulong and Beichun went to the Mirror Planet, both to extract water resources and to find the Star Moon Guardian. The two split up. Yulong searched for water resources while Beichun gathered information and intelligence. After several days of investigation, Beichun discovered that the environmental broadcaster Su Xing possessed half of the Star Moon Guardian, while the other half had fallen to Earth and was missing. They began to follow Su Xing daily, tracking her comings and goings, and marked the outside wall of her apartment. They reported the intelligence obtained from Diamond Planet to Linmu. Linmu ordered Yulong, go to the space station on Mirror Planet to meet with the allied 8 major star systems, borrow the cosmic positioning system from Dr. Long, and find the entrance to Earth. Try to get close to Su Xing and accompany her to Earth. Once the two halves of the Star Moon Guardian merge, we will claim it as our own and extract water resources from Earth for Diamond Planet. Yulong knew that Linmu's actions were wrong, but with his parents and siblings already taken hostage, he had no choice but to obey the orders. He secretly infiltrated the Flying Dragon Star 9, deceived Su Xing into trusting him, and secretly monitored her actions, waiting for the opportunity to complete the task assigned by Linmu. Meanwhile, Su Xing was completely unaware of this. She had her own plans for deceiving Yulong into being her assistant. The two were equally matched. A few days later, Su Xing saw the geometric structures of buildings on Earth, and sensed that Flying Dragon Star 9 was infinitely close to Earth and needed to find an open area to land. However, she did not know that Flying Dragon Star 9 was flying above an airport in Country H. Before she could react, 2 fighter jets suddenly appeared in the sky, desperately accelerating towards Flying Dragon Star 9. Su Xing sensed that Flying Dragon Star 9 had entered the firing range of the 2 jets. She quickly adjusted her speed, executing a 180-degree turn and ascending vertically into the sky. The 2 jets, running out of fuel, were forced to return. Su Xing brought Flying Dragon Star 9 down to land in a sparse, open area. Chapter 14, The Survival Laws of Earth. The Dragon Star 9 landed in a desolate and secluded area, and Su Xing and Yulong stepped down. Subsequently, the Dragon Star 9 shot into the sky like a sword, piercing through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Xing pondered silently about how to survive and complete the task assigned by the 9 colors upon returning to Earth. She looked around. It was a vast Gobi desert, windy, open, and sparsely populated. A few patches of reeds, tamarisks, and red willows were scattered on the ground, and only 1 or 2 mandrakes were blooming with white flowers on the towering sand dunes, appearing particularly striking. In the distance, a village was bathed in the glow of the setting sun, with wisps of smoke rising, making it stand out in the desolate desert. The intermittent barking of dogs added a touch of vitality to this barren land. She assessed that this should be in the desert area of Gansu. Su Xing noticed that after so many years, Earth seemed to have changed little. She couldn't help but think of her past life and how to complete her task to regain her physical form and return to Earth. "I'll go ask what this place is," Yulong said, about to use his teleportation ability, but was stopped by Su Xing. "We came to Earth, so let's try to avoid using superpowers to prevent causing panic among the Earthlings," Su Xing explained. After hearing Su Xing's words, Yulong felt it made sense and stopped using teleportation. Su Xing activated the energy and magnetic field of the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone, silently reciting a protective mantra to seek the guardians of the stars and moon. A small silver dragon leaped out from the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone, transforming into a powerful magnetic field that emitted a dazzling 9-colored glow, instantly unleashing immense energy. A city named Tianshui flashed in her mind, more than 1,300 kilometers away from them. "Yulong, we need to go to Tianshui City," Su Xing said. "I'm your assistant. I'll follow your arrangements," Yulong replied faithfully. At that moment, a red tricycle rumbled closer, with the driver wearing a gray flat cap and holding a cigarette in his mouth. "Master, can you take us to the city?" Su Xing approached to inquire. "Sure, it's 100 yuan. Please pay first," the tricycle driver said, his slender eyes gleaming. It was then that Su Xing realized that after returning to Earth from the Mirror Planet, she only had the universal currency of the Mirror Planet, and the money she brought might not be usable on Earth. The currency circulating on the mirror planet was the cyan star coin, using a light brain for instant payment. However, here, only the renminbi was accepted, and the payment methods were different due to the currency discrepancy. Furthermore, Su Xing could not let the tricycle driver discover any unusual traits about her and Yulong, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Su Xing feigned a pitiful expression and said to the driver, "Master, we came from very far away, and we have no renminbi left. Could you take us to the city first?" The tricycle driver took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze lingering on the diamonds adorning Yulong's cloak. A greedy look in his eyes as he excitedly said, "Young man, the diamonds on you could be used to pay for the fare. You must have at least 100 diamonds on your clothes. Taking one won't cause any loss. Master, even if he pulls off a diamond, it's at least a carat, far exceeding the value of the fare for us." Su Xing thought to herself. The tricycle driver might be able to deceive Yulong, but there was no way he could fool her. She used to do live streaming on Earth, had seen a lot, and knew diamonds very well. The diamonds on Yulong's cloak were priceless treasures. Her words shattered the tricycle driver's fantasy, and his smile gradually faded. He stubbed out his half-finished cigarette on the ground with a grim face and said, "I'll give you a suggestion. Go to the jewelry recycling place in the city to exchange diamonds for money. Can you take us there? After we exchange for renminbi, how about we give you 3 times the fare?" Su Xing asked, "My home is a bit far from the city. Let me call and ask my wife's opinion." The tricycle driver said before stepping aside to make a call. A moment later, a smile returned to his face. "My wife said it's okay. Get in." They got into the vehicle. Su Xing watched as the vast desert slowly disappeared from view and couldn't help but smile. Hearing Su Xing's laughter, Yulong turned his head to glance and asked what happened. Even when faced with such a drastically changed environment, Yulong showed no excitement or agitation on his face. "The contrast is too stark. I just came down from the high-tech Dragonstar number 9, and now I'm on this bumpy little tricycle. I haven't adapted yet," Su Xing replied, opening the light brain on her wrist, preparing to start a live stream. Yulong stopped her. "Su Xing, while you were live streaming in space, you already attracted the attention of the 8 major star systems. They're looking for someone to deal with you. We barely escaped their sight. And continuing to live stream now would be inviting trouble. We should prioritize the bigger picture. Yulong, my idol's light brain, messaged me to live stream quickly. If I don't stream soon, my idol will lose interest." Su Xing pretended to look troubled. "Su Xing, be patient for a while. Once Yawang lowers her guard, we can consider live streaming then." Yulong waved his hand, his tone firm. Su Xing thought to herself that although Yulong always had an icy expression, his words were quite reasonable. She turned off the light brain on her wrist, planning to wait for a suitable opportunity to do interstellar live streaming later. The tricycle sped forward, and the road ahead became increasingly desolate and barren, leading into a narrow, winding, and rugged path. Ahead, a layer of mist enveloped the area, making it impossible to see where the road ended. Only the sound of the wheels crushing the hard stone surface could be heard. "Master, this isn't the road to the city, is it?" Su Xing sensed something was off and asked with a puzzled expression. "The place you were at earlier was in Gansu's Liangzhou City, dozens of kilometers from Homyao City. I wanted to get you there before dark, so I took this small path," the tricycle driver explained with a smile. Su Xing nodded at his explanation, but was still very anxious, as this road seemed narrow and in poor condition, worrying about unexpected incidents. "How much longer until we reach the city?" Su Xing asked again. "About half an hour. Since you came from afar, take a good rest. I'll call you when we arrive," the tricycle driver replied. "Okay." The sky gradually darkened, the warmth of the sun obscured by dark clouds, and the afterglow of sunset flickered in the sky, with stars gradually appearing in the deep blue sky as it turned dark, enveloping everything in a heavy, quiet stillness. She thought about talking to Yulong and saw him resting with his eyes closed, the shadow of his eyelashes falling on his face like delicate feathers, losing the coldness and distance of the day, adding a touch of softness. Under the starlight, the sheen of his eyelashes emitted a captivating mysteriousness, as if they could connect with the entire universe. She didn't disturb him, just quietly watched him, captivated, as beautiful people always made one want to look a little longer. The wheels continued to turn, stopping in front of shabby house, with the distant sound of barking dogs echoing. Su Xing looked around and saw a somewhat dilapidated house, completely unlike the brightly lit city. "Master, where is this?" Su Xing asked again. Suddenly, a few burly men burst out from the house, shouting at them, "Get out of the car!" The tricycle driver yelled at Yulong, "Take off the diamond cloak." Yulong was awakened by the noise, opened his eyes, observed his surroundings with his usual cold expression, and did not respond to the tricycle driver's threat, sitting still in his seat. Chapter 15. Encountering danger in the Gobi Desert, take off your coat, don't dawdle. The tricycle driver shouted loudly. "What do you want? If you're looking for trouble, don't blame us for being rude." Su Xing retorted firmly, her voice filled with confidence and determination. "We want the diamond coat he's wearing. If you know what's good for you, take it off quickly and we'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The tricycle driver's eyes were fierce, and his tone was even more aggressive. "Don't waste time talking to him. Let me handle this." A burly man charged forward and threw a punch at Yulong. However, Yulong remained unfazed, his palm quickly rising to tightly grip the burly man's fist, gently pushing him back. The burly man was instantly knocked down, landing awkwardly on the ground, looking utterly ridiculous. The sudden turn of events left Su Xing in shock. Seeing so many people attacking Yulong alone made her feel indignant, and she thought about having her fans cheer for him. Su Xing opened the holographic computer on her wrist and switched to live broadcast mode. As soon as she appeared on the live stream, a large number of fans flooded into the chat room. Xing, it's been a while since you went live. I miss you." Fans commented. Su Xing replied, "Dear fans, I miss you too. I'm currently in another star system, and someone is trying to steal our diamonds. My assistant Yulong is fighting off the attackers, so everyone can cheer for him." As she spoke, the live stream shifted to the scene. The aggressive, burly man lunged at Yulong, delivering a flying kick aimed at his chest. Yulong remained calm and gently pushed, sending the man flying out like an egg hitting a rock. The tricycle driver's pale face showed signs of terror, and he collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He looked like a small stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples that continued endlessly. Yulong instantly appeared in front of him, gripping the collar of his shirt. His eyes emitted a cold, sharp glare, like a blade, filled with murderous intent, causing the tricycle driver to shake even more. Before Yulong could say a word, the driver, stuttering, yelled, "I was wrong. I'll take you to the city to exchange for money." Yulong leaned closer to the driver's beefy face and coldly said, "If you dare to play tricks again, I'll break your neck." "I won't dare," the tricycle driver answered, trembling. The sudden fight made him deeply realize Yulong's strength, and he no longer dared to harbor thoughts of robbing the diamonds. The popularity of Su Xing's live stream skyrocketed, and fans began sending gifts to support her journey on Earth. After the broadcast ended, Su Xing received even more messages and blessings. However, Yao Guang, who watched the live stream, was so furious that she broke the holographic computer on her wrist. After reprogramming her device, she sent Yulong a message that would be detrimental to Su Xing. Yulong turned to Su Xing, his blue eyes almost popping out, and asked angrily, "Su Xing, did you go live while we were fighting?" "Yulong, my intention was to get some support for you and earn a bit of travel money. I'm an independent woman. I can't rely solely on your diamonds for a living," Su Xing replied with a smile. "Su Xing, we are on Earth right now. Going live can bring us unnecessary trouble and affect your mission," Yulong said, his tone noticeably softer despite his irritation. Su Xing felt guilty and didn't argue, saying, "Got it." After all this commotion, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Even if they reached the city, they could only exchange for cash the next morning. On the way to the city, the wind grew stronger, and the stars were obscured by dark clouds. The clouds had a brownish-black base, with red appearing within them, forming a mix of brown, black, and red strands. The temperature dropped noticeably, and Su Xing felt cold, wrapping her arms tightly around herself, still shivering. Feeling increasingly cold, Su Xing nudged Yulong beside her, desperately hinting, "Yulong, it's so cold. I feel like I'm going to freeze." She thought that Yulong would act like a male lead in a romantic drama, automatically draping his diamond coat over her. However, Yulong, with his usual expressionless demeanor, said, "Just hang in there. We'll find a way when we get to the city." His voice was faint and carried a cold air. "Yulong, lend me your coat." Su Xing dropped her reserve. "I don't lend my clothes," he replied coldly. But you let me wear the diamond necklace you brought me to Earth as a condition. What is so special about a coat? Su Xing teased. The diamond necklace was the condition for bringing you to Earth. Yu Long replied flatly, then fell silent again. Su Xing was exasperated but helpless. She thought to herself that Yu Long truly suited the nickname Ice Sculpture Dragon, as cold as his name suggested. She hugged herself tighter, trying to warm up with her own body heat. The tricycle passed through a stretch of Gobi Desert when suddenly a strong wind arose, and a blinding storm of yellow sand swept in. Accompanied by howling winds, a massive wall of sand slowly advanced, splitting the sky in two. Not good. We're encountering a sandstorm, the tricycle driver shouted. He quickly rolled up the windows, lowered the protective curtain in front of the vehicle, and donned a mask and hat. He skillfully maneuvered the vehicle to a secure, wind-sheltered spot, like a well-trained falcon. Master, will this flying yellow sand blow the car into the sky? Su Xing asked with worry in her eyes. In our area, sandstorms are very common, but I've reinforced this vehicle, so no matter how big the sandstorm, it won't blow in, the tricycle driver replied confidently. Su Xing thought of the haze on the mirror planet, wondering if it was related to this sandstorm, and asked, why do sandstorms happen here so often? Look around. Is there any forest or wildlife within 100 miles? The tricycle driver countered. Indeed, there is very little, she admitted. Exactly. We're in a remote and impoverished area, unlike Shenzhen, where money can be found with closed eyes. The people here are very poor, the natural environment is poor, there is no farmland to plant crops, and good jobs are hard to find. Villagers often go hungry, so they cut down trees to sell for money, leading to the extinction of wildlife and birds migrating south. After they've exploited the forests, everyone rushes to dig for wild vegetables and mine for profit. However, overexploitation of natural resources and excessive deforestation leads to frequent sandstorms, the tricycle driver explained. Su Xing recalled what Jiuzai had said about finding the other half at the star and moon guard, merging them to unleash powerful energy, which could help improve the ecological environment. She couldn't stay here for too long. Once she exchanged for enough money to survive, she would have to find a person who had the other half of the star and moon guard. This is my first time committing a robbery. My child is 8 years old this year and hasn't started school yet. The village is too poor and lacks sufficient educational resources. So a child this big still has no schooling. Without education, they grow up poor, relying on digging natural resources to survive, which will further worsen the ecological environment. So, I thought about stealing the diamonds to sell and build a school in the village so that the children can go to school and one day leave this impoverished area. The tricycle driver choked out. But it's already 2066. Why is it still so poor here? Su Xing asked, confused. 2066? It's March 2008 now. The tricycle driver replied, somewhat surprised. Su Xing was even more shocked. Her consciousness had been on the mirror planet for so long. Yet Earth was still stuck in March 2008. Was it because her consciousness returned to Earth, awakening her memories from when she left? Or was it due to a distortion in time and space? After all, every planet has its own time and space differences. Her consciousness had been on the mirror planet for many years, and with Mingwe's physical body returning to Earth, time and space had shifted. As she thought about these things, her eyelids began to droop, and unable to hold on any longer, she fell asleep in the car. Chapter 16. Exchanging diamonds for RMB when the sandstorm stopped. It was already the next morning. Su Xing slowly opened her eyes, and the bright sun shone on her. Warm and comfortable, she lazily raised her hands and rubbed her sleepy big eyes, realizing that she was still in the same place as yesterday. But there were inexplicably more pavilions for clients to rest in. Yu Long was lying in one of the pavilions, but the driver who had taken them yesterday was nowhere to be found. Did the driver steal the diamond coat and run away? Su Xing felt a bit panicked. She hurried over and found that the diamond coat was still on Yu Long, and she breathed a sigh of relief. This diamond coat was especially important to them and must not be lost. Yu Long, wake up, the driver is missing, Su Xing called to Yu Long. What happened? Yu Long yawned and asked. The driver who was supposed to take us to the city has disappeared, Su Xing repeated. Let's flag down another vehicle to take us. Yu Long said calmly. In the distance, a tricycle was approaching them, and a hint of joy crossed Su Xing's face as she rushed over to hail it. When the vehicle got closer, she realized it was the same one from yesterday, with the same driver. For years have passed, and I see you again. Why have you come back to this poor place? The driver looked surprised and delighted to see her. For years? How is that possible? Just one night has passed. Su Xing pulled Yulong aside and asked. Su Xing, I suspect it might be because we come from a planet outside of Earth. Everything we see on Earth needs to be transmitted at the speed of light to reach us. The speed of light is a finite speed, 300,000 kilometers per second. No matter how fast it is, as long as the speed is limited, everything we see on Earth is just a reflection of the past, Yulong explained. Does that mean if we stay on Earth too long, we will overlap with Earth's time? Su Xing asked again. That's possible, Yulong replied after thinking for a moment. Master, please take us to the city, and we'll pay you 3 times the fare. Su Xing changed the subject and said to the tricycle driver. Okay, for years have passed. Is the problem you mentioned still there? Su Xing asked. It's getting worse. The children still don't have schools, the tricycle driver said. And both sides fell into thought. Yulong seemed indifferent to the topic, but Su Xing was troubled. She wanted to help them solve their difficulties, but her power was limited now. She glanced at Yulong and saw the diamond in his ear, and an idea struck her. Yulong, when we get to the market, let's exchange some diamonds for money and invest in building schools and planting trees here. How about that? Su Xing's face blossomed with a bright smile, radiant and charming. She thought to melt Yulong's icy heart with her enthusiasm and evoke his compassion and sympathy. Su Xing, it's good that you have this idea, but I don't. I can only ensure that we can survive on Earth. Yulong said with his usual calm demeanor and an indifferent expression. Hearing Yulong's response, Su Xing's smile instantly vanished. She felt disappointed and frustrated. She had always thought they shared the same goals and were on the same front. She didn't expect that Yulong didn't agree with her idea. Yulong, since our goals are not aligned, let's split up. That way, I won't be affected by your icy demeanor, Su Xing said somewhat angrily. Hearing this, Yulong suddenly jumped off the tricycle without warning. Yulong, you really got off. Su Xing's shouted. Her voice was blown away by the wind as the tricycle sped away, unable to reach Yulong's ears, and he had disappeared into the vast desert. Su Xing muttered to herself, where will this ice sculpture dragon go? With Yulong gone, she was troubled over how to exchange diamonds for RMB. Since she needed Yulong's help, why did she have that attitude towards him? Did this mean she could only use the 9-color dragon fantasy stone to resolve the situation? But using such a small matter to consume the energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone would be wasteful. Moreover, the 9-color dragon had told her not to use the stone unless it was a critical moment. Using it once would deplete energy and reduce magnetism. When the tricycle arrived at the market, the entire street was brightly lit and bustling, contrasting sharply with the previously poor and remote area. The tricycle driver brought Su Xing to the front of a diamond jewelry recycling shop and was about to turn to leave when Su Xing stopped him. Don't go yet. I'll exchange for money and pay you for the fare before you leave. In reality, Su Xing had nothing valuable to exchange, but she didn't want the tricycle driver to leave just like that. She was unfamiliar with this place and might need to ask him about something. The diamond clothes on the man with you are valuable, but since he got off, what will you use to exchange for money at the jewelry store? The tricycle driver asked, looking skeptical. I have a way, Su Xing said calmly on the surface, but she felt uncertain inside. She walked into the jewelry store, thinking of exchanging her platinum earrings for some pocket money to get by. At the counter, Su Xing took off her earrings and asked the sales clerk, Miss, how much are these platinum earrings worth? These earrings can be exchanged for 2,000 yuan, the sales clerk said after testing the earrings. Sales clerk, how much can this diamond be exchanged for in RMB? Yulong. Su Xing turned her head to see Yulong and exclaimed in surprise. After Yulong suddenly left, Su Xing wasn't angry or suspicious. Seeing him return brought a happy smile to her face. Yulong felt a sigh of relief in his heart, but when he remembered that Yao Guang had tasked him with removing Su Xing, he felt an unprecedented heaviness and conflict. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The sales clerk put on gloves and carefully took the diamond, placing it under the light for a closer look. She put the diamond on a measuring instrument to test its purity and weight. After the evaluation, the sales clerk smiled with satisfaction. Madam, this diamond is 6 carats and worth 3 million yuan. You need to provide a bank account, and we will transfer the money to your account through online banking. The sales clerk smiled, revealing two shallow dimples, appearing gentle and serene. Only then did Su Xing remember that she needed to get a bank card. However, she was currently using the identity of Hemingway from the Mirror Planet and couldn't use it on Earth. To have an identity on Earth, she needed to find her previous self, which would take time and delay her search for the target under the protection of the star and moon. Su Xing pulled Yulong outside the jewelry recycling shop and noticed the diamond earrings in his ears. She suggested to exchange for larger diamonds. We need a bank card and ID, but that might be difficult for us right now. How about we first exchange this diamond earring for 2 smaller diamonds? Yulong nodded in agreement and then said, Su Xing, if you want to invest here to build schools and plant trees, we need to find someone to help us. For some reason, Yulong not only did not carry out the task given by Yao Guang, but also became inexplicably inclined to help Su Xing fulfill her wish. We're unfamiliar with this place and don't know anyone. Who can we ask for help? Su Xing fell into thought. Let's ask the tricycle driver for his bank account. After we exchange, we can transfer the money to his account, Yulong suggested. Can we trust him to transfer the money to his account? Considering he previously tried to steal the diamond coat, Su Xing expressed her concerns. Su Xing, I got off to investigate the background and character of the tricycle driver. His name is He Ziyuan, and he has done many good deeds for the villagers. He is well regarded in the village as a good person and treats his wife and children well. It's just that his family is too poor, and seeing my diamond coat made him have ill thoughts. So you got off to do this just now? Su Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise. Yulong nodded and then said, Su Xing, let's exchange some small diamonds first and keep some cash on hand. The money from exchanging the big diamonds will be transferred to He Ziyuan's account for investing in building schools and reforestation. Su Xing nodded repeatedly. He didn't expect this ice sculpture dragon to be so strategic and well-planned. Having such an assistant is truly a relief. Chapter 17 Investment in the Tamarisk Forest. Yulong took off a diamond earring from his ear and handed it to Su Xing. They walked into a jewelry recycling store, and Su Xing handed the earring to the salesperson, saying, We would like to exchange this small diamond today. The salesperson repeated the process and smiled, saying, This diamond is 2 carats and worth 200,000 yuan. Would you prefer cash or bank transfer? Cash, Su Xing replied. The dimpled salesperson took out a bag of cash and continued to smile, saying, You can count it. No need, the machine will count it correctly. Su Xing walked out of the hall with a bag of money and paid the tricycle driver waiting outside. After thanking her, the driver was about to leave when Su Xing called out to him, Master He, I know you are a good person of integrity. The previous incident of stealing the diamond cloak was driven by your urgent desire to build a school for your child, and we do not intend to pursue this matter. Now, we have 2 important investment plans that need your assistance. One is that we want to invest in building a school in your village, and the other is to invest in planting tamarisk, sand willows, national locust trees, and asbestos in the Gobi Desert to prevent wind and sand. Are you willing to help us realize these plans? Hearing Su Xing's investment invitation, He Ziyuan replied excitedly, I am willing. No matter how hard or tiring it is, I am happy to do it. Master He, we need to draft an investment contract for both parties to sign. That's not a problem. Thank you for your trust. I will work hard, and you can come to inspect at any time, He Ziyuan said confidently. I believe in you. They walked back into the jewelry recycling store, and Su Xing said to the dimpled beauty, We want to exchange this 9-carat diamond for cash. After handing the diamond to her, the dimpled beauty verified its authenticity as per usual and said, This diamond is very rare and precious, worth a high amount. We need to follow the required procedures and get approval from the management before we can proceed with the exchange. Please be patient. Okay, time passed slowly, and after 2 hours, there was still no news from the dimpled beauty. Su Xing was worried that the exchange would take too long. As the clock struck midnight, 4 years had passed in Earth time, delaying her search for the Star Moon Guardian in Tianshui City. Miss Dimple, when will we have results for the diamond exchange? Su Xing asked. The dimpled beauty smiled politely and said, Please wait a moment. Due to the large amount of the diamond exchange, we are currently rechecking. I will notify you as soon as we have results. After the dimpled beauty finished speaking, another 2 hours passed without any response. Su Xing could no longer sit still. She paced back and forth in the hall, feeling extremely anxious. She walked over and asked the dimpled beauty again about the results. This time, the dimpled beauty replied, "Our recheck has just been approved. Your exchange amount is 6 million yuan. You will need to go to the bank to complete the transfer. Thank you for resting in the hall. Please wait a little longer." Su Xing thought that a large transfer amount would be safer outside the hall. So she said to the dimpled beauty, "We will go with you." "Sure, no problem," the dimpled beauty replied. "I have a vehicle. I will take you to the bank." He Ziyuan said. Okay. They took He Ziyuan's tricycle to the nearby bank. As the year-end approached, there were many customers in the business hall. Under the direction of the hall manager, the dimpled beauty went to the counter to fill out a transfer slip. Suddenly, 6 masked robbers with black masks and holding shotguns burst into the business hall. They used explosives to blow up the bulletproof glass, and the tellers immediately dropped their work and hid behind the counters, terrified and even afraid to breathe. The head of security called the police and notified all security personnel to be on high alert. The robbers aimed their guns at the head of security. In a critical moment, Yulong instantly moved in front of the armed robber, easily snatched the gun from his hand, and crushed it. The robbers were shocked to see such a powerful figure appear before them. They attempted to escape through the main door, but it had already been blocked by security personnel, and the police arrived in time. Ultimately, the 6 robbers were escorted onto a police car. Yulong suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention, and the bank manager wanted to award him for his bravery. Yulong was unsure how to handle this situation and looked to Su Xing, hoping she could help resolve this tricky problem. Understanding his thoughts, Su Xing decisively declined the award for him. She didn't want any complications that could hinder her search for the Star Moon Guardian. "Manager, thank you for your kindness. We appreciate it. We have other important things to do, and if you really want to express your gratitude, you can help us process the transfer promptly." "That's easy. I will have the teller assist you right away." With the manager's arrangement, the dimpled beauty quickly processed the transfer procedures. "I received the money," He Ziyuan exclaimed excitedly. "I've never seen such fast service at a bank before," the dimpled beauty remarked. Su Xing said, "Miss Dimple, we need to sign an investment contract. Thank you for being a witness." "No problem," the dimpled beauty readily agreed. With the dimpled beauty as a witness, they drafted an investment contract. The contract clearly stated their investment content, including building a school and planting tamarisk, sand willows, national locust trees, and asbestos in the Gobi region to prevent wind and sand. With a total investment amount of 6 million yuan, along with the investment account, the contract specified the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. At the end of the contract, all 3 parties signed and sealed it to show their agreement. They were unaware that the scene that had just unfolded had been recorded and made the front page of the local newspaper, causing a sensation. The Time-Space Research Institute, where Shi Bai was located, also noticed this trending topic and became very interested. When he saw the hero who had punished the robbers in the newspaper, he became even more excited. The hero was the alien who had previously appeared in his photos. Shi Bai proactively applied to the Research Institute to go to the scene to find Yulong. His application received support from the organization, and he was assigned 3 colleagues as assistants. However, due to time differences, would they be able to find Su Xing and Yulong? After Su Xing and Yulong signed the investment contract, they accepted He Ziyuan's invitation to go to the village where the school would be built to plant osmanthus trees. "I will always remember your kindness. I will dedicate my life to the school and Gobi greening projects. Thank you for planting 2 osmanthus trees at the school construction site. When the osmanthus trees bloom, the school and Gobi greening will make great progress. The osmanthus trees will be a witness. Master He, we will return in the spring when the flowers bloom. If you encounter any difficult problems, feel free to call us," Su Xing said with a smile. "Okay. Thank you for trusting me. I will work hard and not let you down," He Ziyuan said, tears of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. He Ziyuan drove them to the school construction site and dug 2 holes. Su Xing and Yulong placed the osmanthus saplings in, and He Ziyuan used a shovel to fill the soil and finally level the ground. It was both of their first times planting trees. Su Xing felt extremely happy, her face displaying a joyful expression, while Yulong remained expressionless, as if nothing could make him smile. After this was done, Su Xing was ready to find a mysterious person who possessed the other half of the Star Moon Guardian. Time was pressing, and Su Xing wanted to utilize the powerful energy of the nine-colored fantasy stone to locate the mysterious person. However, the nine-colored stone had mentioned that it should be used cautiously. Using it once would reduce its energy and magnetic force. A hint of uncertainty crossed her face. Yulong seemed to sense Su Xing's thoughts and maintained his usual indifferent expression, saying, "Su Xing, don't overthink it. If you keep getting tangled up like this, we won't be able to achieve our goals." Su Xing thought, the transformation of Yulong is just too fast. Just now, he invested in building a school for her, turning the desert into an oasis, inquiring about Hezion's background, exchanging diamonds for RMB to invest, and putting in both money and effort, which moved her greatly. They had just completed this matter, and he had turned into an ice sculpture dragon. Su Xing has always believed that if others respect her a foot, she would respect them a mile. She couldn't stand others showing her a cold face. "You can act alone, don't follow me," Su Xing said with a sideways glance at him, her tone not pleasant. "I am your assistant now. Wherever you go, I go," Yulong replied, his expression consistently indifferent, emanating an extremely strong sense of coldness. However, Su Xing could clearly capture the strong determination to follow her in those deep blue eyes. Seeing Yulong's determination, her worries dissipated. Perhaps this is Yulong's nature, not good at smiling, appearing cold and distant, but warming people's hearts through his actions. Su Xing activated the nine-colored dragon fantasy stone, silently reciting the door of happiness in her heart, thinking about finding the mysterious person who has the other half protected by the stars and moon. Within the nine-colored dragon fantasy stone, a silver little dragon swam, leaping up and bursting out from the fantasy stone, transforming into a powerful magnetic field that emitted the light of silver pearls. In an instant, they arrived at the target area. Chapter 18, rescuing the bullied girl Su Xing and Yulong suddenly arrived in a completely new and unfamiliar place. The sun was scorching, baking the earth, and a wave of heat engulfed them, making it difficult for Su Xing to breathe. She fanned herself with her hands while looking around to see where she was. It felt somewhat familiar, reminiscent of her time at the space school on Earth. Groups of students were heading towards classrooms. Probably due to the hot weather, there were not many students outside the campus. In a secluded corner of the school, Su Xing noticed a group of more than a dozen girls surrounding a frail girl with big eyes. A tall girl forcefully slapped the frail girl on the left cheek, pointing at her nose and menacingly said, "This is the consequence of meddling. Don't think you can live peacefully in school. Don't think you can study well. And don't even think about going to the space university." Next to the tall girl, a pretty girl also joined in, giving the frail girl 2 resounding slaps. The frail girl's face was marked with 10 bright red handprints, and she covered her face with her hands, her big, expressive eyes welling up with tears. Her hair was drenched in sweat, clinging to her forehead, making her look particularly miserable. The other girls joined in jeering. "Shuejia, continue to hit her. Don't go easy on this little brat. Hit her until she is scared. Hit her until she begs for mercy." Shuejia was the tall, strong girl. Her small, squinty eyes revealed a fierce intent, looking nothing like a high school student, but rather like a street gang leader. Juju, the slightly shorter and prettier girl next to Shuejia, mimicked her every action. Whatever Shuejia did, she did too, with an evil smile on her face. Shuejia raised her foot to kick the frail girl in the stomach. Unable to watch any longer, Su Xing shouted, "Stop hitting her. Aren't you afraid someone might get hurt?" Yulong grabbed her, whispering, "Don't forget our purpose for being here. Don't waste time. I can't stand seeing many people bully one person. Even if we leave, I want to feel at ease," Su Xing retorted angrily, breaking free from Yulong. Su Xing's powerful aura intimidated the girls. They all turned to look at her, as if she were a monster. One of the girls asked, "Who are you? Go away, or we'll include you in this." Shuejia sneered, "Another meddler. Looks like we have more to do now." As soon as she finished speaking, the girls dragged the frail girl over to Su Xing, surrounding the two of them. The tall and strong Shuejia strode over, grabbing Su Xing by the neck with her left hand while reaching out to hit her with her right. Su Xing remained calm, gently lifted her hand, caught Shuejia's wrist, and with a slight force, easily subdued the hand that was gripping her neck, forcing it away. With a light flick of her wrist, she sent Shuejia flying onto the playground. Su Xing dusted off her hands, placed her hands on her hips, and stood in front of the girls, grinning wickedly. Her long, slender legs exposed beneath her red skirt glimmered white, making her look both cool and beautiful. The jeering girls had never seen the leader get knocked down before. They held their breath, their faces pale with fear. As the class bell rang, the girls scattered like birds fleeing. The frail girl with big eyes trembled, standing still. Su Xing walked over and asked, "What is your name? Why did they hit you?" "My name is Mingwei. My friend Jiang Yuding was framed as a scapegoat for Shuijie's brother and ended up in prison. I was seeking justice for Jiang Yuding and got retaliated against." Her voice was very soft, like a whisper, light as a feather. Upon hearing the name, Mingwei, Su Xing felt shocked. The name was so similar to that of the host of the Mirror Planet. Was it just a coincidence, or was there some deeper meaning behind it? A strong curiosity surged within Su Xing as she began to ponder whether there might be a more profound connection. At that moment, the 9-colored magical stone around Su Xing's neck emitted a colorful glow. She wondered if this girl was related to the Star Moon Guardians. But the frail girl looked too weak to be someone protected by the nebula. Time was pressing, and Su Xing couldn't concern herself with the girl's troubles any longer. She said, "Mingwei, the bell has rung. Hurry back to class." Mingwei shook her head vigorously, her big eyes filled with fear. "Why don't you want to go back to class?" Su Xing asked. "Most of my classmates are Shuijie spies. If I go back, I will definitely be bullied. I'm really scared." Her voice was so weak, it was almost inaudible in the unusually quiet corner. "Since I've helped, I'll see it through. I'll take you back to class," Su Xing said, thinking it wouldn't take much time. "Thank you," Mingwei whispered. "Su Xing, we have more important things to do," Yulong said expressionlessly. "Yulong, I saw someone bullying her. How can I bear to not help her? Since our goal is to make all the star systems better. Star systems are made up of beautiful and intelligent beings. Helping them can also make the entire star system better. Su Xing, we need to prioritize the bigger picture." "I know. Just let me take her back to class." Yulong was almost exasperated, feeling like he had been talking to a wall. He had no choice but to follow her and see how things played out. Su Xing took Mingwei to the classroom door. Encouraged by Su Xing, Mingwei timidly walked into the classroom. Just as she sat down in her seat, a bag of dust fell from above onto her head. Dust covered Mingwei's head, body, and eyes. Tears streamed down her face, mixing with the dust, making her look particularly pitiful. The teacher continued lecturing at the blackboard, completely ignoring her tragic state. Su Xing could no longer stand it and burst into the classroom like a gust of wind. All the students turned to look at her. The students whispered among themselves, "Is she a movie star? She's really beautiful. Look at those long, straight legs. They're comparable to a Model S." The teacher, realizing someone had rushed into the classroom, turned and loudly said to Su Xing, "We are in class, and your sudden entrance is disrupting my teaching and the students' learning." "Teacher, didn't you see? A student has had a bag of dust dumped on her head. Shouldn't you do something?" Su Xing said indignantly. The teacher's face turned red and white, his hand holding the chalk poised in the air for a long time without falling. Their bullying behavior made him feel angry and helpless. "Teacher, shouldn't you do something?" Su Xing continued to question. "Who dumped the dust on Mingwei? Please stand up," the teacher said, his authoritative gaze scanning the classroom. The air in the classroom suddenly froze, and it was so quiet that one could hear the faint rustle of leaves outside. Yet no one stood up. "Mingwei, who just dumped a bag of dust on your head?" the teacher asked. Mingwei shook her head, her tear-filled eyes showing fear. The dirt on her face made her look particularly disheveled. "Mingwei, don't be afraid. Be brave and say it." Su Xing's powerful aura gave Mingwei strength. Mingwei pointed to a boy sitting diagonally across from her, with dyed red hair, dressed in branded clothes, looking nonchalant. Su Xing assessed the boy. His outfit was nothing like that of a high school student, but rather like a delinquent. She estimated he was likely in cahoots with the tall, strong girl Shuijie from earlier. Generally, kids like him had a social background. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so brazen in front of a teacher. The red-haired boy was identified and showed a fierce expression in his eyes. He suddenly stood up from his seat and picked up a stool to throw at Mingwei. completely disregarding the teacher. All the students turned their attention to He Mingyue, holding their breath, worried that the stool would smash her head. Just at that critical moment, Yulong's body emitted a diamond-like glow, and, like lightning, he instantly appeared in front of He Mingyue, snatching the stool from the boy's hand. Wow, so cool. The girls let out a series of screams. You better mind your own business, the red-haired boy shouted angrily, not caring that this was in class. His handsome but rebellious face twisted in anger, becoming quite unpleasant. Yulong gently held his hand and turned it behind his back, causing the boy to lose his previous ferocity and cry out in pain. Sir, this is a classroom. Please be mindful of your behavior, the teacher said angrily, feeling that his authority was being challenged. Teacher, you can move He Mingyue to the front row, and we will leave immediately, Su Xing said firmly. Wan Shui, switch seats with He Mingyue, the teacher said gently, with a cautious tone. Wan Shui shot a fierce glare at Su Xing, hesitated for a long time, and reluctantly stood up to switch places with He Mingyue. Yulong released the red-haired boy, who kept rubbing his wrist, and sat back down obediently. Su Xing accompanied He Mingyue to the bathroom to wash off the dust from her head, and then they returned to the classroom for class. This time, she sat in the front row, far away from the two troublemakers. As Su Xing left, He Mingyue gave her a long-lost smile to bid her farewell. She confidently set off on the journey to find the Star Moon Guardian. However, she found it strange that after leaving He Mingyue's line of sight, the colorful dragon's magical stone no longer emitted its colorful energy. They searched for a long time in the city center, but found no clues. They were unaware that someone was looking for their whereabouts. Scientist Su Xing used a laser telescope to publish a photo of the big-headed creature online, releasing a paper on aliens, which caused a stir and sparked intense discussion among netizens. For this reason, Su Xing called the police, hoping to collaborate with them to find Su Xing and Yulong. However, Su Xing did not understand that there was a time difference between Su Xing and Yulong and Earth. So every time he thought he was close to finding them, for years had already passed. The police began to suspect that the photo of the big-headed creature taken by Su Xing was a misunderstanding and gave up the search. But Su Xing had seen the big-headed creature with his own eyes and firmly believed that there must be some sort of error obstructing their search. So he never gave up. He devoted all his time to researching the differences between aliens coming to Earth and humans. Chapter 19. Locking onto the targets, Su Xing and Yulong wandered around the city center for 2 hours, but they did not find any clues about the Star Moon Guardian. Instead, their striking appearances attracted frequent attention from passersby, who turned their heads to watch them. Su Xing felt the gazes of those around her. She was not used to such attention and just wanted to find clues about the Star Moon Guardian as soon as possible. Suddenly, she remembered that the 9-color dragon fantasy stone emitted a colorful glow every time it encountered He Mingyue. She believed that the Star Moon Guardian was still related to He Mingyue. Yulong, I think the girl named He Mingyue might be the mysterious person who possesses the other half of the Star Moon Guardian. Every time I get close to her, the 9-color dragon fantasy stone emits a powerful energy glow, Su Xing said. Let's go back and ask her, Yulong replied. He rarely spoke, but whenever he did, he always managed to touch Su Xing's heart. Su Xing suspected that he had a superpower to see through people's hearts. Okay, let's go now. They returned to the school. Su Xing noticed ahead in her line of sight that a girl was running forward with all her might. Her hair was soaked with sweat, and her face was streaked with tears. As Su Xing got closer, she realized that the girl running was indeed He Mingyue. He Mingyue, why are you running? Su Xing approached and grabbed her hand to ask. Wan Shui is out for revenge on me. If they catch up, I'm bound to get beaten. He Mingyue gasped, her forehead drenched in sweat, sticking to her cheeks, looking particularly disheveled. He Mingyue, don't be afraid. I'm here, Su Xing said, feeling a strange urge to protect the girl. He Mingyue, if you keep running, I'll beat you to death. Wan Shui caught up, her eyes filled with a fierce glare like an eagle, speaking in an arrogant tone. Upon hearing Wan Shui's threats, He Mingyue bent down, crossing her arms over her shoulders, her body trembling slightly like a frightened little bird. Her hands and feet shook continuously, as if she might fall at any moment. Su Xing stood in front of her, blocking their path, her slightly wavy long hair dancing in the wind. Under her red long dress, One long leg lightly touched the ground while the other leg firmly supported her, exuding confidence and beauty. The girls were intimidated by Su Xing's powerful aura and stopped pursuing. Upon noticing the handsome guy standing next to Su Xing, their fierce expressions softened into infatuation, and they exclaimed, "That's the handsome guy from this morning. What are you doing? If you can't handle this little temptation, how can you call yourselves Wan Shue's followers?" Wan Shue shouted at the girls. The girls finally snapped back to reality, glaring angrily at the three of them. Wan Shue turned to Su Xing and yelled, "This has nothing to do with you. Don't block our way. I'm taking care of He Mingyue's matter today," Su Xing declared assertively. "Sisters, beat them up," Wan Shue shouted, and the girls surged forward. "Stop, stop, stop. Listen to me. You are still high school students. Don't always solve problems with fighting," Su Xing shouted, crossing her arms. "Anyone who offends our sister, Shue, deserves to be beaten." The girls halted under Su Xing's commanding presence, but they still did not stop shouting. "Tell me, what did Mingyue do wrong that made you hate her so much? What needs to be done to resolve this issue? She colluded with the police to investigate my brother, which got him imprisoned. She doesn't even know her own weight. She is too overconfident," Wan Shue said arrogantly. "Wan Shue, I will talk to He Mingyue about this. You all should stop chasing her," Su Xing persuaded. "Fine, I'll trust you this once. But if she continues to collude with the police to investigate my brother, you both will regret it," Wan Shue said, her eyes fierce. And with a glance, the girls dispersed. This morning, Wan Shue had witnessed the fighting power of the unknown handsome guy next to Su Xing. With him by Su Xing's side, she felt somewhat wary. Even if she didn't give herself a way out now and insisted on attacking, it would be them who ended up at a disadvantage. Su Xing looked at the trembling He Mingyue and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Wan Shue has left. Tell me what happened between you two. I want to help you." He Mingyue slowly lifted her head and began to recount the events that led to the current situation. Chapter 20. Falling into different galaxies, He Mingyue's good friend, Jiang Yuding, experienced a family upheaval. Under the encouragement of her stepmother, her father cut off her school funding. And if she wanted to continue her education, she had to earn her own tuition. Jiang Yuding's biggest dream was to go to college and leave her cold home. So she took a part-time job during the summer to earn tuition fees. She heard that KTV service staff had high wages, so she applied for a job there. It was here that she met Wan Shue's brother, Wan Zhang. Wan Zhang bought her drinks and showed her warmth and care. Jiang Yuding, who had lacked affection since childhood, became deeply immersed in Wan Zhang's kindness. Without fully understanding the situation, she inexplicably helped Wan Zhang hide ecstasy pills. However, when the police caught them, Wan Zhang completely shirked responsibility, resulting in Jiang Yuding being sentenced to 8 years in prison. Her father and stepmother then distanced themselves from her. He Mingyue learned that Jiang Yuding had been unwittingly drawn into this incident and felt sympathy for her plight, actively seeking to help. She told her friend Zhang Yu about the matter, and with Zhang Yu's introduction, she recounted the entire story to Zhang Yu's father, who worked at the police station. Through an investigation, Zhang Yu's father discovered that Wan Zhang had invested the money he made from selling ecstasy into a cold chain food company owned by Xiaoju's father. This cold chain food company used hormones on all its chickens, ducks, and pork, selling them at high prices in the market. As a result, Wan Zhang was targeted by the police. During a drug sale, he was caught red-handed by an undercover officer. However, Wan Zhang was released after just 1 month. While Zhang Yu's father was dismissed from his position, Wan Shue believed that her brother's imprisonment was caused by He Mingyue, and she developed a deep hatred for her, initiating a path of revenge against her. Wherever He Mingyue went, she faced continuous bullying from her classmates, who maliciously gave her various ugly nicknames that circulated around the school, making her unable to lift her head. Every class time, He Mingyue found either her desk filled with trash or scratched, or trash dumped on her head, among other bullying behaviors, which made her feel extremely frustrated and lonely. What terrified He Mingyue was that Wan Shue had gathered an outside gang waiting for her on her way home, intending to humiliate and bully her. Fortunately, some kind classmates warned her, so she was not caught by them. But on the occasions when she couldn't escape, she often had old injuries that hadn't healed and new ones constantly appearing. She dared not tell her mother or teachers. She became timid, insecure, irritable, introverted, evasive, self-denying, tense, anxious, and depressed. After listening to He Mingyue's story, Su Xing asked her, He Mingyue, if I help you settle this matter, can you help me with something in return? He Mingyue humbly responded, My abilities are limited. What do you need help with? Can I manage it? Su Xing took out half of the Star Moon Guardian from her pocket and asked, He Mingyue, do you have a spirit stone like the Star Moon Guardian? He Mingyue picked up the Star Moon Guardian and examined it carefully, then said, I have a similar one that I won as a reward during a school environmental activity last year. But at the beginning of the year, we participated in a practical activity at the aerospace school, successfully flying into space and conducting field surveys on the moon. Unfortunately, it shattered into 4 pieces, and now I only have 2 small pieces left. The other 2 are scattered on different planets. Do you know which planets the other 2 pieces are scattered on? Su Xing asked. I don't know. At that time, I lost consciousness, and after I came back, I couldn't remember what happened that day. I haven't participated in any other school aerospace practical activities since then, He Mingyue replied. Su Xing thought to herself that He Mingyue's experience was eerily similar to her own when she went to the Mirror Planet, with even the details of the events being so alike. What could be the connection? For now, He Mingyue couldn't recall which galaxies the other 2 pieces of the Star Moon Guardian had scattered into. They could only search for the 2 fragments that she currently possessed. He Mingyue, can you take me to see the 2 Star Moon Guardian fragments you have now? Su Xing asked eagerly. Not right now, I'm afraid. The key to the storage room is with my mother, and she's working the night shift today, so she'll be back late, He Mingyue answered. Let's go find your mom for the key, Su Xing said, her mood tense and anxious. As the clock struck midnight, 4 more years would pass on Earth. 4 years was a long time, and there were many changes. She needed to find He Mingyue again, and there were too many variables to reassess. With a high cost of time, she couldn't miss any opportunity today. My mom's workplace doesn't allow outsiders in, He Mingyue said cautiously. He Mingyue, I will help you settle the matter with Wan Shui, and you take me back to see the Star Moon Guardian. By then, your mom will also be back. Su Xing proposed. Okay, that works. Su Xing pulled Yulong aside and said quietly, Let's act separately. You go gather evidence of Wan Xiang's crimes, and I'll arrange a meeting with Wan Shui. Can you handle that little girl by yourself? Yulong asked. You can contribute a few diamonds to get it done. Su Xing replied, staring steadily at Yulong. Yulong took a diamond from his ear and said, I can't be too extravagant. I need it for my future plans. You have enough diamonds. Just the diamonds on your cloak are worth the wealth of a small country. After saying that, she took another diamond from Yulong. Diamonds that were worthless on the diamond planet became extraordinarily precious on Earth, and he felt immense pain watching Su Xing take the diamonds. Su Xing playfully winked at him. I sculpt your dragon. Hurry up, and you'll earn it back later. After Yulong left, Su Xing asked He Mingyue for Wan Shui's phone number to arrange a meeting to discuss He Mingyue's situation. Wan Shui readily agreed. About half an hour later, Wan Shui appeared at the designated location, followed by a group of little girls. Wan Shui, I've already negotiated with He Mingyue. She won't investigate your brother's matter anymore. Can we come to a handshake agreement on this? This beautiful sister, do you think we're easy to fool? It's not that simple, Wan Shui said, looking around to confirm that the ice sculpture handsome guy was not present, and her courage immediately grew, her speech becoming less restrained. Wan Shui, what do you want? Su Xing asked with a smile. You and I go head to head. If you win, we can talk, Wan Shui provocatively said. Okay, let's make it a promise. With everyone here as witnesses, Su Xing said, stretching her neck and wrists. He Mingyue looked timidly, lowered her head, tugged at Su Xing's clothes, and whispered, Su Xing. Don't. Before she could finish her sentence, Wan Shui had already thrown a punch at Su Xing. Su Xing tilted her head and skillfully dodged. Wan Shui then kicked, but Su Xing, protected by the 9-color dragon fantasy stone, had energy far stronger than an ordinary person. She only gently pushed Wan Shui, sending her several meters away. Su Xing walked over and asked, Are you still going to fight? How do you plan to resolve He Mingyue's matter? No more fighting. I want to be sisters with He Mingyue. Wan Shui quickly changed her attitude. I'll take charge. If you truly want to be sisters with He Mingyue, I'll give you a welcome gift. After saying that, she took out Yulong's diamond earrings and handed them to Wan Shui. This diamond was unique and dazzling. Simply too beautiful. Wan Shui couldn't help but take the diamond, admiring it in her hands. This diamond belongs to you now, Su Xing said with a smile. Wan Shui excitedly walked over, hugged He Mingyue tightly, and said to the girls, He Mingyue is my sister from now on. No one is allowed to bully her. After Wan Shui and the others left, He Mingyue took Su Xing back home. Their home was an old 3-story building, with the first 2 floors rented out. As they passed the first and second floors, the hallway was filled with noise, and some tenants had their doors open, with the rooms in a mess. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the environment was completely different. The environment is elegantly arranged, with orange roses on the dining table, reminding Su Xing of warm sunlight and the scent of oranges. The structure of this house is very similar to the one her mother left her, making her feel very at home. My mother went to work the night shift, and my sister went to study abroad in Singapore. Usually, I'm the only one at home. He Mingyue no longer appears scared and timid. Instead, she is full of the vibrant energy that a normal girl should have. And she looks particularly beautiful. He Mingyue, your home is very cozy. I really like this style. Su Xing recalled how her mother used to arrange the room like this. Thank you. You can watch TV. I'll go cut some fruit for you. He Mingyue turned on the TV and then picked up the plate of fruit from the table and went to the kitchen. The TV was reporting on a recent case in the city involving the bust of a KTV selling ecstasy pills, and the person arrested was Wan Xiang. Additionally, they also arrested the chairman of a cold chain food company, the cold chain king, Chunze. Su Xing knew that Yu Long had handled this matter discreetly. Chapter 21. Approaching the target, He Mingyue came out of the kitchen, carrying a bowl of fruit salad and placing it on the coffee table. She handed Su Xing a fruit fork and said, Try the fruit salad I made. Su Xing, without any hesitation, picked up a piece of fruit and put it in her mouth, nodding and saying, This is the best fruit salad I've ever had. It's really delicious. Thank you. You're the first person to praise me like this. A sweet smile appeared on He Mingyue's fair face, resembling a blooming lotus flower. He Mingyue, I just saw on TV that Wan Xiang was arrested. Su Xing thought this would make He Mingyue happier. To her surprise, He Mingyue said dejectedly, It's useless even if he was arrested. Last time, there was solid evidence, and he was only locked up for a few days before being released. Why is that? Su Xing asked, confused. The street where the Wan siblings lived was mostly occupied by groups with backgrounds, and they had connections in the police station. Wan Xiang was the second in command within the organization. He Mingyue, your thinking is wrong. Wan Xiang being arrested with evidence does have a certain deterrent effect on the forces behind him, Yu Long said in a faint voice, carrying a cold aura. Nice job. Su Xing gave Yu Long a thumbs up. He Mingyue stared at Yu Long, who had suddenly appeared, her already large eyes widening like bells, her mouth slightly open, and an incredulous expression on her face. How did you find this place? Su Xing extended her wrist, where she wore a blue electronic bracelet, waving it in front of He Mingyue. This is an electronic locator. It can find me wherever I go. I envy your relationship. He Mingyue gazed at Yu Long, a hint of envy for Su Xing appearing in her eyes. He Mingyue, don't misunderstand. He is my assistant, Su Xing stated plainly. You two watch TV. I'll go make dinner. The timid and cowardly He Mingyue during the day now appeared to have a maturity that was not in line with her age. He Mingyue, you're so young and can cook. My mom works in a factory and is very busy, so she doesn't have time to take care of me and my sister. I started learning to cook in the 3rd grade, and by the 6th grade, I had learned all the household chores, He Mingyue said casually. He Mingyue, I'll help you, Su Xing said. As they picked vegetables and chatted, it felt like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, discussing their lives. Time passed quickly, and the 2 independent girls soon prepared a table full of delicious dishes. He Mingyue laid the tablecloth, Su Xing arranged the bowls and chopsticks, and surprisingly, Yu Long went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Su Xing was shocked by Yu Long's performance. Ice sculpture dragon, I thought you were an unmelting ice block. High and aloof, keeping everyone at a distance. I didn't expect you could also blend into ordinary life. Yu Long's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately didn't speak, and his face returned to its ice sculpture-like expression. Come sit down and eat together, Su Xing said with a smile in her eyes. The food from a mirror planet was mostly similar to that of Earth, but on the Diamond Planet, due to a lack of water resources, they primarily ate drought-resistant plants like millet, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Try this sweet and sour spare ribs, and stir-fried meat with green peppers. He Mingwe made it really well. Su Xing served Yulong a bowl full of food. Yulong picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and took a gentle bite, feeling an overwhelming aroma and a delicious, refreshing taste that penetrated his taste buds, bringing him a heartwarming sensation. This feeling was something he had never experienced before, making him feel happy and satisfied. He Mingwe, does your family have water? Yulong asked. He Mingwe was eating when she heard Yulong's question and sprayed the food in her mouth. Who doesn't have water? She got up from a cabinet, took out a glass, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to Yulong. This is plain boiled water. It's the healthiest to drink. Yulong took the cup and gently sipped it. He felt the warm and sweet taste of the plain boiled water, his face filled with a look of intoxication. Then he lifted the cup and drank the remaining water in one go. He Mingwe, pour me another cup. Su Xing noticed that the water on Earth seemed to have a magical ability to soften cold people, as Yulong's usually cold gaze became much gentler when he looked at He Mingwe. He Mingwe took the kettle and poured water into Yulong's glass, saying, "Drink slowly. Don't choke. You can drink as much as you want." "Thank you." After saying that, she turned and walked outside. Su Xing took the opportunity, while He Mingwe was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, to follow Yulong outside. She saw Yulong feeding water to the two, who enjoyed it and exclaimed, "So good, so good." Perhaps the water on Earth could really cure the two and all the citizens of the Diamond Planet who had mutated due to a lack of water. Expectations sparkled in Yulong's deep blue eyes. "Yulong, I think it's possible. After the Star Moon Guardian is synthesized, I am willing to help you extract water resources from diamonds." Yulong nodded, and they walked into the living room, finding He Mingwe anxiously pacing back and forth. "He Mingwe, is something wrong?" Su Xing asked with concern. "Su Xing, it's already 11 o'clock. My mom hasn't come back yet. The factory she works at is very remote, and I'm really worried about her." He Mingwe looked up at the quartz clock on the wall, her face showing more anxiety and worry. Su Xing's heart tightened as well. In 1 hour, it would be 4 years later. If she didn't obtain the Star Moon Guardian today, she would have to find He Mingwe again in 4 years and re-establish contact, which would waste too much time. At a critical moment, He Mingwe received a call from stranger. She quickly answered the phone and switched to speaker mode. "He Mingwe, you really have guts. Sister Shui has warned you many times, yet you still dare to interfere in Yang Ji's affairs. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Your mom is in our hands. This is your own doing," a loud male voice echoed. "You must not harm my mom. This has nothing to do with me." He Mingwe's tone was filled with anxiety and worry. "Our target for revenge is you. We will use you to exchange for your mom's safety." The deep voice suddenly rose by an octave. He Mingwe covered the phone, feeling like a prey being watched, her eyes filled with fear and dread. "He Mingwe, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Ask him for the address," Su Xing whispered. "Tell me the address. I will come right away." He Mingwe released the phone, her voice more confident. "The old warehouse at number 9 Time Street. I warn you not to call the police. You will bear the consequences if you do." The caller hung up after finishing. "He Mingwe, don't be afraid. We will go with you," Su Xing encouraged her. When they arrived at the old warehouse on Time Street, it was already 11:50. Su Xing was extremely anxious, feeling like an ant on a hot pan, only thinking about quickly rescuing He Mingwe's mom and obtaining the quarter fragment of the Star Moon Guardian. As soon as He Mingwe entered, 2 blonde guys grabbed her and released her mom. "Su Xing, if we take her mom back now, we can still get the fragment of the Star Moon Guardian." Yulong reminded her from aside. "We're leaving. He Mingwe will be in danger. We need to save her first." Su Xing hesitated for a moment, but then made a decisive decision. Yulong radiated a diamond-like glow and instantly moved into the warehouse. Inside, as a dozen people turned to see someone suddenly burst in, one of them slapped He Mingwe across the face. "This is the person you brought, right? Don't hit her. Come at me if you have any issues," He Mingwe's mom sobbed. He Mingwe's breathing and heartbeat quickened, her hair soaked in sweat, her expression tense like a frozen statue, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yulong instantly moved to He Mingwe's side, rescuing her from the 2 blonde guys, and then instantly moved to He Mingwe's mom's side, taking both of them away. He Mingwe was overly frightened, her legs went weak, her body trembled, and she stood unsteadily. Chapter 22. Missed opportunity to save when the dragon emerged. The time pointer just jumped to 12 o'clock. Su Xing didn't even have time to see what He Mingyue's mother looked like before the two of them disappeared from sight. Earth's time jumped to 2016. Su Xing, feeling confused and uneasy, relied on her memory to find the home that He Mingyue had taken her to before, but she discovered that this place had undergone tremendous changes. Surrounding her home were newly built cinemas, towering skyscrapers, luxurious hotels, and shopping malls. The streets were bustling with crowds, vibrant and flourishing. However, behind the prosperity, the weather was unusually abnormal. June's weather was surprisingly cold. Su Xing, dressed in a red skirt, was shivering from the cold. The dragon noticed and pulled her to buy clothes. Su Xing was uninterested in shopping, feeling a surge of confusion and bewilderment, struggling to understand how all this had happened. She wanted to find answers and uncover the mystery behind it all. The dragon saw Su Xing's confusion. He understood, but didn't speak of it. Still taking her to the mall. Dragon, I'm not in the mood to buy clothes. This is Earth. Being sick will waste more time. Su Xing thought the dragon's words made sense. Being sick would indeed delay things. So she went with him to pick out clothes. The attendant recommended a red wool coat for her. After trying on, she asked the dragon, "Do I look good in this?" "Su Xing, you look beautiful in red." The dragon complimented her for the first time, making her feel sweeter than eating candy, and a flower-like smile bloomed on her face. The dragon went to pay, and the attendant smiled, saying, "Your wife is really beautiful, even more than a star. You two are a perfect match." "No, she is my superior," the dragon hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Su Xing felt a mix of emotions. The word superior stung. They were originally just a temporary partnership formed for their respective tasks on Earth. Now the dragon completely regarded her as a superior. Although it was the truth, it made her feel uncomfortable. "Let's go find He Mingyue," Su Xing said coldly. The dragon was baffled by the sudden change in her mood. Just moments ago, she was all smiles while trying on clothes, and now her expression had changed within 10 minutes. Women are indeed hard to understand. They returned to the building where He Mingyue's home was located. The first and second floors still had tenants, filled with noise. When they reached the third floor, Su Xing gently knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman opened it, revealing half her face. Her deep-set eyes reflected a sense of hardship and an indescribable sadness. "Who are you looking for?" the woman asked, her voice low and sorrowful, like a mournful cry carried away by the wind, as if echoing the remnants of time. Su Xing thought this woman must be He Mingyue's mother. She smiled and said, "Annie, I'm looking for He Mingyue. She doesn't live here anymore," He Mingyue's mother said, her expression somewhat sad. "Where did she go?" "Su Xing pressed." He Mingyue's mother's face darkened as she replied, "She got married and moved out." Su Xing felt passive. By her age, He Mingyue should be in college. How could she have gotten married? What had happened in these 4 years? "Annie, where did He Mingyue move to?" Su Xing still wore a smile. "I don't know," He Mingyue's mother said before abruptly closing the door. After hearing this, Su Xing was very confused. How could a mother not know where her daughter had moved? Had there been a conflict between them? Su Xing turned her head, blinked her lively eyes, and said to the dragon, "The task of finding He Mingyue is up to you." As soon as she finished speaking, the dragon passed through the wall. About 20 minutes later, he came back through the wall. "Su Xing, I found He Mingyue's current address. Let's hurry, we need go now." They passed through a dark, narrow corridor, the ground uneven, damp, and dirty. They carefully walked through and came to an iron gate, which had the word demolish written on it. This was an old private residence that was about to be torn down. They climbed to the 6th floor and arrived at the door of the rental unit where He Mingyue currently lived. Su Xing knocked on the door. A handsome and strong man opened the door. His eyes had a sharp, eagle-like glint, making him seem less than friendly. "Who are you looking for?" he asked. "We're looking for He Mingyue. We are her friends," Su Xing smiled and said. "Mingyue, someone is looking for you," the man called out loudly. He Mingyue came out upon hearing her name and, seeing Su Xing and the dragon, hurriedly welcomed them into her home. Inside, it seemed like a different world from outside. While the sun shone brightly outside, the interior had no windows, was airtight, and only the incandescent lights were on, making it still quite dim. The kitchen was separated from the living room and bedroom by a narrow corridor, and the entire space was small and cramped. The furniture was old and emitted a musty smell, likely due to the dampness and lack of sunlight in the area. Su Xing, we haven't seen each other for 4 years. I didn't expect you to come visit me, he Mingyue said with great emotion. Su Xing thought, 4 years feels long for you, but for us, it's just a night. However, she didn't want to explain this phenomenon to He Mingyue. She was still there to protect Xingyue. He Mingyue, we are in a hurry. We came to find you today because of the Xingyue protection, Su Xing said directly. Su Xing, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, He Mingyue said, her eyes dimming, her eyelids heavy. Why? Su Xing asked, puzzled. The Xingyue protection is in the secret room of my house, but the key is with my mom. However, I've had a falling out with her. We haven't spoken in a long time. He Mingyue, I went to your house today to find you. And your mom was also unhappy when she heard I was looking for you. How can a mother and daughter have a grudge that lasts overnight? How good it is to have a mother. As long as you humble yourself and apologize, say a few good words, she will soften. Su Xing tried to persuade He Mingyue with her past experiences with her own mother. Su Xing, it's useless. I know her temperament, He Mingyue said with a worried expression. Su Xing smiled and said, you haven't tried. How do you know it won't work? He Mingyue sighed, looking dejected. I've always outperformed my sister in grades. She has high expectations of me, but I dropped out and got married to someone very poor, which made her very angry. What happened in these 4 years? Why did you drop out and get married? Su Xing asked. He Mingyue was silent for a moment, and after a while, she finally spoke. It's a long story. Chapter 23, Behind the Smile. After Su Xing's mediation, Wan Shui became more attentive towards He Mingyue, referring to her as a sister at school and no longer causing her trouble. He Mingyue thought this matter had passed, let her guard down, and shifted her focus to her studies. Thanks to her solid academic foundation and some time spent studying hard, her grades quickly improved. By the end of the semester at the affiliated high school of the Aerospace University, she regained the top spot on the school leaderboard. Her face radiated endless joy, and the phrase, though the journey is tough, my heart is filled with delight, perfectly described her current mood. After evening classes, He Mingyue walked home as usual, imagining her mother's surprised expression upon seeing her good grades. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face. Suddenly, she was kicked hard from behind. Wincing in pain, she turned to confront the assailant, only to find it was Wan Shui. Wan Shui looked at her with a provocative gaze, standing at 175 meters tall, which made her presence feel powerful and attention-grabbing against the petite and frail He Mingyue. Behind her stood a group of people, all flattering her. Some praised her leg strength, others her long legs, and still others her beautiful legs. He Mingyue, holding her back in disbelief, asked Wan Shui, we have made peace and become sisters. Why did you kick me? Wan Shui laughed loudly. He Mingyue, you're quite clever. In critical moments, there are always benefactors to help you. On the surface, I can't compete with you, so I can only resort to delaying tactics. You can't escape today. He Mingyue's face twitched, her lips trembled slightly. Wan Shui, you don't keep your word, you villain. With that, she turned and ran. Wan Shui and her group surrounded her, leaving He Mingyue with nowhere to hide, forcing her to protect her head with her arms. For the first time, He Mingyue experienced the cruelty of human nature. Wan Shui showed no mercy, and the group attacked her with punches and kicks. In a daze, she heard someone call the police, and then the police arrived, causing Wan Shui and her group of girls to flee. The kind person who called the police took her to the hospital, and after that, she lost consciousness. When He Mingyue woke up, it was already the next morning. She panicked upon realizing that her rescuer was the person who had blocked the stool for her in class. She still had bruises on her face, and he had seen her in such a sorry state. It was too embarrassing. He Mingyue, you're awake? He smiled, resembling warm sunlight that illuminated everything around, making He Mingyue feel incredibly warm and close. He Mingyue nodded gently. Thank you for saving me. But please don't notify my family. If she didn't tell them, they would worry about her when they learned the reason. The smile on his lips resembled the stars in the sky, twinkling with infinite brilliance. My mom works hard in a factory. I don't want her to worry about me. I can take care of myself. The doctor said your injuries are somewhat serious and you need careful recovery before you can be discharged. You still need someone to take care of you. He replied, thank you for your concern, but I can take care of myself. What happened to those girls who hit me? They were arrested by the police and were bailed out today. He Mingyue's eyes dimmed noticeably. Images of Wan Shui's changing faces and the fists that rained down on her flashed before her eyes, as if mocking her ignorance and foolishness. Her eyes filled with fear, anger, disappointment, sadness, and guilt, all of which ultimately turned into tears that slid down her cheeks. She hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, not wanting him to see her in distress. He Mingyue, you should rest well. I have things to attend to at my company. How should I address you? Lu Wensheng. Thank you. Don't think too much, just rest well. After Lu Wensheng left, He Mingyue felt extremely conflicted. Wan Shui's deception and bullying filled her with hatred, while Lu Wensheng's selfless help made her feel gratitude. She wanted both revenge and to repay kindness. However, she didn't see Lu Wensheng for a long time afterward. She didn't even know where to find him, and her life fell back into despair. Since the last confrontation, Wan Shui had become more reckless, bullying He Mingyue more severely at school. The shadow and hatred from the last incident hadn't faded, and new hatred emerged. He Mingyue had nowhere to hide. The school didn't care. Her mother was too busy with work, and her sister was far away in Singapore. She was isolated and helpless. After her mother returned home from a night shift, He Mingyue, still injured, made supper for her. Mingyue, what happened to your face? Her mother asked tiredly. After working for 12 hours straight, it was impressive that she noticed the injury at all. Mom, you're too tired. I want to lighten your burden and earn money to support my sister's studies abroad. He Mingyue said lightly. Mingyue, your grades are better than your sister's. You might even do better than her in the future. No matter how tired I am, I will support you to study at the Aerospace University. Don't have such thoughts again. Mom, my sister has gone far away. If I work earlier, I can accompany you when you get older. He Mingyue continued to make excuses. As long as you two are successful, I would be worth it even if I have to live alone in this old house. He Mingyue's attempt to test her mother's resolve failed. Her mother's words were filled with hope that she would be accepted into the Aerospace University. After all, it was a university with a scarce major, ensuring good job prospects and high salaries after graduation. Moreover, she was studying at the affiliated high school of the Aerospace University, with a chance of over 90 to get in. However, she continued to face bullying and verbal abuse from Wan Shui at school. The psychological pressure was immense, and she struggled to sleep every night. On top of that, the pressure of studying increased, with more and more difficult knowledge points to cover. She couldn't concentrate in class, and her mental state deteriorated day by day. During a school health check, she was diagnosed with mild depression. To take care of her, her mother quit her job, helped her withdraw from school, and took her on various trips, spending nearly a year to help her alleviate her condition. When her mother returned to her old job, she hoped He Mingyue would return to school. But whenever He Mingyue thought of Jiang Yuding and Wan Shui, her mental state worsened again. Thus, her mother didn't bring up the topic of returning to school again. To lessen her mother's burden, she chose to sell flowers for a living. She often sold flowers in front of the cinema, and unexpectedly, she encountered Lu Wensheng again. Lu Wensheng had opened a medical equipment store next to the cinema and frequently patronized her flower stand. One time, when Wan Shui brought a group of girls to smash her stall, Lu Wensheng happened to be there buying flowers. He warned Wan Shui that if she caused trouble again, he would send her straight to the police station. Wan Shui and her group fled in a panic. After that, their tacit agreement led to more frequent interactions. Lu Wensheng inquired about the bullying she had faced previously. She told him everything that had happened without reservation. She also took him to visit Jiang Yuding, bringing her warmth and encouraging her to behave well in there to strive for an early release. Lu Wensheng, feeling sympathy for her, assured her he would protect her in the future and not let her be bullied again. They fell in love. They held hands, went fruit picking in the countryside, visited the botanical garden to see flowers, breathed fresh air in the forest, hiked, went to the sea, and did all the things little couples do on dates. They spent a sweet and happy time together. Soon, Lu Wensheng's mother found out about He Mingyue. Upon learning the reason for her dropping out, she refused to accept her and threatened them with scissors, forcing them to break up. Lu Wensheng's medical equipment store closed down, and he left Tianshui City as if he had vanished from the earth. Just when her life was at its lowest point, Lu Feng appeared at the right time. He provided her with enough security and love, making her feel stable and warm inside. She developed a desire to start a family. However, Lu Feng has a low education level, comes from a poor family, and is still a country person. His mother does not agree to their marriage. The mother and daughter often have intense arguments over the marriage issue. He Mingwei and Lu Feng moved out to rent an apartment, only obtaining a marriage certificate without holding a banquet. After getting married, they opened a flower shop. He Mingwei is responsible for selling flowers online through live streaming, while Lu Feng handles purchasing from the flower market. They work well together, and their business improves day by day. They plan to save money to buy a house, for which they rented a simple apartment costing only 300 yuan a month, and they are steadily accumulating funds according to their plan. However, her mother still refuses to forgive her. He Mingyue once called to communicate with her, but her mother never answers the phone. Chapter 24, Unraveling the Mother-Daughter. Not after listening to He Mingyue's story, Su Xing knew that to find the Star Moon Guardian, she had to help the mother and daughter resolve their emotional entanglement. He Mingyue, I will help you and your mother untangle your feelings. You don't understand my mom. When she's not angry, she's a pretty good person, but when she is, it's like she's trapped in an obsession, and it's hard to reason with her. I'm willing to try, even if there's only a 1% chance, Su Xing said, as determined as ever. I feel so lucky to meet you, Su Xing, He Mingyue said gratefully. Su Xing knocked on He Mingyue's mother's door again. Her mother opened the door just enough to peek out, and seeing Su Xing, she coldly said, What do you want again? Auntie, I found the address of He Mingyue's new home. I want to see her, and we talked a lot. She misses you very much and wants to come back to see you, but she's worried you'll be angry. She wants me to mediate and help you both resolve your feelings, Su Xing said sincerely. We have nothing to talk about. I want to rest, so don't disturb me, He Mingyue's mother said, her face dark, dismissing her with a wave. With that, she slammed the door shut. Su Xing felt a wave of disappointment, but she did not give up easily. She thought that He Mingyue's mother's coldness was not directed at her personally. There might be other reasons. Looking at the light brain on her wrist, she noticed it was nearly noon, the second hand ticking away relentlessly, and her heart raced along with the sound. She felt a sense of helplessness and anxiety. Time was moving forward, and her task was not yet complete. Even the superpowered Yulong could not comprehend the complexities of human thoughts, and he was utterly baffled by He Mingyue's mother's behavior. They exchanged glances, but there was nothing they could do. Taking a deep breath, Su Xing told herself to stay calm and not let her emotions interfere with her thinking and actions. She began to replan her schedule, determining what actions to take next. At 3 in the afternoon, He Mingyue's mother stepped out, looking completely different from the morning. She had applied light makeup, styled her long hair in big waves, wore a silver long dress, flat leather shoes, and tassel earrings, holding a handbag. She looked vibrant and full of energy. Auntie, where are you going? Let us come with you, Su Xing said, following closely behind He Mingyue's mother. He Mingyue's mother walked straight ahead, ignoring her. Annie, let me carry your bag, Su Xing offered with a smile. No need, thank you, He Mingyue's mother continued walking. In the garden pavilion of the community, a group of aunties were chatting. He Mingyue's mother walked over and joined them, and Su Xing followed. Jinli, has Mingyue come back to see you yet? Asked an aunt in a red dress. She wants to come back, but I don't want to let her in, He Mingyue's mother said with a cold expression. My daughter just bought me 2 long dresses, face masks, bird's nest, and sent me tens of thousands of dollars from abroad. She wants me to eat well, drink well, and travel well, said a chubby aunt with a smile. Having a daughter is such a blessing. My son got married and had kids, and I spent all my retirement savings on him, but I haven't seen any returns, said a woman with a thin face and spots. Listening to the women's conversation, Su Xing began to understand why He Mingyue's mother opposed her daughter's marriage to Lu Feng. The competitive spirit was too strong. He Mingyue's mother felt that her daughter had lost face, making it hard for her to hold her head up in front of her friends. In an instant, Su Xing thought of a plan. She tore a diamond from Yulong's coat and walked over to He Mingyue's mother, saying loudly, Annie, I'm He Mingyue's good friend. She has become a live-streaming internet celebrity and has earned a lot of money. She bought this diamond ring for you and asked me to deliver it. With that, she held out a 6-carat diamond, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight, to He Mingyue's mother. All the women's eyes in the pavilion were immediately drawn to the large diamond ring, casting envious glances at He Mingyue's mother. For the first time, He Mingyue's mother was the center of attention, and a newfound confidence shone in her eyes as she smiled and said, "This is a gift from my daughter." Mingyue is really filial, remembering to buy her mom a diamond ring after making money. Such a big diamond must have cost a lot. Mingyue is quite capable, said the chubby ant. If only my daughter could be as capable as Mingyue, said the ant in the red dress. He Mingyue's mother's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she beamed with a rare smile. She got up and left the pavilion. Su Xing hurried after her, saying, "Annie, He Mingyue really misses you and wants to reconcile. She genuinely meant it this time. Please return the ring to her. Tell her to come back for dinner today." He Mingyue's mother's smile had not yet faded. "Okay, Auntie," Su Xing said, seemingly seeing the dawn of victory, pulling Yulong to hurry toward He Mingyue's home, hoping to help the mother and daughter reconcile before noon. Chapter 25, 10,000 acres of Sogdian juniper forest at a critical moment. He Ziyuan's phone call came in, and Su Xing answered. "Su Xing, I'm facing an insurmountable difficulty here. You and Yulong must come over." He Ziyuan's tone was filled with urgency. "Master He, what happened?" Su Xing asked. "Su Xing, I can't explain it clearly over the phone. We can discuss it in detail when you arrive," he replied. "Yulong, let's go." "If it weren't for something significant, Master He wouldn't have called," Su Xing said. "I'm your assistant. I'll follow your lead," Yulong responded. Su Xing turned to He Mingyue and said, "We have something to attend to, so we'll leave first. We'll come back another day." He Mingyue nodded. With only 2 days left until the Star-Moon Guardian synthesis, time was tight, and they couldn't use conventional means of transportation. Yulong seemed to see through her thoughts, his deep blue eyes revealing a calm decisiveness. "Su Xing, don't overthink it. I've used psychic wave energy to create a void bridge in the air. We can quickly teleport to the Gobi Desert." Su Xing nodded. Under Yulong's superpower, they instantly teleported to Longsho village, where He Ziyuan was located. Su Xing heard the children reading aloud and smiled knowingly. He Ziyuan greeted them warmly at the village entrance. He had changed so much that Su Xing almost didn't recognize him. In the March season, he wore a white elder's shirt, his skin tanned like charcoal, his forehead bald, his temples graying, and he was so thin that he looked like skin stretched over bones, with exhaustion written all over his eyes. "Master He, please tell us what difficulties you're facing. Let's see if we can help." Su Xing thought of the Star-Moon Guardian matter and wanted to resolve Master He's troubles quickly so they could return to Tianshui City to help He Mingyue and her daughter. "Su Xing, let me take you to see the 998 Sogdian junipers our team has planted in the Gobi Oasis. We named it the Sogdian Juniper Green Forest. I'll explain everything slowly on site," He Ziyuan said, his tired voice slightly hoarse. "Okay." Su Xing also wanted to see how the Gobi Desert, where they had first arrived 8 years ago, had transformed under He Ziyuan's management. The Gobi beach was not far from the village, and under He Ziyuan's guidance, they arrived in no time. What unfolded before Su Xing's eyes was a vibrant Sogdian juniper forest, completely unlike the dusty, desolate scene from 8 years ago. Now it was lush and tranquil, a serene oasis. Su Xing thought to herself that she hadn't misjudged He Ziyuan. He had done an excellent job with the school and the Gobi Desert. In an era where everything is profit-oriented, there are probably not many like He Ziyuan who earnestly stayed in the desert to turn it into an oasis. Su Xing immediately felt a deep respect for He Ziyuan and asked, "Master He, you've turned a stretch of Gobi Desert into an oasis. That's truly remarkable. What difficulties are you facing?" Looking at the green trees he had meticulously cared for, He Ziyuan, an old man, couldn't help but shed tears. After a long pause, he said, "The Xingho Energy Group has added a coal mining project upstream of the Sogdian Juniper Green Forest, and they cut off the water supply to the forest. The Sogdian junipers we planted in previous years have adapted and can draw water from underground, so they are fine. But the 600 newly planted Sogdian junipers are in serious trouble. If we don't water them soon, they will die." An old man nearby, with similarly tanned skin, said, He went to the project department to negotiate a solution for the water supply issue for the Sogdian Juniper Green Forest. The coal mining project agreed to supply water to the forest after the sewage treatment plant was built. But in reality, they keep passing the buck, and the water supply issue remains unresolved. "Master He, where does the water for the forest come from now?" Yulong asked. "Right now, a few of our team members are buying water from the surrounding area to water the Sogdian juniper green forest. But there are too many drawbacks to this approach. The time cost is too high, we lack manpower, we don't have enough energy, and there's also not enough water. If this continues, these Sogdian junipers will die, He Yuan said, his face full of worry. An employee beside He Yuan, with red-rimmed eyes, said, the desert is harsh. Oldie saves costs by having watermelon and bread at noon in the forest and makes do with a simple tent in the summer. At the end of the day, he's always covered in sand. Not only does Old He care for the forest, but he also has to manage school affairs. He travels between home, school, and the Gobi multiple times a day, often driving on the highway at 3 or 4 in the morning. Sometimes he even has to advance funds for project implementation. His years of perseverance have long been etched into his genes. After a sleep, he throws himself back into the tree-planting endeavor. Looking at He Yuan's dark, aged face, Su Xing understood how much he had endured in sun and rain and how much hardship he had faced. If he weren't utterly helpless, he wouldn't have called them across such a distance. Su Xing recalled the group of unscrupulous merchants who only cared about profit and disregarded others' lives, and her anger surged. She asked Yulong, what do you think about this issue? Su Xing, let's first understand what problems the coal mining project is facing. Why do they cut off the water supply to the forest? Okay, let's identify the problems before solving them. I'll take you to the mining project department. In the March season, the weather was unusual, with temperatures soaring to 32 degrees Celsius. The air in the distance seemed distorted by the rising heat. Outside the mining project, workers were wearing hard hats and working diligently. The blazing sun shone down on them, and sweat flowed freely, as if they were in a giant sauna. A middle-aged man with a protruding belly and a double chin was inspecting the worker situation. He Yuan approached the plump man, bent down, and said with a smile, Manager Zhang, our investors from the Sogdian juniper green forest have arrived and would like to discuss the water supply issue with you. Old He, introduce me. Manager Zhang said with a smile, this beautiful and outstanding lady is Su Xing, and this young and capable gentleman is Yulong. He Yuan introduced them to Manager Zhang. Hearing this introduction, Su Xing found it amusing. On Earth, she indeed was youthful and beautiful at the age of 28. But according to the time difference between aliens and humans, they were probably over 100 years old now, and Yulong was likely around the same age. Manager Zhang extended his hands to shake Su Xing's and Yulong's. It's hot outside. Let's go inside to talk. Once inside the project department, Manager Zhang turned on the air conditioning and instructed someone to prepare tea for them. Yulong took a sip of the tea, and his deep blue eyes brightened. The tea was bitter with a hint of sweetness, leaving him with an aftertaste. However, compared to this tea, Yulong preferred the cool boiled water he had at He Mingyue's home. That flavor lingered in his mind. Manager Zhang, I've heard from Master He that the oil extraction project is damaging the water supply of the Sogdian juniper green forest. You promised to supply water to the forest once the sewage treatment plant was established. How can you go back on your word? Su Xing spoke smoothly and clearly. We're not unwilling to fulfill the agreement, but our company's sewage treatment is up to standard. However, the salt content in the water is too high for irrigation. If we forcefully supply this water, the Sogdian junipers might not die from drought, but from being poisoned by the water, Manager Zhang said, looking troubled. Su Xing saw through Manager Zhang's little trick. This was just his excuse to evade responsibility. His words sounded too familiar, resembling those of Li Shuriyue from the Mirror Planet. For people like him, only by holding on to their weaknesses would they truly get things done. Manager Zhang, we cannot let the problems caused by the energy project fall on the Sogdian juniper green forest. What Master He is doing is an environmentally friendly initiative that benefits the country and the people. It cannot be delayed for even a moment. You must resolve the water resource issue for the green forest today. Su Xing threw out the problem, waiting for Manager Zhang to take the bait. Su Xing, I just share my difficulties with you. Give me some time. Manager Zhang forced a perfunctory smile on his plump face. As Su Xing predicted, he kicked the ball back. General Zhang, the green forest can't wait. You know that with the internet being so developed now, the country is placing more and more importance on environmental issues. If we report this situation online and attract the attention of the relevant departments, it won't be good for you and your company. Su Xing deliberately waved his phone in front of General Zhang. General Su, let's have a good talk. It wouldn't be good for anyone if this goes online. General Zhang started to feel a bit uneasy. not expecting to encounter someone difficult to deal with this time. General Zhang, I understand the power of the internet and know where public opinion lies. If this is put online, you will definitely be the one at a disadvantage. Su Xing had no intention of backing down. The assistant standing next to him whispered a few words in his ear, and he regained his confidence and composure. General Su, we are operating within the law, so feel free to expose us online. We're not afraid. Now I have to go check on the project, so please excuse me. General Zhang put on his hard hat and walked out. Su Xing let out a cold laugh, thinking that General Zhang was indeed very much like Li Shiyue. Chapter 26. Cleverly securing water resources. Su Xing, did you see? Every time we approach them, it's just superficial politeness, yet they never take real action to address the issues, resulting in problems remaining unresolved. He Yuan said indignantly. Master He, don't worry. We'll return to the Suasuo Green Forest and expose this matter through a live broadcast, creating public pressure online. They will have to resolve it then. Su Xing reassured He Yuan. I know you have great influence. I'll follow your lead, He Yuan said, easing his worries after hearing Su Xing's words. Back at the Suasuo Green Forest, Su Xing activated the holographic device on her wrist and switched to live broadcast mode. Seeing this, Yulong pulled Su Xing aside and said, Su Xing, you can't start an interstellar live broadcast. Don't forget, Yao Guang holds a grudge against you for exposing the dark side of the galaxy in the last live stream and will seek revenge. Yulong, I'm not afraid of Yao Guang's revenge. There are so many fans watching. Su Xing du Plaive. If it weren't for me saving you last time, you probably wouldn't even be able to come to Earth now, Yulong retorted. Look at how this desert has transformed into a beautiful oasis. This is the result of countless efforts from He Yuan's team. I can't let these people destroy this oasis. It would not only ruin He Yuan's hard work, but also make me lose faith in environmental protection, Su Xing said passionately. Yulong was taken aback by Su Xing's righteous words, which contrasted with her usual cheerful and somewhat greedy demeanor, and he decided not to stop her. However, he still needed to think of a good excuse to report back to Yao Guang about the task she had assigned. Su Xing initiated the interstellar live broadcast, and fans flocked into the live stream. She showed her face in the broadcast, greeted her fans, and then handed the camera to He Yuan. Su Xing had He Yuan face the camera to introduce the Suasuo Green Forest and explain how the Xingho Energy Group's mining activities had cut off the water supply to the forest. Every time He Yuan spoke about this issue, he became emotional and teary-eyed. More and more people enter the live stream, paying attention to this matter. The justice-oriented self-media writer Jiang Lai, after watching the live stream, felt furious about He Yuan's experience. After the broadcast ended, she immediately wrote an article titled 10,000 Acres of Suasuo Forest Faces Near-Death Crisis Due to Energy Extraction Cutting Off Water Supply, which she published across major self-media platforms. This article garnered widespread attention and discussion online, with various proposed solutions to the problem. With Jiang Lai's large fanbase, the article quickly amassed hundreds of thousands of views shortly after publication, and the comment section was filled with support for He Yuan's environmental protection efforts. While condemning the energy company for its short-sighted pursuit of immediate profits at the expense of environmental pollution, Su Xing watched the online developments, and within an hour, the issue had gained significant traction, with various self-media outlets sharing it. It quickly drew the attention of relevant departments, causing the corners of her mouth to involuntarily curve into a beautiful smile. Seeing that Su Xing was still active in the interstellar livestream, Yao Guang grew furious that Yulong had not executed his orders and smashed his holographic device in anger. After calming down, he purchased a new device and sent Yulong an inquiry message. Taking advantage of Su Xing's focus on the live broadcast, Yulong quietly slipped away, not wanting her to know he still had connections with the 8 major star systems. Su Xing, General Zhang, just called. He has contacted the water department and arranged for water trucks to irrigate the Suasuo Green Forest, He Yuan said excitedly as he ran over to her, his dark face shining with a golden glow. As soon as he finished speaking, the water trucks from the water department arrived, and He Yuan went to greet them. Su Xing called out to him, Master He, I just created a live broadcast account for you. This Suasuo Green Forest has gained attention online, and you can live stream to explain the growth of the Suasuo trees. This way, more people can join in this public welfare cause, and capital won't be able to act recklessly. Okay, I'll listen to you, Yuan replied, his eyes lighting up again, a radiant smile appearing on his dark red face. If you encounter any problems with the Suasua Green Forest in the future, feel free to call me anytime, Su Xing stated firmly. Sure. Remember to come back and visit when you have time, Yuan said with a silly grin. All right, you go ahead and get busy. Yulong, let's go back to Tianshui City to find Mingwei, Su Xing said. However, when she turned around, she found Yulong was no longer by her side. She searched for him everywhere, but could not find him. Su Xing circled around the Suasua Green Forest, but Yulong was nowhere to be seen. She thought to herself, Yulong usually quietly follows me, waiting for my orders. Why did he suddenly disappear without a word today? A sense of loss surged in her heart, a feeling she had never experienced before. She searched the Suasua Green Forest repeatedly, still without success. She called out Yulong's name over and over again. She knew that if Yulong secretly returned to Diamond Planet, she would not be able to continue searching for the Star Moon Guardian, as she could not do it without his assistance. Just when she was at her wit's end, Yulong suddenly appeared before her. Without caring about her composure, Su Xing joyfully jumped into Yulong's arms. Su Xing, what's wrong? I thought you had left secretly. I felt so lost, she said. I just went to inspect the situation at the Suasua Green Forest. Oldie is indeed doing well, Yulong lied calmly, showing no signs of deceit. Su Xing believed his words. In reality, Yulong had just received a message from Yao Guang questioning why he hadn't dealt with Su Xing, and he had stepped aside to reply. Yulong was confusing Yao Guang as he approached Su Xing to leverage her power to synthesize the Star Moon Guardian and claim it for himself, subsequently searching for water resources across the major star systems. Yao Guang believed his words and instructed him to report actual progress daily. Chapter 27. Time enters countdown. Su Xing and Yulong returned to Tianshui City to find Mingwei. Her husband warmly welcomed them and, upon learning their purpose, smiled and said, Mingwei is live streaming at the flower shop. You can go there if you need her. After giving them the address of the flower shop, they thanked Lu Feng and hurried off. When they arrived, Mingwei was indeed live streaming. She was dressed very simply in a white shirt, black pants, and white sneakers. Her medium-length black hair was casually styled, and her light makeup gave her a serene presence. The aura of tranquility surrounding her was refreshing, making one feel at ease. Behind her were several potted green plants, and she was holding a bouquet of flowers while explaining something. Her tone was calm, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, and she exuded a peaceful elegance. Su Xing was deeply captivated. She glanced at Yulong and found him also gazing at Mingwei. It turned out that even the ice sculpture dragon could be drawn to beauty. A twinge of discomfort stirred within her. She had seen various streamers, some loud and boisterous, others showcasing dazzling talents or struggling to follow scripted narratives. Mingwei was like a breath of fresh air. There were no countdowns to start streaming, no exaggerated performances, and no awkward conversations due to a lack of topics. She was calm, graceful, and scholarly, unhurried and composed. Su Xing thought this was the highest form of beauty filter for live streaming. Logically, such a unique streaming style should have been popular, but there were not many viewers in Mingwei's stream, fewer than 20. Su Xing felt this was due to the lack of a team to help Mingwei build her persona. If she could stay in Tianshui City for a while, she could definitely help Mingwei gain popularity. However, finding the Star Moon Guardian was more important than live streaming at this moment, and time did not allow her to waste. Mingwei, she softly called in the background of the live stream. Mingwei heard the call and, despite her small audience, sincerely apologized to them. Everyone, please wait a moment. I have something to attend to, so I will end the stream for now. I will come back once I've handled it. She stepped backstage and, upon seeing Su Xing, quickly asked, Su Xing, what did my mom say? She wants you to come home for dinner tonight. When Mingwei heard this, her eyes sparkled with joy, and a smile spread across her plain face. Really? She could hardly believe her ears, and confirmed with Su Xing once more. Of course it's true. Actually, your mom has always cared about you, but she just had a bit of a blockage in her heart. Once that is resolved, everything will be fine, Su Xing reassured her. I'm afraid I have to wait until after the stream to go. The audience is still waiting for me. Su Xing raised her wrist to check the time on her holographic device, which showed it was already 5 p.m. Her expression revealed her urgency. Time was running out, and she worried that if they missed midnight, 4 years would pass on Earth, and they would have to start over. But she also couldn't keep bringing up the Star Moon Guardian every time she saw He Mingwei, as it might come off as too purposeful. He Mingwei, time is tight. You can't keep your mom waiting. She spoke from He Mingwei's perspective. Su Xing, you make a good point, but my stream isn't over yet. If I leave now, I wouldn't be responsible to my audience. He Mingwei looked conflicted, pacing back and forth in the streaming room. She didn't want to keep her mother waiting, but also didn't want to break her promise to her viewers. He Mingwei, let me take over your stream. You go back and reconcile with your mom, Su Xing suggested. You want to stream? He Mingwei asked, surprised. I used to be an environmental streamer, and that's how I got involved with environmentalism and became the Star Moon Guardian. Su Xing reminisced about that time with a happy expression. But our styles are completely different. I can't just change to yours. Let us do a joint stream first. You explain to your fans for half an hour, and then you can log off. He Mingwei opened the stream, and the two appeared together. Su Xing wore a red long dress, fiery red lips, and long wavy hair, while He Mingwei was in a simple white shirt, light makeup, and smooth black long hair. Su Xing was enthusiastic like fire, while He Mingwei was gentle like water. The stark contrast between the two drew more viewers into He Mingwei's stream. As time ticked away, Su Xing grew increasingly anxious. She leaned closer to He Mingwei and whispered, "It's almost 6, and he is waiting for you to go home for dinner. I prepared the gift for you. Go find my assistant Yulong and let her accompany you back." "Thank you. Su Xing, it's so nice to meet you. Remember to ask your mom for the key to get the Star Moon Guardian." He Mingwei nodded, explaining to her audience why she was ending the stream, and then introduced Su Xing to them. Su Xing thought this arrangement was reasonable, but when she arrived at He Mingwei's house after the stream, she found the two of them had already had a massive argument. Yulong stood helplessly to the side. Su Xing pulled Yulong aside and asked, "What happened? Why are they fighting like this?" He Mingwei's mom wants her to come home, but she refuses. They're arguing again about He Mingwei's secret marriage. "Mom, you've been so busy with work that you don't care about me. You don't know how I was bullied at Honda-affiliated high school, why I dropped out, or why I'm looking for Lu Feng. You don't know anything about me, nor do you care. Now you blame me for marrying someone with less than ideal conditions and embarrassing you. I can't support you in your sister's education if I don't work. How can you say such hurtful things?" Her mom shouted. "The bullying had a huge impact on me. It ruined my happiness. During my lowest point, only Lu Feng cared for me, so I chose him," He Mingwei said passionately, her demeanor a far cry from the gentle and serene person she had been moments ago. "Why didn't you tell me at that time? You came home every day so exhausted. How could I bear to worry you? May you? I never imagined that the one you love is not me at all. If I hadn't come to pick you up today, I wouldn't have known you felt this way. No wonder I've always found it hard to understand you." Lu Feng joined the fray, complicating matters further. He Mingwei pulled Lu Feng aside and said, "What are you doing adding to the chaos?" Su Xing checked the time on her wrist hologram and realized it was already 9 p.m. She hurried to mediate, but the more she tried to intervene, the louder they became, each expressing their dissatisfaction with the other. Su Xing had seen all kinds of situations, but family matters left her at a loss. She hadn't even sorted out her own family issues, so how could she counsel He Mingwei? She raised her voice. "Enough already." The three glanced at her, but continued shouting, completely ignoring her. As time passed, it was soon 11:20 p.m. They seemed to have agreed not to back down. Su Xing, feeling like a fire was burning her, pulled He Mingwei aside and said, "He Mingwei, it's almost midnight. You need to ask your mom for the key to open the storage room and get the Star Moon Guardian, or things will get complicated." Hearing this, He Mingwei finally remembered. She urgently called out, "Mom, let us stop arguing. Please open the storage room door. I need to get something precious for my friend. You should have said so earlier." Her mom searched her bag, but couldn't find key. Frantically, she turned her bag inside out, but still found no trace of the key. She slapped her thigh in frustration and said, "I must have left the storage room key at the pavilion. Mom, hurry and find it. I'll go with you." Su Xing said anxiously. Yulong pulled Su Xing aside and said, "I can just phase through the wall. It's much simpler. You guys want to look for it will just waste time. But you will scare them, and we still have to explain to them. You go in now, and you might not even find where the Star Moon Guardian is placed. All right, you all hurry up. The three of them searched every corner of the pavilion, but found no trace of the key. Mom, think again. Where else did we go this afternoon? Mingwei asked anxiously. We went to the vegetable market to buy groceries. They then went to the vegetable market and searched again, but still didn't find the key. Time passed second by second, and as the three of them headed back, it was already 11:40, leaving only 20 minutes. Chapter 28. A critical moment goes awry when they return home. The clock read 11:50. A vegetable vendor was waiting for them downstairs, and upon seeing them, he grinned with his toothless mouth, looking somewhat silly. He squinted at Mingyue's mother and said, Sister, I saw you drop your keys while buying vegetables. I called out to you for a long time, but you didn't hear me and left the market. I've been waiting to return them to you. Thank you so much, sir, Mingyue said gratefully. Time was tight, and they couldn't afford to waste a single second. She took the keys and ran towards the storage room, with Su Xing and Yu Long following closely behind. When Mingyue picked up the keys to unlock the door, she realized that they were already twisted and deformed. She thought to herself that they must have been crushed by a delivery vehicle at the market. The door wouldn't open, and she was anxious as beads of sweat began to form on her forehead and nose. Mingyue, what's going on? Is there a problem with the keys? Su Xing asked, feeling anxious at the sight. Mingyue didn't respond, only continuing to try to open the door. As time passed, the door showed no signs of opening. Su Xing couldn't wait any longer. In just a few minutes, it would be 4 years later, and she couldn't bear to imagine what might happen. She gave Yu Long a meaningful glance. Yu Long understood and swiftly passed through the wall. The storage room wasn't large, but it was filled with all sorts of odd items. Yu Long searched every nook and cranny, but he didn't see the Star Moon Guardian. Yu Long, what is going on in there? Su Xing couldn't help but ask. I can't find it. Yu Long's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness. Mingyue, do you remember where you put it? Mingyue shook her head. After I won the award, my teacher told me that the Star Moon Guardian is priceless and cannot be bought with money. I handed it over to my mom when I got back. Annie, where did you put it? Can you describe the exact location to us? In the third cabinet under the iron table in the corner of the storage room. Mingyue's mother replied. Yu Long, did you hear that? I've looked there. I didn't see anything, Yu Long said. Mingyue's mother stood quietly behind them, watching everything unfold, as if she had anticipated the outcome. Her eyes glinted like an eagle's, and a wicked smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. In the last 3 seconds, the wall clock's pendulum swung slowly, each swing accompanied by a gentle click, as if revealing the mysteries of time. Su Xing's heart raced as she paced outside the storage room, her palms sweaty, wishing she could find a solution immediately. But the more anxious she became, the less energy the 9-color dragon fantasy stone seemed to exert. 3 seconds passed quickly, and time suddenly jumped to the year 2020, with Mingyue and her mother, along with Lu Feng, disappearing from sight. Su Xing remained outside the storage room, only to realize that her clothes were soaked with sweat. The weather in March was unusually hot. The dry air was thick with a heavy atmosphere, waves of heat making it hard to breathe. It felt as though summer had arrived prematurely, lacking the warmth and comfort of spring. Sunwon looked out the window. The dark sky was dotted with only a few stars. As the number of pedestrians on the street dwindled, the once bustling daytime streets fell silent, with only the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects echoing in the air. Su Xing turned on the fan in the living room. The cool breeze brushed her face, driving away the heat and offering her a moment of comfort and calm amidst her agitation. Yu Long emerged from the storage room, spreading his empty hands and saying, Su Xing, the Star Moon Guardian is not in the storage room. I suspected as much. But the 9-color dragon fantasy stone only reacts when it encounters Mingyue, emitting a brilliance of 1,000 auspicious clouds. Its powerful energy and magnetism have never been wrong. Su Xing replied. What should we do now? Yu Long asked. We continue to look for Mingyue. It's too late today. Let's rest well and ask the tenants tomorrow where their family went, Su Xing said. Su Xing had a strange feeling in Mingyue's home, as if she had returned to her own childhood home. She took a cold shower, feeling refreshed all over. When she returned to Mingyue's room, she collapsed on the bed, but no matter how she turned, she couldn't fall asleep. She stared at the ceiling for a long time. It had only been a few days since coming to Earth, yet she felt a tremendous change in time, as if decades had passed. She thought of the increasingly polluted environment of the mirrored planet, remembered the toxic haze affecting the inhabitants of that world, and her heart grew even more anxious. She turned on the light in her room, got out of bed, and the sunlight fell on a photo of Mingwei wearing the Star Moon Guardian on her desk. She picked up the frame, carefully examining the Star Moon Guardian, which fit perfectly with her other half. She became more certain that the Star Moon Guardian was related to Mingwei, and she needed to continue her pursuit of Mingwei. Just as she was about to return to bed to rest, she heard Yulong talking outside the door. Who could he be speaking to at this hour? Using the magnetic power of the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone. Su Xing looked through the molecular structure of the door and saw Yulong's every movement outside the living room. Yulong utilized his energy-clarifying superpower, using energy sharing to gather the thermal energy and electronic energy from the air, creating new elements and atoms through a continuous back-and-forth process, linking him with the electronic devices of the Diamond Planet, achieving contactless communication across interstellar distances. The person Yulong was talking to had already mutated. He had a large head, no hair, and enormous eyes, but his body appeared relatively normal. Chapter 29, The Cruel Truth Behind Beauty Yulong. Is there no synthesis of Xingyue Guardian? His voice sounded like a traveler in the desert who hasn't had water for a long time, hoarse and harsh. Linmu, we have already locked onto the target customer. However, because we came through folded space, there's a time difference with Earth. Every time the clock strikes midnight, 4 years pass on Earth, which also leads to us missing the Xingyue Guardian by a hair's breadth each time. Yulong, you must remember, once the Xingyue Guardian is synthesized, you must eliminate Su Xing immediately to obtain the Xingyue Guardian. The scientists of the Dragon Seeker Messenger organization have developed a curved space technology that can help you draw Earth's water resources to the Diamond Planet using the energy of the Xingyue Guardian. Hearing this, Su Xing's heart trembled, and her face turned extremely ugly. It turns out that Yulong has been in private contact with the people of the Diamond Planet, revealing her whereabouts to them, thus betraying his initial promise. Anger burned in her heart, as if it was about to burst forth, forcing her to want to confront Yulong for clarification, but reason told her not to act impulsively. Yulong did not agree with the other suggestion. Linmu, the Xingyue Guardian belongs to the mirror planet Su Xing. It would be improper for us to plunder it. Survival is the primary task. The residents of the Diamond Planet have begun to mutate on a large scale, and only the Xingyue Guardian can save them. His hoarse voice carried an unyielding firmness. Linmu, all 8-star systems are currently searching for the Xingyue Guardian. Even if we obtain the Xingyue Guardian, it will attract attacks and plundering from other planets, which will ultimately be more detrimental to the residents of the Diamond Planet. I now have a plan, but it will take longer. I intend to gather a group of scientists on Earth to extract water from diamonds. If this method and technology prove feasible, the Diamond Planet will be saved. Time is running out. Linmu, I promise to complete the research on water resource extraction within a month. Please trust me. I will also report the progress of the research to you at any time. Yaoguang has already united with 8 other star systems to establish the Space Star Chain Internet Company. They have built a star chain network consisting of 12,000 satellites in space to provide internet services, with 1,000 of them deployed in low Earth orbit at 550 kilometers above the Earth's surface. He does not need Professor Long's cosmic positioning to quickly enter Earth. Hearing this, Su Xing's face became even more difficult to look at. The Xingyue Guardian has not been found, but the 8-star systems coveting Earth's resources are about to attack. Su Xing felt as if her blood had instantly frozen. Filled with anxiety, she paced back and forth in the room. With each step, her tense emotions intensified, making her inner turmoil unbearable. She took out a piece of dark chocolate and put it in her mouth, forcing herself to calm down and continue listening to their conversation. Linmu, are they also here for the Xingyue Guardian? Yulong, that's only one aspect. The main purpose of the 8-star systems is to select an Earthling, control him, and then develop titanium robots to control all of humanity and plunder Earth's resources. With this as the core, they will then devour the Mirror Planet and the Diamond Planet. His hoarse voice had a cold, metallic quality, hiding a sense of helpless sadness. Who do they choose? Lin Mu shook his head and said, Yulong, we don't have much time for research. Su Xing trusts you very much. You can easily seize the Xingyue Guardian from her without using any superpowers. We must act before the 8-star systems do. Lin Mu, give me some time. Yulong, think about your parents and brothers. His voice at this moment sounded like a tightly stretched silk being pulled apart, hoarse and resonating again and again. Yulong's face showed an expression of extreme pain. He understood Lin Mu very well. If he failed to complete the task, he would certainly not let his family go easily. But he cannot betray his moral conscience or break his promise to seize something that did not belong to him, which caused inner conflict and suffering. After listening to their conversation, Su Xing could no longer contain her anger and rushed in front of Yulong, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Yulong, you have hidden it so well. You approached me for the Xingyue Guardian. Her long eyelashes trembled as if soaked in water. Su Xing, this is the will of my master. If I go against his wishes, my parents and brothers will be in danger. Yulong, don't make any excuses. I have my own difficulties. The residents of the Mirror Planet are suffering from pollution and are in dire straits. Meanwhile, I have made no progress here, and I am anxious, yet you plan to take the Xingyue Guardian from me. Su Xing, I will help you, and then kill me to take the Xingyue Guardian for yourself? Su Xing retorted coldly, tears streaming down her face. Su Xing, I won't. He looked at Su Xing's distressed expression, feeling helpless. Yulong noticed a broken phonograph in the living room. He picked up a bottle of red wine from the table, poured 2 glasses, then placed the bottle on the phonograph and gently pressed down with both hands, merging the bottle with the phonograph. The music playing from the phonograph was like suddenly seeing a galaxy when looking up, like a rainbow appearing in the sky after the rain, gentle and healing, making Su Xing think of many small beautiful things. She wiped away her tears with a tissue, and her mouth involuntarily curled up. Yulong aimed at an orchid knitted with yarn in the vase. He gently pulled the yarn, and the orchid instantly transformed into a rose shining with diamond light. He picked the rose and handed it to Su Xing. Don't be angry. I have my reasons, but I will follow my heart and will not do anything against my promises. Su Xing did not expect this cold, icy sculpture of a dragon to understand romance. She knew she couldn't blame Yulong for this, but just thinking about his impure motives for approaching her made her feel extremely uncomfortable. He was her assistant, and he should not have any selfish thoughts. She coldly ignored him. Yulong picked up the 2 glasses of red wine on the table and handed one to Su Xing. Su Xing, look, the moon is very round and bright tonight. It's a beautiful time. Let us have a drink together. Speaking of the moon, Su Xing thought of the craters on the moon, which were not as charming as they seemed, and she recalled that Yulong's efforts to help her were not just because of their initial agreement, but to obtain the Xingyue Guardian. It turned out that everything is interconnected, and behind every beauty lies a cruel truth. Thinking of this, she did not take the wine glass, and the smile from earlier disappeared. She returned to He Mingyue's room and lay on the bed, unable to sleep for a long time. In the night, deafening thunder roared, followed by bright arcs of lightning that split the sky, illuminating the entire room. The rain fell in a rush, producing a crisp sound as it hit the ground, forming countless splashes, and the temperature dropped sharply. She shivered from the cold, got up to find a thick blanket to cover herself, and finally fell into a drowsy sleep. Before the sky was fully bright, Su Xing was awakened by urgent knocking on the door outside. Su Xing, get up quickly. We need to set off early. Perhaps because he had stayed on Earth for a while, Yulong's voice had more warmth and less of its previous indifference. Su Xing rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked outside, discovering that the citizens who wore short sleeves yesterday were all dressed in cotton jackets today. This weather is truly extreme, even more so than the Mirror Planet's weather. She took one of Mingyue's clothes, simply tidied herself up, dressed neatly, opened the door, and found Yulong waiting outside. Su Xing, I bought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot, and then we can set off. Yulong handed her the breakfast. Are you being kind for no reason? Or do you want something from me? Su Xing asked deliberately. Yulong thought to himself that he really had something to ask of her, to please not be angry in the future. I like to see you smile, glowing brightly enough to light up the whole world. But the usually aloof him only said, Su Xing, I'm sorry, please don't be angry. Am I really that petty? The page has been turned. If you really feel guilty, just like yesterday, Simia rose. As soon as she finished speaking, Yulong presented a vibrant, dewy bouquet of roses in front of her. Su Xing inhaled the fragrance of the flowers, her eyes and brows filled with joy, more beautiful than the flowers themselves. Su Xing, should we continue to look for He Mingwe? Su Xing nodded and said, of course. They inquired with the tenants on the second floor about the whereabouts of He Mingwe and her mother, but no one knew where they had gone. She maintained a calm mindset, with a clear goal in mind, thinking about finding He Mingwe while silently reciting infinite vitality. The nine-color dragon fantasy stone emitted a light as bright as dawn, and she sensed that He Mingwe was giving birth at the Tade Hospital in the provincial city. Chapter 30. Another 4 years, He Mingwe gave birth to a son named Lu Xing. He was unusually beautiful right after birth, attracting the attention of everyone in the delivery room. The crowd made He Mingwe feel uncomfortable. However, surprisingly, Lu Xing seemed to sense his mother's discomfort and suddenly opened his eyes, grinning widely with a stunning smile. Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected laughter. They had never seen a newborn baby smile before, and they quickly left the delivery room. He Mingwe was also shocked by Lu Xing's sudden smile, and she was touched by this pure and untainted expression. She felt unprecedented happiness, and all her confusion and fear were instantly resolved. She could accept Lu Xing's uniqueness. Everyone is special, and she believed this was a reflection of his distinctive personality. However, this joy did not last 2 days before everything changed dramatically. Lu Xing cried incessantly, his voice becoming hoarse and weak, with a bulge in the area of his heart. This raised He Mingwe's concerns and anxiety. She hurriedly reported the situation to the doctor. The doctor conducted a full examination on Lu Xing, and the results were shocking. He was diagnosed with congenital heart disease. Specifically, it was a ventricular septal defect, which meant there was a hole in the wall separating the ventricles, causing blood to flow to the right side. Upon hearing this news, He Mingwe's breath became rapid, her face as pale as paper, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. One hand clutched her hair tightly, while the other pressed against her forehead, trying to calm her panicked heart. She couldn't understand why Lu Xing, who appeared healthy and chubby, could have congenital heart disease. She began to suspect it might be related to her recent frequent subconscious visits to an underwater forest. Lately, she often felt surrounded by a mysterious force, causing her to fall into a mirror-like consciousness, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Thinking of this, He Mingwe's head began to throb painfully, and no matter how hard she pressed her temples, it was of no use. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and her body could no longer support her. She fainted from exhaustion. He Mingwe's husband, Lu Feng, hurried to find a doctor to check on his wife. The doctor said He Mingwe was suffering from severe anemia and first administered a saline drip. In a daze, He Mingwe found herself back in the underwater forest. Large, changing clouds appeared in the sky, sometimes white, sometimes pink, sometimes blue, all within reach. She was surrounded by green plants, seemingly absorbing a powerful green energy, and her spirits lifted significantly. At that moment, a little boy radiating a soft glow appeared before her, saying, "Mom, don't be sad." Just as she was about to speak, her consciousness awakened. She found her mother staring at her, with red eyes, clearly having just cried. Seeing her awake, her mother smiled slightly. "Mingwe, you've been asleep for a day. I've made red date millet porridge for you. Eat some." He Mingwe nodded, feeling weak all over and almost without strength. Her mother quickly helped her sit up, placing a soft pillow behind her back, and poured the cooked red date millet porridge into a bowl, feeding her with a spoon. A warm tear fell from the corner of her eye. "Mom, I can do it myself." "You're very weak. Lie down and let Mom take care of you," her mother insisted. She searched for her husband Lu Feng's figure but found no trace of him, and then asked, "Mom, where's Lu Feng?" "Probably smoking in the corridor. Don't worry about him. Focus on getting better," her mother advised. "How's Xian?" she asked eagerly. "He's in the incubator. Don't worry. I've already called Su One. She should be here soon. She has many ideas. Let her help. Xian will be fine." Her mother tried to reassure He Mingwe. After He Mingwe finished the millet porridge, she rested for a moment before asking her mother to take her to see the baby. Just as they were about to leave the hospital, they saw Su when rushing towards the hospital. He Mingyue's sister, Su Xing, was studying for her medical master's degree in Singapore. Upon learning that He Mingyue's due date had been moved up, she bought a plane ticket overnight to fly back. He Mingyue hadn't seen Su Xing for a long time. With red eyes, she called out, "Sister." The two embraced each other. "Wan, where's Xian?" Su Xing asked her little name. "In the incubator. I'm about to go see him," He Mingyue replied. "Let's go together." She hurriedly led Su Xing to the incubator's location, with the doctor accompanying them. They opened the incubator's lid. Lu Xian was sleeping with his eyes closed. His skin was very fair, and his eyelashes were long, like an angel. "Su Xing, please save Xian." Her mother grasped her hand desperately. "Mom, let me ask the doctor about Xian's condition." They found the attending doctor to inquire about Xian's condition. The doctor told them, "The child has congenital heart disease and needs surgical treatment, but he is too young, and it is very difficult for him to survive the surgery." Although the doctor's words made He Mingyue feel dejected and anxious, she did not believe that Xian could not survive. She firmly believed that Lu Xian was a special child, and his arrival in this world must have a unique mission and significance. She was determined to fight for every possible chance of survival for Xian and would never give up. She would seek the best medical resources and expert opinions. No matter how great the difficulties, she was willing to strive for Xian. With Su Xing's company, He Mingyue dragged her post-delivery body to ask the attending doctor for help. The doctor, touched by He Mingyue's pleading eyes and tear-streaked face, could not bear to crush a mother's hope and told her she could try to get surgical treatment at the provincial hospital. This news gave He Mingyue a glimmer of hope, and she gratefully thanked the doctor. After hearing the attending doctor's words, Su Xing immediately thought of her boyfriend, Song Hanwei. Song Hanwei was the attending physician in the surgical department of the provincial hospital. She dialed Song Hanwei's number, and the call connected quickly. Su Xing's voice was filled with urgency. "Hanwei, my sister's newborn son has been diagnosed with congenital heart disease. The hospital here in Tianshui City says there is no treatment available, and the family is going crazy. Wan's health isn't great. If this child can't be saved, it may be very difficult for her to conceive again in the future. You're a medical student. You must know many doctor friends. Please help recommend an expert to save my sister's child." Su Xing, "Don't worry. I'll call the attending physician in cardiology, Zhou Yichen, to ask about this situation." Song Hanwei reassured her. "I'll wait for your good news." Hearing this, Su Xing felt much more at ease. About 10 minutes later, Song Hanwei returned her call. He Mingyue overheard the conversation between her sister and Song Hanwei. The gist was that this situation could not be delayed for even a moment, and that they needed to send the child to the provincial Ontai hospital for surgery immediately. As soon as Su Xing finished speaking, He Mingyue said firmly, "Sister, let us go to Ontai hospital now." "Okay, let us go now." Su Xing tightly held her sister's hand, repeating what she had just said. Time was pressing, and they dared not delay for a moment. He Mingyue and her husband, Su Xing, and their mother quickly hired a car to the provincial Ontai hospital overnight. With Song Hanwei's help, He Mingyue and her son successfully completed the admission procedures. That night, Lu Xian immediately underwent a comprehensive examination by Dr. Zhou Yichen. Dr. Zhou told them they needed to do a blood test first to find a relative with the same blood type as Lu Xian to prepare for a blood transfusion before continuing with the surgery. All preparations were swiftly underway, as they understood that time was crucial for Xian's life. They eagerly hoped to find a suitable blood source and start the surgery as soon as possible. Everyone was fully committed, determined to spare no effort for Lu Xian's health. Su Xing sensed this, and the 9-color dragon fantasy stone on her neck emitted a light as bright as dawn. Together with He Mingyue, they arrived at the Ontai hospital in the provincial capital. What puzzled Su Xing was that she sensed through the 9-color dragon fantasy stone that He Mingyue had been to the same underwater forest as her. Recently, He Mingyue had frequently entered the underwater forest through mirror consciousness. Why was she also able to go to the underwater forest? What energy field allowed her to access the underwater forest? What kind of connection was hidden in this? Chapter 31. One step away. Su Xing, filled with confusion, arrived at the Ontai hospital in the provincial capital. She bought some fruit and flowers outside the hospital and headed to the children's department to inquire about which ward He Mingyue was in. The front desk replied that there was no record of He Mingyue being admitted. This unexpected situation puzzled and surprised Su Xing. The Jiuzhai Dragon's fantasy stone had sensed that this was the hospital. Moreover, the Jiuzhai Dragon's sensing of the fantasy stone had never been wrong. Could something have happened in between? Thinking of this, Su Xing felt a surge of panic in her heart. She anxiously explained to the front desk, "Doctor, I can confirm that He Mingyue completed her admission procedures at this hospital today. I am her good friend and would not mistake the place or date. Thank you for checking again." The front desk, upon hearing Su Xing's explanation, politely replied, "Thank you for your patience. I will check the relevant information again." About 2 minutes later, the front desk looked up, blinking her bright eyes, and said, "I'm sorry, I still can't find anything. You might want to call your friend to ask for her specific location." Su Xing used the Jiuzhai Dragon's fantasy stone again, silently wishing for He Mingyue's location. The Jiuzhai Dragon's fantasy stone emitted a bright light, indicating that the geographical location was still Ontai Hospital, but it did not specify the floor. She felt confused as to why the hospital front desk could not find He Mingyue's name, just as she was puzzled. A very beautiful woman next to her looked her up and down. With a timid gaze, she walked over and asked, "I heard you asking the front desk about He Mingyue. What do you need her for?" "I'm her friend. I heard her son is sick, and I wanted to see her and her son. Do you know which ward she is in?" Su Xing asked. "Room 503, the beautiful woman said softly, her red lips parting slightly to reveal the room number, and without waiting for Su Xing to thank her, she turned and left with her patient. Su Xing and Yulong took the elevator to Ward 503 and indeed saw He Mingyue's family, who were discussing blood donation. He Mingyue was weak and anemic, unable to accept a blood transfusion. He Mingyue's mother was older and in poor health, making her unsuitable for blood donation. Lu Feng had just had his blood tested, and the doctor said there were problems with his blood, so he also could not donate. None of the closest family members could help with blood donation. He Mingyue was anxious, crossing her arms and hugging her shoulders, her big eyes drooping, still much larger than an average person's, tears streaming down her cheeks. "He Mingyue, be patient. Maybe the hospital's blood bank has a matched blood type available," Zhou Chen comforted. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in He Mingyue's eyes, but her heart could not settle. She paced back and forth in the ward, bearing a tremendous mental burden. "Mingyue, I will try to donate blood for Lu Ziyan," Su Xing said with a smile as she walked in. He Mingyue looked up and saw Su Xing, her expression very complex, filled with surprise, curiosity, and even confusion. "Su Xing, it has been 4 years since we last met, but I feel like you have never left my life." "Mingyue, I feel the same way. Let me help you." After saying that, she placed the flowers and fruit on the table by He Mingyue's bed. He Mingyue nodded. Yulong pulled Su Xing aside and whispered, "Su Xing, you come from the Mirror Planet. Have you considered the consequences of donating blood to a person from Earth? Let's give it a try. Maybe it will work." Su Xing wanted to say that she was also from Earth, but didn't want to complicate things, so she refrained from explaining. "Su Xing, if it doesn't work, you could harm He Mingyue's child." Yulong's deep blue eyes surprisingly revealed a look of concern. "Yulong, I just realized that there's a warmth in your eyes that only humans have. This is a good sign. You're starting to develop feelings," Su Xing said with surprise. "Su Xing, let's not digress. Back to the point, you cannot donate blood for He Mingyue's child. I already promised He Mingyue. It would be inappropriate for me to tell her that I can't donate blood," Su Xing replied. "I can handle this matter. You don't need to worry," Yulong said as he approached He Mingyue. "He Mingyue, we all really want to help the child, but we come from a very distant place and may not be able to donate blood. We are concerned it might have side effects on his body." He Mingyue replied, "I understand. Let's wait for news from Dr. Zhou." She responded reasonably, furrowing her brow as she paced back and forth in the hospital room. He Mingyue's anxious and restless pacing made Su Xing feel uneasy as well. Su Xing remembered that every 4 years, He Mingyue's life underwent tremendous changes. Each 4 years seemed to plunge her into a more severe situation. At this moment, He Mingyue was overwhelmed with the issue of donating blood for Lu Ziyan, making it seem a bit untimely for Su Xing to mention the Star Moon Guardian. Su Xing thought that every time she was just one step away from the Star Moon Guardian, various situations and entanglements would arise. She had never felt such pressure before and could only be pushed forward by time and space. At this pace, When would she be able to synthesize the Star Moon Guardian? And what would happen to He Mingyue's life afterward? Chapter 32. Searching for blood type match doctor. He informed that no matching blood type was found for Lu Xing in the blood bank. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in He Mingyue's eyes instantly dimmed. Su Xing gave her sister a hug and said, "Wan, don't worry. I will do everything I can to save Nen." After saying this, she immediately called everyone she knew for help, hoping to find a donor with a suitable blood type. Su Xing was curious why her sister's surname was Su while hers was He, and why Su when called her Wan. But this was not the time to ask such questions. She walked over to He Mingyue and gently patted his shoulder, hoping to give him some strength and support. The usually taciturn Yulong walked over to He Mingyue, his eyes, which were usually cold, now shone with warmth, as he said firmly, "He Mingyue, Lu Xing is special. He has his own mission. This is part of his life experience. He'll be fine." Seeing this scene, Su Xing felt a complex emotion welling up inside her. Tears shimmered in He Mingyue's eyes as he gratefully said, "When I encounter difficulties, you are all by my side, giving me strength and support. I'm very grateful to you." His pitiful appearance made him even more lovable. Yulong took a diamond from his pocket and walked over to He Mingyue, handing it to him, saying, "This diamond is called the Light of Hope. It symbolizes good fortune. This is my small gesture for the child, hoping he can turn misfortune into good luck." Yulong's action was filled with love and blessings. "I accept your kind intention, but this diamond is too precious. Lu Xing cannot bear it." Regardless of the situation, He Mingyue's voice was soft and bright. His gentle tone was like the language of flowers in the morning mist, making people feel warm and peaceful. Su Xing noticed that throughout the process, Yulong's gaze was fixed on He Mingyue, showing a warmth she had never seen before. A feeling of loss surged in her heart. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious of He Mingyue, thinking that someone like Yulong, who rarely showed emotions, could only be melted by He Mingyue's tenderness. How she wished that person could be her. He Mingyue, the diamond is a symbol of hope. It can bring good luck to the child. You must accept it. Yulong's deep eyes held a firmness that was hard to refuse. "I thank you on behalf of Lu Xing." Unable to decline, He Mingyue accepted the diamond, expressing his gratitude to Yulong. His voice was gentle and melodious, like a heavenly melody that captivated the heart. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Yulong's face. It was the first time Su Xing saw Yulong smile, and her heart sank as if a heavy weight pressed down on her chest, turning her myriad feelings into a jealous fire. He willingly gave He Mingyue a diamond, while the diamond he had given her was merely a transaction with a purpose. Thinking of this, a sense of inexplicable bitterness surged in her heart. Burdened with the task of finding Xingyue's guardian, Su Xing had only been on Earth for 4 days, but 16 years had passed on Earth, making it no simple matter. She had never felt such pressure before. Overthinking made her head throb. "He Mingyue, I know you are looking for me, for Xingyue's guardian. It is not with me. It is with my husband, Lu Feng. You need to think of a way," He Mingyue said gently, even though she was already overwhelmed by the blood donation situation. Her words were still composed. Upon hearing about Xingyue's guardian, Su Xing felt invigorated, but the news that it was with He Mingyue's husband deflated her a bit. She noticed that He Mingyue's hospital room was filled with her relatives, and with the chaos over the child's blood donation, it had become a tangled mess. Continuing to discuss Xingyue's guardian at this moment seemed inappropriate, so she could only wait for the right opportunity. "Doctor." Zhou mobilized all his connections to find a matching blood type. Su Xing contacted relevant personnel, while Song Han sent people to assist in finding a match. Everyone was doing their utmost for the child's life, perhaps due to the collective energy of goodwill and sincerity. A message from Zhou Yichen eventually found a compassionate person whose blood type matched Lu Xing's. This kind-hearted individual donated their blood selflessly, and He Mingyue finally saw the dawn of hope. Lu Xing was taken into the operating room, and whether he could survive depended on the success of the surgery. He Mingyue's family waited outside the operating room for the results. Su Xing, upon learning that Xingyue's guardian was with Lu Feng, had been secretly observing him. She noticed that Lu Feng did not get along with her sister Su Wan. During Lu Xing's surgery, both Su Wan and Lu Feng anxiously waited outside the operating room. However, despite being so close, Su Wen looked at her brother-in-law Lu Feng with disdain and contempt, clearly looking down on him. Su Xing also noticed that Lu Feng did not seem to care much about He Mingyue. He Mingyue's body had not fully recovered, and she lay alone on the hospital bed resting, while Lu Feng rarely visited her. Although she had never been in love, her intuition told her that love was not like this. There were issues in their family dynamics. All of He Mingyue's relatives were waiting outside the operating room, hoping for Lu Xian's successful surgery. Yet no one cared about the pain that He Mingyue was enduring inside. She was left alone in the hospital room, suffering in silence. This made Su Xing feel anger and disappointment at Lu Feng's indifference and neglect. Su Xing, let's go check on He Mingyue. She must be very anxious alone in the hospital room. Yulong found an excuse to visit He Mingyue. Su Xing was surprised at this moment. Only Yulong thought to visit He Mingyue, while everyone else seemed more focused on the child, forgetting the mother. Could it be that Yulong had developed feelings for He Mingyue, forgetting the beauty Ningqiuan in the photo? Su Xing suddenly realized that He Mingyue looked very similar to Ningqiuan. She had always focused on Xingyue's guardian and had not noticed this important detail. It was only when she saw the way Yulong looked at He Mingyue differently than others that she discovered this hidden secret. This discovery left Su Xing shocked and confused. After spending time together, she had developed different feelings for the icy Yulong, but he had never looked at her like that. Thinking of this, her heart bled. Yet, she would not hold a grudge against someone because of feelings. She would consider the bigger picture and agreed with Yulong's words. You are right, Yulong. He Mingyue must be very worried about Lu Xian's surgery result alone in the hospital room. Let's go visit her and give her some strength. Su Xing's heart felt like it had been punctured, but she maintained a calm demeanor. They walked into He Mingyue's hospital room and saw her lying in bed, her face filled with worry and anxiety. Su Xing could feel the unease in He Mingyue's heart. She furrowed her brows, her gaze anxious and her expression restless, softly chanting Ba. Clearly, she was praying for Lu Xian's surgery to be successful. Su Xing gently walked to He Mingyue's bedside and softly comforted her. He Mingyue, we have the best doctors. Lu Xian's surgery will definitely be successful. We will be with you and support you. She tried to bring comfort and hope to He Mingyue with her words. He Mingyue sat up eagerly. Su Xing, I can't wait any longer. I am anxious. Please accompany me to the operating room. Okay. Chapter 33. The invasion of black insects from the ghost galaxy. Su Wen saw He Mingyue coming over and hurriedly ran to support her. Mingyue, your body hasn't recovered yet. You need to rest well. After the surgery, we will tell you the results. He Mingyue's face showed a look of fear and unease. Sister, lying on the bed is uncomfortable. Waiting is tormenting. Mingyue, come sit over here. Their mother helped her sit down on a long bench beside them, not saying a word, but silently holding her hand tightly in her palm. He Mingyue instantly felt a warm current flowing through her body. Her eyes gradually welled up with tears. Her mother was always her strongest support. With her mother behind her, she was no longer so afraid of whatever happened. However, He Mingyue did not know that her mother had changed. She had already been controlled by the black insects that invaded Earth from the mother star of the ghost galaxy, and her mission was to obstruct Su Xing's search for the Nebula Guardian. They were able to find the entrance to Earth because the Yao Guang had formed a space star chain interconnection company with 8 other planets, building a star chain network composed of 12,000 satellites in space to provide cosmic information services. They found the entrance to Earth through the star chain network. Using the diamond energy from the dragon, they located Tinshui City and understood the trajectory of the 2 people on Earth through various traces of the diamond. They obstructed the synthesis of the Star Moon Guardian because the dragon had a grudge from stealing water resources in the ghost galaxy. This ghost galaxy was not to be trifled with. They would not easily let the dragon go. On the other hand, like Yao Guang, they aimed to use the black insects to control the brains of intelligent life on other planets to achieve the purpose of invading other planets' resources. In reality, the problem was far more serious than they imagined. There were still scientists like Bai Yi sending people to search for them. However, Su Xing was still thinking about the Star Moon Guardian. She noticed that Lu Feng, whom she had been observing, was missing. She walked along the hospital corridor to look for Lu Feng, with the dragon following closely behind her. However, they did not find Lu Feng. Instead, they saw Dr. Song embracing Su Wen in the corner of the hospital. Song Hanwei murmured, "Su Wen, I miss you," and then kissed Su Wen passionately. "Me too." Su Wen did not shy away, responding to his kiss fervently. "Su Wen, I want to end this long-distance relationship as soon as possible," Song Hanwei whispered while kissing her. "Soon. I will graduate with my doctorate in a year and will have no problem coming back to work at the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Your parents won't have any obstacles," Su Wen replied. "I won't let you suffer any longer," Song Hanwei vowed. "I believe you," Su Wen said, like a girl who had just fallen in love, shyly in his warm embrace. She suddenly raised her head and said, "He Mingwei is still anxiously waiting for the results outside the operating room. Let us go check the results." "Okay." Because the dragon was by her side, Su Xing felt her face flush. She felt the warm breath of the dragon on her, and when she turned her head suddenly, she gently kissed the dragon's warm and full lips. He was so cold, yet his lips were very warm. Her heartbeat swelled like a balloon, making her feel like her heart was about to leap out of her chest. "I accidentally touched you just now. Don't take it to heart." To cover up her emotions and embarrassment, Su Xing spoke contrary to her feelings. "Su Xing, don't be nervous." The dragon's expression was consistently indifferent, revealing no emotions. Su Xing felt a bit disappointed. Even though they had physical contact, the dragon still appeared calm. However, he showed a faint smile because he Mingwei accepted his diamond. Su Xing could only try to control her emotions. Near Lu Feng, her heart raced as if 1,000 butterflies were dancing in her chest. Sometimes they fluttered quickly, and sometimes they seemed to crawl slowly. When she got close to him, these butterflies began to dance, and her heartbeat became strong and powerful. In this world, only in his company did she feel her heartbeat could reach a perfect rhythm. She knocked on her head hard, trying to wake herself up. They still needed to find Lu Feng. Su Xing continued walking along the outside corridor of the hospital, and in the corner on the first floor, she found Lu Feng. She was horrified to see a swarm of black insects falling from the sky and burrowing into Lu Feng's head. Lu Feng was squatting on the ground, holding his head in pain, grimacing and twisting his face, then rolling on the ground. "Dragon, quick, look! What is that?" Su Xing turned to the dragon. "These are the black insects from the mother planet of the Ghost Galaxy. This planet is infested with black insects, and the living environment is extremely harsh. They want to use the black insects to control the brains of intelligent life on other planets to invade their resources," the dragon explained. "Dragon, how would they find this place?" "The Star Moon Guardian is still in Lu Feng's hands," Su Xing exclaimed. "They should have found the entrance to Earth through Yaoguang's star chain network." Su Xing then remembered the conversation between the dragon and his master and felt the situation becoming increasingly severe. She asked, "The black insects have already burrowed into the human body. How can they be removed?" "It relies on an individual's strong willpower to overcome the black insects. If they cannot overcome them, they will be controlled by the black insects, losing their autonomy and becoming puppets," the dragon said with a hint of coldness in his tone. "Dragon, I'm worried that the aliens from the Ghost Galaxy will invade Earth." "Don't worry. It would take intelligent life from the Ghost Galaxy hundreds of thousands of light years to reach Earth. Even if they found the entrance to Earth, they can only reach it by riding the Dragon Professor's developed folding space on the Flying Dragon Star 9. They can send space messages. But to come to Earth, unless Dragon Professor agrees to help, it would still take a long time. The Mirror Planet might encounter this problem as well." "Su Xing, we need to speed up. We can't waste any more time." Su Xing nodded. After they learned this secret, they planned to inform He Mingwei about it, so she could be on guard. At that moment, the operating room door opened, and Zhou Yicheng came out. He Mingwei stepped forward eagerly and asked, "Director Zhou, how did the surgery go?" "It's truly a miracle. The surgery was very successful." Zhou Yicheng's tired face revealed a brilliant smile, like a bright lamp shining in the dark night, giving He Mingwei hope. He Mingwei bowed to Zhou Yicheng, tears in her eyes, and said, "Dr. Zhou, thank you for giving Lu Ziyan a second life. You are our great benefactor." "Don't mention it. This is what we should do," Zhou Yicheng said with a slight smile. Su Wen and Song Hanwei also came over to thank Zhou Yicheng. "Our director Zhou is the best. I knew it would work out," Song Hanwei said with a beaming smile. Suddenly, Zhou Yicheng's smile faded. "Don't thank me too early. Although the surgery was successful, the child may face developmental delays. and you need to be prepared mentally. He Mingyue's heart, which had relaxed, tightened again at this moment. She did not know how many difficulties they would face in the future. But no matter how difficult it was, she was determined to raise Lu Xing healthily. She had witnessed a miracle with her own eyes, and she believed that Lu Xing could create more surprises and miracles. Chapter 34. The mysterious blood donor. After witnessing the entire process of the black bug invading Lu Feng's brain, Su Xing felt particularly heavy-hearted. It was now even more difficult to retrieve the Star Moon Guardian from Lu Feng. She wanted to talk to He Mingwei about the invasion of her husband's brain by the black bug, to remind her to pay attention to her husband's movements. However, the hospital room was overcrowded, and she couldn't find a chance for the two of them to be alone. In the afternoon, He Mingwei took Lu Xing for a follow-up examination, and Su Xing accompanied them along with Yulong. Su Xing wanted to find an opportunity to warn her about Lu Feng. She noticed that He Mingwei was tense, trembling all over, somewhat like a person who was extremely hungry and experiencing low blood sugar. Su Xing gently patted He Mingwei's shoulder to offer her some comfort. He Mingwei, Lu Xing has created another miracle. He has recovered very well, and you can proceed with the discharge procedures. However, he will need to come back to the hospital for follow-up checks 2 to 3 times a week, Zhou Yichen said with a smile after reviewing Lu Xing's examination report. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. If it weren't for you, and then wouldn't have recovered so well, He Mingwei said, finally feeling relieved. He Mingwei, I suggest living in a place with more plants. It will be better for his recovery, Zhou Yichen advised, adjusting his glasses. Sure, we will do our best to create conditions for that, He Mingwei replied with a smile. That's great. He Mingwei thought that Lu Xing's rapid recovery was also greatly related to the blood donor. She wanted to find this benefactor and express her gratitude in person. So she asked, Dr. Zhou, may I ask if you can share the contact details of the blood donor? This is blood supplied by the blood transfusion department. I don't have that information. You can ask the blood transfusion department, Zhou Yichen suggested. Thank you, Dr. Zhou, He Mingwei said repeatedly. The blood transfusion department was not on the same floor as the clinical departments, nursing department, or operating room, and its location was somewhat remote. Su Xing helped to ask around and finally found the blood center's transfusion department. The doctor who received He Mingwei wore a well-fitting white coat, had a fresh appearance, and particularly striking bright eyes. After He Mingwei explained the situation to the beautiful doctor, she expressed her need. Doctor, I want to find the contact details of the blood donor in the transfusion department to thank him in person. I'm really sorry, but we must keep the personal information of voluntary blood donors confidential and cannot disclose it to outsiders, the doctor with bright eyes said with a smile. He Mingyue's anxious face turned red, and she quickly explained, I just want to express my gratitude to the blood donor. I want to disturb him. I understand your feelings, but we have rules and regulations that we must follow, the doctor with bright eyes politely replied. Seeing how sincere the doctor was, He Mingwei didn't want to put her in a difficult position and sought help from her sister Su Wen. Su Wen found Song Han again to help inquire and discovered that the blood donor was her high school classmate Jiang Yuding, who worked as a companion nurse at this hospital. They inquired through various channels and found Jiang Yuding. Su Xing realized that this woman was the one who had informed her about the name of the ward that day. Jiang Yuding told He Mingwei that while accompanying a patient for treatment, she accidentally discovered that the patient's child needed blood for surgery. She wanted to donate blood herself, but felt unworthy due to a past mistake and didn't want to attain a pure angel. So she found a mutual friend to donate blood. Upon hearing this, He Mingwei slightly closed her eyes and asked in confusion, Who is this friend? Why would he help us? He Mingwei, please don't ask any further. The donor requested confidentiality, and I must comply. Otherwise, I could lose my job as a companion nurse, Jiang Yuding replied. I still don't understand why he wants to remain so mysterious. Some people would want to announce their good deeds to the world. He Mingwei said, staring with wide eyes, puzzled. Jiang Yuding said leisurely, Mingwei, he is different. Realizing she almost let something slip, she quickly added, as long as the blood donor is healthy and meets the hospital's blood donation standards and procedures, and the child's surgery is successful, that is the most important thing. I believe he has his reasons for not wanting to disclose his identity, so I will just be grateful to him in my heart. He Mingwei sighed and said, You're right, Mingwei. You should know that your current situation is also closely related to me. If it weren't for me, your life would be completely different, Jiang Yuding said with a guilty expression, burying her face in her neck. Yuding, what do you mean by that? He Mingyue asked, confused. Mingyue, have you forgotten? Back then, you were the star of the Aerospace University affiliated high school, excelling in both academics and sports, unmatched by anyone. Your bright eyes attracted all the boys in the school who wanted to be around you. But to help me seek justice, you were bullied and withdrew from school by the Wan siblings, entering society early and encountering a man like Lu Feng, leading to your current unhappy life. Yuding, how could I forget? I will never forget everything those two siblings did to me, he Mingyue said through gritted teeth. But soon a smile appeared on her face. However, I have always been clear about debts of gratitude and vengeance. I will repay kindness and seek revenge. He Mingyue, now it's my turn to repay you. I am willing to do anything for you to atone, Jiang Yuding said as she hugged He Mingyue. Yuding, you don't need to feel burdened. My life is my own to live, and it has nothing to do with you, He Mingyue said softly. Mingyue, I am now a companion nurse, and I know every department and even every doctor in the hospital well. I heard that your child needs to come to the hospital for follow-ups every day. I can accompany you, Jiang Yuding said. Hearing this proposal, He Mingyue smiled. I accept. Finally, He Mingyue's heart was at ease as she completed the discharge procedures. Lu Zian needed to stay in Jiangcheng for follow-up and rehabilitation treatment, so He Mingyue's family chose to stay in Jiangcheng. Su Xing, having failed to obtain the Star Moon Guardian, decided to continue staying close to He Mingyue. Wherever He Mingyue rented a house, she would rent a house nearby. Chapter 35 Black Bug Control. Lu Feng and He Mingyue were unable to move. Her mother was taking care of her confinement, and Lu Feng was inactive. Su Xing, who had come from another planet, was unfamiliar with the area. The task of finding a rental house fell on Su Wen's shoulders. According to Zhou Yichen's instructions, the house needed to meet two criteria. It should be convenient for hospital checkups, and there should be greenery around. This posed a challenge for Su Wen. Although she had studied at university in Jiangcheng and had worked at a pharmaceutical company for a year, that was many years ago. She had been in Singapore for many years, and Jiangcheng had changed significantly. Just going out could result in her getting lost. At that moment, she thought of Song Hanwei, a true native of Jiangcheng who would definitely have a solution. After calling him and explaining the situation, he eagerly agreed, saying with a smile, Su Wen, you came to the right person. Thanks. Within just 2 days, Song Hanwei helped them find a house. Although it was located in an urban village and the external environment was simple, it was one of the most distinctive houses in the city center. With green bricks, green tiles, flying eaves, white walls, dark tiles, and ancient-style shadow walls, it was filled with a sense of antiquity. Various flowers and plants surrounded the house, and the longevity flowers on the courtyard wall adorned the entire surface, creating a lush green view. The most important thing was that the landlord had cleaned the house thoroughly. The only downside was that being in the city center, they could see the white smoke rising from a nearby factory-esque chimney. Perhaps the landlord planted greenery around the house to purify the air. He Mingyue was very satisfied with the house, especially loving the greenery surrounding it. As soon as she entered the house, she felt a powerful magnetic field. A sense of familiarity washed over her, reminiscent of a house she had visited in an underwater forest. Yet this house was clearly much more beautiful. Su Xing rented a room next to He Mingyue's. Understanding that 1 day was equivalent to 4 years, she paid for 4 years of rent in one go, making the sister who signed the contract very happy. She smiled and said, Beauty, you have good taste. Renting for such a long time is definitely a bargain. Our rent here is cheap, and the house is in the core area of the city center with convenient transportation. It's easy to rent. You were able to rent these 2 rooms because 2 tenants bought houses and moved out. If you had come 2 days later, you wouldn't have been able to rent them. Su Xing thought to herself, you think it's a bargain? I rented for 4 years, but might only spend 1 night inside. However, she still smiled and said, Thank you, landlord, for providing us with a shelter from the wind and rain. I appreciate you. I like tenants like you, polite, cultured, and beautiful, the landlord said with a smile. They signed a rental contract in a harmonious atmosphere. Fortunately, although the house was simple, it had 2 rooms. With Yulong's personality, he wouldn't disturb her. So Su Xing wasn't worried about that. In the evening, when everyone was settled, Su Xing went to visit He Mingwei. She wrote a note and handed it to He Mingwei, which said to dismiss everyone because she had important matters to discuss. After reading it, He Mingwei understood and made an excuse. Mom, sister, husband, I want to talk about something private with my best friend. You can step out for a bit. He Mingwei's mother gave Su Xing a meaningful glance, which was very dark and complex. Su Xing found it hard to understand and shivered involuntarily. This gaze was clearly different from others. Could it be that He Mingwei's mother was also controlled by the black bug? Although she had this suspicion, she remained calm on the surface. Once everyone left, He Mingwei spoke first. Su Xing, what do you want to tell me? Su Xing stepped outside to check and saw that He Mingwei's mother and sister had gone to another room. Lu Feng was nowhere to be seen, and Yu Long stood outside like a guard. Su Xing thought, Yu Long is increasingly understanding my feelings. An inexplicable joy surged within her. Her demeanor relaxed, and a happy expression blossomed on her face. Su Xing confidently walked to He Mingwei's bedside and said slowly, He Mingwei, even though you are currently in confinement, and I shouldn't be telling you these things, the situation is urgent, and I must inform you to prevent any harm. He Mingwei looked quietly at Su Xing, encouraging her to continue. Su Xing, just say it. I can handle it. He Mingwei, your husband is no longer the same. You need to be cautious of him. Su Xing initially wanted to tell He Mingwei everything in detail, but considering she was in confinement and worried it might frighten her, she only hinted at the situation. I know he is not perfect and has many issues, but he treats me well, and he is the father of my child. I can only give him a chance to correct himself, He Mingwei said, looking at the sleeping Lu Zian in her arms. He Mingwei, what I'm telling you is not about your husband's personality. It's that he is no longer the same. Please pay attention. Su Xing, are you saying this because of Xingyue's protection? I consider you a friend and hope for your safety. Su Xing, I will remember what you said. You can go out now. I want to rest. He Mingwei's expression was somewhat dark. Take care and remember what I said. Su Xing thought it was getting late, and they still had to go out to find Lu Feng. After reminding He Mingwei, she left the room and gently closed the door. Is He Mingwei okay? Yu Long asked anxiously. She is fine. Let us hurry and find Lu Feng. Su Xing felt a sour taste rise in her heart as Yu Long mentioned He Mingwei. During their search for Lu Feng, they made a new discovery. They found that the black bug controlling Lu Feng could infect those around him. Wherever Lu Feng went, the black bug inside him would replicate and quickly spread to those nearby. Lu Feng had already been controlled by the black bug. He was heading towards crowded areas, leading to more and more people being controlled. Yu Long instantly moved beside Lu Feng and brought him in front of Su Xing. Su Xing was protected by the 9-color dragon fantasy stone, so the black bug couldn't approach her. Yu Long had immense energy, and the black bug couldn't get close to him either. Not far behind them, there was a barbecue stall with people eating in small groups. The smoky smell was overwhelming, causing Su Xing to tear up. Yu Long, we can't take him back. The black bug will infect He Mingwei and her family. I will use my superpower of unobstructed penetration to force the black bug out of his body. But this will consume a lot of energy, and I will need to rest for a while to recover my powers. The overall situation is more important. Yu Long instantly understood Su Xing's meaning. He continuously adjusted his energy field, utilizing the wind, electrical, and light energy in the air to re-establish a powerful energy field. Using the unobstructed penetration within the energy field, he forced the black bug out of Lu Feng's mind. He used the energy resonance of superpowers to transfer a small amount of flame from the barbecue stall's fire to enlarge and throw it at the black bug. The speed was so fast that Su Xing didn't see the whole process. The black bug was already burned to death. Lu Feng returned to his original state. But Yu Long was worried that Lu Feng would remember too many secrets and negatively impact all of them. He controlled Lu Feng's thoughts through mental waves. Lu Feng had completely forgotten everything that had just happened, including any future events he might selectively forget. But Yu Long collapsed to the ground due to energy depletion. Chapter 36. The destruction of the black worm after searching for their whereabouts. Shi Bai came over, intending to take the dragon away. Su Xing stood in front of the dragon. What do you want? Su Xing questioned with wide, angry eyes. I am Shi Bai, a scientist specializing in celestial studies. the day you arrived on Earth in your spacecraft. I discovered you through a radio telescope. Since then, I have been looking for you, but I have not succeeded because I have not resolved the issue of the time difference between interstellar humans and Earthlings. It is our responsibility to protect Earth, and we cannot allow you to harm it, Su Xing said firmly. Su Xing felt displeased upon hearing Professor Shi's words. She gently lifted her eyelids and coldly glanced at him, asking, Professor Shi, when did you see us performing actions that harm Earth? Right now, the entire city is in panic due to the black worm, with people infecting each other. Isn't that your doing? Su Xing retorted. Professor Shi, the black worm is a creation of the ghost planet. The ghost planet is infested with black worms, and the living conditions are extremely harsh. They're trying to control several neighboring planets through the black worm to devour their resources. The dragon helps humans expel the black worms from their bodies. But now it is exhausted and needs rest. It cannot go with you, Su Xing said in a very calm tone, though a hint of innate authority could be heard. I only believe in the facts I see with my own eyes. Su Xing signaled with his eyes, and a group of people behind him rushed forward. Seeing the dragon about to be taken away, Su Xing, in a moment of desperation, used the 9-colored fantasy stone to counter those trying to grab the dragon. As a result, everyone was blown away. I do not wish to harm anyone, but if you invade, I will not stand by and do nothing, Su Xing said sternly. Witnessing the alien's superpower, Su Xing realized that with their strength, they could not bring back the two. Why not utilize their superpower to save the humans invaded by the black worm? With this thought, he changed his attitude and pleaded, You have such powerful energy. There are people on the streets invaded by the black worm, suffering terribly. Please save them. Su Xing squatted down and asked the dragon, can you still save people? The dragon shook its head. Is there any other way? Su Xing Wei. We can use the energy and magnetism of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone to save the humans on the street who have been eroded by the black worm. But doing so will mean missing the moon and Star Guardian today, and the energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone will be depleted, the dragon replied. After hearing this, the normally decisive Su Xing found herself hesitating. The 9-colored fantasy had once advised her not to overuse the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone unless absolutely necessary. Overuse would deplete its energy and magnetism, rendering it ineffective in emergencies, and could even prevent her from returning to the mirror planet. Unless she could reach the underwater forest again, she would not be able to restore the energy and magnetism of the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone. But how could she get to the underwater forest on Earth if she did not use the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone to save the humans invaded by the black worm? The number of infected would only increase, and eventually, the entire Earth will be controlled by the ghost planet, which would also affect the mirror planet. Suddenly, she remembered that when she returned to Earth and used the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone to locate Mingwei, she sensed that she had once entered the underwater forest. If this sensing was real, then she could seek Mingwei's help to enter the underwater forest and restore the energy and magnetism of the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone. However, if her sensing of Mingwei entering the underwater forest was merely an illusion, the consequences would be dire. She weighed the possible outcomes in her mind repeatedly, constantly asking herself if it was worth the risk. She felt anxious and uneasy. Don't hesitate. The number of infected is increasing. Su Xing raised a video for Su Xing to see. Su Xing looked up at the scenes on the video. From the subway to the streets, from restaurants to schools, people were invaded by the black worms. Their expressions were pained, their bodies contorted into a shrimp-like posture as they stared down at their phones. They had shut down their inner selves, entrusting their spirits to some invisible thing, like walking corpses. More and more people were joining this ranks. Su Xing, saving Earthlings is saving Mirror Planet residents, the dragon said aside. This statement solidified Su Xing's determination. She activated the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone, silently reciting the mantra of endless rotation, focused on eliminating the black worms, and the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone instantly emitted a silver-red light. She handed it to the dragon. The dragon leaped to the subway, using the endless rotation beam of the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone to force the black worms out of the bodies, simultaneously using a small amount of the beam to transform into flames to burn the black worms to ashes. Instantly, A burnt odor filled the subway. The dragon continued to move to the streets, restaurants, and schools, applying the same strategy to the humans invaded by the blackworms, forcing them out of their bodies with the energy beam and using fire to incinerate the blackworms. When the dragon returned, its energy was completely depleted, and the energy of a 9-color dragon fantasy stone was also exhausted, but the blackworms had been completely cleared. Su Xing had been worried about the dragon's safety, but upon seeing it return safely, her heart was filled with joy and relief, as if the whole world had been illuminated. She rushed over and hugged the dragon tightly. Choking back tears, dragon, it's so good to have you back. Su Xing, don't worry about me. I'm a superpowered alien. I will be fine, the dragon reassured her. The dragon did not respond to Su Xing's embrace, and his indifference made her feel disappointed and frustrated as the excitement and thrill she had felt dissipated. Sometimes, Su Xing truly doubted whether the dragon was an emotionless virtual being, but she had indeed seen him smile for Mingwe and worry for her. To this day, she could not understand what exactly about Mingwe moved him, making him look at her differently, while the dragon was eliminating the blackworms. Sure Yubai had been watching Su Xing. Now that the dragon had returned, he ordered his men to take the dragon away. Su Xing still blocked the way in front of the dragon, refusing to let them take it, but this time, Sure Yubai was no longer afraid of them. During the battle with the black worms, their energy had been nearly depleted, and they were no different from ordinary people. Now, only Su Xing had slightly stronger powers. But facing over a dozen burly men skilled in martial arts, she was still outnumbered. Su Xing turned to face Professor Sure, with a hint of disappointment and confusion on her face, and said, Professor Sure, your attitude was not like this when you wanted us to eliminate the blackworms. Your change of face is too quick. Professor Sure looked at Su Xing and the dragon thoughtfully and said softly, I understand your feelings. But this is the directive from above, and I cannot disobey it. I want to let you go, but the current situation forces me to take you back for more research before making further decisions. Without their superpowers, the dragon and Su Xing now had no fighting ability and could only be at the mercy of others. Just as the dragon was about to be taken away, a big head suddenly jumped out of his backpack, startling those coming to capture the dragon. With a sharp voice, it shouted, hypocritical villains, ungrateful. Upon hearing the big head shouts, Professor Sure's face turned red and pale. He looked at Su Xing, seemingly struggling internally to make a decision. Ultimately, he turned and left. Professor Sure, we mean no harm to Earth. We are here to maintain Earth's environmental protection. We love Earth. Su Xing called out to the gradually distant figure of Professor Sure. Professor Sure turned back for a moment, revealing a meaningful smile in his eyes, before continuing to walk away. Chapter 37. Target transfer. After all the commotion, it was getting late, with less than half an hour until midnight. Su Xing finally remembered to ask Lu Feng for the Star Moon Guardian back. At this moment, Lu Feng, who had gone through quite a bit, looked pale, crouched on the ground, his body curled up, completely in a state of panic. Lu Feng, Mingwe told me that the Star Moon Guardian is in your hands. Can you show it to me? I'll buy at your price, Su Xing asked. I sold it for a high price, Lu Feng stammered. Who did you sell it to? Su Xing prestediently. Lu Wensheng. Before Lu Zian's surgery, I wanted to raise money for the operation fee. Su Xing then remembered that he hadn't seen Lu Feng before the surgery. It turned out he had gone to sell the Star Moon Guardian, making the situation even more complicated. Who is Lu Wensheng? What does he do? Su Xing continued to inquire. I used to work in Tinshui City and worked at his company. Later, he came to Jiang City to do medical equipment business, and he is quite successful. A wealthy man. I ran into him at the hospital today, and since I knew Lu Zian's surgery would require a large sum of money, I told him about my difficulties and asked to borrow 100,000 yuan. He said borrowing was not a problem, but he needed collateral. I took out the Star Moon Guardian and told him it was a rare stone, asking if it would work. After looking at it, he offered to buy it at high price. I thought it was just a stone, so I sold it to him. Lu Feng, you need to take us to find him now. Time is of the essence. I don't know where he lives, Lu Feng said. Su Xing Said Interneti. Realizing that without the power of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone, and with the dragon's super abilities needing time to recover, they could only extract information from Lu Feng. Call him now and ask him to come out or where he lives. Su Xing regained his composure. Lu Feng took out his phone and dialed Lu Wenxing's number, putting it on speaker. Mr. Lu, thank you for buying my stone today. It helped me out a tough spot. To show my gratitude, I'd like to send you some local specialties from my hometown. No need, Lu Wenxing replied. Mr. Lu, this is my token of appreciation. You can't refuse. 88, Qingjiang Road, Jiangtian Isa Community. Lu Wenxing finally relented and provided the address. Got it. Let us hail a cab and head over together, Su Xing said decisively. You saved me, so I should repay your help. But I'm worried Mingwei will be upset if I don't return soon. Lu Feng showed a troubled expression. Just call Mingwei. I'll talk to her. Su Xing made the decision for him. Lu Feng called Mingwei and explained today's events, including how he was saved by Su Xing and the dragon, and that he was now taking Su Xing to find the Star Moon Guardian. Mingwei was not angry. Instead, she encouraged him to help Su Xing find the Star Moon Guardian, saying it was very important to her. They arrived at the foot of the Lu Wenxing community, with Lu Feng leading the way and Su Xing and the dragon following behind. Jiangtian Isa was a high-end community with a luxurious and elegant appearance, showcasing a high level of class. After registering, they walked into the community, where the rich aroma of coffee from CAF wafted through the air. The villas were situated at the front row, with residential buildings in the second row and an ecological garden in the middle, all surrounded by dense greenery. Residents drove luxury cars in and out, dressed in fashionable clothing while walking, jogging, or cycling in the garden. The entire community exuded a vibrant and harmonious atmosphere. Dragon, this place is nice. You could buy a villa here, Su Xing teased. Su Xing, you still have time for jokes? Time is running out. I'm helping you find the Star Moon Guardian, and there are important matters to attend to, the dragon replied coldly. No matter when, you are my assistant. Once an assistant, always an assistant, Su Xing said with a smile. Su Xing, as long as you need me, you can call me anytime. Hearing this, Su Xing's heart blossomed with joy. The dragon finally said something sweet that warmed her heart. A smile crept across her face, and a rosy glow appeared on her cheeks. Following the address provided by Lu Wenxing, they arrived in front of a villa. The high-ceilinged entrance and grand door, circular arched windows, and stoneware corners all displayed magnificence and luxury. The door had 2 silver round bronze lion heads, and the bright lights illuminated them, making them shine like gold, showcasing the owner's uniqueness. Lu Feng pressed the doorbell, and a moment later, Lu Wenxing personally came to open the door. He was surprised to see 2 people following Lu Feng. You are. In fact, Su Xing was also surprised to see Lu Wenxing. He looked so much like the dragon, with the only difference being that the dragon had blue irises, while Lu Wenxing had black ones. Apart from that, their skin tone, height, and demeanor were remarkably similar. Su Xing glanced at the dragon, who was staring intently at Lu Wenxing, and Lu Wenxing was also looking at the dragon, both evaluating each other as if looking at another self in a mirror. Mr. Lu, we actually came to find you today, Su Xing said with a smile. What do you need from me? We're here regarding the stone you bought from Lu Feng this morning. I'm willing to pay more than double the price to buy it back. What do you think? Su Xing said straightforwardly. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. I don't lack money, but this stone is very valuable and may help me in investing in the tech industry in the future. Mr. Lu, this stone is called the Star Moon Guardian. It has no benefits for you, but it plays a significant role in environmental protection for the galaxy. Name your price. I can't sell it, Lu Wenxing said with a smile. Su Xing keenly sensed the difference between Lu Wenxing and the dragon. The dragon's gaze was cold and pure, devoid of any commercial air, while Lu Wenxing's eyes revealed cunning, shrewdness, and a calculating mind weighing pros and cons. Just tell me your conditions. Su Xing said frankly. You should leave. I can't sell it. With that, he started to close the door. Su Xing glanced at the time. Only a few seconds were left until midnight. But Lu Wenxing had already slammed the door shut. When Lu Feng called Lu Wenxing again, a cold voice came from the other end. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. As the clock struck 12, for years had passed, and Lu Feng had disappeared, leaving only Su Xing and the dragon together. The villa before them still stood tall, as if time had frozen in this place. Su Xing turned to look at the dragon, her eyes revealing a hint of a helpless smile. Chapter 38, What Happened in 4 Years, Su Xing. For years have passed, and you still haven't changed. When Yulong said this seriously, Su Xing laughed to the point of tears. Yulong, you can tell cold jokes too. We are aliens. Only one day has passed for us on Earth. So of course, we 1T grow old. It's just that every time 4 years pass on Earth, having you by my side makes me feel secure. Let me check if Lu and Sheng is still living here. After saying this, Yulong went to ring the doorbell. Every time Su Xing said such emotional things, Yulong always pretended not to know, tried to divert his gaze to cover up the slight turbulence in his heart. He is an alien and could see what others are thinking. How could he not know Su Xing's thoughts? However, he bore the responsibility of searching for water resources for the Diamond Planet. They had been on Earth for some time, and he had promised to help Su Xing find the Star Moon Guardian, which had not yet yielded results. And he had no idea when the water resources of the Diamond Planet could be successfully developed. Therefore, he had no time to discuss feelings. At this moment, a woman's voice came from inside the house, cursing, "Who is ringing the doorbell so late? Are you impatient with life? Stop ringing." The woman inside is about to come out and hit someone. Su Xing stopped Yulong. Su Xing, we need to go back quickly. It looks like it's going to rain. Yulong stopped ringing the doorbell and said. Su Xing looked up at the sky. The clouds were thick, with not a hint of wind, and it was unusually hot, as if a damp and hot cloth were covering her head. After a while, the temperature rose higher, and the humidity in the air became denser, making it feel a bit difficult to breathe. The distant sky turned gray, and thunder could be heard from time to time. Su Xing had a premonition that heavy rain was about to come. "Let us hurry. It's going to rain heavily soon," Su Xing said. They ran out into the downpour and hailed a taxi back to their rental house. Fortunately, they returned just in time. As soon as they arrived home, heavy rain began to pour down. For years had passed, and there wasn't much change here. Only the outside of the house had become lush with green plants. The rain fell on the leaves, making a crisp sound, and the splashing rainwater bounced around, creating a mist as if the plants were surrounded by clouds. The tall green trees near the window had thick branches and leaves, forming a natural barrier that provided the house with a hidden and quiet environment, with some shrubs and flowers growing beneath the trees. The trees appeared even greener in the heavy rain, their moist bark shimmering with a crystalline glow. The longevity flowers on the wall grew abundantly and orderly, their stems soft yet strong, winding around the wall like green ribbons, emitting a faint fragrance. Rainwater fell on the petals, flowing into crystal-clear droplets, as if adding pearl decorations to the flowers, making them even more vibrant and enchanting. After Su Xing finished washing up and was about to go to bed to rest, she heard a child crying from next door, which seemed to be coming from Mingwe's room. Another 4 years had passed. She didn't know how Mingwe was doing. The child's cries grew louder, preventing Su Xing from falling asleep. She got dressed and knocked on the door of the neighboring room. After about 2 minutes, a disheveled woman holding a child opened the door. Su Xing, with the dim light from the street lamp outside, recognized that this woman was Mingwe. She looked much more haggard than 4 years ago, her complexion dark, eyes dull, hair messy, and dressed plainly, looking like she couldn't withstand hardships. Mingwe, what's wrong with the child crying so hard? Su Xing asked. Su Xing, you're back. The child has a respiratory infection. I'm just about to take him to the hospital. Mingwe's eyes were filled with anxiety. Where is Lu Feng? Why isn't the child's father here at such a critical moment? Su Xing asked in confusion. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have time. Right now, we need to go to the hospital. Mingwe said heavily. Mingwe, it's raining heavily outside, and it's midnight. It's inconvenient for you to take the child alone. I'll go with you. If there's anything, I can help. Su Xing said. Mingwe walked to the window and saw that it was pouring rain outside, and everything was immersed in a world of rain. A cool breeze filled the air, penetrating her skin, making Mingwe feel a chill deep in her bones, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She thought of the recent inexplicably missing people, and if Su Xing and Yulong went with her, they could protect the child. She turned to Su Xing and said, Okay, you can come with me. I'm worried about the child's safety. Turning to Su Xing, she said, It's so late. I'm sorry for troubling you. After saying this, she grabbed 2 umbrellas from inside, handing one to Su Xing and opening the other for herself. Mingwei, it's hard to get a taxi at this hour. Let me help you call one. Su Xing took out her phone, opened the ride-hailing app, and started calling for a car. Thank you, Su Xing. You're like a savior in my life. Every time I hit rock bottom, you always appear like an angel guarding me. Mingwei said, her eyes red. Mingwei? Which hospital? What's the destination address? Su Xing asked. Antai Hospital. When they arrived at the hospital entrance, they found Jiang Yuding standing at the entrance with an umbrella. Seeing Mingwei arrive, she hurried over with an anxious expression on her face. Is Lu Zian okay? I've already queued for you. You can go directly to see the specialist. Yu, thank you for taking the time to help us with the queue so late. Mingwei said gratefully. Wan, you're being too polite. Don't forget I'm Lu Zian's godmother. Jiang Yuding still called Mingwei by her nickname. You shouldn't stand at the hospital entrance chatting. There's a draft, which isn't good for the child. Su Xing reminded them. They entered the hospital and found that it was packed at this late hour. People waiting for the elevator formed a long, winding line. To save time, Su Xing ran down the stairs. When they reached the clinic, the doctor, without looking up, said, Su Xing, back again. The doctor spoke as if they were old friends. Doctor, thank you for helping to check what's wrong with Lu Zian. Su Xing carefully observed and realized that this doctor was Dr. Zhou Cheng, who had previously performed surgery on Lu Zian. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. Dr. Zhou Cheng used a stethoscope to listen to Lu Zian's heart and lungs, picked up a laryngoscope with a light source and mirror, and shone the light on Lu Zian's throat. After careful examination, he said, it's the same old problem. Congenital heart disease has led to low immunity, resulting in a respiratory infection. I'll prescribe some medicine for him. After you go back, take him outdoors to get some sun and exercise more. Dr. Zhou quickly wrote down the prescription. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. Su Xing clasped her hands together in gratitude. Mingwei, I've noted the dosage and frequency on the prescription. Mingwei held the prescription in her left hand and Lu Zian in her right, thanking Dr. Zhou again. Wan, I'm familiar with the hospital. I'll go get the medicine for you. You wait for me in the lobby on the first floor. Jiang Yuding took the prescription and hurried downstairs. After they arrived in the lobby on the first floor, they found that the queue for getting medicine had formed a long, winding line, estimating that it would take at least an hour to get the medicine. Lu Zian fell asleep in Mingwei's arms, and she wanted to take this opportunity to tell Su Xing about Lu Feng's situation. Su Xing, Lu Feng has been missing for 4 years. I haven't been able to find him. Didn't he come back after going out with us? Su Xing asked. No. After he came back, we had a fight, and he never returned after going out. What did you fight about? Su Xing wanted to find the crux of the problem from Mingwei's answer. Mingwei fell into the scene of that night 4 years ago. Chapter 39. The mysterious disappearance of Lu Feng after a few days of taking care of Mingwei in the rented apartment. Suwen decided to return to Singapore to continue her studies. Mingwei urged Lu Feng to go and thank Suwen, but Lu Feng was reluctant and shy. Sister, Suwen helped us so much this time. You should at least show some gratitude, Mingwei said, trying to ease the tension between the two. It's precisely because of that I feel so embarrassed. My son had a blood transfusion and surgery, and as a father, I was powerless, even less capable than a woman. I'm ashamed. I wish I could just disappear. Lu Feng whispered, his head lowered, his feet shuffling on the floor of the apartment. His brow furrowed, looking dejected. Anan's life is at stake. The success of the surgery is the most important thing. Face and dignity are trivial matters in the face of life and death. Su and Savanen, we owe her a great deal, and we should be grateful. Besides, sincerely saying thank you to Suwen won't affect you in any way. Mingwei continued to persuade him. No matter how Mingwei tried to persuade him, Lu Feng remained stubbornly unwilling to go. Before leaving for school, Suwen remarked, Mingwei, Lu Feng really isn't much of a person, her face full of displeasure. Caught in the middle, Mingwei could only mediate, trying to soothe both sides. Sister, don't take it to heart. Lu Feng feels inferior. He thinks that in the matter of Lu Zian, he has to rely on his sister for help, while he feels powerless and useless. He looks down on himself. Mingwei said with a bitter smile. Seeing her sister's troubled expression, Su Wen's heart softened. Mingwei, for your and Lu Zian's sake, I won't hold it against him. Lu Zian had trouble sleeping at night and often woke up in the middle of the night. He Mingwei would sing to him in her arms to help him sleep, and she had to get up multiple times at night to feed him and change his diapers. This back and forth kept her from getting a good rest almost all night. Even though he Mingyue's mother made her various nourishing soups every day, such as chicken soup and pig's trotter soup, she had not gained weight. In fact, she had lost a lot. Seeing her daughter struggling to take care of the child, while her son-in-law remained indifferent. Her dissatisfaction with her son-in-law spread from her face to her entire being. Sometimes she couldn't help but directly tell Lu Feng, "Your wife is in confinement. Can't you help her out?" Hearing his mother-in-law's reproachful tone, Lu Feng felt incredibly embarrassed and desperate. He felt that everyone in this family looked down on him. His sister-in-law disdained him, his mother-in-law looked down on him, and even he Mingyue was influenced by them, beginning to look down on herself. Especially after the events that transpired following Lu Zian's birth, his already fragile self-esteem was severely damaged. Ignoring his mother-in-law's words, he walked straight out of the rented apartment and aimlessly wandered the streets. He Mingyue's mother was infuriated. She went to He Mingyue's room to talk to her about this, angrily saying, "Your husband, I told him to help you out, and he just made a face and ran out. He is just handsome but useless." A few days earlier, He Mingyue had just heard Su when complain that Lu Feng didn't know how to handle interpersonal relationships. Hearing her mother complain again, she felt a growing sense of dissatisfaction. When Lu Feng returned, He Mingyue had a dark expression on her face, her large eyes devoid of spirit. Just then, she needed to change Lu Zian's diaper. In controlling her emotions, she gently said, "Husband, can you help change the baby's diaper?" Lu Feng clumsily changed Lu Zian's diaper, but the baby cried when he felt uncomfortable. He Mingyue unfastened the diaper and redid it, holding the baby and gently walking around the room while humming a song. And soon Lu Zian stopped crying. Seeing that he couldn't even put a diaper on his son properly, Lu Feng felt even more useless, his face darkening as he prepared to go to the living room to smoke. He Mingyue, feeling sorry for him, gently reassured him, "Husband, you'll get the hang of it after doing it a few times." Although Lu Feng wanted to share the responsibility of taking care of the child with his wife, the years of coldness from his mother-in-law and his sister-in-law's indifference filled him with frustration. He always felt inferior in front of He Mingyue, who was so good. His male pride made him want to escape this suffocating home. A pained expression crossed Lu Feng's handsome face. "Mingyue, I'm sorry for you." After saying that, he ran out. Watching Lu Feng's departing figure, He Mingyue's eyes filled with tears of grievance, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. Fortunately, Jiang Yuding came to accompany her, listening to her vent her frustrations, which made her feel much better. During her confinement, He Mingyue couldn't go out, and thankfully Jiang Yuding helped with Lu Zian's checkup, making things easier for her. However, after Lu Feng returned from his last outing, he seemed like a different person, speaking in a tone and manner that felt strange, no longer showing the tenderness and love he once had for her. She hadn't rested well during her confinement, and after it ended, she often felt back pain. Unfortunately, at this time, Lu Zian fell ill again. She and Lu Feng took the child to the hospital. The doctor informed them that although Lu Zian's congenital heart disease surgery was successful and his life was not in danger, his immune system was very weak. This illness was caused by a respiratory infection resulting from his low immunity. The doctor advised them to strengthen the child's immunity at home. After a day of chaos at the hospital, getting injections and medicine, He Mingyue was utterly exhausted and asked Lu Feng for help with the baby. Lu Feng, filled with anger, said, "If it weren't for your poor health, we wouldn't have such a child suffering like this." He Mingyue, upon hearing this, lost all her previous fatigue. She glared at Lu Feng fiercely, her eyes burning with anger. "Since the child was born, what have you done? I'm the one suffering. What have you suffered? The fact that this child is alive is a miracle, and I believe he will have more miracles." Hearing He Mingyue's words, Lu Feng's teeth clenched in anger, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable rage, like an enraged lion. "Fine, from now on, you can take care of him yourself." After saying that, he left without looking back. Unexpectedly, he never returned after that. Those who were with Lu Feng said that on the day he disappeared, an unidentified flying object appeared in the sky. And then Lu Feng vanished. But no one believed their words, and He Mingwei believed it even less. After listening to He Mingwei, Su Xing's eyes flickered with unease. She had a premonition that Lu Feng's disappearance was related to the C-26Y planet, and that he was the one chosen. If her suspicion was correct, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Xing raised her head and asked Yulong, who was waiting by her side, "Yulong, what do you think about this matter?" Yulong's expression was grave as he replied, "Lu Feng is very likely the person chosen by the C-26Y planet." The sense of urgency in Su Xing's heart intensified. "Yulong, we need to go to Tianshui Isa at dawn to continue searching for the Star Moon Guardian. We need to speed up." Yulong nodded. Chapter 40. He Mingyue's persistence. He Mingwei called Lu Feng repeatedly, but there was no answer. She sent messages on WeChat, QQ, and text messages, but received no replies. She called her father-in-law to ask about Lu Feng's whereabouts. Her father-in-law, who seemed to have drunk quite a bit, murmured, "Mingwei, I want to ask you the same thing. Where has he gone? I still want to ask him for money to buy some wine." He Mingwei helplessly hung up the phone. Her eyelids were slightly red, and her lips trembled slightly in pain. Tears flowed down from beneath her thick eyelashes, shimmering on her cheeks. Jiang Yuding felt indignant for He Mingwei. The Lu family is really strange. Something so big happened to their grandson, and the grandfather doesn't come to check on him, while the father has disappeared. They clearly don't want to take any responsibility. She pouted and said angrily, "Yuding, what should I do?" He Mingwei raised her tear-streaked face and asked helplessly. Various hardships had not defeated Sun Wan, but Lu Feng's silent departure was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing He Mingwei to completely collapse. Sometimes, in the adult world, a breakdown can happen in an instant. Wan, I'm here too. I will always be by your side. All the suffering will pass." Jiang Yuding called out to He Mingyue's nickname, softly comforting her. Jiang Yuding unknowingly gave He Mingwei great courage and strength. She became a regular visitor at He Mingyue's rented apartment, and every time Lu Zian had a follow-up appointment, she would arrange it in advance, which alleviated some of He Mingyue's pressure. With Jiang Yuding's comfort and companionship, He Mingwei gradually emerged from her pain. The flower shop that He Mingwei operated in Tianshui City had a decent business. Now, due to Lu Zian's rehabilitation training, which was costly, she transferred the flower shop. She divided the earnings from the flower shop into 3 parts. 1 part for Su Wen's study abroad, 1 part for her mother's retirement, and 1 part for Lu Zian's rehabilitation treatment. In order to survive, He Mingwei picked up her streaming business again and became a book streamer at a library. She was very responsible. Every book she recommended in the live broadcast was carefully read, and she took notes and wrote reflections. When recommending books in a live stream, she would share her gains and feelings from reading the book and its impact on her life, gaining several loyal fans. To balance Lu Zian's rehabilitation treatment, streaming could only serve as a part-time job for her. She could only stream for 2 to 3 hours a day at home, and her sales performance was average, just enough to cover daily living expenses and rent. Most of the time, she went back and forth to the hospital for Lu Zian's rehabilitation treatment, and even the hospital's front desk treated her like an old acquaintance. "Oh, you're back again." She held back the bitterness in her heart, simply smiling politely without saying a word. Since Lu Feng disappeared that time, he had not appeared again, and He Mingwei had completely given up searching for him. When she needed companionship the most during the toughest times, he wasn't there, and she no longer needed him. The most important thing now was to take responsibility for caring for Lu Zian and treating his condition. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Zian was 4 years old, yet he looked like a 2-year-old. He spoke slowly, and his mind worked slowly, and the nearby children were unwilling to play with him. He Mingwei took Lu Zian to the park to play, and a mother who was also out with her child asked her, "How old is your child?" He Mingwei answered honestly. The other person exclaimed, "4 years old and still so small? This is considered developmental delay, right?" After realizing her words were inappropriate, she hurriedly took her child and left the park. He Mingwei was not affected. This kind of situation played out every day. If she were to get angry every day, she would have been sick long ago. At 4 years old, Lu Zian should have been in kindergarten, but the reality was that he had not gone to school. It wasn't that she didn't want to send Lu Zian to school, but every time she sent him, she had to bring him back within a few days due to various issues. At this time, her part-time streaming job also ended, as the bookstore owner who had initially brought her into live streaming had transitioned to other industries. She faced the challenge of finding a new job. Ming was sent out a large number of resumes, but they all sank without a trace. An HR representative bluntly told her that she was not in demand in the job market. Her education level was low, and she couldn't work overtime, suggesting that she focus on staying home to take care of her child. This was a blow to Ming. It seemed that her life choices had become even more limited. The weather in March was gloomy, with biting cold and howling winds echoing her mood. But she could not give up. She planned to send Su Xing to kindergarten and then focus on finding work. The new kindergarten had an interview process where teachers would ask some simple questions. Before leaving, Ming had Su Xing practice greeting and introducing himself several times. And only when she felt he had done well did she feel at ease. Su Xing, the teacher, called from behind the desk. "Teacher, we are here," Ming replied. When the teacher asked Su Xing some simple questions, he couldn't answer any of them. When the teacher asked him to introduce himself, he became very nervous. With beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he stared blankly at the teacher, unable to utter a single word of the self-introduction he had practiced countless times before. The teacher shook her head, indicating he would not be accepted. When Ming had taken Su Xing to various kindergartens for interviews last year, she had encountered the same results. Before each interview, she repeatedly taught Su Xing how to introduce himself, but in crowded places, he still became too nervous to say a word. Tears welled up in Ming's eyes. She felt very disappointed, frustrated, and defeated. She was only 26 years old, yet faced so many difficulties and had to bear so much pressure. For the first time, she lost her temper with Su Xing. "Didn't Mommy teach you many times? Why can't you remember?" Su Xing was scared and cried, his face covered in tears, looking pitiful. Ming temporarily decided not to work outside. She resolved to personally teach Su Xing knowledge while helping him develop his speaking skills in crowded environments and training his physical fitness. She firmly believed that Su Xing was not worse than other children and he could succeed. However, the reality was that he learned slowly and often fell ill. Fortunately, with Jiang Yuding's help, she was able to keep going. Chapter 41. The Flaw of the Star Moon Guardian. After Ming finished recounting the events of the past 4 years, Su Xing took over the conversation and said, "Ming, we are neighbors now. If you have any questions or encounter any difficulties, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you in some small way." Ming sighed and replied, "Su Xing, I don't want to ask for your help, but you are so mysterious. Always appearing suddenly in my life and then disappearing just as suddenly. I often wonder, where do you come from? Why do you suddenly appear by my side? And why do you disappear again?" Ming's eyes were full of questions. Su Xing realized it was time to tell Ming the truth. Earlier, she had sensed through the Rainbow Dragon Fantasy Stone that Ming had once been to the underwater forest. Now, she wanted to understand how to enter the underwater forest from Earth, and the Rainbow Dragon Fantasy Stone also needed to go to the underwater forest to restore its energy. Su Xing said, "Ming, today I will tell you the whole truth, but you must promise me not to tell anyone on Earth." Ming was prepared to learn the truth and nodded solemnly. My consciousness crossed into the physical body of Ming on the mirror planet. Ming, why does your name sound just like mine? I'm curious. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Please continue. A billion years ago, 9 star systems in the Milky Way formed an alliance, attempting to swallow the mirror planet and invade Earth. To resist the Alliance fleet, the Earth Guard destroyed the moon to annihilate the fleet. Half of the debris from the moon's impact fell onto the mirror planet and was collected by the Environmental Department, named the Star Moon Guardian. I obtained half of it due to environmental protection, while the other half fell to Earth and vanished. The meteorite debris from the 9 stars fell into the underwater forest and evolved into the Rainbow Dragon Fantasy Stone after absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and Earth for billions of years. By coincidence, I obtained the Rainbow Dragon Fantasy Stone. Now the Mirror Planet is facing a great catastrophe, being attacked by the smog virus created by the 9 star systems, and affected by Earth's energy and environmental crises, leading to global warming and various extreme weather conditions. I was informed by a mysterious person to come to Earth to find the other half of the Star Moon Guardian. And only by combining the energy of the Rainbow Dragon Fantasy Stone can we resolve the predicaments of Earth and the Mirror Planet. After meeting you on Earth, the Rainbow Dragon Fantasy Stone continuously emitted colorful light, and I knew the Star Moon Guardian was related to you. After deeper contact, you turn out to be the one who possesses the other half of the Star Moon Guardian, and I wanted to obtain it through you. But I discovered that there's a time difference between us and Earth. 1 day for us equals 4 years on Earth. That's why we disappear after midnight every day, constantly missing the time to obtain the Star Moon Guardian. After hearing Su Xing's story, Mingwei felt incredulous, unable to believe that such things were happening around her, and that she had actually become friends with aliens. Her heart was filled with novelty and excitement, but at the same time, she felt worried. She wondered if Lu Feng's disappearance was related to aliens. Did her frequent lapses into mirror consciousness have anything to do with aliens? Was the mysterious person who donated blood during Lu Xian's surgery connected to aliens? Thinking of this, a look of shock appeared in her eyes. Her face pale as a sheet of paper, breathing rapidly, with fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, as if she was too frightened to think. She just hoped to live an ordinary and simple life, not wanting to go through such bizarre twists. After a moment of silence, she asked Su Xing, "Is Lu Feng's disappearance and mysterious person's blood donation during Lu Xian's surgery also related to aliens?" Su Xing replied, "Mingwei, I can't give you a definite answer to those two questions right now, but we will help you find the answers and tell you the truth. But now the Star Moon Guardian is no longer with me, and I can't help you anymore." Mingwei showed a look of regret. Su Xing smiled slightly and said, "Mingwei, you don't need to feel regret or guilt. The support and help you have provided are already enough. Thank you for your understanding, Su Xing." Mingwei, have you been to the underwater forest? I have been to that place in my consciousness, and my mind has recently often shown me places more developed than our Earth, but I am not clear enough in my consciousness to see it clearly. However, I have not been there in real life. Su Xing was filled with doubts. Could the place that appeared in Mingyue's consciousness be the Mirror Planet? Mingyue's name is exactly the same as the host's. Could it be that the host consciousness has crossed over to Earth? Mingyue, you must tell me immediately if you encounter any strange occurrences in the future. I will definitely do so. I'm also very eager to know what is happening behind this. What are you two talking about? Jiang Yuding walked over with some medicine. Nothing. Just discussing Lu Xian's frequent illnesses and whether there are ways to boost immunity, Mingwei replied. Mingyue's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. She didn't want Jiang Yuding to get involved in this complicated event. After tossing and turning all night, you should go back and rest early. Yuyo, come sleep at my house tonight. It will be more convenient to accompany the appointment at the hospital tomorrow. Okay, then let's head back. When they returned home, it was already 3 in the morning. Su Xing was about to enter the house when Mingwei suddenly reminded her, "Su Xing, there have been many sudden disappearances recently, so you all should be careful." Mingwei, what is going on? Su Xing asked. The recent disappearances are similar to Lu Feng's case. Mingwei, I understand now. You should take care of the child and rest early. Su Xing had an idea in her mind and could only observe the environment and wait for changes. Su Xing rested her eyes for a moment before being woken up by Yulong, heading to Tianshui Isa to stake out Lu Wenxing. Su Xing was more anxious about the Star Moon Guardian than Yulong. She quickly got ready and went out. As soon as they arrived in front of Lu Wenxing's villa, they saw him driving a Qian out of the garage. They quickly followed, and after leaving Tianshui Isa, they hailed a taxi to continue following Lu Wenxing's car. Lu Wenxing's car entered a parking lot of a company called Huofeng Interstellar Group. Yulong quickly checked the company's information on his light brain and told Su Xing, "This company is the largest group in the area. Now that the global economy is in recession, all companies want to leverage this company's connections for development. It seems Lu Wenxing is also seeking cooperation. Possible." After Lu Wenxing parked the car, he entered the Huofeng Interstellar International building. "Okay, let's go in too." Just as they were about to walk into the luxurious lobby, the security guard at the door stopped them. Su Xing pulled the guard aside, took out a thick stack of cash, and slipped it into his pocket. She smiled and said, "Brother, we just need to use the restroom in the building, and we'll be out right away." The guard looked at the two of them, noting their handsome appearances and well-dressed attire, and seeing the red envelope. He figured they wouldn't do anything out of line and let them in. Once inside the lobby, they saw Lu Wensheng waiting for the elevator. Many staff members were also waiting for the elevator, which made it easier for them to follow without being noticed. When the elevator arrived, everyone squeezed in together. Lu Wensheng pressed the button for the 6th floor, and Su Xing and Yulong buried their heads in their necks, secretly watching him. They followed Lu Wensheng to the 6th floor and saw him enter the general manager's office. They closely followed and waited outside the door. Su Xing was shocked and curious to see that the person receiving Lu Wensheng was actually Lu Feng. She couldn't believe it. The timid and reticent Lu Feng had transformed into a respected and wealthy magnate of the largest local group after disappearing for 4 years. What on earth had happened during this time? As she continued to observe, she noticed that Lu Feng had changed dramatically. His demeanor, knowledge, and way of dealing with people were completely different. Could this person not be Lu Feng, but merely someone who looked like him? Was he a digital virtual person? Su Xing suddenly recalled what He Mingwei had said to her today. When Lu Feng went missing, someone had seen an unidentified flying object resembling a flying saucer. She also remembered what Yulong had mentioned about the Cy-26 planet having found the entrance to Earth through the Starlink network, which could control a person using spatial folding technology and maintain contact with that person through energy transparency. She suddenly connected the entire chain of events and could roughly determine that Lu Feng was most likely under control, but this was just her speculation. She needed to continue observing before drawing a conclusion. Chapter 42. They cooperated while Lu Feng pushed aside the bookshelf behind him, inputting the electronic password, and the smart door hidden behind the bookshelf opened automatically. The two walked in, and the smart door closed automatically again. Su Xing, I've memorized the password, Yulong said as he walked over and pressed a few number keys, causing the door to open. Yulong, you're really clever, Su Xing said with a smile. Su Xing, let's go in and see what secrets are inside. To avoid being discovered by them, let's become invisible first. Su Xing nodded. Yulong activated the cloaking layer on his light brain, and both of them put on the cloaking layer simultaneously. They cautiously entered the secret room, following behind Lu Feng and Lu Wensheng. Su Xing noticed that this place resembled a huge laboratory. The people working there looked expressionless, operating in unison, using carbon nanotubes to manufacture small magnetic chips similar in size to rice grains. General Lu, what are these tiny magnetic chips for? Lu Wensheng asked. Don't underestimate these tiny magnetic chips. Their function is immense. Once installed in our latest AI robot, Longzhan, humans will become dependent on it, and then we will be able to control them, Lu Feng said, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hearing their conversation, Su Xing was surprised by Lu Feng's change. She quietly asked, Yulong, what's wrong with Lu Feng? He's completely different from before. I can confirm now that he has been controlled by the Yaoguang from planet C-26Y, Yulong explained. They continued to observe. Lu Feng lightly pressed the light brain on his wrist, dialing a number. Immediately, a man walked through the wall and nodded and bowed to Lu Feng. Su Xing found the figure somewhat familiar. She shifted her position to get a clearer view of the man's face, and to her shock, it was Wan Xiang. Su Xing was extremely shocked, but did not show it on her face. She wanted to see what Lu Feng was up to. Wan Xiang, please report on the usage and sales of the Longzhan robot. Sold out, with a user coverage rate of 90. Orders are pouring in from all over the country. Wan Xiang reported excitedly. Very good. Achieve full coverage within a month, Lu Feng commanded. Absolutely no problem, the man replied. General Lu, our company wants to order a batch of live-streaming digital robots. How long will it take? Lu Wensheng asked calmly, though his hidden hand was shaking uncontrollably. This will take some time. Our group is currently focusing on the development of silicon-based titanium robots. Custom live-streaming digital robots would be a national first. This is bound to be a profitable project, so you might need to show some sincerity, Lu Feng said with a smile. Su Xing pulled Yulong aside and whispered in his ear. Yulong, Lu Wensheng probably hasn't been controlled by the C-26Y planet yet. The Star Moon Guardian might still be with him. Yes, he hasn't been controlled and is still normal, Yulong replied. This makes things much easier. If a person is controlled by aliens, the Star Moon Guardian may not still be with them. Yulong, we will adapt to the situation as it unfolds. Follow my lead with your eyes. Yulong nodded. General Lu, how about this? Lu Wensheng took out 2 colored pieces of Star Moon Guardian. Hai Tian Xia and Ning Yizi, and the entire room instantly lit up as bright as day. Su Xing felt her heart race upon seeing the Star Moon Guardian, her eyes widening in fear of missing any details. Clearly, Lu Feng was also very interested in the Star Moon Guardian. He took the pieces from Lu Wensheng and examined them for a moment, then expressed regret. It's a pity there are only 2 pieces. The other half is in Su Xing's hands on the Mirror Planet, and the red one is lost on Mars, while the blue one is on the Diamond Planet. Hearing about the whereabouts of the other 2 pieces of the Star Moon Guardian, Su Xing felt delighted. This tracking mission was significant. She continued to listen to their conversation. General Lu, I am willing to search for the remaining pieces, Wang Xiang said. Good, as expected from my capable subordinate. I need results within a week, Lu Feng ordered. Understood, Wang Xiang said before disappearing through the wall. Lu Feng then turned to Lu Wensheng and said, Mr. Lu, you know business is tough right now. Your coming to us shows that you want to accomplish something. If you can help us find the other half of the Star Moon Guardian, we will entrust all our business to your company. Su Xing pulled Yulong aside and whispered, Yulong, I want to use the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone to merge the 2 pieces of the Star Moon Guardian in Lu Feng's hands with the one I have. But the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone has not yet restored its energy, and I'm worried it won't succeed. Su Xing, don't worry. My superpower has been restored. Time is of the essence, and we can give it a try. All right, I'll hand the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone to you. I'll negotiate with them, offering the 6-carat diamond as a trade for the Star Moon Guardian. If they refuse, you can directly use the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone to merge the Star Moon Guardian pieces. Su Xing said firmly, with a sense of determination. Su Xing, I'll act according to the situation. Okay. Su Xing removed the cloaking layer, knocked on the secret room door, and heard Lu Feng say, Come in. She walked in. How did you find this place? Su Xing smiled and said, General Lu, I have a money-making opportunity that prompted me to use my superpower to come here. Tell me what this money-making project is. I have a 6-carat diamond worth 10 million in the market, and I want to trade it for the Star Moon Guardian. What do you think? Su Xing said, taking out a sparkling diamond ring to show Lu Feng. Su Xing, I know you're not an ordinary person, so I'll be direct. This isn't just about money. The Star Moon Guardian is a priceless treasure, and all planets are searching for it. It's not just about the money. General Lu, what conditions would make you part with it? Su Xing asked with a smile. No conditions will work, Lu Feng replied bluntly, seeing there was no room for negotiation. Su Xing winked at Yulong with her lively eyes. Yulong immediately understood, removed the cloaking layer, and swiftly moved to Lu Feng's side, quickly taking the 2 small pieces of the Star Moon Guardian. Taking the opportunity, Su Xing pulled out the other half of the Star Moon Guardian, and Yulong used the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone to merge the 2 small pieces in his hands with the Star Moon Guardian in Su Xing's hands. Their cooperation was seamless. The Star Moon Guardian merged into a small round ball with a flaw, emitting a tremendous light that visually impacted everyone in the office. They raised their arms to shield themselves from the powerful brightness. The entire office was illuminated brightly, making everything clear. The desk, walls, floor, and even the insignificant dust appeared distinctly under the intense white light. The light also carried a gentle warmth. The weather became neither hot nor cold, resembling a sunny day in March with budding green trees, blooming flowers, vibrant colors, and fragrant scents. No wonder the 9-color dragon sent her to Earth to find the Star Moon Guardian. Its energy was truly powerful, capable of changing the weather and turning darkness into light. Su Xing placed the 6-carat diamond in front of Lu Feng and said, The Star Moon Guardian plays a crucial role in restoring environmental protection across the major star systems. And only I know how to use it, so this diamond is worth the exchange. After speaking, she tightly pulled Yulong and headed for the exit. Lu Feng and Lu Wensheng were still immersed in the immense shock of the Star Moon Guardian, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The dazzling light released by the 6-carat diamond in the office, reflecting off the incandescent lights, stung their eyes painfully. Lu Feng's consciousness awakened. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he immediately dispatched someone to chase after Su Xing and Yulong. Chapter 43. He is no longer the same. Yu Long took Su Xing and passed through the wall, quickly returning to their rental apartment. Just as they arrived, Lu Feng chased after them with his men. Lu Feng's target was clear. He charged directly at the Star Moon Guardian in Su Xing's hands. Yu Long promptly stood in front of Su Xing, sneering, "You want the Star Moon Guardian? Then you must first get past me." Lu Feng's men surrounded Yu Long and attacked him. Yu Long quickly gathered the energy from inside the house, pushing the energy field toward his attackers, but they remained unmoved. This level of energy wave had no effect on them. Yu Long changed direction, constantly adjusting his energy field, utilizing the wind, electricity, and light energy in the air to establish a powerful energy field, pushing it out with the resonance of energy. Those attacking Yu Long disintegrated into a pile of metallic powder. They were not flesh and blood humans, but robots made of metal. If they attacked ordinary humans, those without superpowers would be unable to resist. However, in terms of Yu Long's energy resonance, they were utterly powerless. The fight continued until 10 p.m., leaving only Lu Feng standing. He witnessed that the ultra-intelligent robots created by aliens could not withstand Yu Long, filling him with fear. Just as he was preparing to escape, he was blocked by Su Xing. "Lu Feng, you disappeared for 4 years. Aren't you going to give Mingwei and her son an explanation?" Su Xing asked forcefully. Mingwei, who had heard the sounds of fighting from next door, came over and froze upon seeing Lu Feng. She scrutinized him, but found no trace of the familiar feeling, only strangeness. "I am no longer the original Lu Feng, nor am I your husband, as you once knew. Let's find a time to get the paperwork done," Lu Feng said coldly. Mingwei understood what Lu Feng meant. Even without the paperwork, she and Lu Feng could never return to the past. She had endured the hardest and most painful days for 4 years, and now she could not accept Lu Feng again. Mingwei had already contemplated resolving this issue. However, reaching this point still left her feeling uncomfortable, though she did not show it, maintaining a smile to preserve some dignity. "Fine, I've wanted to settle this for a long time. Mingwei, I'll wait for you in front of the Tianshui Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 2 p.m. After saying this, Lu Feng left without looking back. Mingwei recalled the moments they had shared and squatted down, hugging her shoulders and crying out loud. Su Xing walked over and gently patted Mingwei's shoulder. "Lu Feng isn't worth your tears. He has been controlled by aliens and has lost all human thoughts and emotions." Mingwei looked up, tears wetting her cheeks, her appearance heart-wrenching. With a choked voice, she said, "Su Xing, I want you to help take care of Lu Zian for a few days while I handle this matter." Su Xing pondered. The Star Moon Guardian had already merged, but it was still missing 2 pieces, and its energy had not reached its maximum potential. She thought that after Mingwei's matter was resolved, she would head to Mars and the Diamond Planet to find the other 2 pieces of the Star Moon Guardian. However, Su Xing was confused about whether time would pass another 4 years, but she hoped to help Mingwei. She said, "I will give you a response after midnight." Yu Long took a tissue from the coffee table and handed it to Mingwei, softly saying, "Wipe your tears. It's okay. Face the pain bravely, and everything will pass." Yu Long's eyes were filled with concern and affection for Mingwei. This was the first time Su Xing saw Yu Long take the initiative to care for someone, and she felt a strange sensation in her heart, but she still smiled and said, "The ice sculpture dragon is caring for people now." Yu Long looked flustered, which made Su Xing feel a sense of relief. She had a love-hate relationship with him. The clock in the living room ticked, and after a moment of silence, the 3 fell into deep thought. Su Xing felt extremely anxious. As the hour hand moved forward, her heartbeat quickened, almost bursting out of her throat. As the final seconds counted down, Su Xing's palms grew sweaty. Her heartbeat intensified, feeling as if her heart would leap out of her chest. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead and nose. When the clock struck midnight, everything remained the same. No one disappeared, and no one left. It turned out that after the Star Moon Guardian merged, they synchronized with time on Earth. However, Su Xing knew its energy had not yet reached its maximum. They still bore the responsibility of finding the other 2 pieces of the Star Moon Guardian. Mingwei, I can now answer you. I can help take care of Lu Zian, Su Xing said with a smile. "Thank you. I'll go back to rest now and bring Lu Zian over tomorrow morning." "All right." After Mingwei left, Yu Long urged her, "Su Xing, Although the Star Moon Guardian has merged, we still lack two pieces. We should set off for Mars and the Diamond Planet immediately. Yulong, once Mingyue's matter is resolved, we will head to Mars and the Diamond Planet. Moreover, the nine-color dragon fantasy stone has used all its energy to mitigate the threat of the black bugs to humanity. Even if we merge the other two pieces of the Star Moon Guardian, we won't be able to unleash its maximum energy. We need to find the underwater forest that connects Earth and the mirror planet's magnetic field to activate the energy of the nine-color dragon fantasy stone, so we can once again merge the Star Moon Guardian and unleash its maximum energy. Previously, I sensed through the nine-color dragon fantasy stone that Mingyue had been to the underwater forest, so I need her to lead us there, Su Xing explained. Su Xing, I support your decision. I'm always ready to set off. Let's divide the work. You can spend these days looking for scientists who can extract water resources from diamonds. I will help Mingyue take care of the child for a couple of days. Okay, Su Xing, I want to gather the best scientists on Earth to work on this research project together. Yulong's eyes were filled with anticipation. I support you, Su Xing said firmly. I will go find Yu by tomorrow morning. With Su Xing's support, Yulong felt a surge of confidence. After discussing their plans, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Chapter 44. He can communicate with plants at night. Su Xing vaguely heard some unusual sounds coming from Yulong's room. Su Xing thought to herself, what could Yulong be doing at this late hour? Driven by curiosity, she used the energy of the Star Moon Guardian to observe Yulong's every move through the molecular structure of the door. She discovered that Yulong was using the superpower of the energy reactor to connect himself with the electronic devices of the Diamond Planet, achieving contactless communication. Yulong was talking to Lin Mu, whose coarse and hoarse voice rang out again. Yulong, has the Star Moon Guardian been synthesized? Lin Mu, most of it has been synthesized, but we are still missing two pieces of the Star Moon Guardian fragments. Where are those two pieces? One is on Mars, and the other is on the Diamond Planet. What are your plans next? After we finish our current tasks, we plan to head to Mars and start the search operation. Yulong, remember to find a way to eliminate Su Xing after the synthesis and seize the Star Moon Guardian. With the powerful energy and magnetic force of the Star Moon Guardian combined with your water control energy, we can fold space and siphon Earth's water resources to the Diamond Planet. This is crucial for the survival of the residents of the entire Star Moon Guardian galaxy. Lin Mu, I've already made my position clear to you last time. Plundering resources and seizing the Star Moon Guardian are short-term actions that are not beneficial for the long-term development of the Diamond Planet. I am about to establish a research lab on Earth to study the technology for extracting water resources from diamonds, which is a long-term strategy that will benefit the Diamond Planet's future. Yulong, the mutation rate of our Diamond Planet residents is increasing rapidly. Only the Star Moon Guardian can save everyone. Time is of the essence. Lin Mu, I assure you that the research project for extracting water resources from diamonds will not take too long. I will keep you updated on the progress of the project at all times. Very good, but we still need to prioritize the bigger picture. I hope that after the synthesis of the Star Moon Guardian, the Diamond Planet will no longer lack water resources. Lin Mu's words were quite flexible. There were no specific demands on how to obtain water resources, as long as the issue of water scarcity on the Diamond Planet could be resolved. Yulong nodded. Su Xing felt warmth and emotion in her heart upon hearing Yulong's words of support for her. She had an unprecedented, comfortable sleep. Outside the window, clusters of green plants welcomed the rising sun, looking particularly vibrant. The small and dense leaves revealed a faint fragrance through the weak light, and the air was filled with a refreshing scent. Some branches and leaves, moistened by dew, sparkled like diamonds, showcasing their vitality. When Mingyue brought Lu Zian, both Yulong and Su Xing were already up. The big-headed creature, which had been hiding in Yulong's backpack, suddenly sprang out upon seeing the children and grabbed Lu Zian's hand, shouting joyfully. Mingyue showed a look of fear upon seeing the big-headed creature. Su Xing quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Mingyue. He is the big-headed creature from the Diamond Planet, about the same age as Lu Zian. The Diamond Planet lacks water, and the big head has not drunk water for a long time, which is why he looks a bit odd. But he is very kind and won't harm anyone." The big-headed creature didn't care about Mingyue's strange gaze. He laughed and pulled Lu Zian's hand, jumping with joy. Lu Zian was also unafraid of the big-headed creature and smiled broadly at him. Seeing Lu Xian's happy smile, he Minghua put her worries aside and left with ease. Su Xing, I'm going to find sure you buy. Go ahead, I'll take care of the big head. Yulong walked through the wall and instantly disappeared from Su Xing's sight. The mutated big head, like a child, was having a great time playing with Lu Xian. Su Xing prepared a loving breakfast for Lu Xian and the big head. With the two kids in comparison, they ate quickly and joyfully, making Su Xing laugh heartily. By the end of breakfast, the two children were already reluctant to part. Outside, birds chirped melodiously. The sun broke through the clouds, revealing a brilliant smile, and the blue sky was devoid of any chaotic clouds. The air after the rain was particularly fresh. Su Xing took Lu Xian and the big head to a nearby botanical garden to let them breathe in the fresh air. As they went downstairs, Su Xing noticed Lu Xian's uniqueness. He smiled and greeted the climbing ivy, saying, "Good morning, your laughter is truly enchanting." Then he added, "I'm going for a walk." He looked at the vibrant red roses in front of the house and said, "Sister Red Rose, these little dewdrops are just like your pearl necklace. They look beautiful. Ghost face flower, be quiet, don't be naughty." After saying this, he made a funny face at a cluster of butterfly flowers. Upon taking a closer look, Su Xing realized that the ghost face flower Lu Xian referred to was indeed the butterfly flower, as its blossoms generally come in black, yellow, and purple colors. Also known as pansies, usually unable to utter a complete sentence when communicating with others. Lu Xian was able to skillfully call out the names of these plants and flowers and spoke so fluently. Su Xing was amazed by Lu Xian's love for plants. He could easily and freely communicate with them. However, Su Xing had never heard He Minghua mention this before. Could it be that the big head had given him energy, activating his physical potential? Chapter 45. The establishment of the research room. When they arrived at the botanical garden, Lu Xian and Daitu were running freely around the garden, playing various games, and their laughter echoed under the blue sky. However, Daitu's unique appearance attracted the attention of the visitors. One young man secretly took a photo of Daitu, but was caught by Su Xing. She rushed over without hesitation and demanded that he delete the photo immediately. The young man grumbled in dissatisfaction as he left. To protect Daitu, Su Xing put her wide-brimmed hat on him, covering his face so that people could not see his unique features clearly. Meanwhile, Lu Xian displayed a special affection for the plants. He squatted down to talk to them, as if he were meeting an old friend. He whispered softly, interacting with the plants in a gentle tone. Su Xing felt puzzled. Lu Xian was usually timid and shy, often hiding behind his mother, appearing very timid. However, in the botanical garden, Lu Xian was completely different. Sometimes, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, as if he was fully absorbed in his interaction with the plants. At other times, he showed an excited expression, as if he had discovered something that brought him great joy. This change made Su Xing curious, not understanding why Lu Xian expressed such different emotions towards the plants. Perhaps for Lu Xian, plants were unique communication partners, and being with them allowed him to find peace and happiness. This unique way of connecting with nature surprised Su Xing, but also made her understand and respect Lu Xian's personality more. "Sounds so nice," he suddenly said. "What sounds so nice?" Su Xing couldn't help but ask. He didn't answer her question, but spoke to the plants. "The music sounds so nice." She looked around but didn't hear any music and pressed on. "Lu Xian, where's the music coming from?" He didn't respond to her, but stammered, "It's going to rain." Su Xing looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, with blue skies and white clouds. She quickly said, "Lu Xian, how can it rain on such a good day?" He pointed at the red curtain of flowers in the botanical garden and said, "It told me." Su Xing began to feel an uneasy premonition. Lu Xian had been talking to the plants and flowers since morning, which worried her. Could it be that the C-26Y planet had also taken control of children, and Lu Xian was already under their influence? To confirm her suspicion, Su Xing talked to Lu Xian, wanting to understand his feelings and experiences. She touched Lu Xian's forehead and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Xian didn't say anything. Communicating with others was already extremely difficult for him. He simply stood up and desperately pulled Su Xing and Daitu's hands to run back. Although Su Xing felt confused, she chose to trust Lu Xian. As soon as they returned home, it started pouring rain. She stared in shock at the misty rain outside the window, realizing that if they had come back a little later, they would have been soaked to the bone. Her already large eyes seemed to triple in size at that moment. Su Xing couldn't determine whether this was a certain talent of Lu Xian's or the result of being controlled by the C-26Y planet. If Yulong were present, he would have seen through it at a glance. Su Xing decided to wait until Yulong returned in the evening to tell him about Lu Xian's situation, to let him judge what was really happening with Lu Xian. If this was a long-hidden talent of Lu Xian's, she would tell He Mingwei to help explore Lu Xian's abilities, allowing him to become a useful person to society. In the evening, He Mingwei came to pick up the children, and Su Xing described Lu Xian's behavior to her. However, He Mingwei did not show any signs of surprise. Su Xing, Lu Xian has had an interest in communicating with plants for a few days now. I've been wanting to find an opportunity to talk to you about this. He Mingwei said, it's great that the child has his own interests, indicating that he has unique potential and talent in this area. I suggest nurturing him in this direction. For example, learning about the life cycles of plants, observing changes in plants, understanding natural ecology, and participating in some courses or activities, such as gardening classes, plant science camps, or plant competitions. Thank you for your suggestion. I currently have an urgent matter I need your help with, Su Xing said. What is it? Please speak directly. He Mingwei replied. Su Xing smiled and said, I plan to look for a job in the next couple of days, and I would like to ask you to help take care of Lu Xian. That's no problem. I'm already helping Yulong take care of Daitu, and they get along very well, He Mingwei said. Get some rest early. I'll head back now, Su Xing said. As soon as He Mingwei left, Yulong returned, and Daitu joyfully rushed towards him. Yulong picked up Daitu and tossed him up high, making him giggle. You found Shi Bai, right? How did your talk go? Su Xing asked eagerly. I found him. Professor Shi is very interested in the research project on extracting water resources from diamonds and agreed to join. I rented half a floor of the Xingyun Legend building on the 16th floor as a research space. Unfortunately, the other half is rented by another company for 10 years. Otherwise, it would be more spacious if we could rent the whole floor. Professor Shi has already gone over, and starting tomorrow, I will officially dive into the research work. Yulong's deep blue eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm really happy for you. I want to visit your research room tomorrow, Su Xing said. Sure, Yulong replied. By the way, is Lu Xian communicating with plants because he's being controlled by the C-26Y planet, or is his talent being awakened? Su Xing asked in confusion. You should know that Lu Xian's situation is likely the result of a powerful combination of magnetic force and energy. The underwater forest you are looking for should be nearby, and Lu Xian should be the one who can find the entrance, Yulong said. This is an important clue. Coincidentally, He Mingwei is going to look for a job soon, and she asked me to help take care of Lu Xian. This is an opportunity, Yulong added. Do you remember when Lu Xian was just born? Someone mysterious donated blood to him? Of course I remember. He Mingwei went to ask the blood donation department of the hospital at that time, wanting to thank the person, but that person was very mysterious, and no information could be found about him. Perhaps this is related to that mysterious blood donor, but I can't sense what the connection is, Yulong said. It seems this issue is not as simple as I initially thought. Things will eventually come to light one day. Get some rest early, Su Xing said, nodding. That night, Yulong used his energy reaction superpower to connect with the electronic equipment of the Diamond Planet, conducting contactless communication. Lin Mu urged Yulong to quickly seize the Moon Guardian from Su Xing, but Yulong maintained his consistent response. Lin Mu, seeing he couldn't sway Yulong, demanded that he extract water resources from the diamond within half a month. Otherwise, not only would his family be in danger, but Beichen would take his place to fulfill his duties. Su Xing heard the time frame of half a month and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Yulong. Could the team he assembled develop something in such a short time? But when she went to Yulong's research room the next day, she overturned her doubts about Yulong in her mind. The research room looked quite impressive and serious. In the research room, there were rows of long workbenches filled with various instruments and equipment, including microscopes, test tubes, and reagent bottles. Next to the workbenches were computers and screens used to process and analyze experimental data. The walls were covered with various charts and data, used to feedback the experimental plans and progress of the researchers. Su Xing was leading a group of researchers at the experiment table, holding various instruments for precise measurements and records, and the space was filled with a faint chemical smell and the static sound of electronic devices. Yulong went to the changing room to put on a white lab coat and joined Su Xing's research team. Yulong, you go ahead with your work. I'll just step out for a bit and head back first, so I won't disturb you. Su Xing, please help me take the 2 back home. It's in my backpack. All right. Su Xing put on Yulong's diamond backpack and instantly felt incredibly confident. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into Lu Wensheng walking into the office from outside. It turned out that the other half of the floor was Lu Wensheng's company. What a coincidence. Su Xing felt a whim and wanted to check out what business they were doing at Lu Wensheng's company. She walked into the company and said to the receptionist, "I'm a friend of President Lu. I got his approval to visit the company." The receptionist was a pure girl with clear eyes. Seeing that Su Xing was good-looking, had a great figure, and an extraordinary temperament, she let her in. Chapter 46. Treasure Hunt on Mars. Su Xing was full of curiosity about Lu Wensheng's company, looking around. As she passed by the live broadcast room, the sound of the host connecting echoed. She peered inside and found Wan Shui also hosting there. At that moment, Lu Wensheng rushed toward the live broadcast room, his expression both tense and excited. Su Xing quickly stepped aside and hid in the restroom next to the live broadcast room. Driven by curiosity, she used the weak energy of a 9-color dragon fantasy stone to listen through the molecular structure of the door and heard the conversation between Lu Wensheng and Wan Shui. Lu Wensheng got straight to the point. "Wan Shui, our company has invested in the Mars Experience live broadcast project of the Huofeng Interstellar Group. They have arranged for your brother to experience living on Mars, and our company has 2 spots. I want to recommend you so that the siblings can take care of each other. Mr. Lu, although scientists have been exploring Mars, the living conditions there are far from habitable, and participating as a Mars experience tester carries significant risks. It could be life-threatening. I need to discuss it with my family first. We don't have time. We can't wait any longer," Lu Wensheng said anxiously. "Mr. Lu, this is a matter of life and death. I must consult my family before making a decision. Please give me a reply as soon as possible." Su Xing thought this was a great opportunity to find one of the fragments of the Star Moon Guardian. With that in mind, she walked into the live broadcast room and smiled, saying, "Mr. Lu, I'm willing to represent your company and go. Please give a spot to me." "Su Xing, what are you doing here?" Lu Wensheng was surprised to see her suddenly appear. "My partner Yulong rented half a floor of office space across from your company for research. I just visited his lab and found out there's another company on this floor, so I wanted to come by and make a friend. I didn't expect this to be Mr. Lu's company." Lu Wensheng laughed heartily. "We have a good connection. Being a Mars experience tester is no joke. It carries huge risks. I know. The more dangerous the situation, the more motivation there is," Su Xing said with determination in her eyes. At that moment, Lu Wensheng received a phone call. Although he stepped aside to talk, Su Xing could still clearly hear his conversation through the 9-color dragon fantasy stone. The person he was talking to was Lu Phone. "Mr. Lu, time is tight. The Xingho team members are set to depart in a few days. You must finalize the list of Mars experience testers within half an hour." "Okay, I'll get back to you in 10 minutes." Lu Wensheng hung up the phone and asked Wan Shui, "I need to report the spots in 10 minutes. Can you confirm now?" Wan Shui shook her head. "My family doesn't agree with me going." "Wan Shui, this is an opportunity. The Mars experience testers will be broadcast live. As long as you can go to Mars and return to Earth, you will surely become the most popular host." After hesitating for a moment, Wan Shui still chose to refuse. "Mr. Lu, I'm willing to represent your company and go," Su Xing said firmly. "Su Xing, we have 2 spots, and they need to be our company's hosts. Mr. Lu, I used to be an environmental host with millions of followers. I can bring my partner Yulong. You must use the account I provide for the live broadcast and sign the relevant contract." "No problem. I'll sign right now. Do you need a lawyer to review it?" "No need." Seeing Su Xing so straightforward and recalling her and Yulong's capabilities, Lu Wensheng thought they were indeed more suitable for going to Mars than ordinary people. He immediately decided, "All right, you can participate in the Mars experience as our company's external staff, but when you return to Earth, you must promote it as my company's employees." Although the condition Lu Wensheng proposed was somewhat unfair, Su Xing readily agreed. That's fine. You'll depart in 3 days. Prepare accordingly. Okay. That evening, back at her rental house, Su Xing told Yulong about the Mars experience. Yulong pondered for a moment and remained silent. Su Xing knew he was worried that going to Mars would affect his research project. Yulong, you can let Su Bai handle your research project. He is a professional scientist and will definitely get it done. If you're concerned, I can recommend He Mingwe to work in the lab as Su Bai's assistant. This opportunity is rare for us. And we can also search for the Silver Pearl Star Moon Guardian. How many days will it take? Yulong asked. The first batch of Mars experience testers will be gone for about a week. Does He Mingwe want to be Su Bai's assistant? Yulong asked again. Yulong, don't worry. She will definitely be willing. She is currently looking for a job, and this position would perfectly solve her predicament. Okay, I'll go tell her about this now. When Su Xing found He Mingwe, she was worried about finding a job. Su Xing smiled and said, He Mingwe, I have a recommendation for a job with great benefits and high pay. Would you like to go? Su Xing, don't joke with me. The company with the best benefits now is Huafeng Interstellar Group, but it's very hard to get in. This is better than that. It's Yulong's Research Institute, as Su Bai's assistant. Su Xing, Yulong has helped me too much, even if there is no pay. I'm willing to go. He Mingwe, Yulong and I signed up for the Mars Experience program invested by Huafeng Group. I estimate we won TB back for about a week, so I'll need you to help look after the lab temporarily. Su Xing, I know you're doing big things. I can't do big things, so I couldn't get into the aerospace university. This is all fate. But as long as I can contribute a little, I feel it's valuable. He Mingwe, don't underestimate yourself. You are excellent too. 3 days later, at the satellite launch base perimeter, Su Xing adjusted her newly worn red spacesuit and then displayed the bright smile she had practiced dozens of times last night to the live broadcast room. Dear fans, I'm going to live on Mars. The fans waiting outside the live broadcast room logged on as well. With one fan, Su Xing, it's been so long since your last live broadcast. You come back with such explosive news. Another fan said, Mars has always been a forbidden zone for interstellar travel. The risk factor is very high. You're so brave. Another fan said, Xing, you have to give us daily broadcasts from Mars so we can see it for ourselves. Yao Guang also saw Su Xing's live broadcast and sent a message to Yulong. To complete the Star Moon Guardian, Su Xing must be removed. To avoid arousing Yao Guang's suspicion, Yulong superficially agreed to Yao Guang's suggestion. After entering the launch base, Su Xing stood in front of the huge manned spacecraft, looking up to see other experienced testers saying tearful goodbyes to their friends and family. She suddenly thought of her mother, her nose tinged with acidity, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Yulong walked over, wiped her tears away, and held her in his arms. His solid and broad chest made Su Xing feel warmth and security. Su Xing, don't envy others. You still have me. The usually cold Yulong unexpectedly said such warm words. Hearing this, Su Xing was filled with strength, and she gratefully said, I sculpture dragon. Thank you. Su Xing, we are about to depart. I'm ready. After a week of travel, the starship arrived at Mars. Chapter 47, Who Destroyed the Green Plant Experiment Field. When Su Xing set foot on Mars, it felt like a dream. This place, like the mirror planet and Earth, is enveloped in a thick atmosphere, but unlike them, its atmosphere is primarily composed of carbon dioxide, with very little oxygen. Leaving the oxygen dome would lead to suffocation. Logging on to Mars, such an important moment, had to be live-streamed to gain followers and monetize. She had to remind herself to pay for the retirement robot she bought for her father and the maintenance fees for her apartment. Su Xing activated the light brain on her wrist and opened the live-stream mode. But before she could start, it was turned off by Yulong beside her. Su Xing, do you really need a live stream all the time? If Yao Guang finds out about your actions, he'll send someone to cause trouble. Su Xing understood that as long as Yulong was around, she wouldn't be able to live stream. All right, let's get down to business. We need to find the Star Moon Guardian. Su Xing, Mars is so vast without a specific location. Where do we start? Yulong suggested using the energy and magnetic field of the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone to find the accurate geographical location. However, the energy of the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone had not yet recovered, so it couldn't sense anything. I can use my superpower to infuse the surrounding energy into the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone. But this method can only be used once. I think it's feasible. Yulong continuously adjusted his energy field, utilizing the wind energy, electrical energy, and light energy in the air to re-establish a powerful energy field, transferring it to the 9-color dragon fantasy stone. Su Xing cooperated perfectly. She quickly activated the 9-color dragon fantasy stone, muttering endless life and envisioning the location of the Star Moon Guardian fragment, which immediately materialized in her mind under a patch of greenery. Yulong, follow me. The Star Moon Guardian is in a green forest. With this endless red earth, can we really find a green forest? The 9-color dragon fantasy stone's sensing has never been wrong. All right, the gravity on Mars is lighter than that on Earth and the mirror planet, so although they carried oxygen tanks, they felt very light on their feet. After walking for a while, Su Xing indeed saw a patch of green not far away. She approached and discovered it was lush greenery, vibrant and very cute, resembling a so-so green forest. Excitedly, she waved her arms at Yulong and shouted, "Yulong, it's here." Yulong quickly ran over and circled the greenery several times before saying, "If the Star Moon Guardian is beneath these plants, we would have to pull them out to find a fragment, but it's so rare to see greenery on this red land. We can't uproot them. Yulong, we need to consider the bigger picture." Yulong disagreed with this action, but Lin Mu had already given the final deadline. If he didn't solve the water shortage problem on Diamond Planet within the stipulated time, Lin Mu would take action against his parents, and Yao Guang was also pressing him hard. He now had two plans. One was to successfully extract water resources from the diamond, and the other was to find and synthesize the Star Moon Guardian fragment. He needed to choose which plan to prioritize. Just as he reached out to pull the plants, a cold and furious voice came from behind them. "What do you want to do to my experiment field?" Yulong's hand froze midair, his body trembled, and he quickly turned to look at the woman. In the next second, he was stunned. The woman with a cold glare looked familiar, stunningly beautiful, resembling Ning Quan more than he Mingwei. Su Xing also turned to look at the woman and noticed that Yulong's icy gaze had softened when he looked at her. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, she generously explained, "Miss, I'm really sorry. We thought those plants were wild, and we were looking for a gem that fell under these seedlings, which is very important to our galaxy, so we acted as we did." The woman gritted her teeth and glared at Su Xing, saying, "When we planted the seedlings, we turned over the soil and didn't see the gem you mentioned. Please do not destroy these precious so-so green seedlings that have survived." Just then, a small vehicle drove toward them. The vehicle stopped in front of Su Xing, and the door opened. She then realized that the other participants who came to Mars with them were all in the car, and she also saw Wan Xiang. They removed their oxygen masks and could breathe freely. "Get in the car. It's dangerous outside. Don't run around." An astronaut called to the three of them with a frown. Su Xing beckoned Yulong and the woman to get in. The vehicle indeed had an oxygen-releasing device. They removed their masks and could breathe freely. In the car, Su Xing took the initiative to apologize to the woman. "I'm really sorry about earlier. We thought those plants were wild, and we were just there to look for the gem, which was an offense. It's fine. As long as we clear this up, we can move on. What's your name?" "Muhi. I'm Su Xing, and this is my partner Yulong." The two who had been at odds just moments ago began to converse enthusiastically once the misunderstanding was resolved. They found they had many topics in common, as if they had found kindred spirits, feeling a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. Through their chat, Su Xing learned that Muhi was a PhD in botany, and she came to Mars to turn the red land into an oasis. Thinking of Lu Xian's special ability to communicate with plants, Su Xing shared Lu Xian's story with Muhi. "Su Xing, Mars is in urgent need of talent right now. Next time you return to Earth, I really want to meet this child you mentioned. If he has a talent for plants, I will apply to bring him to Mars." "No problem. I'll help you with the introduction." Time flew by during their conversation, and the small vehicle had taken them to the apartment where the Mars participants lived. Muhi lived in the research building, which was a bit far from them. Su Xing and the group of participants got out of the car, and there was no time to bid farewell to Muhi before the vehicle sped away. Su Xing found this to be a brand new city. Apart from the various robots walking on the roads, there were hardly any residents, and everything else was no different from Earth. Su Xing followed an astronaut into the participants' apartment. The apartment environment was both simple and harsh, with almost nothing inside. The astronaut arranged their dormitories, and she was in a room next to Yulong and Wan Ziang. That evening, Su Xing discussed strategies with Yulong. Yulong, the Star Moon Guardian fragment is located beneath Mu He's experiment field, and she treasures these plants. What should we do now? Su Xing, let's stay for now. There's still time to observe the situation. The next day, as soon as Su Xing got up, she heard a commotion outside. She went out to see what was happening. Just outside, Mu He was glaring at her with a furious expression. Su Xing, I repeatedly emphasized that patch of greenery is my experiment field, and you can't pull out the seedlings. Why did you still uproot all the seedlings? Mu He, there must be some misunderstanding. We didn't leave the apartment after returning last night. The seedlings must have been harvested by someone else. Who could have destroyed Mu He's experiment field? Chapter 48 Confession on Mars. Mu He's pale face twisted in pain. Su Xing, do you know what this green plant test field means? Her eyes gradually misted over, her expression wounded, unable to hide her sorrow. Su Xing couldn't answer Mu He's question. Although she hadn't destroyed the test field, she felt deeply guilty. Especially seeing Mu He in distress made her feel even worse. After all, she had nearly become a killer herself yesterday. An astronaut beside Mu He explained, the green plant test field is the third step of the Mars terraforming project. The success of this test field determines whether Mars will become a second home for Earthlings. As soon as the astronaut finished speaking, Mu He said with heart-wrenching pain, the fruit of my 3 years of hard work, and you just destroyed it. With that, her tears gushed out. This scene was broadcast live. If this storyline continued, Su Xing would surely become the target of everyone's blame. At this critical moment, Yulong stepped forward. With a determined look in his eyes, he said, Mu He, I can prove that Su Xing did not pick the green plants from the test field. We stayed in the apartment all night yesterday and did not go out. Someone nearby jeered, you two are a couple. Yulong walked over, took Su Xing's hand, and said with deep affection in his deep blue eyes, Su Xing and I are not only partners, but also lovers. Yesterday, we were discussing how to find the missing star and moon guardian of the mirror planet together. Su Xing was shocked. She hadn't expected that Yulong would confess in front of the live camera to help her. Yulong, you are partners. And what you said can't count because it was for mutual rescue. If you can replant new green plants, then such action would be worthy of respect. And I could believe you, Mu He said indignantly. Yulong's bravery gave her courage, and she readily agreed. Mu He, we are willing to replant new green plants on Mars. Otherwise, this trip to Mars would be in vain. With Su Xing's public promise, Mu He no longer made things difficult for her and walked with a group of astronauts toward the research institute. As soon as Mu He left, Yulong pulled Su Xing aside and whispered, planting green plants on Mars is not that easy. It takes at least 3 to 5 years to grow green seedlings. We have more important things to accomplish. Yulong, don't worry. This is a rare opportunity. Before planting the green plants, we can find the silver vermilion star and moon guardian in the test field. All right, I'll follow your lead. Su Xing went to find green plant seeds for Mu He, and that day, she and Yulong went to plant the green plants. They turned the soil of the test field several times, but did not see any fragments of the silver vermilion star and moon guardian. Su Xing couldn't help but suspect that the destruction of this green plant test field was due to someone eavesdropping on their conversation, who had already found the star and moon guardian. But who could that person be? Yulong, I think someone has already come looking, and the destruction of the test field was also caused by this person, but I can't sense who this person is. Yulong listened to Su Xing's words and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he raised his head and slowly uttered a name, Wan Ziang. Su Xing pieced together the fragments of the entire incident and awkwardly said, Yulong, I agree with your view. The fragments of the silver vermilion star and moon guardian are very likely to have been found by Wan Ziang. What should we do now? Yulong asked. Mars experience participants have time limits, and Wan Ziang can't return to Earth for now. Let's first get the green plant test field up and running, and then take the opportunity to find the fragments of the silver vermilion star and moon guardian. Su Xing, it's not that easy to grow green plants on Mars. Yulong, if Mu He can do it, we can definitely do it too. Believe in yourself. As Su Xing planted the seedlings of the green plants into the soil, she looked up and asked Yulong, when you said we were lovers earlier, was it just in a moment of desperation to help me? Or do you really think that way? Yulong pondered for a moment and replied, Su Xing, I'm not thinking about romantic feelings right now. My whole heart is focused on how to solve the water shortage problem on Diamond Planet. Until that is resolved, I will not marry. Yulong, you have feelings for me, right? Su Xing raised her head, her big, expressive eyes fixed on Yulong. Su Xing, I admit that I have feelings for you, but... Su Xing took over his words and said, it's just that the reality has suppressed your feelings. Yulong, just hearing you say that is enough. I will be with you to solve the water shortage problem on Diamond Planet. The two looked into each other's eyes. Su Xing's crystal-clear eyes were filled with joy and emotion, glistening with tears like a clear spring, shining in the sunlight, rippling gently, exuding a light spirit, like the moon hidden among flowing clouds. Yulong was mesmerized. It was the first time he looked at her so closely and discovered how beautiful she truly was. The coldness in Yulong's eyes warmed up, filled with a smile. Yulong, did you ever like Yimingwe? Su Xing suddenly asked. Why do you ask that? Yulong was puzzled. I noticed your gaze towards her is different from how you look at others. I did have feelings for Yimingwe. When I first saw her, I was shocked. She looked so much like Ning Quan. I thought for a moment that Ning Quan had returned to find me in another form, and I was thrilled, thinking of ways to get close to her, to care for her, and help her. Later, when we went to her house for dinner, her gentle demeanor and the meals she prepared made me experience the happiness of being human, a taste I still savor to this day. And now, Su Xing. Although that meal often brings back memories, it also made me realize she is not Ning Quan. Ning Quan wouldn't cook at all. They only look alike. Moreover, she has a husband and children, so I can't disturb her life, which is why I put a stop to my feelings right away. And what about me? Su Xing asked shyly, her fair cheeks turning rosy. Su Xing, my feelings for you have grown over time. I find that whenever I don't see you for a moment, I miss you greatly. As long as you're by my side, I feel very at ease, Yulong said softly, changing his usual cold tone. When Su Xing heard this, her heart felt sweet as if she had eaten honey, and her lips couldn't help but curve upward, perfect like the moon. She then burst into a laugh, like a stone thrown into a pond, creating ripples of joy on her face. The sweet atmosphere spread over the Saxol green plant test field. Their smiles never ceased. Even when they weren't laughing, their faces still held a lingering smile, like the echoes of music after it had stopped. However, despite turning the test field over several times, they still did not find the fragments of the silver vermilion star and moon guardian. They had no choice but to plant the green plant seedlings, hoping they would grow as vibrantly as the green plants they had encountered before. Every morning, Su Xing would come to water, fertilize, and turn the soil for the green seedlings like a diligent little bee, but she had yet to see the seedlings sprout green leaves. Chapter 49. Martian Dust Storm. The original plan was to find the silver crimson star moon guardian fragments within a week, but things did not go as smoothly as they had hoped. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the green saplings remained completely still, with no signs of the silver crimson star moon guardian fragments. Su Xing and Yulong acted separately. She guarded the green saplings while Yulong went to other places on Mars to search for the silver crimson star moon guardian. However, after several days, there were still no results. Yulong, I want to use the energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone again to sense the location of the silver crimson star moon guardian fragments. But unfortunately, the energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone is too weak right now to sense anything. You also can't use the energy reactor to recharge the 9-color dragon fantasy stone anymore. Su Xing was feeling a bit desperate. Su Xing, starting tomorrow, you continue to take care of the green saplings, and I will track Wan Ziyong to see if he has any movements, Yulong suggested. That sounds good. Su Xing prepared to head to the green plant experimental field early the next morning. As she passed by Yulong's apartment, he called out to her, Su Xing. Mui asked me to help him collect some soil from the volcano today for research. Just thinking about how he had painstakingly managed the green plant experimental field, and it might be destroyed for unknown reasons. Su Xing felt a strong sense of tolerance towards her and quickly said, okay. However, as soon as Su Xing put on her oxygen mask and stepped outside, she felt that someone was following her. When she turned around to look, there was no one behind her. Upon reaching the green plant experimental field, she suddenly saw a shadow flash by. Stop sneaking around and come out to speak if you have something to say, Su Xing shouted. Just as she finished speaking, Wan Ziyang appeared in front of her. He walked to a remote corner not far from the green plant experimental field and shouted, "Su Xing, hand over the Star Moon Guardian in your hand, or you won't be able to leave this green plant experimental field today." Facing Wan Ziyang's threat, Su Xing calmly replied, "I left it in the apartment. How can I give you something I don't have?" "Wan Ziyang, are you trying to rob me? You used to deceive women for a living, and now you want to change your approach to robbing women?" Su Xing sneered. Wan Ziyang suddenly walked over and threw a punch at the oxygen mask on Su Xing's head. Su Xing then realized that Wan Ziyang intended to put her in a life-threatening situation. If he knocked off her oxygen mask, she would suffocate and die. She hurriedly dodged, but it was too late. At a critical moment, an agile figure flashed in front of Su Xing, caught that fist, and pushed it forward, causing Wan Ziyang to lose his balance and fall to the ground. "Yulong!" Su Xing exclaimed with joy. Yulong turned his face and saw Su Xing's clear eyes reflecting the light from the overhead lamp, sparkling like stars. "Su Xing, don't be afraid. I'm here." Taking advantage of their moment of eye contact, Wan Ziyang stood up and ran towards the direction of the apartment. Yulong chased after him and captured Wan Ziyang. It had been 20 years since he sent Wan Ziyang to the police station on Earth, and he had investigated Wan Ziyang before. This person was lecherous, gambling addicted, and greedy for money. Now, helping Lu Feng was probably also for money. If it was just for money, Wan Ziyang could be bought off. "Wan Ziyang, you are working for Lu Feng for money as well. How about I trade you the silver crimson Star Moon Guardian fragment in your hand for a 10-carat rare diamond worth tens of millions?" After speaking, he took out a large, dazzling diamond from his inner pocket and held it in front of Wan Ziyang. When Wan Ziyang saw the diamond, greed flashed in his eyes, and he stammered, "This Star Moon Guardian is priceless. Yulong tried to persuade him kindly. "A single silver crimson Star Moon Guardian fragment is useless. It needs to be fused as a whole to have value. Think about it. This diamond is a rare treasure, and you won't find another one like it in the entire universe." Wan Ziyang's gaze never left the diamond in Yulong's hand, his eyes nearly popping out. "Wan Ziyang, I'll give you a minute to think it over. If you still don't make a decision, you'll have to pay the price for this minute. I will take off your oxygen mask." Yulong's expression instantly turned cold, and the aura he emitted was chilling. Wan Ziyang shivered and quickly said, "I agree." Yulong took the silver crimson Star Moon Guardian fragment and ran back to the green plant experimental field to find Su Xing, handing the fragment to her. "Su Xing, hurry up and fuse this fragment," she said anxiously. "The energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone is too weak now. It may not be able to fuse." "Su Xing, I just went near the volcano to help Muhi collect soil and found that the energy there is very strong. Let's go near the volcano to recharge the 9-color dragon fantasy stone and then fuse the Star Moon Guardian." "But Yulong, there are many unknowns on Mars. Could this energy source be risky?" "Su Xing, don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Xing recalled how Yulong always appeared like a divine savior whenever she faced danger. As long as Yulong was there, they could generally turn peril into safety. She smiled. "Yulong, I believe in you. Let's go try near the volcano." They walked hand in hand towards the volcano. At that moment, a member of the Starfire team rushed in to report to Muhi. "Dust storm warning. It will arrive in about half an hour. Quickly, send a few robots to find Yulong near the volcano." Okay. Just as Su Xing had used the energy near Mars to fuse the Star Moon Guardian, she saw yellow sand swirling ahead. She could vaguely make out a whirlwind approaching. "Yulong, it seems like a dust storm is coming. We should hurry back." But how could they match the speed of the dust storm? Su Xing felt as if a wall was being swept up by the wind, rushing towards them. Yulong stood behind her, shielding her from the impending wall. He continued to say, "Su Xing, don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you." Under the oxygen mask, her large, bright eyes shimmered with tears, and her nose felt sour. No one had ever treated her this well before. Yulong used his superpowers to push the wall away, but a whirlwind of yellow sand appeared before Su Xing again. Yulong ran in front of her once more, shielding her from the flying sand. As Su Xing looked at the man who had saved her multiple times and shielded her from the dust storm, a warm feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. Her heart was filled with warmth because of him, and she was no longer afraid of anything. Facing the powerful energy of nature, Yulong's superpowers gradually became insufficient, and the dust storm showed no signs of stopping. just as Su Xing was about to be swept away by the fierce wind. Yulong used his last ounce of strength to grab her hand, preventing the wind from taking her away. At this moment, the dust storm had engulfed the entire starfire. The sun was completely obscured. Fortunately, the robots sent by Muhi arrived just in time. Out of 10 flying robots, only 4 returned, and none of them were intact. The dust storm on Mars was much fiercer than the sandstorms on Earth. Chapter 50. Volcano Rescue. Su Xing and Yulong were safely rescued back to the Xingho base by robots sent by Muhi. When they were cradled by the robots and stumbled into the base's courtyard through the top entrance of Xingho, the eyes of all the Mars experience participants were filled with tears. Only Wan Ziang wore a look of glee, as if he was waiting to see them make fools of themselves. Soon, he quietly vanished into the crowd. The robots that rescued them numbered over a dozen. But only 4 returned, and they flew back by activating their mech battleship mode. The other robots were left outside of Xingho and couldn't come back. The scene could only be described as tragic. By the time the dust storm ended, it was completely dark. Muhi walked into the Xingho base with a pale face and immediately asked Su Xing, "You two are Mars experimenters, and without permission, you cannot stay outside the Xingho base for too long. What were you doing at the volcano?" Su Xing felt guilty and did not respond. Yulong lowered his head and said, "Muhi, I'm sorry." He then handed the soil collected from the volcano to Muhi. Muhi's eyes were filled with rage, as if she wanted to unleash all her anger. What good is sorry? Soil is important, but at a critical moment. Human life is far more important. Do you know how much everyone sacrificed to save you? If you too, as experienced participants, died on Mars, would ordinary people on Earth still want to come live on Mars? You nearly ruined the efforts of generations of aerospace personnel. Muhi's words made Su Xing feel ashamed. It seemed that she was incompatible with the Martian magnetic field in just a week on Mars. She had already angered Muhi twice, and each time was worse than the last. She had no retort now. The best course of action was to remain silent. "Muhi, I'm sorry." Yulong apologized again. "You two are not to go outside for the rest of your time here without my permission unless absolutely necessary." "Muhi, what about the green plant experimental field?" Su Xing raised her head and asked. "My dear, just don't make things worse for us." Muhi completely defined them as troublemakers. This instead ignited Su Xing's competitive spirit, making her think that no matter what, she had to contribute something to the aerospace cause on Earth before leaving Mars. At that moment, a Mars experience participant asked, "Muhi, during your last Mars trial speech, you mentioned that the third step of the Mars transformation project is to leave Xingho and achieve true human survival on Mars. However, if there are dust storms like this every so often, not only will humans be unable to survive, but plants and animals won't either. How can we achieve human life on Mars?" Muhi patiently explained, "We plant vegetation on Mars's natural surface to change this harsh environment. This is the same principle as advocating for the protection of vegetation and maintaining ecological balance on Earth." Su Xing thought to herself, although Muhi was targeting her due to misunderstandings, her environmental protection philosophy was identical to her own. A hint of admiration for Muhi began to grow in her heart. The green plant experimental field was so difficult to succeed on Mars. Every time there was a dust storm, they had to start planting all over again, and it required a significant amount of manpower, resources, and time for the Martian soil to grow new plants. Suddenly, Su Xing could understand why Muhi was so angry about the destruction of the experimental field. At that moment, another participant asked, "The green plant experimental field is so important, and now that it has been destroyed, it will need to be regrown. And there may be even more difficulties than last time. How will you deal with these difficulties?" Muhi cast a meaningful glance at Su Xing and said, "This is not the first time it has been destroyed. Some participants have previously damaged it out of selfish desires before the dust storm hit." Su Xing knew that Muhi was talking about her, and she wanted to defend herself. But thinking about how she had already taken back the silver Zhu Xingyu Guardian from Wan Ziang, it was better to avoid further trouble, so she took the blame for Wan Ziang. Yulong helped Su Xing out of her predicament. The green plant experimental field has only temporarily encountered difficulties. However, I believe our scientists and astronauts will not be defeated by challenges. They will surely be able to rebuild the green plant experimental field and do it better than before. Muhi, I know a child on Earth who has a deep connection with plants. He can communicate with them and is familiar with all their characteristics. If we can bring him to Mars and utilize his special abilities, he will surely be able to turn the Martian desert into an oasis. Su Xing excitedly recalled Lu Zian. How do you know that he would be willing to come to Mars? Would his parents agree? Can he adapt to the Martian living environment? Mu-He asked a series of questions. Mu-He, I'm willing to be the negotiator. We'll go back to Earth first, and I'll talk to his parents. Then we can video call you to bring him over. After pondering for a while, Mu-He said, that is also a plan. If this child can come to Mars to assist with planting greenery, his parents can come along too, and we will cover all their living expenses and the child as schooling. All right, to quickly restore the green plant experimental field, we hope to return to Earth in the next couple of days, Su Xing said. Dr. Tian will return to Earth the day after tomorrow. You will go back with him, Mu-He said. The originally tense atmosphere was diffused by Su Xing's suggestion, and they even secured a timeline to return to Earth. Yulong admired Su Xing's problem-solving ability. However, just one day before their return to Earth, a more significant incident than the dust storm occurred at the Xingho base. After Wan Ziang exchanged the fragments of the silver Su Xing Guardian for a rare diamond, he thought about how he couldn't explain himself to Lu Feng. So he pondered leaving Mars and finding a place to sell the diamond to enjoy life. That night, Lu Feng video called him again, asking about his search for the Xingyu Guardian on Mars. He lied, saying he had searched the entire Mars and found no trace of the Xingyu Guardian. But Lu Feng was no longer an ordinary person. He had been controlled by Yao Guang and possessed certain superpowers, easily seeing through Wan Ziang's lies. A low, eerie laugh escaped his throat, sending shivers down Wan Ziang's spine. He continued, Wan Ziang, those who betray me will ultimately become robots. Upon hearing this, Wan Ziang knew Lu Feng would not let him go. During the days Wan Ziang worked for Lu Feng, if things didn't go smoothly, scolding was the norm, and beatings were a regular occurrence. The thought of Lu Feng saying he would turn him into a robot was even more terrifying. At this point, he shivered. He knew that no matter where he hid, Lu Feng could find him. Wan Ziang realized that if he ran away, his sister and parents would also be implicated. To avoid endangering his family, he pleaded with Lu Feng for a chance to atone, promising to do his utmost to complete the task. Lu Feng then issued an order for him to find a way to destroy the Xingho base and ensure everyone evacuated Mars. Chapter 51. Lu Feng controlled by Sea. 26. Why Lu Feng has actually been controlled by the Yao Guang of the Sea. 26. Why Galaxy, devoid of any emotions towards others. The essence of their establishment of the Huofeng Interstellar Group is to control Lu Feng and, in turn, control more Earthlings to seize the resources of Earth. The Huofeng Interstellar Group invested in the Mars Experience project in hopes of finding the Star Moon Guardian through Wan Ziang. However, since Wan Ziang did not find the Star Moon Guardian, Lu Feng instructed him to infiltrate the Starfire base and destroy it. Wan Ziang had no choice but to comply with Lu Feng's orders. At the Huofeng Interstellar Group, Wan Ziang interacted with robots daily and participated in robot manufacturing, becoming familiar with every procedure and aspect of robot production. On the day of a dust storm on Mars, while astronauts were busy maintaining the safety of the Starfire base and arranging for some robots to rescue Su Xing and Yulong trapped in a volcano, he modified the programs of other robots left in the apartment to take control of them. Wan Ziang ordered the robots to seize Mu-He in the research room. Su Xing, who came to visit Mu-He because she was returning to Earth the next day, encountered this situation. Wan Ziang, frustrated that the Star Moon Guardian had fallen into Su Xing's hands, also instructed another robot to seize Su Xing. The security personnel guarding the research room rushed over, surrounding the two of them and instinctively raising their weapons to shoot at Wan Ziang. The research leader quickly commanded, "No one move. Ensure the safety of the hostages." Wan Ziang glared menacingly, saying, "Let me tell you, I've already given the robots orders. If you threaten my safety, they will kill immediately." The research leader stared at him coldly and asked, "What do you want?" "Prepare a car for me," Wan Ziang said fiercely. The research leader instructed the security personnel to prepare a car. Wan Ziang pointed at the car arranged by the research team and told the robot holding Mu-He and Su Xing, "Get in the car, back to the Starfire base." The research leader wanted to follow into the car, but Wan Ziang said, You and your subordinates are not allowed to follow. With Mu He and Su Xing in the robot's grasp, no one dared to contradict Wan Ziang, and they got into the car. Upon returning to the Starfire base, Wan Ziang and the robots took Mu He and Su Xing directly to the Starfire control room. The base leader, with security personnel, secretly followed behind Wan Ziang. When he noticed this, his eyes seemed to blaze with fire as he shouted, "I warn you, don't follow, or I don't know what I will do." The base leader had to stop with the security personnel and remain in place. Once Wan Ziang moved further away, they stealthily followed again. Mu He and Su Xing exchanged glances, and Mu He thought to herself that this was bad. Su Xing also sensed that something was wrong. "Open the door," Wan Ziang shouted loudly at the security personnel guarding the base. The security personnel, not having received instructions from the leader, dared not act rashly. Wan Ziang gave a command to the robots, and they pressed their knives against Mu He and Su Xing's necks. The base leader, who had just arrived, loudly questioned, "What do you want to do?" Wan Ziang smiled eerily. "You'll know when you open the door." The base leader did not give any instructions to the security personnel, and everyone remained still. Wan Ziang issued another command, and the robots pressed the knives tighter against Mu He and Su Xing's necks, red blood droplets rolling down, staining Mu He's shirt and the 9-color dragon fantasy stone on Su Xing's neck. With gritted teeth, the base leader reluctantly opened the door. This door was not to be opened unless absolutely necessary, but at this moment, he had no choice for the safety of scientist Mu He and Mars experience participant Su Xing inside the Starfire control room. There were 2 staff members. They were stunned to see Mu He being held hostage. Wan Ziang walked straight towards the glass door ahead. He was very familiar with this place, having rehearsed countless times within the Wolfing interstellar group. "Open this door," Wan Ziang commanded again. The base leader, security personnel, and the control room staff were like wooden sculptures, all knowing the consequences of opening this door. The base leader stepped forward, trying hard to remain calm. "What do you want to do? You're in Starfire too. If something happens here, you won't survive either. I don't want to do anything. Blame Lu Feng, your investor from the Wolfing interstellar group. He made me do this. If I don't do it, I can't survive. What is going on? We can negotiate. Please don't take such extreme measures," the base leader said. Wan Ziang shook his head. "It's useless. Don't be afraid. Talk to us. Maybe we can help you." The base leader tried to buy time. "Stop stalling. Hurry and open the door," Wan Ziang shouted again. "I can't open it." Mu He, who had been silent, said with a trembling voice. Wan Ziang issued another command to the robots, who tightened the knives against Mu He's neck. In an instant, Mu He screamed, and bright red blood flowed down her neck. Mu He showed no fear on her face. She calmly said, "Wan Ziang, I now realize you were sent by Lu Feng to destroy the Starfire base. I now know the green plant test field was actually destroyed by you, and I wronged Su Xing. But let me tell you, I am an astronaut, and I have long dedicated my life to my country and the space industry. I will never allow my life to destroy the achievements of generations in space exploration. None of you are allowed to open the door for Wan Ziang." After saying this, she turned to Su Xing. "Su Xing, I'm sorry, I wronged you." After saying these words, she closed her eyes, feeling ready to face death. "Wan Ziang, if you want to kill me, but don't kill Mu He," Su Xing shouted from the side, but at this moment, the energy of the 9-colored fantasy stone had not yet recovered, and the Star Moon Guardian still lacked a shard to synthesize, so it couldn't exert any energy. She could only feel anxious, thinking that if Yulong could come to the base now, everyone would be saved. Wan Ziang's face was defiant, fiery as a blaze, with cold light flashing in his eyes and murderous intent rising. He sent a command to the robots. Just as the robot holding Mu He was about to make a move, a powerful energy suddenly surged forth, sending the robot holding Mu He and Su Xing flying 10 meters away. The base leader quickly ran over to support Mu He and directed the security personnel to take her to the medical room for first aid. Wan Ziang's eyes seemed to spit fire. "Wan Ziang, we really have a fate. We meet again," Yulong said expressionlessly. "Yulong," Su Xing exclaimed in surprise. He always appeared during crises. Su Xing smiled brightly. Her face lit up like a sunny sky after the rain. "Mind your own business. If Lu Feng finds out you've ruined his plans, he won't spare you. Wan Ziang, today I am determined to meddle in this matter. I also advise you to let go. There's still a chance to live, but you can never come to Mars again. Xing fell into deep thought. Chapter 52. Modifying the robot program. This was the third time Xing witnessed the power of Yulong. The first time was in Tianshui City. He was selling ecstasy pills at a KTV when the police caught him. Under the name of love, he made his unsuspecting girlfriend Jiang Yuding take the blame for him. Most of his past girlfriends were like Jiang Yuding, innocent girls from poor families who lacked love. He only needed to give them some small favors to win them over, and they would willingly do things for him, even take the rap. That year, Jiang Yuding had just turned 18 and came to work as a waitress at the KTV during summer. He immediately recognized her innocence and how easy she was to deceive. He bought her drinks, took care of her, and gave her various novel gifts. Jiang Yuding soon fell for him, first becoming his girlfriend and deeply in love with him, then helping him hide his goods. She had no understanding of the darkness in society, only knowing how to cling to him and seek his affection. With a little manipulation, she fell into his trap. Xing invested all the money he earned into the food company owned by Zhang Zhu's father. This company was in the business of importing chickens, ducks, and shrimp, but in reality, these products were all injected with hormones before hitting the market. At this moment, Yulong appeared. He mysteriously collected all the evidence of Xing's actions and reported him to the police. This time, Xing could not deny it. Xing spent many years in prison, and after he got out, he faced difficulties in finding a job, encountering obstacles everywhere. Fortunately, Interstellar took him in. Xing worked very hard, and after a while, he realized that Interstellar was different from other companies. He didn't want to get involved in disputes and focused on doing his job well. One day, he took an artificial intelligence engineer to inspect the latest robots. In the basement, he stumbled upon Lu Feng video chatting with aliens from the Cy-26 galaxy. Xing couldn't hide in time and was noticed by Lu Feng. To prevent him from leaking any information, Lu Feng ordered the robot to implant a chip the size of a grain of rice into his brain. This microchip could not only monitor his every move, but also read his thoughts and memories. From then on, Xing's life was completely changed. Every time he tried to escape, the chip would emit a strong electric shock, causing him immense pain. Xing was forced to become a tool for Interstellar, living in endless fear and despair. He began to understand that he had become entangled in a conspiracy beyond human imagination. Initially, Lu Feng was similarly controlled by Yao Guang from the Cy-26 planet, becoming Yao Guang's tool and agent on Earth. Thus, both Xing and Lu Feng were trapped in an irreversible fate, manipulated by a higher existence. They bore a mission that transcended personal will, all stemming from a mysterious and powerful Yao Guang on the Cy-26 planet. Yao Guang ordered them to go to Mars to search for the Silver Zhu Star Moon Guardian. Under Yao Guang's instruction, Lu Feng invested in the Mars Experience project and arranged for Xing to go as an experiencer to find the Silver Zhu Star Moon Guardian. Upon arriving on Mars, all experiencers lived in the same apartment, and he happened to live next to Yulong and Su Xing. He kept a close eye on their every move and eavesdropped on their conversations. From their dialogue, Xing learned that the fragments of the Silver Zhu Star Moon Guardian were located beneath the green plant test field. But they both held a sense of reverence for the efforts of the aerospace personnel and were unwilling to uproot the plants and destroy the test field. That night, when everyone was asleep, Xing went to the test field and uprooted all the plants. Sure enough, he found fragments of the Silver Zhu Star Moon Guardian beneath the plants. He did not report this achievement immediately. Instead, he decided to gather all the Star Moon Guardians from Su Xing before taking credit. Xing thought the Star Moon Guardians in Su Xing's possession were crucial for completing this mission. If he could gather all the fragments of the Star Moon Guardians, he could return them to Yao Guang and Lu Feng with greater momentum and contributions. Only then could he gain more recognition and rewards while better protecting his own safety. Xing understood that this plan carried certain risks. Thus, he delayed reporting to his superiors, which could arouse Lu Feng's suspicion or lead to unexpected challenges. Yet, he still decided to execute this plan, not realizing he would encounter the formidable opponent Yulong again. In fact, Yulong was also a person at Yao Guang, just hidden in the shadows and unable to expose his identity. If Xing had paid more attention, he could have discovered Yulong's identity and used him to sabotage his mission, diverting Lu Feng's attention from him. Unfortunately, he lacked the foresight. Wan Xiang took advantage of Yulong going to the volcano to collect soil for Mu He and followed Su Xing to the green plant test field. He attempted to seize the Star Moon Guardian around Su Xing's neck, but just as he was about to succeed, Yulong suddenly appeared. This was the second time Wan Xiang encountered Yulong, and he once again experienced his might. Yulong easily knocked Wan Xiang to the ground using his superpowers and tried to remove his oxygen mask. Wan Xiang realized he was in extreme danger. If his oxygen mask was taken off, he would not be able to get enough oxygen and would die. However, Yulong did not do this. Instead, he took out a 10-carat rare diamond worth millions and offered to exchange it for the fragments of the silver Zhu Star Moon Guardian. In Wan Xiang's view, the fragments of the silver Zhu Star Moon Guardian were just a piece of worthless rock, incomparable to the rare diamond. Wan Xiang found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he knew the importance of the fragments of the silver Zhu Star Moon Guardian to Yao Guang and Lu Feng. Exchanging them for a rare diamond could be seen as a betrayal of their interests. On the other hand, the rare diamond was so precious and tempting to him. Ultimately, Wan Xiang succumbed to temptation and exchanged the fragments of the silver Zhu Star Moon Guardian for the rare diamond. However, this matter was soon discovered by Lu Feng. He was furious and wished he could turn Wan Xiang into a robot instantly. Once he calmed down, he ordered Wan Xiang to atone for his sins by destroying the Starfire base. To save his own life, Wan Xiang had no choice but to comply. Taking advantage of a dust storm on Mars, Wan Xiang modified all the robots' programs and sent instructions to them, successfully taking hostage the key figures Mu He and Su Xing from the Starfire base. Just as Wan Xiang was about to successfully unlock the program door of the Starfire base and destroy it, Yulong appeared once again in the nick of time. Yulong was like Wan Xiang's nemesis, specifically disrupting his mission. Wan Xiang felt astonished and shocked. He realized his plan had completely failed. Yulong's appearance not only thwarted his destructive actions, but also saved the lives of Mu He and Su Xing. Now, Wan Xiang found himself in a double bind. He faced the joint pressure from Yulong and the security team of the Starfire base, as well as Lu Feng's accountability. Wan Xiang could neither stay on Mars nor return to Earth. Where else could he go to survive? Chapter 53. Finding the Plant Genius Yulong. I haven't completed the mission and cannot explain it to Lu Feng. I can't stay on Mars, nor can I return to Earth. Do I have any other place to go? Wan Xiang frowned in distress and said. Yulong pondered silently for a moment and replied, Wan Xiang, the world is not just Earth and Mars. The universe is vast and full of infinite possibilities. Perhaps you can find a new home in other star systems. Wan Xiang's expression twisted, tears slowly flowing down his face as he choked out. Yulong, on Huofeng Star, Lu Feng implanted a microchip in our brains, not only to monitor our every move, but also to read our thoughts and memories. Whenever we try to escape, this chip emits a strong electric shock, causing us immense pain. Because of this chip, I cannot go anywhere. Yao Guang and Lu Feng can find me anytime. Yulong thought for a moment and said, Wan Xiang, I can help you remove the microchip, but you must agree to one condition. Wan Xiang eagerly responded, as long as I can break free from Lu Feng's control, I will agree to any condition. Wan Xiang, a 10-carat diamond is enough for you to live for the rest of your life. I hope you can turn over a new leaf and become a person beneficial to humanity. If I find out that you engage in any harmful behavior again, I will take back the diamond and will not show you any mercy. Yulong said, I promise you. Wan Xiang said earnestly, please remember what you said today. I will remember. Yulong used super energy to gather the powerful magnetic field energy on Mars and extracted the rice-sized chip from Wan Xiang's brain. This was an extremely simple operation for Yulong, and he completed it effortlessly. Wan Xiang instantly felt a wave of relief and repeatedly thanked Yulong. Just a moment ago, he had regarded Yulong as his nemesis and rival, not expecting that the one who saved him was also Yulong Wan Xiang. You can go now, Yulong said coldly. Thank you, Yulong Wan Xiang, with tears in his eyes, bowed to Yulong and stumbled out of the base. In Su Xing's mind, the girl Jiang Yuding, who once helped her, suddenly appeared. Wan Xiang just left. But who would help Jiang Yuding with the grievances she suffered and the injustice of being framed and imprisoned? Su Xing called out to him, Wan Xiang, you once hurt Jiang Yuding. How do you plan to settle this debt? Wan Xiang turned his head in surprise and looked at Su Xing. How do you know Jiang Yuding? I have received Jiang Yuding's kindness. Wan Ziang, you must resolve this matter today before you can leave. Wan Ziang looked a bit confused and trembled as he said, I don't know what to do. Wan Ziang, I will decide for you. You will donate the 10-carat diamond in Jiang Yuding's name to the Xingho base, contributing a little to the space program of Earth. Su Xing said. Wan Ziang's face showed extremely complicated emotions, reluctance, discomfort, and embarrassment, but mostly reluctance. Let's thank Jiang Yuding for donating diamonds worth tens of millions to the Xingho base. Su Xing said, clapping her hands. As soon as Su Xing finished speaking, everyone followed suit and applauded. Wan Zhang had no choice but to hand over the 10-carat diamond and left the Xingho base looking dejected. The next day, Su Xing and Yulong returned to Earth with Dr. Tian. It was a clear day on Mars, and the blue sun outside the Xingho base was bright and radiant. The staff of the Xingho base came to see them off, thanking them for preserving the base from destruction and for their financial support of the Xingho project. Muhi also came, smiling as she said to Su Xing, Thank you for everything you've done for Xingho. It will be remembered. Su Xing smiled brightly. Muhi, you're the scientist who has contributed the most to Xingho, and I greatly admire you. The two exchanged smiles, and the past grievances dissolved in that moment. Su Xing, remember our agreement. Help me persuade that child with the plant talent. Certainly, I will contact you via video as soon as possible. Su Xing fag everyone with you, turning all her complex emotions into a warm smile. Su Xing and Yulong boarded the spaceship, and the cabin door closed. The spaceship slowly ascended, stirring up massive air currents. Su Xing participated in the Mars experience in the name of Lu Wenxing's company, Longyan Cultural Media Company, Limited. On the day she and Yulong returned to Earth, Lu Wenxing held a grand welcoming ceremony for them. Major media outlets, reporters, and influencers all attended. Everyone was eager to interview Su Xing about her experiences as a Mars participant. However, Su Xing was absent. She did not go to the scene, but went straight to the research room to visit He Mingwei. When the two met again, they were both very happy and immediately embraced each other. Su Xing enthusiastically asked, He Mingwei, how have you and Lu Zian been doing recently? Su Xing, Lu Zian is becoming more and more obsessed with plants. He Mingwei said, Tell me more. Last time you mentioned that it has a talent for communicating with plants, so I bought him a lot of illustrated plant picture books. He is very engrossed in reading these books, and the pages are already wrinkled from flipping. Later, the plant picture books I bought for him were not enough, so I went to the nearby library to get a children's picture book borrowing card. He reads plant picture books very quickly, and the speed at which he borrows books astonished the picture book owner. He Mingwei, he really has a talent for plants. It needs to be nurtured well. He tells me about new plants he learns about every day, and when he talks about plants, his eyes shine like the brilliant stars in the night sky. You can't tell he is any different from other children. He Mingwei spoke of Lu Zian with light in her eyes, unable to stop talking. He is more outstanding than many children. Susim prasin sivli. Hearing this, He Mingwei smiled and continued, and said that plants have life. He told me that when tomatoes are short of water, they will emit a calling sound. And if they still do not get water after calling, the sound will turn into a whimper. Before He Mingwei could finish, Lu Zian interjected excitedly, And when insects bite their leaves, they will also cry out in pain. And then is there more? Su Xing asked with great interest. There is more. The pitcher plant outside our window, which looks like a bottle, is a bit cunning. Its mouth secretes a sweet nectar to attract mosquitoes, and after the mosquitoes consume it, they slowly fall into its trap and can't climb back up, thus being digested and broken down into nutrients for the pitcher plant. Lu Zian explained while gesturing with his hands. Lu Zian, you are amazing. You can share so much knowledge about plants. Just as they were happily chatting about plants, Lu Wenxing's phone call came in. Chapter 54. Mars Live broadcast exceeds 100 billion views. Su Xing. Today we are holding a press conference for the successful return of the Mars trial residents to Earth. Everyone is waiting to interview you. Where are you going? Lu Wenxing asked eagerly. I'm here to visit an old friend, Su Xing replied. Send me your location, and I'll have someone pick you up. Lu Wenxing said with a tone that brooked no argument. No need. I'm at the research lab across from the company. I'll be there soon. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you, Lu Wenxing urged. Su Xing, you go ahead if you have something to do. Come home for dinner with Yulong tonight, Mingyu said, worried about delaying Su Xing's important matters. Okay, let us not miss each other. I have something to discuss with you, Su Xing replied. As soon as Su Xing returned to Longyan Cultural Media Company Limited, she was pulled into the makeup room, surrounded by a group of women. The women hurriedly styled her hair, applied powder, blush, drew her eyebrows, and painted her lips, while also changing her clothes and shoes. With so many hands at work, it wasn't long before she was transformed into a different person. She sat gracefully in front of the camera, her lips slightly upturned, outlining a perfect arc, while her pair of bright, clear eyes released a sweet smile. Although this didn't align with her persona, she had made a prior agreement with Lu Wansheng to promote the company after returning from Mars, so she had to cooperate at this moment. On the side, Yulong had turned back into a cold, expressionless figure since confessing his feelings on Mars, as if everything that happened there had been filtered out. Major media and reporters were snapping photos of Su Xing. A female reporter, all smiles, asked Su Xing, "Teacher Su Xing, do you know how many views the live broadcast video of you as a Mars experience participant has reached?" Su Xing smiled brightly. "It should have exceeded 100 billion. It seems you're always keeping an eye on it." Su Xing smiled, her lips curling up. "Yes, I check it whenever I have free time." The female reporter asked curiously, "On Mars, when Yulong confessed to you, was that for the show, or did you have a sweet romance on Mars?" Su Xing glanced at Yulong, who wore an expressionless and cold demeanor, as if everything that happened on Mars was no longer relevant. The smile that had just been on her face instantly vanished, and after a pause, she said, "The feelings are real, but I took the initiative." This was the first time Su Xing openly acknowledged her feelings, and she wanted to see Yulong's reaction. "No way," the female reporter exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Maybe I'm just not good enough." Su Xing glanced at Yulong again and said. The female reporter turned her camera towards Yulong. "Teacher Yulong, on Mars, you expressed your deep feelings for Teacher Su Xing. How do you view this relationship?" "I'm really sorry, but this is my personal matter and not suitable for public disclosure," Yulong said expressionlessly. Seeing that she couldn't extract any juicy details from Yulong, the female reporter turned the camera back to Su Xing. "Teacher Su Xing, you can now take a look at the live chat. Your fans have something to say to you." Su Xing opened her holographic device and activated the live broadcast mode. As soon as she appeared on camera, her fans began showering her with gifts. A fan who missed Su Xing said, "Su Xing, you've become even more beautiful. I haven't seen you live in a while. I missed you." A fan who wanted to go to Mars said, "Su Xing, seeing you live from Mars. You're really brave to go to the interstellar forbidden zone and do what I wouldn't dare to do. I support you. I support you. I support you." A fan from the Diamond Planet said, "Su Xing, you fell in love on Mars. I saw our Diamond Planet's male god confess to you. I ship you too." Another fan directly replied. After the male god from Diamond Planet confessed, he became silent, and now doesn't dare to acknowledge it. A fan from the Diamond Planet said, "He is a scumbag, irresponsible." A fan with a pink bubble said, "So who is this scumbag? I want to take revenge for the goddess." Su Xing quickly replied, "Dear fans, having you is enough for me. Please don't fight for me. This relationship is one-sided on my part. I don't blame Yulong standing beside Su Xing." Yulong felt an unusual pain in his heart. He wished he could openly express his feelings for Su Xing, but he knew that if he did, she would be in danger. For Su Xing's safety, he could only force himself to suppress this love. He looked forward to the day in the future when he would be free and would not hesitate to express his love for Su Xing and firmly hold her hand. The female reporter asked Su Xing again, "Teacher Su Xing's Mars live broadcast has brought tremendous growth to Longyan Cultural Media's live data, making it a leader in the live commerce industry. Will you consider signing a long-term contract with Longyan Cultural Media?" Su Xing thought to herself that she would soon be heading to the Diamond Planet to find Dongfang Jibai and Xingyue for protection, and it was impossible for her to sign a long-term contract with Longyan. However, she needed to maintain Lu Wansheng's reputation, so after pondering for a while, she replied, "We will cooperate in a more flexible way. The specific details involve business secrets, so it's not convenient to discuss them in public. Please understand." Lu Wansheng was very pleased with Su Xing's response, a smile spreading across his face. Lu Feng watched Su Xing's live broadcast and was so angry that he threw his phone directly to the ground. An assistant quickly bent down to pick it up and kindly swiped away Su Xing's confident appearance on the screen. Wan Ziyang, I will find you and strip your skin off, Lu Feng shouted angrily. At that moment, a staff member came in to report. Mr. Lu, we have received news from the Starfire base that Wan Ziyang perished along with the robots guarding the site when he destroyed the Starfire base. Lu Feng fell into deep thought upon hearing this news. Fire Maple Interstellar had always been a leading public company in the industry, with a market value far ahead of Longyan Cultural Media. Just because of this Mars trial project, Longyan Cultural Media had chosen the right experienced personnel, bringing unprecedented popularity and a market value increase of trillions. Thus, Longyan Cultural Media's market value now far exceeded that of Fire Maple Interstellar, becoming the top company among listed firms. Just a week ago, Lu Wensheng had sought cooperation with Fire Maple Interstellar, hoping to produce a batch of virtual live streamers. However, now, due to the emergence of the Mars Experience project, this collaboration was no longer necessary for Longyan Cultural Media. Lu Feng felt unwilling and was also worried about being questioned by Yao Guang. Sure enough, after Yao Guang watched Su Xing's live broadcast, he contacted Lu Feng through the Starlink network. After Lu Feng reported the situation truthfully, he requested assistance from Yao Guang. Master, I have lost a key player and request reinforcements. Unexpectedly, Yao Guang did not scold him this time but said, in a while, I will send you a powerful reinforcement. Please be patient. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's face, which had just been filled with frustration, was now full of smiles. Thank you, Master. Chapter 55, Extracting Water Resources from Diamonds. The live broadcast ended, and Lu Wensheng wanted to hold a celebration dinner for Su Xing and Yulong, but Su Xing declined. Mr. Lu, we've been on Mars for a week and are really tired. I want to go home and rest well. It's not suitable to have dinner in a crowded place again. After thinking about it, Lu Wensheng agreed, saying, all right, we'll hold the celebration dinner another day. Let's go home and rest well tonight. Su Xing then headed to He Mingyue's house, and Yulong followed. He Mingyue was busy in the kitchen, while Lu Zian was in the living room looking at a plant picture book, and the delicious aroma of food filled the house. Su Xing called out, He Mingyue, the food you cooked smells so good, it's making me hungry. He Mingyue smiled and walked out of the kitchen, saying, quick, wash your hands. Dinner's ready. Yulong smartly went to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. After Su Xing finished washing her hands, she teased, Yulong, you're becoming more down-to-earth. Yulong served Su Xing a bowl of rice and handed it to her. You must be starving today. Eat first. Give it to Lu Zian. I'll serve myself. Su Xing recalled how Yulong had kept silent about emotional questions from reporters during the day and felt particularly uncomfortable, giving Yulong a cold look. Yulong picked some vegetables for Su Xing, who silently transferred them to Lu Zian. He Mingyue noticed that Su Xing was in a bad mood and quickly changed the subject. Su Xing, I watched the replay of a live broadcast from Mars today. The visuals were so stunning. Mars is really beautiful, and you are even more beautiful. Being able to visit Mars in my lifetime is something I regret. He Mingyue, there's a good opportunity to go to Mars right now. He Mingyue eagerly asked, Su Xing, tell me, what's the situation? A few days before we returned to Mars, a dust storm hit, destroying the Green Plan experimental fields at the Xingho base, which now needs to be rebuilt. They urgently need to find talented people with a gift for plants to contribute to the aerospace industry and turn the Martian desert into an oasis. I think Lu Zian is very suitable since he can communicate with plants and is passionate about them. He Mingyue had previously attended a high school affiliated with the Aerospace University, and she knew that the dust storm on Mars was caused by Mars reaching perihelion, which increased solar radiation, creating a large temperature difference between day and night on the surface. Planting greenery on Mars could change its harsh environment, utilizing the photosynthesis of plants. Once a real atmosphere is formed on Mars, the temperature difference on the surface would decrease, and dust storms would also lessen. This is similar to advocating for the protection of vegetation and maintaining ecological balance on Earth. She had dropped out of school due to bullying from Wan Shui and had not realized her dream of pursuing a career in aerospace. Now, if Lu Zian could go to Mars to help plant greenery, it would help her realize her dream, something she had longed for. He Mingyue excitedly said, Su Xing, I have no problem with this. I'm happy for Lu Zian to go to Mars and realize his life's value. You can go too. The country provides subsidies, and Lu Xian's education will be completely free. Su Xing replied, I can also go. Mingwei said excitedly. We must have a toast to wish you success on Mars. Su Xing said, raising her glass with a smile. I haven't had alcohol in a long time. I'm happy today, so I'll drink with you. The two clinked their glasses together. Unexpectedly, it was Su Xing's first time drinking, and after the first glass, she couldn't stop pouring one glass after another, ignoring Yulong's attempts to persuade her. Yulong, you should go back to rest. Su Xing seems a bit off today. I'll take care of her, Mingwei said. Thank you, Yulong replied before returning to his rental room. As soon as Yulong left, Su Xing got drunk. Mingwei helped her clean up and supported her to rest. She felt both happy and worried about Lu Xian going to Mars. Although Lu Xian had a talent for plants, she also discovered a new problem. Whenever the weather was clear and the sun poured down on the flowers and greenery outside, Lu Xian would become lively, articulate, and quick-thinking, even surpassing the agility of children his age. However, when the weather turned gloomy, storms approached, or the plants were polluted, he would revert to his original state. Lu Xian thrived with sunlight and greenery. When it wasn't raining, she would take Lu Xian to water and bathe the plants outside, purifying the air from pollution, and dilute the air's pollutants through planting and purchasing plants. These actions indeed helped Lu Xian's health improve, and he even started to grow taller. But if he went to Mars, all of this would be unpredictable, and she worried it would be detrimental to Lu Xian's health. Yet, as long as she thought about Lu Xian not being able to showcase his talents on Earth, and that going to Mars could help him realize his life's value, she hoped he would go to Mars, creating a deep internal conflict within her. At that moment, a shadow suddenly flashed by, leaving behind a note before jumping out of the window. After reading the note, Mingwei's expression changed drastically. Something she had hesitated about before now had an answer in her mind. The next day, after Su Xing woke up from the drunkenness, she brought up Lu Xian going to Mars again. Mingwei had changed her mind. Su Xing, I'm worried that Lu Xian's body won't be able to adapt to the living environment on Mars. In fact, this was not her biggest concern. The content of the note from yesterday was what she truly worried about. Mingwei, what made you change your mind? Su Xing asked. Su Xing, I can't tell you the reason right now. Otherwise, Lu Xian will be in trouble, Mingwei said, frowning. Is someone threatening you? Su Xing asked. Su Xing, please don't make it hard for me, Mingwei said, covering her face with her hands. Mingwei, think it over. I believe you'll come to understand. I'll wait for your good news, Su Xing said before returning to her rental room. Mingwei called out to Su Xing. Sure, Bai has developed a technology to extract water resources from diamonds. He even wrote a manual about it, which he plans to give to Yulong before heading back to Beijing. I might have to start looking for a job again. Mingwei, you could have taken Lu Xian with you to Mars. Su Xing, thank you for your kindness. Give me some time to think. Su Xing nodded and returned to her rental room. The place was empty, and she called out for Yulong, but no one answered, only an echo in the silence. She felt a void in her heart. Just a moment without seeing Yulong made her miss him uncontrollably. Su Xing went to the research lab and found Yulong. She threw herself into his arms, hugging him and saying, Yulong, I thought you had left. Fool, even if I have to leave, I would tell you in advance. Yulong, are you really leaving? Su Xing asked as she broke free from his embrace. Dr. Shi has extracted water resources from diamonds, and I need to bring this technology back to the diamond planet and help you find the last piece of the Lunar Guardian fragment, Yulong said firmly. I want to go back to the diamond planet with you. It's not time yet. It's dangerous for you to go now. Wait for my information. Su Xing instantly understood Yulong's intentions and smiled, nodding in agreement. Chapter 56. The peak of plant talents. The research studio of Yulong has dissolved. Yulong plans to bring back the technology for extracting water resources from diamonds to the diamond planet. Su Xing borrowed Dr. Long's flying dragon, star number 9, to return. On the day Yulong left, Su Xing felt reluctant to part. Yulong, once you have news about the whereabouts of the Eastern Dawn Star Moon Guardian fragment, let me know, Su Xing said. You Xing, we'll split up. I will search for the Eastern Dawn Star Moon Guardian fragment, and you go to the underwater forest to restore the energy of the Rainbow Dragon Fantasy Stone, Yulong suggested. Su Xing stood on her tiptoes and gave Yu Long a gentle kiss on the cheek, trying to force a smile, leaving a mark on you, as our promise. But Yu Long replied seriously, Su Xing, take good care of yourself while I'm not around. After saying this, he turned and boarded the flying dragon, star number 9, a glistening tear rolling in his deep blue eyes. Su Xing watched as the flying dragon star number 9 shot into the blue sky like a sword, her eyes reddening, an overwhelming sense of loss surging in her heart. She remembered Yu Long's words and steeled herself to search for the entrance to the underwater forest on Earth. Earth is so vast. Where should she start? Suddenly, she remembered that he Mingyue had accessed the underwater forest through mirror consciousness and realized she might need to find the entrance through her. However, this couldn't be rushed. She needed to gradually infiltrate and find the right opportunity to explain it to He Mingyue. After Yu Long's laboratory disbanded, He Mingyue began looking for a job again. She sent out hundreds of emails but received no responses. Without a high degree, finding a job was tougher than climbing to the sky. And to take care of Lu Xing, she could only look for work near her rental house. She took Lu Xing along, walking down the commercial street outside her rental house, checking each shop for job postings. If a shop didn't have a posting, she would go in to inquire. Most of the jobs available were either restaurant servers or convenience store clerks. She could accept this, thinking that finding a job and connecting with society was important, and everything would get better over time. However, when the employer saw she wanted to bring her child to work, they all shook their heads. One day, He Mingyue saw a library for children as picture books hiring caregivers, and she decided to give it a try. This job suited her well. It didn't require a degree or work experience, just patience, love for children, and a sense of responsibility. While other jobs would hinder her because of her child, this job actually became a plus. She shared her experiences with the owner, pleading for an opportunity, expressing her need for the job and her commitment to do it well. The owner, who also had children, noticed how well He Mingyue managed her developmentally delayed child, making her stand out among a pile of applicants. She successfully got the job and was allowed to bring Lu Xing along. It turned out this job was indeed a great fit for her. She spoke gently, smiled often, and was patient and loving with the children, who all liked her. While she worked, Lu Xing quietly read plant picture books beside her, allowing her to care for him while commuting together. Just when she thought everything would go smoothly, the children's library relocated and she lost the job. She felt a huge sense of loss, a feeling of helplessness and frustration, and she first vented this emotion on Lu Xing. Mom, I won't be a burden to you. Go find a job and buy me some plants to keep me company. I could take care of myself at home, Lu Xing cried. He Mingyue realized Lu Xing couldn't always live under her protection. It would be good for him to try to live independently. She went to the flower and bird market to buy plants for Lu Xing and saw a pot of sunflowers blooming vigorously, seemingly waving at her with a smile. Under the sunlight, they looked vibrant, and she bought the pot of sunflowers without hesitation. Lu Xing loved the sunflowers, watering them, letting them bask in the sun, and talking to them like long-lost friends. He even named the sunflower Little Sunday. The arrival of Little Sun also brought good luck to He Mingyue. There was a jewelry store on the commercial street near her rental house hiring a jewelry host, and they invited her for an interview with good benefits. She couldn't take Lu Xing with her to the interview, and initially thought of asking Jiang Yuding to help look after him for half a day. However, since she hadn't informed her in advance, Jiang was busy accompanying a patient and couldn't make it. Seeing her dilemma, Lu Xing said, Mom, you go for the interview. Little Sun is here with me, and I can take care of myself. He Mingyue thought the mall wasn't far, and it would only take half an hour for the round trip. She took out a plant picture book for Lu Xing to look at, changed into her professional attire, and repeatedly reminded him, and then you must not go out. Stay at home and read the picture book until I come back. I'll return as soon as the interview is over. Lu Xing nodded obediently. As He Mingyue left the house, she still felt uneasy about leaving Lu Xing alone. She planned to ask Su Xing to help check on him, so she knocked on Su Xing's door, only to find no one home. She then called her to explain her request, and Su Xing readily agreed. Just a short while after He Mingyue left, the house became lively. The climbing ivy outside stretched its long arms to greet Lu Xing. The pansies made faces at him. The thriving pothoe's sister smiled at him, and clusters of gentian flowers danced joyfully in the wind. Even the little sun in his hands began to speak. But Lu Xing was neither surprised nor scared. It was as if these plants were old friends. Among them, only Little Sun was a new member, and Lu Xing curiously asked, "Little Sun, where did you come from?" "I came from the endless forest, not far from this rental house," Little Sun replied, squinting his eyes. This statement piqued Lu Xing's interest, and he completely forgot about He Mingyue's instruction not to go out. Excitedly, he said, "Little Sun, take me to see." Little Sun smiled and nodded. He carried Little Sun downstairs and, guided by it, headed towards an abandoned old television factory not far from the rental house. At the end of the factory, there was a grand gate carved with dragon patterns, and beside it stood a tall Bodhi tree, estimated to be big enough for 10 adults to hug together. Greenish vines twisted around the tree, resembling a dragon emerging from the waves. Lu Xing pushed open the dragon gate and entered a beautiful, lush, endless forest. He walked straight ahead, encountering many old friends from the botanical garden and meeting many new ones. His eyes sparkled with excitement and surprise, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore. However, this scene of Lu Xing hugging Little Sun and laughing as he walked toward the woods behind the house was seen by the owner of the supermarket on the first floor. She noticed Lu Xing talking to himself and thought he seemed a bit unusual. That wooded area was desolate, and adults generally did not allow children to play there. Being a mother herself and worrying about Lu Xing's safety, she immediately called the landlord to get He Mingyue's number and explain the situation. At that moment, He Mingyue was preparing to enter the meeting room for her interview when she heard this news, and it struck her like lightning. She had no mind for the interview and rushed home anxiously. Chapter 57, Finding the Way to the Underwater Forest, when He Mingyue rushed back to her rented room. Su Xing had just arrived. He Mingyue did not see Lu Xing at home, her chest heaving like a bellows, feeling anxious inside. She gasped and said in a flustered manner, "Su Xing." The supermarket owner downstairs said Lu Xing ran out alone. "You have strong abilities. You must help me find Lu Xing." "Mingyue, don't be afraid. Let's go downstairs and ask the owner which direction Lu Xing went. Then we will have a direction to search for him," Su Xing said as she walked over and patted He Mingyue's shoulder, trying to give her some strength. "Su Xing, let's go ask the supermarket owner now." He Mingyue ran downstairs like a madwoman, with Su Xing following closely behind. He Mingyue rushed to the supermarket and breathlessly asked the owner, "Annie, which direction did Lu Xing go? You really are carefree, leaving a child alone at home." The chubby supermarket owner teased her without holding back. With tears in her big eyes, He Mingyue choked up and said, "Owner, please tell me quickly, which direction did Lu Xing go?" The chubby owner, with her thick lips, said, "He went to that abandoned old TV factory behind this building. You should hurry and look for him." Following the directions given by the supermarket owner, He Mingyue and Su Xing ran towards the old TV factory behind the rented house. But strangely, they did not find the abandoned TV factory as described by the owner. Instead, they encountered a desolate area with sparse trees and weeds, a rare, undeveloped place in the city center. They mustered their courage and walked into the wasteland, unsure of how long they had been walking, when they saw a door carved with dragon patterns. In front of the door, 9 colors: lake blue, deep blue, light blue, coral red, purple, gold, and others, intertwined, transforming into various flowers and plants. Beside the door stood a straight Bodhi tree, thick enough that about 10 adults holding hands could barely encircle it. Green vines coiled around the tree, twisting and turning like a dragon emerging from the waves. Su Xing thought to herself that this place was just like the path to the underwater forest in the Mirror Planet. It was truly amazing how some places in the universe are interconnected. He Mingyue, like Su Xing, was filled with confusion. This place felt too familiar, just like the scenes that often appeared in her mirrored consciousness. They reverently bowed to the Bodhi tree and pushed open the dragon gate. Instantly, clouds rolled, and a brilliant, magnificent beam of light swept across the sky, floating gracefully, flickering in brightness, with colors ranging from light to dark, from green to red, emitting 9 hues of light. In front of them lay a lake bluer than the sky, and Su Xing smiled knowingly, as if she had returned to the Mirror Planet. The scene and the things were the same, nothing had changed at all. Su Xing jumped into the water like a fish. He Mingyue stood on the shore, arms crossed, hesitating and pacing, her brows furrowed, afraid to enter the water. She couldn't swim. Jumping in like this would surely cost her life in such deep water. Seeing her expression, Su Xing understood and smiled, saying, Mingyue, you can't swim, but I'm here, so don't be afraid. For some reason, Mingyue trusted Su Xing's abilities. She closed her eyes and stepped into the lake, instinctively shivering as she submerged. Su Xing swam over, grabbed her hand, and took a deep breath as they swam to the bottom of the lake. Mingyue kept her eyes closed the entire time, tightly pursing her lips and gripping Su Xing's hand so hard that it pained her. Seeing her frightened expression, Su Xing laughed and said, Mingyue, I was the swimming champion in high school, so relax, nothing will happen. Upon hearing this, Mingyue felt a surge of strength, and her previously tense nerves relaxed. They swam across the lake's bottom, and Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, revealing a dark, deep, narrow path ahead. A massive object in the shadows emitted an unsettling aura, causing her pupils to dilate as she stepped back in shock. She tried to calm herself down. This place looked so familiar, as if she had been here countless times before. She struggled to recall. Wasn't this the scene that often appeared in her subconscious? It was similar, though not exactly the same, but the general layout was unmistakable. She thought she was back in her mirrored consciousness and pinched herself hard, instantly feeling a sharp pain, confirming that this was real. Mingyue, don't be afraid. I'm here, Su Xing encouraged her again. Su Xing's words calmed her significantly. They walked from noon until dusk. Mingyue, rarely wearing high heels, had developed blisters of various sizes on her feet, and her legs were growing weak, making it impossible to continue. She sat down on a wooden bridge shaped like a rainbow to rest, with a sound of clear spring water flowing beneath echoed. Peering down from the bridge, Mingyue saw the spring water crystal clear like a mirror. Everything around was reflected in the spring, including herself. The scenery was enchanting, all reflected in the water. Suddenly feeling extremely thirsty, she walked to the edge of the spring, cupped her hands, and drank some water. The spring water was sweet and refreshing. She instantly felt her head clear and her body relaxed, even sensing that Lu Xing was not far from her. Unable to resist, she drank another mouthful of spring water and could now see the exact location of Lu Xing. Excitedly, she drank another mouthful and could clearly see Lu Xing standing among a patch of sunflowers. The sunflowers were vibrant and eye-catching, like warm little suns, beside which a stone shaped like a dragon bore the red characters sunflower. They headed towards Lu Xing's direction, passing through the botanical garden they had just visited. Ahead lay another deep forest, and as the sky grew darker, fog began to rise despite the warm spring day. The further they went, the thicker the fog became, and it grew colder, making Mingyue's coat ineffective. Suddenly, strange cries echoed through the forest, causing Mingyue, already timid, to feel her hair stand on end and cold sweat run down her back. She wrapped her arms around her chest, a habit she had whenever she felt scared, as it brought her some strength. She thought that if it weren't for searching for Lu Xing, she would have definitely run back, regardless of the blisters on her feet. But now, no matter what lay ahead, she had to move forward courageously. The fog grew thicker, the strange cries rang out more frequently, and dark shadows swirled overhead. She closed her eyes again, not daring to look up, her shirt under her professional attire soaked with sweat, her feet numb with pain. Su Xing approached, took her hand, and ran forward. Chapter 58. Overcoming inner demons to gain light, Mingyue ran faster and faster. The scene reminding her of the time, many years ago, when she desperately fled from being bullied by Wan Shui. Her heart raced as if it were about to jump out of her throat. Her breathing was heavy and rapid. Her teeth uncontrollably chattered, making a clicking sound. Her chest heaved violently, and her hands trembled slightly, palms sweating. As these emotions surged, the white mist thickened, the shadow drew closer, and the ghostly sounds grew louder. Su Xing noticed Mingyue's fearful expression and ran over to link her arm, giving her some strength. Mingyue, don't be afraid. The state of your mind will manifest the scene around you. Overcome your inner demons, and you will gain light. Su Xing, I'll try to overcome it. The sky darkened. The white mist thickened, and the ground ahead was bottomless. She focused her eyes on the front, her intention finding Lu Xing. She ran towards that goal, forgetting one shui, forgetting the pain in her feet, forgetting the shadows, the ghosts, and the white mist. As she kept moving towards her goal, the white mist gradually faded. The shadow above disappeared, and the ghostly sound were no longer heard. What appeared before her were clusters of vibrant sunflowers, and Lu Xing was walking toward her, holding a sunflower. She was overwhelmed with joy and tears, embracing Lu Xing, swallowing back all the words of reproach. Just then, 9 small fairies of different colors suddenly appeared in the forest, radiating powerful light, transforming into a woman shining with 9-colored brilliance. She laughed heartily. Su Xing, he Mingwei, you have finally come together. Su Xing had seen the 9 colors in the underwater forest of the Mirror Planet before, and now, entering the underwater forest through Earth meant she had established a connection between Earth and the Mirror Planet. She exclaimed excitedly, 9 colors, we meet again. Su Xing. Reaching this point surprises me, but the Star Moon Guardian still needs the fragments of Dongfang Jibai to synthesize. What are your plans? 9 colors. I found out that the fragments of the Dongfang Jibai, Star Moon Guardian, are lost on the Diamond Planet. So I collaborated with Yulong. He went back to the Diamond Planet to search for the fragments, while I came to the underwater forest to restore the energy of the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone. 9 colors smiled. Su Xing, you have learned to leverage your strengths. Very good. 9 colors. The energy of the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone has become very weak after destroying the black insects. How can we restore its energy? Underwater forests are magnetic fields linking Earth and the Mirror Planet. Now, if we synthesize the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone with the Star Moon Guardian for the second time, we will form a powerful magnetic force and energy. Next time, when we find the last piece of the Dongfang Jibai fragment, we can come back to the underwater forest to synthesize it again, which will unleash its maximum energy to solve the haze on the Mirror Planet and the environmental issues on Earth. Following 9 color suggestion, Su Xing took off the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone from her neck and handed the Star Moon Guardian and the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone to 9 colors. 9 colors drew energy from the Mirror Planet and Earth, merging them into a spiritual necklace radiating 9-colored light, surrounded by moons and star systems encircling the Earth. I also call it the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone. Su Xing, that's fine. Now, the Mirror Planet is like a furnace. You must quickly find the last piece of the Star Moon Guardian fragment to return and solve the haze problem. 9 colors. I'm still in the dark about how to use the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone to address this haze virus. The 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone needs to merge with the last piece of the Dongfang Jibai Star Moon Guardian fragment to possess powerful energy. As long as you wear the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone, you can sense the source of the haze virus and use its powerful ability to eliminate the virus from the infected. 9 colors explained with a smile. Su Xing felt the weight of responsibility and nodded solemnly. He Mingwei was stunned by the scene before her. Her mouth agape for a long time before she regained her composure. 9 colors. I want to ask what happened to Lu Feng? He seems like a completely different person. He Mingwei, after you handed the Star Moon Guardian to Lu Feng, the Ghost Star system tried to seize the Star Moon Guardian to plunder Earth's water resources. They controlled Lu Feng through black insects and spread it to the surrounding people. After Lu Feng was rescued by the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone, he was controlled by Yao Guang from the CY-26 star system through the Star Chain Network. He is now a tool for Yao Guang on Earth, posing a significant threat. A thin mist clouded He Mingyue's eyes, leaving her confused and unsure of what would happen next. Su Xing approached and patted her shoulder, giving her some strength and courage. Su Xing, you must be wary of the CY-26 star system trying to seize the 9 colors Dragon Fantasy Stone. He Mingwei, you must nurture Lu Xing well. He will make significant contributions to Earth in the future. After saying this, 9 colors passed through the wall and disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a faint fragrance. At that moment, a small path radiating 9-colored light appeared before them, surrounded by greenery, blooming flowers, and singing birds with colorful auspicious clouds overhead. The 3 of them walked along this path and exited the underwater forest. Just as they emerged, a man in a diamond-long coat descended from the sky, blocking their way. Su Xing examined the diamonds on the man's coat, which were the same as those on Yulong's cloak. She speculated that the man also came from the Diamond Planet. But how did he get to Earth? Professor Long couldn't he have lent the Flying Dragon Star No. 9 to him? Did Yao Guang lead the invasion of the Earth by the 9 major star systems? Did Yulong join the 9 major star systems alliance? Why was the man blocking their way? Su Xing's heart suddenly became chaotic like a knotted rope. Hand over the Star Moon Guardian to avoid harming the innocent. The man said, his eyes gleaming with malice. I hate it when others threaten me. The Star Moon Guardian no longer exists, and even if it did, I wouldn't hand it over to a robber. Su Xing replied with a cold laugh. I never bully women. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Saying this, he used his superpower to teleport in front of Su Xing and reach for the 9 colors dragon fantasy stone around her neck. Seeing Su Xing in trouble, the timid and fearful He Mingyue turned pale, her face becoming a sickly shade of purple, her lips trembling, yet she felt powerless to save Su Xing. She was worried about Su Xing's safety and feared harming Lu Ziyan, and her conflicting emotions made her unwilling to face the unfolding events. So she held Lu Ziyan tightly in her arms and took him home, just when Su Xing thought there was no way out. Yulong descended from the sky and punched the fierce-looking man, sending him flying a distance of 10 feet. Chapter 59, The Conspiracy of Planet C. 26. Why you came back as promised, Yulong. Su Xing exclaimed in surprise. Su Xing, are you okay? Yulong asked with concern, his eyes fixed on Su Xing. A bright smile blossomed on Su Xing's face, quickly spreading across her features. I'm fine. After saying that, she jumped into Yulong's arms, softly saying, I miss you so much. Su Xing thought to herself, having been apart for so long, Yulong must have missed her too, imagining that he would respond to her embrace warmly and even give her a sweet kiss. But just then, a man who had been knocked down by Yulong shouted loudly, Yulong, this is Lin Mu's order. If you dare to interfere, don't you worry that Lin Mu will turn your parents and siblings into water? This loud shout abruptly interrupted the joy and sweetness of their long-awaited reunion. Su Xing felt a surge of anger towards this man and showed him no kindness. Yulong released Su Xing from his embrace and walked coldly in front of Beichun, saying, Beichun, your information is a bit outdated. 2 months ago, I had already sent back the technology for extracting water resources from diamonds to Diamond Planet. Now, Diamond Planet is no longer lacking in water resources. Yulong, you really did it. You managed to accomplish something so difficult. Beichun's face showed an expression of disbelief, and then he laughed heartily. I'm truly happy for you. Beichun, how did you come to Earth? Yulong asked. After you took the Flying Dragon number 9 to Earth, I couldn't go back to Diamond Planet and couldn't come to Earth. So, I helped in Professor Long's research lab to earn some living expenses and accidentally helped Professor Long solve the problem of upgrading artificial intelligence thinking. He then had Flying Dragon number 9 send me to Earth, and I found Su Xing through the energy continuum. Beichun generously did not blame Yulong for secretly coming to Earth. Beichun, now that Diamond Planet doesn't need the protection of Xingyue, please don't make things difficult for Su Xing, Yulong said. Diamond Planet can solve the water resource issue, and as long as the residents have drinking water, there are no other problems. Beichun laughed heartily. Yulong introduced Beichun to Su Xing, apologizing sincerely. Su Xing, Beichun has offended you, and I apologize on his behalf. He acted in extremity out of urgency to solve the water resource issue on Diamond Planet. Essentially, he is a good person. Su Xing remained cold-faced and unappreciative. Why should someone else apologize for his own mistake? I cannot accept that. Yulong gave Beichun a look. Beichun understood Yulong's meaning, but seeing that Su Xing remained cold towards him, he was reluctant to humble himself and apologize. He walked over somewhat reluctantly, looking elsewhere, and insincerely said, I'm sorry. Beichun, your apology lacks sincerity. I cannot accept it, Su Xing said assertively. It was then that Beichun realized this woman was not easy to deal with. He still had important matters to discuss with Yulong and couldn't waste time on trivialities. He adjusted his mindset and sincerely said to Su Xing, I'm sorry. Su Xing chuckled. Beichun, Now that's more like it. Let's laugh and forget our grievances. Beichen nodded with a smile. All right, now we're all friends. Yulong mediated the atmosphere. Yulong, I have some important matters to discuss with you, Beichen said, a layer of worry clouding his eyes. Yulong anticipated it wasn't good news, but he still calmly said, Beichen, go ahead. Yulong, the leader of planet C-26Y, Yaoguang, has controlled the Earthling Lu Feng, and the artificial intelligence developed on Earth is continuously upgrading. The robots they previously developed, Longzhan, only made humans dependent on intelligent robots. Now, the newly developed artificial intelligence robot, Titanium, is truly terrifying. Humans cannot prevent it, and the planet will be threatened, Beichen said, his eyes revealing fear. Beichen, what exactly is going on? Yulong pressed for details. Titanium can shrink to as small as a string of 1 kilobyte code, existing in any memory, hard drive, CD, or flash drive, even in headphones or voice recorders. It can control any computer, phone, base station, optical brain, or nuclear power station at the speed of light, and can create any video, news, or important figures. If humanity threatens it, it can launch nuclear missiles, instantly destroying global power grids and electronic devices. It can transmit itself as code into the sky, searching for suitable planets to restart civilization. What is their ultimate goal? Yulong remained calm. The 9 major star systems, led by planet C-26Y, have allied to devour the Mirror Planet and then invade Earth. They have already dropped a smog virus on the Mirror Planet, and it is on the verge of turning into a fireball. Hospitals are filled with patients infected with the smog virus. Their initial goal has been achieved. Now they extend their hands toward Earth and gradually aim to devour other planets. Beichen said anxiously. Beichen's words made Su Xing gasp in shock. She usually remained composed, but at this moment, her mind was racing with worry for the Mirror Planet. However, she decided to listen to Beichen's analysis before discussing what to do next with Yulong Beichen. The Fire Maple Interstellar has only been established for 10 years, but it has developed into the largest artificial intelligence technology company in the country. Humans have made artificial intelligence an auxiliary tool for convenient learning or work. Now, both individuals and enterprises purchase from this company. If we stop Fire Maple Interstellar from continuing to upgrade, will it affect the civilization progress of Earthlings? Yulong asked. Yulong, we have previously studied Earth civilization with our master. There is an ancient Chinese saying, everything that reaches its extreme will reverse. Achieving the level of the intelligent robot Longzhan is sufficient to meet human living and working needs. However, silicon-based life titanium robots are the extreme, which is detrimental to human survival, Beichen explained. Beichen, then how can we stop planet C-26Y from developing titanium robots on Earth? After learning about Yao Guang's ambitions, the residents of each star are now trying to protect themselves, hoping to obtain the spirit stone Xingyue Guardian from Su Xing's neck. It is a spiritual stone formed from the remnants of meteors that fell from a moon and the 9 major star systems billions of years ago, possessing powerful magnetism and super energy. It can absorb any magnetism, eliminate any virus, prevent the generation of titanium, and eliminate the Mirror Planet smog virus, Beichen said, staring at the colorful dragon fantasy stone on Su Xing's neck. Yulong, I went to the underwater forest from Earth, and the colorful energy of the colorful dragon fantasy stone has been activated. The Xingyue Guardian has undergone a second synthesis, now restoring 90% of its energy. But it still lacks the fragment of the Eastern Dawn Xingyue Guardian for synthesis, Su Xing said. Where is the Eastern Dawn Xingyue Guardian fragment? Beichen asked. On Diamond Planet, Su Xing replied. Time is of the essence. Let's go back to Diamond Planet together to find this Eastern Dawn Xingyue Guardian fragment and complete the synthesis of the Xingyue Guardian. So we won't fear Yao Guang's titanium robots, Beichen said excitedly. Yulong, do you have any news about the Eastern Dawn Xingyue Guardian? Su Xing looked at the silent Yulong Su Xing. The situation after I return to Diamond Planet is a bit complicated. We'll explain it to you slowly when we get back, Yulong said, clearly not in the right state after hearing Beichen's words. But Su Xing, immersed in the joy of Yulong's return, did not notice any abnormalities. Chapter 60, the most expensive birthday gift Yulong. He Mingwei invited us to dinner. Bai Chen, let's go together. Su Xing said. No, I've already informed you about Yao Wang's conspiracy, and the issue of the diamond planet's lack of water resources has been resolved. I plan to go back to Space City to seek a job with Professor Long. That works. The job at Professor Long's place is quite suitable for you. We won't keep you, Yu Long said. After bidding farewell to Bai Chun, on the way to He Mingyue's house, Su Xing asked again, Yu Long, did you find the last piece of the Eastern Jibai, Star Moon Guardian fragment on the diamond planet? Su Xing, don't rush when the time is right. I will tell you the answer. Su Xing thought, since Yu Long has kept his promise to come back to find her, he must have some idea about finding the Eastern Jibai, Star Moon Guardian fragment, so she didn't press him further. She thought about discussing the next steps after dinner. As they entered He Mingyue's house, they smelled the aroma of the food, which brought a sense of warmth that felt long lost. He Mingyue, who was just scared of being a deserter, now transformed into a confident and graceful young woman in her familiar territory. The dining table was covered with a lace tablecloth, a vase filled with seasonal flowers, and a table full of dishes steaming with delicious scents, adorned with an air of elegance amidst the smoke of cooking. Mingyue, is there some special occasion today? Su Xing asked with a smile. Su Xing, don't rush, you'll find out soon, He Mingyue replied mysteriously. Su Xing thought, why is everyone being so secretive today? What major secret are they hiding from her? Since they had all put in so much effort for her. She decided not to ask more and just wait to see what surprises awaited her, feeling a sense of anticipation in her heart. During the meal, Yu Long kept serving food into Su Xing's bowl. She couldn't understand why every time she expressed her feelings to Yu Long, he remained indifferent. Yet he silently cared for her behind the scenes. She didn't like this ambiguous emotional situation, but felt helpless towards Yu Long. At this moment, Yu Long got up and went to the kitchen, bringing out a cake and placing it in the center of the dining table. Is someone having a birthday? I didn't prepare a gift, Su Xing said awkwardly. Su Xing, today is your birthday, Yu Long said with a smile. His eyes filled with a lingering warmth that clearly contained an indescribable tenderness. This was the first time Su Xing saw Yu Long smile at her. Her eyes filled with surprise and joy. She asked, how did you know it was my birthday? Su Xing, you got drunk at our house last time and told me you wanted to celebrate your birthday with someone you like. I just called you and found out you were free, so I thought I'd celebrate your birthday, He Mingyue said with a smile. Su Xing was so happy that she almost cried. Mingyue, thank you. Yu Long took out the cake, inserted the candles, and gently waved his hands over it, lighting the candles, which formed a heart shape in the air. Lu Zian clapped her hands and exclaimed, Brother Yu Long, this candle is so beautiful, I love it. Lu Zian, next time it's your birthday, I'll perform a magic trick like this for you, Yu Long said with a smile. As Su Xing marveled at how different Yu Long was today, He Mingyue urged, Su Xing, quickly make a wish. Su Xing closed her eyes, her lips involuntarily curling up, silently wishing for 3 things. Sister, what did you wish for? Lu Zian asked. Birthday wishes cannot be spoken. If you say them, they won't come true, He Mingyue said. I won't say it. I'll tell you later when it comes true, Su Xing said playfully. Su Xing, now it's time for the gift-giving segment. I have a big gift for you, Yu Long said, as if he had transformed into another person. Su Xing smiled at Yu Long, her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling like stars. Yu Long, you've learned to please girls. Yu Long handed a beautifully wrapped gift box to Su Xing. Birthday star, happy birthday. Su Xing took the gift and eagerly unwrapped the box, exclaiming in surprise. Yu Long, this gift came just in time. Su Xing, what gift is making you so happy? Share it with us, He Mingyue asked with a smile. Mingyue, it's the last piece of the Star Moon Guardian. Su Xing, how do we fuse the Eastern Jibai, Star Moon Guardian fragment with a 9-color dragon fantasy stone? Yu Long asked. We need to go to the underwater forest again. Just then, the 9-colored appeared through the wall, and its ethereal voice rang out again. Su Xing, I'm here to give you a birthday gift. After saying this, it fused the Eastern Jibai, Star Moon Guardian fragment in Su Xing's hand with the 9-color dragon fantasy stone around her neck. A beam of white light illuminated the entire room, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. When the light faded, the 9-color had also disappeared. But the voice still echoed in the room. Su Xing, hurry back to the mirror image planet and use the 9-color dragon fantasy stone to solve the smog problem. 9-colored. I understand. She then turned to Yulong and said, "We need to get down to business." Yulong nodded in agreement. Su Xing. I will send a message to Professor Long using my mind's eye, but it will consume a lot of my energy and it will take a long time to recover. I worry I won't be able to help you on the mirror image planet. Yulong, now that the 9-color dragon fantasy stone has fused with the Star Moon Guardian, its energy is very powerful and it can handle things on the mirror image planet alone. I just hope that if we encounter problems, we can discuss and find solutions together. Yulong nodded. With his help, Su Xing successfully returned to the mirror image planet. Everything felt so familiar, yet so different. The city center was shrouded in smog, like a layer of white gauze separating the distant world from the one in front of her, making it unclear what was on the other side. The tall buildings lost their original brilliance, becoming dull and lifeless. On the giant display screen, a robot anchor was reporting about the rising unemployment rate due to artificial intelligence and the difficulties young people faced in finding jobs. On the street, sparse pedestrians wore masks, struggling to breathe, coughing and bending over, unable to stand up for a long time. Seeing this scene, Su Xing's heart ached. She summoned the energy and magnetism of the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone, silently wishing to protect all living beings. From the 9-colored dragon fantasy, a silver-white little dragon-like shape emerged, glowing brightly like daylight, and it entered the bodies of the coughing patients on the street. In an instant, it cleared the viruses within them, activating their immune systems and effectively resisting the attack of smog viruses. The few pedestrians who had been coughing violently suddenly became energetic, straightened their backs, and felt light and healthy. Yulong, the energy of a 9-color dragon fantasy stone is truly powerful. It can eliminate the viruses inside the patients and enhance their natural immunity, effectively resisting the invasion of viruses, Su Xing said with surprise. The hospital should be the place with the most patients right now. Yes, let's go to the hospital now. Su Xing opened her light brain, and countless missed calls popped up, with a large number of them from Li Shuriwei and one call from her dad. She was too lazy to deal with the missed calls from Li Shuriwei, but felt a bit worried about her dad. During her time on Earth, she deeply felt the warmth of family and had a different understanding of familial bonds. She longed to forgive her dad. Chapter 61. The powerful energy of protecting all beings. Su Xing. Time is tight. Hurry up. Yulong's somewhat urgent voice pulled her thoughts back to reality. Su Xing checked the map. The largest hospital in the city center was not far from here. She said to Yulong, "Let's take a car over. It's just a few minutes away." Before she could finish her sentence, Yulong had already teleported her to the hospital. The hall and corridors of the hospital were crowded with patients suffering from the haze virus. Each person's face showed expressions of pain, anxiety, and melancholy, with violent coughing sounds echoing throughout the space, as if all colors were shrouded in a layer of gloom. The hospital wards were filled with haze patients, with one doctor on duty in each ward, busily moving around like a spinning top. The sounds of coughing mixed with groans created an atmosphere reminiscent of hell on Earth. Seeing this scene, Su Xing felt extremely depressed. She remembered how her father had been left alone to suffer from the haze virus last time, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Yulong, when I activate the energy and magnetic field of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone later, please record the entire process with the light brain. I will need it. No problem, Yulong readily agreed. Su Xing activated the energy and magnetic field of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone again, silently chanting to protect all beings. The 9-color dragon fantasy stone emitted countless forms resembling silver little dragons, radiating bright halos like daylight, which entered the bodies of every patient in the hospital, instantly clearing the viruses from within them and activating their natural immunity. About 10 minutes later, all the patients in the hospital were healed and everyone cheered. The wards were filled with laughter and joy as the earlier gloom transformed into a vibrant energy of life. Everyone was laughing and clamoring to celebrate their recovery. Su Xing, we're spending too much time looking for people this way. We need to think of a way to gather all the patients infected with the haze virus in one place, Yulong proposed. Yulong, I'll try live streaming to see the effect. But where should we choose to avoid affecting the residents' normal lives? Su Xing asked with confusion. These patients will be discharged this afternoon, so there won't be many people left in the hospital. I think concentrating on this hospital would be fine, Yulong suggested. Yulong, we need to use this venue of the hospital. We must discuss it with the hospital director and get his consent, Su Xing said. Su Xing, the hospital might not want to do things that are not beneficial for them. Yulong expressed concern. How could it not be beneficial? We cure patients, which brings a good reputation to the hospital. The live stream can have a far-reaching impact. This is the best advertisement, Su Xing argued. This method is good. It helps the patients and raises the hospital's visibility. I'll handle the negotiation, Yulong said, taking the recorded video to discuss with the hospital. Su Xing instructed Yulong, be sure to come back quickly for the live stream. About 10 minutes later, Yulong returned, his expression grim, his deep, handsome features seemingly covered with a thin layer of ice. Su Xing guessed that the negotiation with the hospital had not gone well. She comforted Yulong, it's all right. If the hospital disagrees with us using this venue, it just shows they lack long-term vision. We can find another place. Her brows curved with a smile as bright as the gentle sun in winter, illuminating a dark corner of his heart and melting away his coldness. Su Xing, Bei Chun just contacted me, urging us to hurry. The titanium multiple indicators developed by Lu Feng have all passed testing, Yulong said anxiously. Upon hearing Yulong's words, Su Xing understood his urgency and felt anxious as well. Suddenly, she thought of seeking help from the female doctor in a white coat at Dean Hospital. She had touched the doctor by giving her flowers on Valentine's Day 6 days ago, and with their shared experience of live streaming, the doctor might help her. Su Xing decided to take a chance. Yulong, let's try Dean Hospital. Su Xing, I'm your assistant. I'm listening, Yulong replied. Su Xing felt particularly warm at Yulong's words, her lips unconsciously curling up. It felt like a couple declaring their relationship, saying, I am yours, and you must take responsibility. They arrived at Dean Hospital, where the hall and corridors were filled with patients infected with the haze virus, each face reflecting pain, anxiety, and melancholy, with violent coughing sounds echoing throughout. The hospital wards were filled with haze patients. She found a female doctor in a white coat and showed her the video of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone healing the haze, sharing her extraordinary experience. After understanding the situation, the female doctor's expression turned serious, and she remained silent. Doctor, look at all the patients in the hospital. It's time to cure them. I won't cause you any trouble. It will only take a few minutes. It will help the patients and raise the hospital's visibility. I hope you can assist these patients. This is a great merit, Su Xing said, her dark eyes carrying an almost irresistible invisible power. But the female doctor still hesitated. Doctor, follow me, and I will demonstrate for you. Su Xing activated the energy and magnetic field of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone for the 3rd time, silently chanting to protect all beings. Instantly, the 9-color dragon fantasy stone emitted countless forms resembling silver little dragons, radiating bright halos, which entered the bodies of every patient in the hospital, instantly clearing the viruses from within them. In less than 10 minutes, all the patients were healed. The female doctor in a white coat was shaken by the scene before her pupils dilating, her mouth agape for a long time, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead, terrified. Doctor, you see, I can cure the haze virus. Thank you for helping, Su Xing said with determination in her eyes. I'll talk to the hospital director about it, but I can't guarantee he will agree, the female doctor finally said after a long pause. All right, I will wait for your good news. Su Xing appeared calm, but she paced back and forth in the hospital corridor, taking a small piece of dark chocolate from her pocket and putting it in her mouth to savor its bitterness. She always ate a piece of dark chocolate when she was nervous. Su Xing, don't worry. I'm here, Yulong comforted her. Yulong's words reassured Su Xing a lot, and just then, the female doctor returned. Su Xing saw her walk lightly and with a smile on her face. Knowing that they had succeeded, her previously anxious heart finally relaxed. Su Xing, the director has agreed to your request, but please don't let anything go wrong tomorrow, the female doctor said with a beaming smile. Doctor, rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble. The healed patients cheered and laughed, all clamoring to celebrate the rebirth of life, as the gloom transformed into a vibrant energy of life. Chapter 62. Wang sends people to steal the gem. Su Xing activated the light brain on her wrist, switched to live broadcast mode, and presented the scene of curing patients with haze poisoning in the live stream. Dear fans, I am the environmental host Su Xing. It's been a few days since we last met, and I really miss you all. The idol who could pluck stars said, Host, you haven't been live for a few days. Where did you go? I went to Earth to find a solution for the haze virus. The idol who fell from the galaxy said, This is great news for the residents of the galaxy. After saying that, they sent Su Xing a spaceship as a gift. Thank you for the gift from the galaxy. All the gifts received during today's live stream will be donated to interstellar environmental protection for public welfare. Cheers erupted from the fans in the live stream. Su Xing continued, Dear fans, don't be afraid of the haze virus. This morning, all hospitalized patients with haze virus at Dean Hospital have been cured and will be discharged in the afternoon. For those who have haze virus patients at home, please line up outside Dean Hospital at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We will use the special medicine we developed to cure all haze virus patients. An idol from the Blue Waters asked, How much does this special medicine cost? This question was instantly flooded in the comments section, as everyone was concerned about the cost. Dear fans, this special medicine is free. Be brave, step out, and defeat the haze virus. The comment section was once again filled with messages about defeating the haze. Su Xing's live broadcast attracted the attention of all residents of the Mirror Planet. Her fan base surpassed hundreds of millions within an hour, and netizens rushed to share the live stream. Self-media platforms also hurried to write articles promoting the special medicine for treating haze virus. In just a few hours, Su Xing became a star on the Mirror Planet, and families affected by haze poisoning were booking appointments online for treatment at Dean Hospital. Wang, watching Su Xing's live stream, smiled wickedly and called up Yulong's light brain. Yulong, now is the perfect time to act. Quickly get the Xingyue Guardian from Su Xing's neck and eliminate her. Don't drag things out. Be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Yulong, as usual, pretended to agree. Yes. But this time, Wang no longer believed Yulong. He secretly sent the White Tiger from the Striped Star Planet and Gully from the Pink Planet GJ504b to supervise Yulong's execution of the task. And if Yulong continued to be perfunctory with his orders, they would eliminate him as well. When Su Xing finished her live stream, it was already dark. She let Yulong stay in her apartment and went to her mother's house. As soon as Su Xing left the apartment, a call from Li Shiyue came in, which she directly hung up. When he called again, Su Xing answered the phone, her tone impatient as she said, President Li, I have received your threats and warnings. I have not infringed upon your interests, so don't look for trouble with me. Let's all stay in our own lanes. Su Xing, I apologize for my previous actions. I called to invite you back to Ling Shun Interstellar Live broadcast, and you can name your price. Li Shiyue's tone was humble, and Su Xing could almost imagine his smiling face. President Li, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm doing well with my own account for live streaming. I don't want to be bound by any restrictions. Su Xing refused without hesitation and decisively hung up the phone. When Su Xing returned to her mother's house, the place was covered in dust after just a few days. She changed into her home clothes and cleaned the entire house, both upstairs and downstairs. Just as she sat down to rest, a silver dragon-like light wave surged from the Jiuzhai Dragon Fantasy Stone, leaping out and transforming into a powerful magnetic field, emitting a bright 9-color glow that illuminated the entire house. Su Xing was swept away by this powerful magnetic field and passed through the wall, arriving once again in the underwater forest. Jiuzhai, we meet again, she said warmly, and her smile resembled that of her mother. Su Xing ran over and hugged Jiuzhai. I missed you. Although she knew Jiuzhai could not be her mother, her smile always reminded her of her mom, and she said to Jiuzhai what she wanted to say to her mother. Jiuzhai gently stroked Su Xing's long hair. Su Xing, I missed you too. After a long while, Su Xing left Jiuzhai's embrace. Jiuzhai, forgive me, but every time I see you, I think of my mother. Su Xing, I can understand your feelings. Jiuzhai, is there something you need to tell me today? Su Xing, the Jiuzhai Dragon Fantasy Stone is very effective in clearing the haze toxin for patients' bodies. But this is just a temporary solution. We still need to raise human awareness of environmental protection and a higher dimension of understanding. and that requires you to awaken humanity's higher consciousness. Su Xing felt Jiucai's words were very familiar, as if she had heard them somewhere before. She remembered Professor Long saying something similar to her in Space City. Jiucai, I opened an interstellar live broadcast account for environmental protection and want to promote the idea of everyone caring for the environment through live streaming. Su Xing, that's a great idea, but it's limited to the mirror planet. The energy and environmental crisis on Earth will also affect the mirror planet. So you need to spread this awareness on Earth as well. Jiucai, I will return to Earth after clearing the haze toxin. Su Xing, you also need to stop the silicon-based life titanium robots invested by the 9 major star systems. This poses a destructive threat to all residents of the universe. Jiucai said with concern. Jiucai, I will do my best to complete the task. Su Xing said, lacking confidence. Su Xing, you have that energy. After Jiucai said this, she passed through the wall and disappeared. Su Xing thought to herself, Jiucai never appeared, but it seems she knows something. Who is she? What kind of energy does she possess? The next morning, the entrance of Dean Hospital was crowded with patients suffering from haze poisoning, and the sound of coughing echoed everywhere. Yu Long maintained order and informed the residents that treatment would begin at 8 a.m. As time passed, more and more patients came for haze treatment, and it seemed that all the residents of the city affected by the haze virus had arrived. Just as Su Xing was about to activate the Jiucai Dragon Fantasy Stone, 2 figures suddenly moved beside her, attempting to snatch the Jiucai Dragon Fantasy Stone. Yu Long scanned the surroundings and noticed something unusual near Su Xing. He instantly teleported to her side to stop the sudden attackers. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these 2 aliens were the White Tiger from the Striped Star Planet and Gully from the Pink Planet GJ504b. He shouted loudly, Su Xing, it's time. Quickly activate the Jiucai Dragon Fantasy Stone to clear the haze toxin from the patients. I'll deal with them. Yu Long, you really have a short memory. Have you forgotten the oath we made when the 9 star planets allied? Do you not remember how terrible the consequences are for breaking that oath? The White Tiger from the Striped Star Planet said angrily. Yeah, Wang, I haven't forgotten, but I know that one cannot seize things by force. What you're doing is robbery. Each star's system has its own difficulties. We should find ways to solve our problems, not seize resources from others, Yu Long replied indignantly. Yu Long, don't meddle in other people's affairs. Out of respect for our past friendship, I will speak on your behalf in front of the commander and spare your life. The White Tiger said, White Tiger, if you prevent Su Xing from saving the patients suffering from haze poisoning, I will pursue this to the end, Yu Long said firmly. Chapter 63. Completely eradicate the smog virus with the help of the Wandering Dragon to block the enemies. Su Xing used the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone to eliminate the smog virus from all patients on the Mirror Planet, and all residents regained their health. The healed patients reported their safety to their loved ones, their faces radiating joy and excitement from their recovery. They cheered, jumped, laughed, and expressed their love for life through singing and dancing. Su Xing activated her light brain, switched to live broadcast mode, and presented the touching scenes behind her in the live stream. The cured patients flocked into her live stream, followed her, shared their feelings after recovery, and helped Su Xing promote the importance of environmental protection. White Tiger, the residents are all celebrating the restart of life. Look how happy they are. We shouldn't fight anymore. The Wandering Dragon advised, wait for the commander to settle accounts with you. White Tiger knew that continuing the fight would lead nowhere, and after dropping this remark, he vanished with glee. Su Xing approached and helped him tidy his messy hair, asking with concern, Wandering Dragon, are you okay? Su Xing, don't worry, I'm fine. The Wandering Dragon replied. Wandering Dragon, my dad is still in this hospital. I want to go see him and take him home, Su Xing said. Okay, I'll accompany you. He responded. When they arrived at the ward, the robot Cloud was reading to him. Dad looked in good spirits, with a happy smile on his face. Su Xing changed her previously confrontational feelings towards her dad and gently said, Dad, I've come to take you home. Cloud, being very considerate, closed the book and smiled brightly at Su Xing, bowing slightly, hello, master. Xing, I've been waiting for you to come back. Su Xing's dad's smile instantly turned into tears of joy. Dad, are you going back to Aunt Jinhua's house? Su Xing asked. Xing, during these days of illness, Jinhua hasn't come to see me. I want to live in your mom's house. Dad said with hopeful eyes. All right, let's go home now. After saying this, she instructed Cloud to pack up. Xing, who is this? Dad's eyes turned to the wandering dragon. Dad, this is Wandering Dragon, my assistant, Su Xing introduced. Hello, Uncle. The wandering dragon greeted with a smile, which was the 5th time Su Xing had seen him smile. Su Xing thought to herself, Wandering Dragon looks much better when he smiles compared to his ice sculpture face. It would be great if he could smile more often. Okay. Dad's gaze was fixed on the Wandering Dragon, his face revealing a joyful smile, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. Su Xing noted that Dad's gaze was like that of a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law, becoming more and more satisfied. Dad, stop looking. Cloud has packed up the discharge luggage. We should head home, Su Xing urged. Okay. Su Xing's mom's house was in the suburbs. Although it was far from the city, the air was fresh and suitable for elderly living. As soon as the Wandering Dragon entered the house, he said, Su Xing, this house has a very strong positive energy magnetic field. Su Xing remembered what the 9-color dragon said about not letting anyone know about the underwater forest, which was located beneath this house. The Wandering Dragon had superpowers and could keenly sense this matter. Su Xing quickly found a reason to deflect. Wandering Dragon, don't overthink it. I often come here to stay. It might just be the positive energy brought by the 9-color dragon fantasy stone. Sure enough, he no longer mentioned the topic. After Su Xing settled her dad, she advised Cloud on some precautions and said goodbye to her dad. Dad, I have to go out for a while. Cloud will take good care of your daily life. Take care of your health, and I'll come back to accompany you once I complete this task. Xing, you take care of yourself too, her dad said, filled with reluctance. Turning to the Wandering Dragon, he said, Wandering Dragon, I entrust Xing to you. Please take good care of her. Dad, what are you saying? We're not getting married, Su Xing retorted, though her heart was filled with joy. As they stepped out of her mom's house, a video call from Bai Yunxing came in on Su Xing's light brain, and she pressed the answer button. Su Xing, the research on the dust vortex topic has been completed. The 9-color dragon fantasy stone can absorb the immense energy of the dust vortex and turn the mirror planet into a vibrant city with breathing vitality. Su Xing, I want to find you to put this into practice. Bai Yunxing's tone was filled with excitement and joy. Su Xing thought about the urgency of going to Earth and hesitated, cotton candy, but I have other arrangements right now. Su Xing, the smog virus in the residents of the mirror planet has been completely eliminated. This is the perfect timing. We can't miss it, Bai Yunxing urged. Cotton candy. Let me discuss it with my assistant. This is no longer just my decision, Su Xing replied. Su Xing, there's no need to discuss. Time is of the essence. The 9-color dragon fantasy stone's absorption of the dust vortex's immense energy, its magnetic force and energy will be stronger, which will be beneficial for your trip to Earth. Bai Yunxing said anxiously. Su Xing thought about the power of the silicon-based life titanium robots, the energy crisis and environmental crisis facing Earth, and the hopeful gaze of the 9-color dragon. If the 9-color dragon fantasy stone could enhance its energy and magnetic force, the probability of success would increase. Cotton candy. I will go with you. Let's meet at the interstellar flying saucer station. We will depart today. Su Xing hung up the video call with Bai Yunxing and shared the contents of the conversation with the Wandering Dragon. She asked, Wandering Dragon, what do you think about this matter? Su Xing, time is tight. I do not support you going to space. If something goes wrong, it will cause more delays. The Wandering Dragon said with a stern expression. Bai Yunxing is a very strong scientist at the Future Research Institute. I want to leverage her research results to strengthen the energy and magnetic force of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone. This will greatly help us in overcoming the obstacles posed by silicon-based life forms on Earth and improving people's awareness. Su Xing tried to persuade the Wandering Dragon. Su Xing, your thinking is beautiful, but the outcome may not be like this. If Yao Guang from Planet C, Y26 sends someone to stop us, the situation will not be optimistic. The Wandering Dragon calmly analyzed. Wandering Dragon, I have already promised Bai Yunxing. Su Xing was resolute. Hearing this, the Wandering Dragon felt a pang of discomfort. He disregarded Yao Guang's orders, defied the alliance of the 9 major star systems, and wholeheartedly assisted Su Xing in completing her mission. Yet she completely did not trust his words. The wandering dragon stared at Su Xing, his gaze suddenly turning as cold as a sharp blade. Su Xing, I want the diamond planet. I cannot accompany you any longer. After saying this, he walked out. No matter how much Su Xing called him, he didn't turn back. Su Xing thought that they both had positioning wristbands, so finding each other would be easy, and she first proceeded to the interstellar flying saucer station according to her agreement with Bai Yunqing. But without the wandering dragon by her side, Su Xing felt a vague sense of loss, as if something had fallen from her. The interstellar flying saucer slowly descended, and Bai Yunqing waved at Su Xing. Su Xing boarded the saucer, looking outside several times, hoping that the wandering dragon would catch up, but there was no sign of him outside the station. Chapter 64. The Nine-Color Dragon's Fantasy Stone. Su Xing, hurry up and come in. The door is about to close, Bai Yunqing urged. Su Xing looked around, disappointed that Yulong had not arrived. She stepped onto the flying saucer, and just as the door was closing, a familiar figure rushed in like the wind, and the door shut behind them. Yulong, you came, Su Xing exclaimed joyfully, her face blooming with a bright smile, quickly rushing into Yulong's embrace. For the first time, Yulong responded to Su Xing's hug, gently stroking her hair, a subtle smile appearing on his usually stern face. Yulong, don't leave me again. Su Xing, I want to leave you. After a long while, Su Xing finally broke free from Yulong's embrace. Bai Yunqing raised his head towards Su Xing, blinked, and smiled. Su Xing, is this your situation? Cotton Candy, this is my assistant. With him around, everything is worry-free. Su Xing laughed. I think you two are quite a match, Bai Yunqing said. Cotton Candy, don't tease me. Let us talk about you. I already have a partner. Bai Yunqing said, pursing his lips and chuckling. When did this happen? Next time bring him over so I can check him out. You've already seen it. My partner is my research career. Bai Yunqing smiled even wider. Cotton Candy, you're getting funnier. I admire you. Yulong noticed a white starship approaching the interstellar flying saucer at light speed. Sure enough, within 5 seconds, Yao Guang appeared with 6 subordinates, instantly teleporting onto the interstellar flying saucer. Yulong, the 9 major stars have issued a warrant for you. You can't escape. Yao Guang's eyes glowed red, laced with a hint of provocation. Yao Guang, what do you want? Yulong remained calm. You have repeatedly been perfunctory with the orders I gave you. I have already given you countless chances. Not only did you not harm Su Xing, but you even helped her deal with the Galactic Alliance. This time, we will show no mercy. Yao Guang's eyes flashed with cold light, and killing intent filled the air. Su Xing recalled Yulong's strong support along the way, feeling very touched, and tears filled her eyes. Without Yulong, she would not have been able to fully synthesize the moon and Star Guardian, nor eliminate the haze of the mirrored planet. Yulong was being hunted by the 9 major Stars Galactic Alliance for her sake, and she felt both moved and guilty. He had protected her before, and now she needed to protect him. With a glance from Yao Guang, the 6 subordinates attacked Yulong. Yulong swiftly dodged their assault. Yao Guang unleashed a powerful blue energy attack, and Su Xing activated the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone, silently reciting the star's shift as the stone instantly absorbed the blue light, saving Yulong from peril. Another blue energy attack came from Yao Guang, and Su Xing recited the star's shift again to absorb the energy, significantly enhancing the power of the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone. Form the Big Dipper formation. Share energy, Yao Guang commanded. Understood. The 6 subordinates replied in unison. The 7 of them arranged themselves into a formation resembling the Big Dipper, and Su Xing felt a surge of powerful energy, even exceeding that of a 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone. Yao Guang gathered the energy of the 7 towards Yulong, and Su Xing activated the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone to block this energy. However, as Su Xing anticipated, the energy of the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone could not withstand that of the Big Dipper, and she was knocked back, crashing into the door frame of the flying saucer, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Bai Yunqing hurried over to help her up, angrily saying, "What is this? So many people bullying a weak girl." Yao Guang curled her lips into a cold, bloodthirsty smile. "Weak girl? She is a weak girl. You really know how to joke. Su Xing, quickly hand over the spirit stone in your hand, and I will let you go." Su Xing remained unmoved, handing the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone to Yulong beside her. Yao Guang attacked Su Xing, and Yulong came over to absorb the energy with energy sharing. Yao Guang and the six formed the Big Dipper formation, combining their energy to strike Yulong. Yulong's superpower, combined with a 9-colored dragon fantasy stone, absorbed this energy, defeating Yao Guang's Big Dipper. And the seven were thrown back, crashing into different parts of the saucer, then instantly disappearing. When Yulong returned the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone to her, Su Xing noticed that it had become even more powerful. Dust and gas particles suspended in the air swirled like a vortex, forming a massive whirlpool. As more particles were drawn in, the whirlpool grew larger, spreading towards the interstellar flying saucer. The saucer's center of gravity became unstable, beginning to shake violently. And Yulong stepped beside Su Xing to protect her. "Cotton Candy, what do we do now?" Su Xing asked loudly. "Su Xing, you need to take a risk and go to the window of the interstellar flying saucer, activating the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone to absorb the huge energy emitted by the dust whirlpool." "No, that is too dangerous for Su Xing," Yulong opposed. Su Xing secretly felt delighted. The ice dragon was actually starting to care for her openly. Her brows radiated endless joy, her bright eyes sparkling with ecstatic light, her mouth involuntarily curling upwards, and although her face bore no smile, it seemed to be filled with laughter. "Yulong, don't worry. With the powerful magnetic force and energy of the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone protecting me, nothing will happen." "Su Xing, I want to go with you," Yulong said. "Yulong, the energy of the dust whirlpool is too great. If you accidentally get sucked into a black hole, no matter how strong your superpower is, it will be futile. You can't go," Su Xing advised. The interstellar flying saucer shook even more violently. They were both directly pulled out by the immense gravitational pull of the dust whirlpool. Su Xing silently recited life without end, activating the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone to absorb the energy of the dust whirlpool. The extreme force of the dust whirlpool surged towards Su Xing. If she couldn't withstand it, she would likely be backfired. Yulong rushed over at light speed to block it, but was injured by the intense light, continuously falling down, possibly crashing into the star system and being obliterated. Su Xing leaped down, activated the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone, and silently recited life without end, saving Yulong. The power of the dust whirlpool was too strong, and Yulong was severely injured. Even with his perpetual superpower, he could not recover. Su Xing's energy from the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone was also insufficient for recovery, and she felt anxious. "Su Xing, take Yulong back to Earth to recuperate. Otherwise, if Yao Guang comes looking for trouble again, we won't be able to handle it," Bai Yunqing suggested. Su Xing nodded and then asked Cotton Candy, "If the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone absorbs the energy of the dust whirlpool and releases it on Earth, can it transform Earth into a livable city? It could metabolize, filter out various pollutants, and restore the energy crisis caused by overextraction." Su Xing, if the Earth's environment and energy crisis are resolved, the mirrored planet will also be affected, returning to its previous state of spring-like seasons, blue skies, clear waters, birds singing, flowers blooming, greenery surrounding, and the pond water like a mirror. "Cotton Candy, how should I release this energy for it to be more effective?" "Earth has a tree planting festival. We can take this opportunity to infuse the energy into the newly planted saplings. The energy will reach deep into the ground with the saplings, repairing the land, purifying water and soil, and upwards, it will purify the air and eliminate haze. But, Cotton Candy, you don't need to hide anything from me. Just that after you do this, all the energy of the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone will be consumed, and you'll be no different from an ordinary person on Earth." Bai Yunqing said with a worried look. "Cotton Candy, I'm an ordinary person. I just promised to fulfill what I agreed upon with the 9-colored dragon." Chapter 65. Alternating states of consciousness. With the help of Professor Long, they returned to Earth. Su Xing helped Yulong back to the rental apartment and assisted him into the bedroom. "Yulong, rest for a while, and I'll make you something to eat," Su Xing said softly. "Yu Xing, I have no appetite. I just want to drink water." "Okay, I'll get you some." Su Xing boiled water, poured it into a cup, gently blew on it to cool it down, and handed it to Yulong. "Drink this, have a good sleep, and you'll feel better." "Yu Xing, why are your eyes so red?" Yulong asked. I remembered when I was sick as a child. My mother would blow on the water to warm it before giving it to me. It made me think of her, Su Xing said, choking back tears. Yu Xing, don't be sad. Next time we go back to the mirror planet, I'll accompany you to see your mother, Yulong comforted Su Xing. But my mother is missing. She is unaccounted for. Su Xing couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Don't be sad. Once we resolve the matters on Earth, I'll accompany you to find your mother. Su Xing smiled through her tears. You're still thinking of me, even when you're hurt like this. I'm really touched. Yu Xing, there will be more good days waiting for us. Just as Yulong finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, helped him drink some water, and softly said, Yulong, don't talk anymore. Just rest well. After Yulong lay down, Su Xing turned to leave the room, gently closing the door behind her. Su Xing activated the holographic device on her wrist and checked the time on Earth. It was February 12th, a month away from Arbor Day. The area and scope of global tree planting is vast, and it's not something that can be accomplished in just a day or two. She decided to find a job as an environmental broadcaster first, to learn about the live streaming process and gain insights into how Earthlings attract viewers, and then convey the concept of environmental protection to everyone on Earth. Thinking about how she hadn't seen Hemingway for a while. Su Xing was about to knock on her door when she happened to run into Hemingway, who was leading Lu Zian out. She looked beautiful, almost like a different person. You're back. I've been worried about you all the time, Hemingway said. I just got back and wanted to check on you. Are you going out? Su Xing asked. Jiang Yuding introduced a job to me, and to make it convenient for picking up Lu Zian, I found a daycare near the company. Mingwei, how are you considering the trip to Mars with Lu Zian? Su Xing asked eagerly. We're really looking forward to going to Mars. But Lu Zian's health hasn't fully recovered yet, and I'm worried he won't adapt to Mars. I want to wait until he is feeling better and all his health indicators are normal before we go. I think your arrangement is great, Su Xing praised sincerely. Thank you for your understanding. Mingwei, I also need to find a job. I'll go with you to see the situation. Perfect. I couldn't ask for a better companion, Mingwei said with a smile. As they walked under the sunlight, their shadows overlapped, and something strange happened. Under the immense magnetic force of a 9-color dragon fantasy stone, Su Xing became attached to Hemingwei, sometimes experiencing Su Xing's consciousness, and sometimes Hemingwei's. Their consciousnesses merging together. Just as Su Xing felt confused, the 9-color dragon appeared through the wall. What on earth is happening? Su Xing asked, bewildered. Don't be afraid. You've completed your mission on the Mirror Planet, and now you need to fulfill your mission on Earth. First, you need to utilize the energy of the dust vortex for reforestation to address Earth's environmental and energy crises. Second, you must obstruct the C-26Y planet from developing titanium robots to prevent interstellar warfare. And third, you need to ascend dimensions. These tasks are increasingly challenging and must be executed in the identity of an Earthling. Therefore, I've used a secret spell from a mirror planet to attach your consciousness to Hemingwei. You will complete these missions in the identity of an Earthling through her, while I will take your physical body back to the underwater forest. Will this hurt Hemingwei? No, on the contrary. Under the influence of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone's powerful energy, she will become stronger. However, this arrangement is only valid for 1 month, and you must complete these tasks within that time. After saying this, the 9-color dragon vanished through the wall. Lu Zian stood frozen, watching everything, and seeing his somewhat unfamiliar mother, he began to cry. And then, Mommy is here. Su Xing embraced Lu Zian to comfort him. Mommy, Lu Zian sobbed. And then, I'll take you to school. Su Xing took Lu Zian to the daycare near the company, listening to him talk about interesting things about plants, which made her laugh heartily. After Su Xing attached herself to Hemingwei's body, she realized that everything was no longer directed by her own will. She could influence Hemingwei, control her through consciousness, elevate her thinking, and use her body to get closer to Lu Wensheng and the Huofeng group. But she couldn't change Hemingwei's life. When she used her consciousness to control Hemingwei, it consumed the energy of a 9-color dragon fantasy stone. So most of the time, she wasn't interfering with Hemingwei's life. Unless there was an emergency or news about the Huofeng interstellar group, her consciousness would awaken. He Mingwei dropped Lu Zian off at the company daycare and hurried to the company following the address Jiang Yuding sent. She noticed that many people along the way were staring at her, some with envious gazes and others complimenting her beauty. She clearly heard someone say, "She's really beautiful, even more beautiful than the hottest stars." She couldn't understand what the bystanders were saying. She considered herself at most to have decent features, but she was far from being a star's beauty. How could she be more beautiful than a top star? What was wrong with these people? It had been a long time since anyone had paid her such attention. This was only the second time in her life she had experienced such focus. The first time was a nightmare she didn't want to recall, and the second time was unbelievable. Regardless of the gazes, it was her first day at work, and she couldn't be late. She ran all the way but still arrived a few minutes late. As she stepped out of the elevator, she saw the company S sign, which had the words Longyan Cultural Media Company, Limited in gold lettering. Su Xing's consciousness awakened. It turned out that he Mingwei had come to work at Lu Wenxing's company. Now that Lu Wenxing and Lu Feng's company had dealings, she could take this opportunity to learn about the progress of the Huofeng interstellar silicon-based life titanium robots in order to plan her next steps. Chapter 66, Suddenly Becoming Beautiful. Jiang Yuding looked up and down at he Mingwei, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Mingwei, when did you get plastic surgery? You look like a different person." He Mingwei shook her head vigorously. "Yue, I didn't have plastic surgery." "Why do you ask?" Jiang Yuding pulled her to the large mirror in the company restroom and pointed at it for her to see. He Mingwei carefully examined herself in the mirror. Her brows were bright, her skin was snowy white, her appearance was stunning, and her demeanor was elegant. There were traces of her old self, but her temperament and spirit had completely changed. He Mingwei was as shocked as Jiang Yuding, her hand holding the phone trembling. At first, she didn't understand what had happened. Suddenly recalling the underwater forest, she thought everything must be related to it. He Mingwei wanted to verify her thoughts, but then she remembered Jiucai's warning not to tell anyone about the Jiucai dragon's fantasy stone and the underwater forest. So she decided to wait until she returned to her rental apartment to confirm. Thinking of this, she found an excuse. You know, it's my first day at work and I want to make a good impression on my colleagues, so I've started paying attention to my appearance. Recently, I've been doing skincare and fitness. Although this explanation was somewhat flimsy, she thought she would just appease Jiang Yuding for now. "Your results are amazing. I want to start skincare and fitness too. Next time, take me with you," Jiang Yuding said. Of course, He Mingwei made an okay gesture, but Jiang Yuding was really curious about her drastic change and pointed to the gem around He Mingwei's neck. "That gem on your neck is beautiful. Where did you buy it? Send me the link. I want one just like it." "Yue, this gem necklace is a family heirloom. Today is my first official day at work, and I wore it for a good start." He Mingwei casually made up a reason. "I've known you for so long, and this is the first time I've seen you wear it. I also just found out about this family heirloom after coming to the provincial capital. My mom told me about it. Mingwei, this heirloom looks quite valuable. You must take good care of it and never lose it," Jiang Yuding advised. He Mingwei nodded. Jiang Yuding linked her arm with He Mingwei's and affectionately said, "Mingwei, let me introduce you to the company's business." He Mingwei glanced at her watch and said, "Yue, it's already work time. Let us go to training first. You can introduce the business to me during the break." "No worries. The training won't start until Xiong Tianba arrives. He usually comes around 9, Jiang Yuding said. Xiong Tianba? He Mingwei felt curious upon hearing that name. Xiong Tianba is the boss of our accompaniment department. His real name is Xiong Tao. He is very authoritative in the company, so we gave him this powerful nickname. Actually, he looks quite energetic, especially his small eyes that always sparkle. He can really read people well," Jiang Yuding patiently explained. He Mingwei hadn't officially worked in a company for many years and felt curious about everything. She looked around and came to the live streaming area, where a narrow corridor divided the live streaming rooms into 2 rows, each consisting of 40 to 50 rooms spaced apart. Each live streaming room looked bright and shiny, with soft and warm tones, and the lighting was colorful and dazzling, obviously newly renovated. At that moment, each live streaming room was bustling with activity, with hosts of various styles energetically introducing products and linking them. Most of the hosts appeared to be in their early 20s. Although He Mingwei was only 26 this year, and was not much older than these young hosts. She felt a sense of maturity compared to their youthful energy and enthusiasm, having gone through many life challenges. Mingwei, this is our company's live streaming area, which is currently the most profitable industry. The hosts update and iterate very quickly, and the competition is fierce. There is a constant recruitment for newcomers with high salaries, but there are performance assessments, and those who do not meet sales targets will be eliminated, Jiang Yuding explained. Mingwei quickly took notes beside her, and her serious demeanor made Jiang Yuding laugh. Our company is divided into 3 major sectors. One is medical equipment and devices, the second is the accompaniment industry, and the third is live streaming sales. Jiang Yuding continued to introduce. As they walked further, Jiang Yuding introduced her to the company's conference room, cafeteria, training room, after-sales department, sorting department, and selection department. Yue, our company is quite large, with everything you need, Mingwei exclaimed. Mingwei, let me tell you a secret. The company's boss is from the same place as us. Jiang Yuding whispered to her. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I walked into the company. Mingwei laughed. At that moment, a figure passed by them, and a faint lemon fragrance entered her nostrils, mixed with a subtle, smoky scent of guaiac wood, making her feel as if she were in a misty forest, giving off a deep, mysterious, calm, and reserved vibe. Mingwei's first reaction upon smelling this fragrance was that the man was wearing the perfume of a misty forest. How amazing! She could even smell this now. Ever since she went to the underwater forest, her energy in all aspects had improved. Mingwei, let us hurry to the training room. Jiang Yuding's face showed a look of panic. What's wrong? Xiong Tianba is here. Jiang Yuding pointed to the tall figure ahead. The two quickly slipped into the training room, while Xiong Tianba was taking attendance. Mingwei observed that there were about 30 people in the training room, mostly women, with only 2 or 3 men. The training was conducted by an experienced male accompaniment worker who had been in the job for 3 years and was now considered somewhat experienced. The training lasted throughout the afternoon. She downloaded the app for receiving orders on her phone and began the online post-training exam. Many who hadn't paid attention during class were caught off guard, while Mingwei took notes seriously and smoothly passed the online exam, even sharing the answers with Jiang Yuding. In the afternoon, she went to Human Resources to create her work badge, prepared a phone for receiving orders, and also went to the bank to set up a salary account. After everything was settled, she and Jiang Yuding were preparing to leave work when the company had already assigned them an order for accompaniment the next day. Mingwei marveled at the efficiency of a big company. Xiong Tianba waved to Mingwei from outside the training room, signaling her to come over. She exchanged glances with Jiang Yuding, who gave her a look indicating she should go first. Mingwei, I want to talk to you about career planning, Xiong Tianba said. Mr. Xiong, it's already after work. I need to pick up my child from daycare. Can we discuss this tomorrow? Mingwei said a bit anxiously. This matter is urgent. It must be discussed today. Xiong Tianba was always authoritative, and if he said it had to be discussed today, it would be. Mingwei, send me the address on WeChat, and I'll go pick up Lu Zian, Jiang Yuding intervened. Okay, thank you, Yue. Mingwei quickly sent the daycare address to Jiang Yuding. Let's go to the conference room to talk, Xiong Tianba said. Chapter 67, The Truth About Beauty. Mingwei couldn't figure out what tricks Xiong Tianba was playing, so she could only nod and cautiously follow him to the conference room. As soon as they sat down, Xiong Tianba got straight to the point. I don't think you're suitable to be a companion nurse. Mingwei, hearing this, looked hopeful and said, Mr. Xiong, I listened very carefully to the training today and just passed the online test. I really desire this job. Xiong Tianba ignored Sun Wan's words and asserted, Mingwei, I think you're suitable for live streaming. You have a very distinctive look, especially your eyes, which are 3 times larger than an average person's. With some grooming, you could become a popular streamer. Mr. Xiong, I used to be a streamer, but I wasn't very successful, Mingwei said, feeling a bit worried about the unknown. I never misjudge. Xiong Tianba leaned back in his chair, confidently staring into her eyes. What should I do next, Mr. Xiong? Mingwei asked, feeling lost. Let me put it this way. Our company has just hired around 40 to 50 new streamers to create a top-notch team. We will soon be dividing into teams for management and competition. I am about to be transferred to the live streaming team as the department manager, and I want you to join my team, Xiong Tianba laid it all on the table. Mr. Xiong, I have no problem with that. But the company has already assigned me a companion nursing task for tomorrow morning. How should I handle this? He Mingwei asked. Here's the deal. You complete that task tomorrow morning. After you return to the company in the afternoon, I will arrange for the sunglasses streamer Zhang Hua to take you under his wing to learn about live streaming and selling products. We will also organize systematic learning later. However, we need to pay a tuition fee of 30,000 yuan for this training, Xiong Tianba explained. Mr. Xiong, why should I pay a fee when I'm generating revenue for the company through live streaming? He Mingwei questioned. He Mingwei, your personal live streaming, without proper methods, is ineffective. Our company provides you with a platform to learn from top streamers, so we must charge tuition. Streamers who have trained with us are now earning millions a year. Xiong Tianba showed her a screenshot on his phone of streamer earning statistics. Look, the currently popular streamers in the market are all nurtured by our company. This talk made He Mingwei hesitate. She couldn't afford that price. Su Xing's consciousness resurfaced, and she found it strange. As a Mars experimenter, she had already driven the market value of Longyan culture to its peak and earned enough money, and live streaming had become an industry leader. Now, to recruit streamers, they had to pay a fee for training. Wasn't this just a money grab? If it were any other time, she would have decisively refused. But now that Lu Wensheng was frequently interacting with Huofeng Interstellar, if spending 30,000 yuan could allow her to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle and find a way to block the launch of the silicon-based live titanium robots through Lu Wensheng, it would be worth it. Su Xing silently recited the shifting of the stars, using the energy from the 9-color dragon fantasy stone to persuade He Mingwei to accept this decision. Mr. Xiong, thank you for this opportunity. I will definitely study hard, He Mingwei said, her previous hesitation replaced with a bright smile. Let's leave it at that for today. See you tomorrow afternoon. Work hard, Xiong Tianba encouraged her. Okay, see you tomorrow. After saying this, He Mingwei left the conference room. At this moment, the live streaming room was in a heated competitive state, with various streamers shouting hoarsely to get viewers to click on links. It was such a familiar scene, reminiscent of when Su Xing used to stream on the Mirror Planet. After clocking out, she hurried back to her rental apartment. Su Xing silently recited the shifting of the stars again, intending to have He Mingwei visit Yulong first. His injuries had improved, and he was fine. After a few more days of rest, he would be fully healed. Yulong, my consciousness is attached to He Mingwei's body, lurking in Longyan culture media. Since Lu Wensheng is frequently interacting with Huofeng Interstellar, I want to find a way to block the development of silicon-based life. Su Xing, I'm afraid I can't help you anymore. I've received orders to execute a mission and might be gone for a while. When will you be back? Su Xing's eyes were filled with reluctance. I'm not quite sure, but as soon as I return, I'll come find you. Okay, you just recovered from your injuries, so take care of yourself. Yulong nodded and lay down to rest. Yulong, rest well. If anything happens, contact me through my light brain. After saying this, she gently closed the door. As soon as she stepped out, she returned to He Mingwei's consciousness. She didn't understand why she had come out of Su Xing's house. And as she recalled the recent events, everything felt increasingly perplexing and confusing. She returned to her rental apartment, where the aroma of food wafted through the air. Jiang Yuding had already brought Lu Zian back home and was cooking in the kitchen. Lu Zian was in the living room looking at a plant-themed picture book and rushed over happily when he saw her return. Mingwei, I just brought Lu Zian back. And on the way, I saw an old man selling vegetables from his garden by the roadside. They look quite fresh, so I bought some to cook. Come and taste, Jiang Yuding said with a smile as she walked out of the kitchen holding a plate of freshly cooked vegetables. Okay, He Mingwei took Lu Zian to wash their hands, and Jiang Yuding had already served them rice. During dinner, Jiang Yuding kept staring at her face in amazement and said, Mingwei, you're really so beautiful now. How come I never noticed how beautiful you were before? It's a bit of a waste for you to be a companion nurse. You, mister. Xiong just said the same thing and asked me to do live streaming. What do you think? He Mingwei asked. Mingwei, if I had a face as beautiful as yours, I would definitely do live streaming to earn a lot of money to treat my grandma, Jiang Yuding said, looking at He Mingwei's stunning face with envy in her eyes. He Mingwei, however, didn't feel particularly surprised or delighted. She had a vague idea of the reason and lowered her head somewhat sheepishly. Jiang Yuding assumed she was lacking in confidence due to being bullied by Wan Shui in the past, and feeling a bit guilty, she immediately encouraged her. Mingyue, you should be more confident. You're so beautiful, you'll definitely become popular in live streaming. To mask her inner unease, Mingyue quickly looked up and responded, Yu, I will seize this opportunity well. Mingyue, whatever decision you make, I will support you, Jiang Yuding encouraged her. After dinner, Jiang Yuding left. Suddenly remembering something, she hurried to the bathroom. She wanted to verify the reason for her sudden beauty, staring at the mirror, looking from side to side. And the reflection showed a flawless face from every angle. Ever since she returned from the underwater forest with Su Xing, many strange things had happened. Recently, a gemstone necklace shining with 9-colored brilliance had appeared around her neck, and her newfound beauty might be related to this necklace. But what mysterious power was hidden behind all this? Chapter 68. She resembled the top live-streaming star Su Xing. Mingyue slowly took off the colorful dragon gem from her neck. When she looked in the mirror again, her face transformed back to its previous slightly bland but beautiful appearance. Only her big eyes remained lively, but her nose bridge wasn't high enough, her skin wasn't fair enough, and her figure was quite ordinary. She quickly put on the colorful dragon fantasy stone again, and she turned into a stunning beauty. The contrast was astonishing. The more she looked, the more she felt that the person in the mirror resembled someone, and upon careful inspection, she confirmed it looked like Su Xing. The necklace with the gem on her neck also resembled the colorful dragon fantasy stone that Su Xing had mentioned to her. What was going on? Why was this happening to her? She was utterly perplexed. The next morning, the early spring sun looked like it was covered with an orange-red lampshade, releasing a soft light that warmed her body and face. She temporarily forgot about the series of strange events that had happened recently. After sending Lu Zian to daycare, she took out her phone to call the client she was accompanying to the doctor today. An elderly woman answered the phone. Hello, I'm Mingyue, the companion nurse accompanying you to the doctor today. I just wanted to confirm the time and place we will meet, she said warmly. Mingyue, come to my house to take me to the hospital. Add me on WeChat, and I'll send you the address. The woman's voice was soft and gentle, sounding very comforting. After adding the elderly woman on WeChat, Mingyue immediately received the address. The elderly woman's surname was Gao, and she lived in the same building as Mingyue. This building was an old-style 4-story mansion in the city center, with each floor divided into 4 rented rooms, but only Aunt Gao's floor was not rented out. Mingyue lived on the 3rd floor, while Aunt Gao lived on the 2nd floor. When Mingyue saw Aunt Gao, she was stunned. She immediately recognized Aunt Gao as Lu Wenxing's mother, well-maintained, elegant, and with a kind demeanor that carried a hint of unapproachable authority. However, Aunt Gao did not recognize the now beautiful Mingyue who wore the colorful dragon gem. Due to the tight schedule, Mingyue filled Aunt Gao's thermos with warm water and reminded her to bring a coat, her ID, and medical records. All set, nothing forgotten, Aunt Gao said reassuringly. Aunt Gao, let me call a car to take you, Mingyue suggested warmly. We'll take the subway. It's an environmentally friendly way to travel, Aunt Gao said with a gentle and kind smile. Is this still Aunt Gao? 8 years ago, Aunt Gao looked down on her with an air of superiority. Mingyue found it hard to connect the person in front of her with Aunt Gao. What had happened to Lu Wenxing and his family over the years? Why had Aunt Gao completely transformed into another person? Since they lived in the same building, she would eventually find out the answer. For now, the most important thing was to gain her trust and become friends, and one day everything would come to light. On the subway, Mingyue chatted with Aunt Gao. Being a very qualified listener, Aunt Gao chatted on, and she listened attentively, nodding in agreement with what Aunt Gao said. Aunt Gao hadn't had anyone to talk to like this for a long time, sharing the story of their family. Mingyue, 8 years ago, my son came to the provincial capital to do business. Initially, he failed countless times and owed a lot of money to the bank. Feeling disheartened and drowning his sorrows in alcohol, I couldn't bear to see him sink. So I secretly sold 2 houses in our hometown and came to the provincial capital to rent a place to support his entrepreneurship. After he regained his spirits, his business slowly improved, and he used the money he earned to buy me a small Western-style house. He used to accompany me for meals and chats every day. But now that his business is getting better, he is busier and rarely comes home. Aunt Gao, your son is really impressive. It's not that he doesn't accompany you. He must be very busy. He Mingyue comforted Aunt Gao. He Mingyue hadn't expected that after separating from Lu Wensheng, he encountered so many setbacks in his entrepreneurship. But it was comforting to hear that he had succeeded. Based on Aunt Gao's account, his business was doing quite well. Aunt Gao continued, my daughter thought I was too lonely living alone, and the house felt empty, so she renovated it for rental to bring in some people. My daughter just had her second child recently and doesn't have time to accompany me to the hospital, so she ordered a companion for me online. I'm lucky to have such a patient companion nurse like you. So the one who usually collects the rent is your daughter? No wonder she asked me to directly transfer the rent to a card recently. She must have had her second child, he Mingyue said. Yes, my daughter collects the rent, Aunt Gao replied. The subway soon arrived at the hospital where Aunt Gao had her appointment. It was Mingyue's first day on the job as a companion nurse, and she was still unfamiliar with the procedures. She asked the front desk several times to understand the hospital's processes, but Aunt Gao did not blame her. Feeling grateful, she accompanied Aunt Gao to register, wait in line, undergo tests, receive results, and pick up medicine. While picking up the medicine, she made sure to clarify the times, doses, and frequency of taking the medication, patiently informing Aunt Gao. Worried that Aunt Gao might forget to take her medicine due to her age, she enthusiastically reminded her, Aunt Gao, I have your contact information and WeChat. Since we're neighbors living one floor apart, I'll remind you daily to take your medicine and for follow-up appointments. Thank you. Dear girl, come over to my house to sit whenever you have time, Aunt Gao said with a smile. Sure, I will, she replied. After sending Aunt Gao home, this companion task also came to an end, and her career as a companion nurse concluded. However, she thought that she would definitely meet Aunt Gao more often in the future. On her way back to the company, she recalled her past with Lu Wensheng. She remembered when she was bullied by Wan Shui at the affiliated high school of Aerospace University, and he saved her from the mire. When she felt slightly depressed, he accompanied and encouraged her until she emerged from the gloom. He took her to pick fruits in the countryside, to the botanical garden to see flowers, and to the forest to breathe fresh air. They spent a sweet and happy time together. He healed her, she was reborn, and they fell in love. But when Lu Wenxing's mother, who was now Aunt Gao, learned the reason for her dropping out, she refused to accept their relationship and threatened them with scissors, forcing them to break up. Lu Wensheng left Tianshui City, and she didn't go looking for him, nor did he contact her again. She never expected to see Lu Wenxing's mother here again, which meant she could very likely encounter Lu Wenxing himself. But would he still recognize her in her current appearance? Chapter 69, encountering the bully Wan Shui again. He Mingyue had just returned to the company when Xiong Tianba approached her and said, Come with me. I'll take you to the live broadcast room. Learn more from the sunglasses host about controlling the scene and speech, and interact more with the students in the live broadcast learning group. No problem, he Mingyue replied. As Xiong Tianba spoke, he walked towards the live broadcast room, with He Mingyue following behind. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was lively. It was lunchtime, and the hosts were gathered together eating, chatting, and gossiping. Xiong Tianba clapped his hands and introduced He Mingyue to everyone. This is our team's new host. She'll be learning with you all today, so please welcome her. The colleagues in the live broadcast raised their heads and applauded, welcoming He Mingyue's arrival. He Mingyue overheard the hosts whispering. She looks a lot like the top star Su Xing. Another host replied, Yes, she really does, but it seems she has mysteriously disappeared, and CEO Lu is still looking for her. He Mingyue thought to herself, so Su Xing has gone missing. No wonder she hasn't been seen for a while. She must be busy with something important. Ma now, add He Mingyue to our live broadcast learning group, Xiong Tianba said to a beautiful girl with long, straight black hair. He Mingyue followed Xiong Tianba's gaze to Ma now. The girl had fox-like eyes that sparkled with brilliance, and her small face could be described as a palm-sized face, commonly referred to as a photogenic face, perfect for being a host. Her skin was flawless, even under the strong lights of the live broadcast room. It looked delicate and luminous. Mr. Xiong, I'll do it right now, Ma now said in a charming voice. In an instant, He Mingyue was added to the live broadcast student group, which surprisingly had over 10,000 members, and the chat was instantly filled with various welcoming emojis. Then someone privately messaged her about paying the live broadcast learning fee of 30,000 yuan. Thinking about the possibility of becoming a popular host and earning $1 million a year, she readily paid the fee. The operations manager of the live broadcast learning group, Hua Bayer, began forwarding the Sunglasses host's live broadcasts, encouraging everyone in the group to share, comment, and write their thoughts about the live broadcasts on internet platforms, as well as to tip the hosts. Soon the group was flooded with messages saying reviewed, tipped, and thanked for the live broadcast. With the strong support of the live broadcast students, the Sunglasses host room easily surpassed 10,000 viewers, and the number of fans surged, pushing the Sunglasses host's view count over 100,000 and ranking in the top 10. Hua Bayer was extremely excited and shared the Sunglasses host's streaming achievements in the group. The group was filled with various slogans from the student hosts. The Sunglasses host is amazing. Learning from the Sunglasses host. No wonder they are employees brought out by CEO Liu. Learning from CEO Liu. Grateful to CEO Liu. Su Xing. She scoffed at this behavior, thinking, isn't this just milking the cows? The mindset of these hosts seemed to be controlled by aliens, completely losing their ability to think independently. No wonder Jiuzai said he wanted to awaken people's consciousness and elevate their thinking. Su Xing thought back to her time as a Mars experiment participant, when Lu Wensheng seemed quite normal. After just a short break, how did Long Yin become like a multi-level marketing company? Lu Wensheng had always been close to Lu Feng. Could he also be under control now? Let's observe the situation before making plans. He Mingyue's consciousness returned. She never expected to find that Wan Shui was also a host at this company. What a small world. It's amazing that they could meet in such a big provincial city. She was astonished by Wan Shui's dramatic transformation. Although she was 175 centimeters tall, she used to be a bit dark and chubby with small eyes, hardly resembling beauty. Relying on her brother, Wan Ziyang's background, she once competed with Jiang Yaoding for the title of school flower, almost making people laugh out loud. But now she was completely different. Describing her as a hot girl would not be an exaggeration. Her sandy-colored, large wavy hair fell lazily down, and her overly arched eyebrows resembled two small knives hovering above her stunning face, giving her a fierce look that made her seem unapproachable. Her devilishly attractive figure drew attention, as her long legs were clad in a short, pale yellow mini-skirt that highlighted her perfect physique. She looked like a blooming poppy, dangerous and deadly. At first, He Mingwei thought she was mistaken, but she could never forget the red birthmark on Wan Shui's middle finger. She struggled to stabilize her emotions, but couldn't help shivering. Wan Shui was indeed a shadow that haunted her life. In her most beautiful years, having consistently held the first position in the school rankings, she should have had light in her eyes, a radiant smile, and a promising future. But instead, she lived in fear every day, as if the air around her was filled with an unshakable dark shadow. However, Wan Shui did not recognize the now beautiful He Mingwei. She smiled and said, He Mingwei, hello. At first glance, I thought you were my former high school classmate. She looks a bit like you, but you are much more beautiful. Wan Shui, look at your figure and this aura. You're perfect for being a host, truly the chosen one. I need to learn more from you in the future. He Mingwei suppressed her hatred and complimented Wan Shui with a bright smile. He Mingwei, you are too modest. We can learn from each other. After saying this, she extended her hands towards her. He Mingwei looked at Wan Shui's flower-like smile, especially the red birthmark on her middle finger, and felt a mix of emotions. This stunning face and fiery, sexy figure were so captivating. Who would have thought that beneath this beautiful exterior was a heart as poisonous as a scorpion? Even though she harbored much resentment towards Wan Shui, she still smiled and extended her hands to her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wan Shui turned to chat with several other hosts. Today's host was Zhang Ning, who was said to be the most popular host in the company. Zhang Ning always wore a pair of sunglasses and had never taken them off, so everyone called him the sunglasses host. He did not participate in the idle chatter of the other hosts. At that moment, he was focused on studying the materials in his hands, presumably preparing for the products he would present in the afternoon. He had a high nose and sculpted facial features that highlighted his perfect face shape. and wearing sunglasses added an air of mystery, which was no doubt why he was so popular with ladies. His assistant was a girl named Mo. She was about 20 years old, and true to her name, she was quiet, sitting quietly on the side eating. No one paid her any attention. The colleagues in the live broadcast surrounded Mon now, laughing and joking. Wan Shui was particularly obvious. She directly bypassed Mo and engaged in a lively conversation with Ma Now, quickly integrating herself into Ma Nao's circle. Mingwei found Mo to be pleasant and easy on the eyes, so she took the initiative to greet her. Montag politely smilet pointing to the boxed lunch on the conference table, and said, "We ordered takeout today. Let's eat something first. We have a long afternoon of live broadcasting, and we won't be able to hold out if we get hungry." "Thank you for the reminder," Mingwei said gratefully, taking a box of food and sitting down beside her to eat. When the afternoon live broadcast began, as soon as the Sunglasses host Zhang Ning started streaming, the room's popularity surged. Undoubtedly, the sunglasses-wearing Zhang was indeed charming and charismatic. He had a wealth of knowledge, effortlessly told jokes, and was humorous and engaging, truly perfect. In a short time, the number of live viewers skyrocketed to 100,000. Fans commented that his sunglasses gave him an air of mystery, urging him to take them off to see his entire face. But he declined for various reasons, knowing what taking off his sunglasses would mean. However, to his surprise, the more he refused to take off his sunglasses, the more mysterious he became, leading to an increase in fans and admiration. Chapter 70. No progress in the live broadcast room. A fan left a message. "Does the host have sunglasses in stock?" The host replied, "Yes. The glasses are always in stock, and they are on sale for 99 yuan with free shipping. It's a great deal to order now." The host took off the glasses to show us. "I'm really sorry. My eyes have been a bit allergic lately. Once it gets better, I'll show everyone." "All right. The host will show us next time." The assistant quietly handed him a men's facial cleanser, which he took and demonstrated, then introduced the benefits and usage of the cleanser. After he finished, the assistant added a little more information. The four assistants then shouted in unison, 3, 2, 1, link up. Someone in the comments asked, "Is this suitable for allergic skin?" Zhang Ning was about to reply to the comment when a live stream suddenly froze, and the comments flooded the screen. A hint of panic appeared on his face, and he had no choice but to end the broadcast. Mingwei, who had previously been a host, had a similar experience and knew that it was a problem with the live streaming software that required maintenance. She quickly called engineer El Liang to inform him of the situation in the live broadcast room. About 10 minutes later, the technician arrived and resolved the issue. Zhang Ning looked at Mingwei gratefully and resumed the broadcast. He explained the reason for ending the previous stream and apologized to the audience, addressing the earlier questions one by one. "This facial cleanser is very gentle and suitable for any skin type, so please use it with confidence." "How soon will it be shipped?" Someone asked again. "This is not a pre-sale. If you order today, it will be shipped out the same day." Zhang Ning answered the questions in the comment section one by one. About 5 minutes later, an assistant said, "We're out of 10,000 units of the facial cleanser." Another assistant exclaimed, "That was so fast. Let's put up another 1,000 units. 3, 2, 1, link up." "All right, that's done. Now let's introduce the next item," Zhang Ning said. Zhang Ning began to introduce a suit. He stood up and put on the suit, his tall 183 centimeters figure making the suit look particularly stylish. He introduced the fabric of the suit, daily care, how to match it with shirt colors, what occasions to wear it for, and different sizes for varying heights and weights. After he finished, an assistant beside him added, "Everyone, remember to follow Zhang Ning and become a fan of the Sunglasses host. Don't forget to add the light sign next to his name." "Thank you, friends." As soon as the assistant finished speaking, the other assistants shouted loudly, 1, 2, 3, link up." Someone in the comments asked, "Can slightly chubby people wear this suit?" This suit is very flattering. It has a magical slimming effect when worn. About 5 minutes later, another assistant exclaimed, "We're out of 20,000 units." Mingwei had a new discovery. She could remember everything she saw instantly, without needing to write it down. As the end of the workday approached, no one seemed to want to end the broadcast. She quietly asked the assistant behind her, "How late do we plan to broadcast?" "Around 10 o'clock tonight," the assistant replied. Mingwei sought help from Jiang Yuding to pick up Lu Zian. Jiang Yuding had just finished her accompanying diagnosis task for the day and readily agreed. When he Mingwei got home, it was already 11 p.m., and Jiang Yuding was reading in the living room. The warm orange light cast on her long, curled eyelashes, blinking and leaving a lively shadow on the book. A wave of warmth surged into her heart, and she had no regrets about offending the Wanchua siblings for Jiang Yuding's sake. She was worth it. They rented a house that had a small room, which she had specially cleaned up for Jiang Yuding. Jiang Yuding stayed too late here, so she lived in that small room. Yu, has Lu Zian fallen asleep? Yu Mingwei asked softly. He fell asleep while I was reading him a plant picture book. He was even calling out the names of the plants in his dreams, Jiang Yuding replied, lifting her head from the book. Yu, don't go back today. It's too late. Yu Mingwei suggested. Of course not. It's faster for me to go to the hospital for the appointment tomorrow if I leave from your house. Jiang Yuding readily accepted. Mingwei, have you thought about a problem? Now that you're a host, you might not be able to pick up Lu Zian anymore. Jiang Yuding expressed her concerns. Yu, can you help me pick up Zian for a few days? I will handle this issue, Yu Mingwei said confidently. I'm Lu Zian's godmother, so if you don't have time, I'll pick him up. I'll stay here this week. Jiang Yuding readily agreed. Thanks to you, my godmother, over the past few years. You've been helping me look after the child so often, Yu Mingwei said with mixed feelings. Mingwei, don't be so polite with me. Jiang Yuding smiled, revealing 2 small dimples, looking just like a blooming red camellia. Yu, I met an old acquaintance today that we both know. Guess who I ran into? A thin layer of white mist covered He Mingwei's clear, autumn skylight big eyes. Who? Jiang Yuding thought she was talking about Lu Wansheng and felt a wave of nervousness, pretending not to know and asking. Wanshue came to our live streaming team, He Mingwei said with a complex expression filled with both resentment and hatred, her eyes changing with her emotions. Mingwei, you have to be careful. This girl is ruthless and crafty, making it hard to guard against her. You must be cautious. Jiang Yuding's smile faded, and her brow furrowed as she couldn't help but worry about Sunwan. Yu, everything Wanchua did to me, I will repay her double. He Mingwei's misty gaze dissipated, her eyes turning cold, as if containing frost. Mingwei, don't let hatred backfire and drown your originally peaceful and happy life. Let the past become history and turn the page. Jiang Yuding advised He Mingwei to let go of her hatred. Yu, don't worry about me. I feel particularly guilty. I need to settle things with Wanchua. Once something has happened, it cannot be treated as if it never happened. You should rest early. I'm an assistant tomorrow morning, and I need to familiarize myself with the products. He Mingwei seemed to see through Jiang Yuding's concerns. Jiang Yuding nodded. The colleagues in charge of product selection had already sent her the products for tomorrow's broadcast, and there were many varieties. If she looked at all of them, she might not sleep tonight. It was clear that doing the host's job wasn't easy, but coincidentally, she could remember everything after just flipping through those books. He Mingwei knew this was due to the energy of the Jiucai Dragon Fantasy Stone, and she was still puzzled as to why the Jiucai Dragon Fantasy Stone was around her neck while Su Xing had disappeared. Su Xing's consciousness revived. She was puzzled as to why she hadn't seen Lu Wansheng in the past few days, and why He Mingwei's life trajectory had no intersection with Huofeng Galaxy. So far, things had made no progress at all, and she needed to come up with a plan. Chapter 71 Initial Results the next morning. MOMO was live streaming at her venue. The products she was promoting today were books on logical thinking, with He Mingwei as her assistant host. Before the broadcast, He Mingwei noticed that MO looked anxious, talking to herself and pacing back and forth in the live streaming room. She walked over to ask with concern, MO, what's wrong? Mingwei, it's my first live stream today. I don't have looks, talent, or any special features. I'm worried the stream will fall flat. If the performance is poor, I might get eliminated in the end-of-month assessment. I've already paid tens of thousands for live streaming training. I haven't made any money, and I'm facing elimination. MO said with a gloomy expression. MO, just be sincere when facing your fans. Through a professional product introduction and genuine recommendations, the fans will feel it. He Mingwei comforted her by patting her shoulder. MO nodded. After officially starting the stream, when He Mingwei handed over the products to MO, she gave her an encouraging look. After Mo introduced the products, He Mingwei supplemented the information beside her. Initially, there weren't many viewers in the live stream. Less than 1,000, mostly fans of the sunglasses host, Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning's fans flooded the comment section asking, "When will the sunglasses host go live?" Mo's eyes visibly dimmed, and the beauty filters in the live stream couldn't hide her insecurity. She wasn't in the zone while introducing the products, and her voice trembled slightly. The host's disappointment was palpable, and naturally, the audience could feel it. More than half of the initial 1,000 viewers left. He Mingwei ignored the cold atmosphere in the live stream and continued to introduce the books Mo was promoting. Her explanations were not only balanced, but also highlighted key points from the books, leading to a slight shift in the comment section. No one praised the host, but many complimented the assistant host, saying her thoughts were clear and her logical thinking rigorous, asking to see her face. Mo generously let the camera focus on He Mingwei. Her good looks attracted a large number of fans, who started taking screenshots and sharing them. In less than half an hour, 20,000 viewers flooded into the live stream, and the logical thinking books sold out instantly. Xiong Tianba had been closely monitoring the live stream data and noticed the surge in popularity was related to He Mingwei stabilizing the situation. He immediately adjusted his strategy, having the two hosts jointly promote classic literature. Xiong Batian assigned He Mingwei to promote the classic literature, which she hadn't had time to read yesterday. But she had written book reviews and summaries during her time as a book host, and now with the support of the 9-color Dragon Fantasy Stone. Her thoughts were clearer and her memory sharper. When He Mingwei appeared in the live stream, Mo completely lost her shine, and He Mingwei took the lead as the main host while Mo became the assistant. He Mingwei shared with the audience the background of the author writing this book, her thoughts and gains from reading it, and how it had helped her during difficult times in life. As soon as she finished discussing the content of the book, viewers began placing orders. During the live stream, while chatting with the audience, Su Xing's consciousness awakened as she occasionally mentioned environmental knowledge for daily life, recommending cotton mesh bags as replacements for plastic bags. She asked, "Does everyone know how plastic bags pollute the environment?" The audience in the live stream requested her to explain. In fact, plastic bags themselves do not cause pollution. The essence of plastic bag pollution comes from plastic waste leaking into the soil, water bodies, and other natural environments where it is difficult to decompose, leading to visual pollution, soil damage, microplastics, and other environmental hazards. Therefore, it's best to minimize or even avoid using plastic bags. Shopping can be done with cotton mesh bags, which can be used for everyday shopping as laundry bags, or for carrying fruits and vegetables when shopping outside. They are reusable, safe, non-toxic, and foldable for portability. Every hour He Mingwei streamed, Su Xing's consciousness would awaken to discuss an environmental topic, sharing knowledge about daily environmental practices. Fans thought it was He Mingwei speaking and affectionately referred to her as the big-eyed environmental host. He Mingwei was a book host. A fan with the pen name Candy is Sweet had always followed her, moved by her resilience as she spoke about the lows and struggles of life. Now seeing He Mingwei transformed and glowing, she couldn't help but write an inspirational article about the growth of the big-eyed environmental host. Unexpectedly, this article became a hit and was widely shared, leading to He Mingwei's rise to fame online, while Candy is Sweet also became a social media influencer. A large number of self-media authors praised the big-eyed environmental host, raising public awareness about the importance of reading and environmental protection, which was a positive phenomenon. Thanks to the self-media authors, within a day, the entire internet began searching for this storytelling big-eyed environmental host, and He Mingwei unexpectedly became popular. At that moment, Lu Wensheng was discussing robot live streaming collaboration with Lu Feng at Hoofing Interstellar. Lu Feng wanted the hottest host from Longyan to promote the first batch of titanium robots in the live stream, with the price determined by Longyan. But the condition was that all titanium robots must be sold out. The two were watching Longyan's live stream as they talked. Lu Feng pointed at He Mingwei in the live stream and said, "General Lu, I designate her as our titanium robot host. Please arrange it." "President Lu, she's a newcomer. I've never even met her. There's some risk involved," Lu Wensheng said, raising his eyebrows. "New hosts are better than old ones. I decided on this host," Lu Feng said firmly. "All right, I'll bring her to meet you next time, and we'll sign the contract then. Lu Wenxing knew Lu Feng was backed by aliens and couldn't confront him directly. General Lu, our titanium robots are ready to go. Time is tight this Saturday morning. After saying this, Lu Feng tossed Lu Wenxing a cigar and gave a command to the robot beside him. The robot came over to help Lu Wenxing light it. Your robot is indeed advanced. When can I buy one to take home? Lu Wenxing said, taking a puff of the cigar and blowing out smoke rings. General Lu, I have plenty of these robots. Pick anyone you like, I won't charge you, and I'll deliver it to your door. President Lu, you're too polite. I was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously. I'll bring the host to sign the contract on Saturday. Although Lu Wenxing was unwilling to help Huafeng Interstellar sell titanium robots, if he refused, Longyan culture would certainly not survive. He had seen Lu Feng's methods and knew how terrifying the aliens were. From the moment he stepped into Huafeng Interstellar, he had already begun dancing with the devil. And to escape unscathed, he needed to think of a perfect plan. After He Mingyue became popular, her streaming schedule was packed. Su Xing, through the 9-color dragon fantasy stone, persuaded He Mingyue to negotiate terms with Xiong Tianba. Mr. Xiong, today in a live stream, as I shared knowledge about environmental protection, the viewer count surged when I recommended eco-friendly products, and fans were asking for links. I'm particularly optimistic about the future of eco-friendly products. I hope to focus on eco-friendly products in our live streams and assure you that I will strictly oversee the selection process to ensure customer satisfaction. He Mingyue said with a determined look, as if she was set on acquiring eco-friendly products. He Mingyue, you're negotiating terms with me right after becoming popular. That's quite presumptuous. Xiong Tianba said with disdain. Mr. Xiong, I'm not negotiating terms. Promoting eco-friendly product helps build our company's positive image and is beneficial for long-term development. He Mingyue, now quick-witted and articulate since wearing the 9-color dragon fantasy stone, replied. He Mingyue, as a subordinate, I advise you not to have too many of your own ideas. Just carry out the tasks I assign, Xiong Tianba said with an authoritative tone, leaving no room for negotiation. He Mingyue thought that continuing to argue would be of no benefit. It could potentially offend her superior and lead to trouble. Chapter 72. Pranking the terrible boss, He Mingyue's face was tense, her lips pressed tightly together as she stormed out of Xiong Beishan's office, feeling as if a heavy stone pressed down on her chest, causing a suffocating sensation. She took a deep breath, trying to release her negative emotions, and felt her body become lighter. Su Xing, the consciousness attached to He Mingyue, sensed that she shouldn't be too anxious, as it would not only anger Xiong Tianba, but also make He Mingyue unhappy. However, Xiong Tianba's behavior was too disappointing. She decided to use the colorful dragon fantasy stone on her neck to play a trick on him. She saw Xiong Batian pour tea from a purple clay teapot into a cup on his desk, smiling as he prepared a drink. Mischievously, she transformed the pu'er tea in the teapot into chili pepper. Xiong Batian, expecting the sweet taste of pu'er, instead got a mouthful of chili water. He spat the tea out immediately, and she almost laughed out loud outside the office. Watching Xiong Beishan's awkward expression, He Mingyue covered her mouth and giggled. In a good mood, she hummed a tune as she returned to her rental apartment, where the aroma of food instantly filled her nostrils, revealing a lavish dinner spread before her. There were her favorite dishes: oil-braised shrimp, garlic ribs, braised pork, and green pepper tofu. 2 bottles of beer on the table made her even happier. You're in such good spirits today, making a table full of dishes, all delicious and appealing. It looks appetizing, He Mingyue said, her face glowing. Mingyue, you're about to become a big star, celebrating specially for you today. I wish you success in your premiere, Jiang Yaoting said, beaming with a smile. Lu Zian also ran over and nestled in her embrace. She took Lu Zian to wash her hands, and the 3 of them sat down to eat together. You really keep up with the news. He Mingyue squinted her eyes, her gaze sparkling mischievously. He Mingyue, judging from the recent news, the whole internet is buzzing about the big-eyed environmentalist anchor. I can't see it taking more than 2 days for you to become famous all over the internet, Jiang Yaoting said excitedly. After finishing, Jiang Yaoting took out 2 cups, filled them with beer, and placed a glass in front of He Mingyue, continuing, Mingyue, today is the day you break through yourself. I'm really happy for you. Let's drink to celebrate. I can't drink. I have to wake up early for the live broadcast tomorrow, and I'll be streaming until 11 at night. I'm worried I won't be able to handle it if I drink, He Minghua pouted. All right, just take a small sip to celebrate, Jiang Yaoding conceded. I'll take your good wishes. The two glasses clinked together gently. Su Xing, there is something I want to hear your opinion on. Jiang Yaoding hesitated. Just tell me, I'll help you analyze it. Last year, I accompanied a pair of elderly patients from out of town, and they were very satisfied with my service. They thought I was a patient and caring girl, and they want to match me with their son, Li Bohan. And then, He Minghua asked with a smile. The Met. Li Bohan is handsome and poised, very spirited. He works at a tech company in the high-tech industrial park, making intelligent robots, and he seems to like me a lot. Jiang Yaoding's face flushed with excitement, shining under the fluorescent lights. That is great news. He Minghua was happy for her, her face full of smiles. If he knew about my past, knew my family situation, would he still accept me? Jiang Yaoding's smile gradually faded, her mouth unconsciously turning down. When love comes, you should seize it. Overthinking will make you miss the beauty in front of you. When the feelings develop naturally, you'll find things aren't as complicated as you think. He Minghua walked over and patted her shoulder twice, wanted to give her some strength. Minghua, my past is too complicated. I always feel inferior in front of him, Jiang Yaoding said, her voice clearly lacking confidence. Whether you accept this relationship or not, you first need to accept yourself. You work diligently and professionally, treating patients with enthusiasm and politeness, earning their unanimous recognition. That is already excellent. He Minghua encouraged her. Minghua, I accept your advice. After saying this, Jiang Yaoding felt a weight lift off her heart, and she relaxed completely. Bring him to me, and I'll help you vet him, He Minghua said with a smile. Okay, try the new dishes I made today. Jiang Yaoding picked up her chopsticks and served some food into He Minghua's bowl. The two chatted and laughed while eating, creating a warm atmosphere. The next morning, Su Xing discovered that under the influence of the colorful dragon fantasy stone, her consciousness had taken over He Minghua's awareness. He Minghua's life trajectory intertwined with Su Xing and her consciousness. This was good. She could expedite the development process and not miss the opportunity of Arbor Day. Today was supposed to be He Minghua's live broadcast, but just before it started, Xiong Tianba said he wanted to tease the audience and arrange for Wan Shui to go live instead. She immediately saw through Xiong Tianba's intentions. He wanted to give her a warning through this method, making her understand that she shouldn't contradict her boss in the workplace, nor should she casually make demands of her superiors just because she was becoming popular. At this moment, He Minghua didn't want to clash with Xiong Tianba. She wanted to watch the situation unfold and think of a way to meet Lu Wansheng, looking for an opportunity to become his assistant, get closer to Huofeng Galaxy, and find a way to destroy the titanium robots. Wan Shui's merchandise was women's clothing. She invited popular female anchor Ma Now to assist, and the live stream's popularity surged, with online viewers nearing 60,000. Once the live stream gained traction, Ma Now logged off, and Wan Shui went live. In less than half an hour, the audience numbers plummeted from 60,000 to 10,000. Another half an hour later, it dropped to 1,000. Wan Shui's earlier confidence was replaced by self-doubt. He Minghua quickly concluded that the primary reason for the drop in viewership in Wan Shui's live stream was precisely her proud, sexy figure. She had carefully studied Ma Nao's live stream. Her main merchandise was also women's clothing. At her peak, she had 60,000 viewers online, with a stable viewership of around 20,000, never falling below that. Ma Nao, at 161 centimeters tall and weighing 94 pounds, fit the body standard for most women. When she tried on clothes during her stream, it was essentially showcasing outfits suitable for the majority. The styles, effects, and prices were all clear at a glance. Viewers could directly purchase the clothes. Over time, everyone ordered according to the outfits Ma Nao tried on. In contrast, Wan Shui, at 175 centimeters, wore clothes that most girls couldn't fit into, resulting in a very limited audience. To change this situation, she needed to avoid choosing clothing as her merchandise category. Wan Shui's choice of the wrong merchandise category had declared her failure. During the weekly meeting summary, Xiong Tianba also analyzed the issues faced by Wan Shui and MOMO. pointing out where they needed improvement while praising Ma Now and the sunglasses anchor, but he completely ignored He Mingyue. He included He Mingyue in the live streaming arrangements, but didn't He miss the chance to give her a warning? His words implied that some people had more opportunities to work according to the boss's instructions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a chance to go live in the future. This was clearly directed at her. She knew arguing with Xiong Batian was pointless, so she chose to ignore it. Next week, the anchors would be the sunglasses anchor, Ma Now, He Mingyue, Wan Shui, and Mo as assistants. She glanced at Wan Shui from the corner of her eye and noticed that her face was filled with unwillingness, gradually solidifying into indifference, creating a cold aura. He Mingyue knew that with Wan Shui's personality, she wouldn't settle for being an assistant. She would definitely take action. Sure enough, through the sensing of the colorful dragon fantasy stone, He Mingyue learned that after Wan Shui logged off, she went to find the sunglasses anchor during dinner. Chapter 73. Becoming the opponent, Wan Shui deliberately stirred up trouble in front of Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning, He Mingyue became famous overnight after a live broadcast. And now the whole internet is talking about the big-eyed anchor. If she goes live next week, she will definitely go viral. Don't you feel a sense of crisis? After all these years, Wan Shui had not changed at all. She was still so competitive and loved to provoke others. Wan Shui, even if that's the case, what can I do? We cannot stop others from becoming popular. Zhang Ning, wearing sunglasses, showed no expression, but inside, her emotions were turbulent. She just wasn't familiar enough with Wan Shui to reveal her true feelings. Zhang Ning, my idea is to investigate He Mingyue's background and dig up her dirt. You know, no one can withstand scrutiny. Even an ordinary person will have some issues at home. Amplifying those scandals can balance her out, Wan Shui said with a wicked smile. Zhang Ning remained unmoved. Wan Shui, I'm sorry, I just want to do my job well and don't want to cause trouble. Digging up dirt is a taboo in the anchor industry. Not to mention that He Mingyue helped me in a crisis last time. I can't repay kindness with malice. Wan Shui snorted coldly and left angrily. He Mingyue knew she wouldn't give up easily. Of course, if Wan Shui did something detrimental to her, she wouldn't sit idly by either. Xiong Tianba came over and said, He Mingyue, CEO Lu wants to see you. Go to his office. He Mingyue felt a surge of joy. She had been waiting for this moment and was filled with excitement. On her first day at the company, she had already found out where Lu Wensheng's office was, and she easily made her way there, gently knocking on the door. Come in. A deep, resonant voice rang out. He Mingyue pushed the door open and asked with a smile, CEO Lu, you wanted to see me? Please take a seat. He Mingyue sat down opposite Lu Wensheng. Her consciousness and Su Xing's consciousness split. In front of her was her first love, whom she hadn't seen in years, causing her heart to race. Lu Wensheng still looked as handsome and charismatic as he had 8 years ago, now with the maturity and steadiness that came with age, making him even more attractive. Meanwhile, Su Xing was wondering if Lu Wensheng's sudden visit was related to Huofeng Interstellar and how she should respond to his questions. Lu Wensheng fixed his gaze on her. You look a lot like our previous Mars anchor. Su Xing is a good friend of mine. People who know us say we look like twin sisters, He Mingyue replied calmly. She's a talent in live broadcasting, and our company has been looking for her. Do you know where she is? Lu Wensheng asked. I haven't seen her for a long time either. She's someone who does big things, and her temporary absence must have its reasons, He Mingyue explained. All right, let's not talk about her anymore. Later, accompany me to Huofeng Interstellar. They specifically requested you to do a live sales broadcast for the titanium robots. CEO Lu, what stage are the titanium robots at now? He Mingyue asked. The first batch is about to be launched. We need to discuss the details of the live sales, Lu Wensheng replied. He Mingyue was reluctant to sell the titanium robots, but this was an opportunity. She could use it to deepen her connection with Huofeng Interstellar and find a breakthrough to facilitate the large-scale launch of the titanium robots. CEO Lu, no problem. I'll follow your arrangements, He Mingyue said with a smile. Lu Wensheng drove to Huofeng Interstellar, and as soon as they arrived, staff members greeted them and led them to Lu Feng's office. He Mingyue was surprised to see Yulong there, and their eyes met. She looked at Yulong, questioning, You came to Huofeng Interstellar, but you didn't tell me in advance? Yulong's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. He Mingyue thought, could he have some hidden difficulties? Lu Feng's laughter interrupted her thoughts. Finally, you two are here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. CEO Lu, the company is busy, and as soon as I finish my tasks, I rush straight to you. I didn't dare to delay, Lu Wensheng flattered. Let's get down to business. The matter of live selling the titanium robots will be followed up by Yulong, Lu Feng said succinctly. CEO Lu, do you have any specific requirements regarding the details? Lu Wensheng asked, trying to please. For detailed introductions, contact Yulong. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Lu Feng left with several staff members. He Mingwei, you two discuss the live broadcast matters first and report back to me later. I have a meeting in the city, Lu Wensheng instructed. Okay, I'll report back to you. Thanks for your hard work. As soon as Lu Wensheng left, Yulong strode over and said, Su Xing, I have my difficulties. Yulong, now is a great opportunity. You're Lu Feng's trusted aide now. It's the perfect time to find a way to hinder the launch of the titanium robots. He Mingwei said excitedly. Su Xing, it's not as simple as you think. Yao Guang wants me to assist Lu Feng in promoting the titanium robots on Earth. The goal is to replace humans with titanium robots. And they even sent someone to supervise my every move, Yulong whispered. Is Yao Guang holding your family hostage? He Mingwei asked. It's even more serious this time. Yao Guang is furious that I didn't complete the task of capturing the Moon Guardian and has planted a meteor core bomb on Diamond Planet. If I fail to ensure the titanium robots replace humans on Earth, they will detonate the bomb and destroy Diamond Planet. I can't become the center of the planet. Yulong said, looking troubled. Yulong, I understand your difficulties, but if you do this, we will become opponents, and I won't know how to face you. He Mingwei replied. Su Xing, I don't want to become your opponent. But the residents of Diamond Planet have finally started living a good life with water. And I can't bear to see them go back to their past suffering, Yulong said. Can you bear to see the people of Earth live like this? He Mingwei retorted. Su Xing, give me some time to think about it, to see if there's a better way, Yulong said. Okay, now, let's get back to business. How can we stop this live broadcast? He Mingwei knew that Yulong had a sense of justice and wouldn't want to see titanium robots replace humans. Yulong looked around, leaned closer to He Mingwei, and whispered something in her ear. After hearing this, a smile gradually spread across her face. Chapter 74 Titanium Robot. Yulong told He Mingwei that he planned to tamper with the titanium robot, removing its chip. Even if they sold the titanium robot through live streaming, it would frequently malfunction, leading to a poor user experience. As a result, users would naturally not rely on it and would develop an aversion to the titanium robots from Wolfing Interstellar. He Mingwei agreed with Yulong's plan and asked, Yulong, when is our live streaming scheduled? Next Sunday. Good. Yulong looked around and saw that there were no people nearby, and those monitoring him were relaxed. He leaned closer to He Mingwei and whispered, Su Xing, be mentally prepared. Wan Xiang has returned to Wolfing Interstellar. Why is he coming back after we helped him get rid of Wolfing Interstellar's control on Mars? She asked, confused. Wan Xiang gained Yao Guang's favor by betraying me. His current position is only second to Lu Feng. Wan Shui is a spy I placed in Longyan Cultural Media. You need to be careful. Yulong, you still stand by me. She felt touched. No matter what happens, I hope you're well. Yulong's eyes held deep affection. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, looking panicked. Yulong, one of the titanium robots, is missing. Su Xing, you should go back first. I have some matters to handle. After saying this, Yulong left the office with the staff member. He Mingwei followed and happened to see Wan Xiang and Wan Shui heading towards an office in the opposite corridor. She felt angry. Wan Xiang was incorrigible. They shouldn't have saved him on Mars, and Wan Shui was not easy to deal with either. He Mingwei guessed correctly. Wan Shui was indeed troublesome. She couldn't stand He Mingwei's live-streaming success and went to Wolfing Interstellar to seek help from her brother. Brother, Xiong Tianba won't promote me. And I've been stagnant. My live streaming isn't going well. Please say a word for me in front of Lu Wensheng and let me take Xiong Tianba's place. Wan Shui pouted. Wan Xiang was responsible for the titanium robots, and he was valued by Yao Guang. He was now the vice president of Wolfing Interstellar, someone who could make things happen. Feeling his sister's grievances ignited a surge of anger in him. His temples throbbed. He couldn't stand to see his only sister unhappy. Swear, brother will help you sort this out. After saying this, he called Lu Wensheng and put on speakerphone for Wan Shui to hear their conversation. Wan Ziang conveyed Wan Shui's request to Lu Wensheng. Mr. Wan, don't worry. This is just a small matter. I'll issue the appointment notice tomorrow. Wait for good news. Lu Wensheng's voice came from the phone. Wan Ziang couldn't help but smile. Mr. Wan, please keep the digital virtual person live streaming matter in mind. Don't worry. It's already arranged. Since the disappearance of the Mars streamer Su Xing, the market value of Longyan culture had been declining. To maintain the company's leading position in the live streaming industry, most of Lu Wensheng's business resources now had to come from Huifeng Interstellar Group, and he couldn't offend anyone inside. Especially this year, the rise of artificial intelligence had led to many companies laying off employees and closing down, with an unemployment rate 20 higher than last year. He had so many people to support, so he had no choice but to lower his head for now. Today was the weekend. He hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed to his mother's house, as he had promised to go home for soup today. At this moment, He Mingwei was picking up Lu Zian from the nursery and heading home when Aunt Gao called, inviting her over for soup. Aunt Gao kept praising He Mingwei for looking good on camera during the call and mentioned that the books she introduced in the live stream were all classic literature. She even ordered 2 books for her son. Thank you for your kindness, Aunt Gao. How have you been since your last checkup? He Mingwei asked with concern. Mingwei, I'm feeling better, but my sleep has been poor lately. I keep having insomnia, Aunt Gao said with distress. Don't worry. I'll stop by the flower and bird market on my way home with Lu Zian and help you pick out 2 plants that can aid sleep, He Mingwei said cheerfully. Thank you. I appreciate your effort. He Mingwei took Lu Zian to the flower and bird market to look at plants. She introduced Aunt Gao's situation to Lu Zian, asking him to help select 2 plants that could promote sleep. Lu Zian picked mint and peace lilies. He Mingwei expressed great respect for his choices and immediately went to pay. He Mingwei and Lu Zian went to Aunt Gao's house together, rang the doorbell, and surprisingly, it was Lu Wensheng who opened the door. He Mingwei, come in. My mom really likes you. I've been here for less than half an hour, and she has mentioned you at least 10 times already, Lu Wensheng said with a smile. His smile was like ripples in clear spring water, radiating from the small swirl at the corner of his mouth, captivating as always. At that moment, Aunt Gao came out from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Mingwei, you're here. The food will be ready soon. You can chat with Wensheng for a bit. He Mingwei nodded. Lu Zian handed the plants to Aunt Gao, saying, Grandma, we brought you 2 plants that help with sleep. Thank you so much, you and your mother. Can you introduce what these plants are? Aunt Gao asked, taking the 2 pots with a big smile. Grandma, this cluster of green leaves has soft hairs, jagged edges, and a fragrant smell. It's mint. This fragrant plant that looks like a sailboat is a peace lily, which can kill bacteria and help you sleep better. He spoke fluently, as if the knowledge was stored in his mind. He Mingwei looked at Lu Zian, who was now articulate, her eyes filled with uncontainable joy. Ever since he went to the underwater forest, he had transformed completely. This was the side of him she adored, truly like a dream. You're amazing. Grandma appreciates your thoughtfulness. Let me get you some snacks. After saying this, Aunt Gao placed the 2 pots on the balcony and turned to the storage room to get a bag of cookies for Lu Zian, who happily accepted them. Mingwei, you 2 chat for a bit. I'll check on the food in the kitchen, Aunt Gao said before heading back to the kitchen. He Mingwei lifted her head and happened to meet Lu Wensheng's gaze. His eyes were deep like the night sky, full of mystery. The depth and tranquility in his gaze made her feel as if she were looking at an ocean, a peaceful world, reflecting a clear version of herself. Even though 10 years had passed since they last met, each time they saw each other, He Mingwei's heart still raced. He had a compelling attraction to her. Chapter 75. The terrifying woman, Mr. Lu has been staring at me, making me feel a bit uneasy, He Mingwei teased. Outside of work, the big-eyed streamer I've been searching for online is right in front of me. It's an honor, so I have to take a good look at what makes her charming. Lu Wensheng suddenly laughed. Recently, everyone who has seen me has said this. I didn't expect to be so popular, He Mingwei said in disbelief. Mingwei, how did the talks about the titanium robot livestream go with you long? Lu Wensheng asked. It's settled. The time is set for next weekend. I'm leaving this matter entirely in your hands. I believe you can handle it well. Lu Wensheng's gaze never left He Mingwei. At first glance, he resembled Su Xing, but upon looking a few more times, he oddly reminded him of his first love, causing his heart to race. Lu Wenxing's trust moved He Mingyue greatly, but considering their plans for the titanium robot, it would inevitably be detrimental to Longyan culture. She felt guilty about letting Lu Wenxing down, but for the greater good, she had to proceed. To mask the guilt in her heart, she smiled and said, "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lu. If I make any mistakes, please bear with me." "Don't worry, just go ahead boldly." Lu Wenxing, unaware of the underlying situation, encouraged He Mingyue. "All right, Mingyue, nowadays the influencer market on various platforms has become a massive group. What do you think about ordinary people's live stream selling?" Lu Wenxing changed the topic. Though it seemed like he casually picked the topic, his eyes were fixed on He Mingyue, eager to hear her unique perspective. After pondering for a while, He Mingyue said, "I believe that in the second half of live stream sales, the star aura will gradually diminish. Stars with built-in traffic can quickly pass through the cold start period of cultivating fan trust and recognition. However, if it solely relies on star benefits, a live stream could quickly fall from grace. In contrast, content will become the traffic entry point. The role of the streamer is not just to sell products, but to cleverly convey the value information of the brand." Lu Wenxing nodded. "That's right. This is the main reason your first broadcast was successful. There's content, and your good looks add to it." "I don't think so. I believe content is the main factor. We can even leverage a celebrity's aura to do something meaningful." "What do you consider meaningful in a live stream?" Lu Wenxing asked with interest. When a company's live stream business is on track, they can specifically arrange for a host to promote environmental products and raise awareness about environmental knowledge, which would enhance the company's positive image and benefit its long-term development. Unfortunately, Longyan culture, He Mingyue began passionately, but her eyes quickly dimmed. "Unfortunately what?" Lu Wenxing pressed. He Mingyue shared her proposal that was rejected by Xiong Tianba with Lu Wenxing. She had deep faith in Lu Wenxing's character. He still made her feel warm like he did 8 years ago. This allowed her to open up and express her inner thoughts to him. "I didn't expect you, a mother, to have such a vision and perspective right after starting work, while Xiong Tianba is less than a woman," Lu Wenxing said indignantly. Lu Wenxing had been thinking about how to replace Xiong Tianba since he had been with the company since its founding, essentially a founding member. Now he had sufficient reason to replace him, taking advantage of this situation. "I'm sorry to bring you negative energy," He Mingyue said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's fine. Talking about it feels better. Who takes care of the child when you work so late?" Lu Wenxing asked. This question sounded like a boss caring for an employee. He Mingyue thought that since he mentioned Lu Zian, she might as well ask if he had any resources regarding schools. She couldn't miss any opportunity to send Lu Zian to a proper school. Lu Zian is already 6 years old and hasn't started elementary school yet. "I leave him at a daycare near the company while I work, and I'm worried about his schooling," He Mingyue said with a troubled expression. "Normally, once he turns 6, he should be able to enroll in a nearby school. Why can't he go to school?" Lu Wenxing asked in confusion. He Mingyue then explained Lu Zian's situation to Lu Wenxing, and he said he would help find a school. During lunch, Aunt Gao wanted He Mingyue to accompany her to the hospital for a follow-up the next morning. Since she had a day off and no other plans, she readily agreed. However, Lu Wenxing advised his mother, "Mom, it's inconvenient for Mingyue to bring a child. I'll accompany you. You're so busy with work and not focused on this. I prefer Mingyue to go with me. She understands me and always knows what to say to make me feel better," Aunt Gao said. "It's fine. I'll put Lu Zian in daycare tomorrow. He'll have friends to play with," He Mingyue quickly interjected when Aunt Gao insisted she go. Lu Wenxing cast her a grateful glance, and she responded with a sweet smile. However, during this follow-up appointment with Aunt Gao, she discovered a secret about her potential brother-in-law, Song Hanwei. After accompanying Aunt Gao for the follow-up, He Mingyue went to the 5th floor to collect the report, which was issued by the department where Song Hanwei worked. She thought it was a good opportunity to check on her potential brother-in-law and update her sister, which would surely make her happy. There was a long line outside the elevator, so she chose to take the stairs. She vaguely heard a couple whispering sweet nothings behind her in the stairwell. Initially, she was in a hurry to get the report and didn't have time to indulge in the commotion, but she recognized the man's voice as familiar. She tiptoed to sneak a glance behind the stairs. He Mingyue couldn't believe her eyes. She saw Song Hanwei embracing a woman dressed in a light pink hospital uniform. He He Mingyue was stunned, like a piece of wood, realizing that her usually devoted potential brother-in-law had another woman. How ironic. Just as she was about to turn and leave, he noticed her presence. He quickly released the woman he was holding, his expression tense, breathing heavily, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stared intently at her, his face turning pale, trembling slightly, wanting to explain something to He Mingyue, but ultimately he couldn't say a word. He Mingyue didn't want to expose him face to face to avoid making things awkward for everyone, but now that she had caught him, she could no longer care about their feelings and loudly questioned, Song Hanwei, do you deserve my sister? Song Hanwei hung his head silent. Song Hanwei, my sister spent 8 years studying abroad to meet your family standards for marrying a daughter-in-law. She completed her master's, then her doctorate, then her postdoc. During these 8 years, my sister flew back every month to see you to not affect your relationship, and to afford the plane tickets, she juggled 3 part-time jobs alongside her heavy studies. Just as she was about to graduate and return, you found another woman. I don't know how to tell her. The woman beside Song Hanwei did not react with anger or any emotional upheaval upon hearing He Mingyue's words. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Her eyes glowed with a blue light, and she looked at He Mingyue with an evil smile, sending chills down He Mingyue's spine. Chapter 76. Deadly Temptation. He Mingyue discovered that the woman in front of her looked too much like jelly. Upon closer inspection, she resembled a high-quality imitation of jelly. The powerful magnetic force and energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone made her sense that this was a silicon-based titanium robot manufactured on planet C-26Y. She realized that Song Hanwei was being controlled by this silicon-based titanium robot. He loved his sister dearly, but after being controlled, he lost his self-awareness. At that moment, He Mingyue felt the power of this titanium robot and the might of planet C-26Y. She recognized the urgency of time. If titanium robots were mass-produced, more people's thoughts would be controlled, families would fall apart, and more couples would be forced to separate. Fortunately, she and Yulong had already made all the necessary arrangements. She speculated that this robot might be the titanium robot that went missing in the Fire Maple Interstellar, and she needed to inform Yulong quickly so he could retrieve the robot, perhaps solving her sister's predicament. Song Hanwei spoke in an almost pleading tone. Mingyue, don't tell Su Xing yet. You know her temper. You never know what she might do. He Mingyue recalled how 6 years ago he had run around for Lu Xing. No matter how she looked at him, he seemed like a gentleman, not a scumbag. He was just temporarily misled by the titanium robot. She ignored Song Hanwei's request and turned to run upstairs to get the report. When she handed the report to Aunt Gao, she looked at the improved metrics on it and smiled with satisfaction. He Mingyue took Aunt Gao home and picked up Lu Xing from the daycare, arriving home just as the lights began to glow. She activated the holographic device on her wrist and informed Yulong about what she had seen at the hospital that day. Sure enough, this was the titanium robot Yulong had been searching for. He asked He Mingyue for its location, preparing to head directly to the hospital to retrieve it. Just as He Mingyue finished discussing the titanium robot with Yulong, Su Xing called. Mingyue, I graduated with my PhD successfully. I'm preparing to sign a contract with Xia Hospital and will return to reunite with you all for the new year. Su Xing's tone was filled with joy. Her sister was coming back, and He Mingyue was overjoyed. But should she tell her sister about Song Hanwei? Not mentioning it would leave her sister in the dark, which felt irresponsible, especially since her sister was not young anymore and couldn't afford to be delayed. But if she did mention it, she worried her sister would be greatly impacted. After all, Song Hanwei had occupied her sister's entire youth. Mingyue, why are you not responding? Did you hear what I said? Su Xing asked, her tone growing more serious. He Mingyue remembered the pleading look in Song Hanwei's eyes and decided to hold off on mentioning it for now. Perhaps Yulong would soon retrieve the titanium robot, and then Song Hanwei would come to his senses and love her sister wholeheartedly again. With great enthusiasm, she said, Sister, you truly are my idol. I'm so happy for you and look forward to celebrating your return. Have you seen Song Hanwei recently? Su Xing asked. No. He Mingyue hesitated, then deliberately coughed to mask her lie and anxiety. He Mingyue added, I bought clothes and gifts for you in Singapore, and I've already sent them to you. When you receive the package, please give the one for Song Hanwei to him. Okay. She agreed to her sister, but inside, she felt a surge of unease. Her sister was always thinking about Song Hanwei, yet she couldn't compete with the influence of an emotionless robot. He Mingwei went to the delivery locker to pick up the package sent from Singapore for her sister. It was filled with clothes, toys, books, and snacks for Lu Zian, as well as some clothes and skincare products for herself. Additionally, there was a box of oranges. Her sister had also sent a large package to Song Hanwei, but due to privacy concerns, He Mingwei did not open it and was unaware of its contents. Thinking of this, she dialed Song Hanwei's number, though she was somewhat reluctant. She went ahead and called. Mingwei, you were looking for me. Song Hanwei's voice sounded somewhat downcast. My sister bought you a gift and asked me to deliver it. When are you free? He Mingwei asked coldly. The thought of Song Hanwei seeking out other women behind her sister's back made her furious. Even though that woman was a titanium robot and he had no self-control, she still felt uncomfortable. Mingwei, you don't need to make a special trip. I'll come down to pick it up now, Song Hanwei said. Do it quickly. He Mingwei hung up the phone, took the gift to Lu Zian, who happily went off to play. She stood in front of the mirror, trying on the new clothes her sister had bought for her. In the mirror, she saw a completely unfamiliar woman. She was so beautiful, with long eyelashes framing her dark, shiny eyes and seaweed-like black hair cascading down, glistening with droplets like morning dew, adding to her charm. In her sister's new clothes, her graceful figure seemed to radiate light, exuding charisma. Even she felt moved by the woman in the mirror, and she couldn't help but ask herself, is this really me? She looked more like Su Xing. She then opened the box of oranges her sister had bought. Inside was a card. Mingwei, I wish you find a new job, start a new chapter in your life, and have all your wishes come true. Seeing these words of blessing made He Mingwei's lips curve into a pretty smile. At that moment, Song Hanwei called. I'm downstairs. Wait a moment. Let me bring the package down to you. He Mingwei looked out the window, past the layers of overlapping, shadowy plants, and spotted Song Hanwei standing under a tree, wearing glasses, a white shirt, and a light blue suit. His tall stature made the clothes fit snugly, highlighting his elegant demeanor. He looked like a beautifully crafted piece of art, making the surrounding environment seem dull in comparison. He Mingwei thought, no wonder her sister was infatuated with him. He was indeed attractive. However, having been through a marriage, she knew that life couldn't be based solely on appearances. It had to be rooted in daily life. He Mingwei took the package, quickly went downstairs with Lu Zian, handed the package to him, and turned to head back upstairs. Mingwei, I have something to tell you. Song Hanwei called to her. Are you asking me to help you keep a secret? He Mingwei turned around, looking at him with a cold gaze. Mingwei, let me be honest with you. My feelings for your sister have indeed faded, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. She's been too good to me, and I just don't know how to tell her. Song Hanwei buried his head in his collar, his hands hanging low, through the sensing of the 9-colored dragon fantasy stone. He Mingwei knew that Song Hanwei was already with the girl in the cherry blossom pink uniform. Although she was a titanium robot, she emanated a powerful energy that firmly attracted Song Hanwei. The two were still discussing how to explain their situation to Su Xing. Song Hanwei was in deep conflict. He was tempted by appearances, looking at the titanium robot with filled eyes of love, while simultaneously feeling guilty towards her sister. Chapter 77 Perfect Arrangement. You don't love my sister anymore, so it's better to tell her the truth as soon as possible. Hiding it from her is the biggest harm, He Mingwei said as she walked upstairs without looking back. Mingwei, it's not what you think. Song Hanwei hesitated, his eyes filled with conflict and confusion. The girl was not by his side, and Song Hanwei seemed to regain some clarity, but he didn't know how to resolve this wavering and chaotic thinking. Stay away from that girl. She's not simple, He Mingwei reminded Song Hanwei before turning to go upstairs. That evening, after He Mingwei finished reading a plant picture book to Lu Zian, the child sweetly fell into a dream. At that moment, Su Xing called long distance. She had already realized what her sister wanted to tell her. It was likely that Song Hanwei had confessed to her sister. Mingwei, Song Hanwei called me today. And Su Xing began to sob before she could finish her sentence. Even with over 3,000 kilometers between them, He Mingwei could still feel her sister's inner pain. Since their father passed away, Su Xing had become their mother's reliable assistant. Their mother needed to work to support the family, So Su took on various household tasks while also caring for He Mingyue's studies and daily life. No matter how difficult the situation was, she had never seen her sister cry. This was the first time she witnessed her sister in tears, showing how deep her feelings for Song Hanwei were and how much their separation had impacted her. He Mingyue gently said, "Sister, I completely understand how you feel right now. If you want to cry, just cry it out. Accept the outcome calmly. Tomorrow will be another beautiful day. You are so excellent. You will definitely meet a better man." He Mingyue did not expect that Song Hanwei still brought up the breakup with her sister under the thought control of the titanium robot. She didn't want to involve her sister in this mess, so she could only comfort her sister with a normal person's reasoning. However, Su ultimately did not cry loudly on the phone. She just said that her return would be delayed. She knew that time was the best medicine, and her sister would definitely return with a fresh outlook. She looked forward to it. Early Monday morning, the live streaming group was flooded with congratulatory messages, announcing that Wan Shui had taken over as the live streaming head. He Mingyue was shocked. Wan Shui's live streaming performance was so poor, and her results were not good. Why would she suddenly become the head of live streaming? It must be Wan Xiang working behind the scenes. After dropping Lu Zian off at daycare, He Mingyue arrived at the company just in time to be notified of a live streaming meeting. She quickly dropped her bag and rushed to the conference room. She was the last to enter the live streaming room, and there was only a seat available in the front row. As soon as she sat down, Wan Shui bluntly said, "He Mingyue, just because you've achieved some results doesn't mean you can get cocky. Otherwise, you'll fall harder." He Mingyue had not been late. She just entered the meeting room a little later than others. This was Wan Shui using her as an example to intimidate others, and, at the same time, it was a warning to the newly popular He Mingyue. Everyone's eyes turned towards her, gloating and waiting to see her make a fool of herself, except for Mo, who silently showed concern. She exchanged a grateful glance with Mo. He Mingyue wanted to retort, but remembered that Yulong had told her that Wan Shui was a spy for Huofeng Interstellar. Lu Wensheng was still collaborating with Huofeng Interstellar. And next Saturday was also the day they were collaborating on selling titanium robots. She knew that offending Wan Shui would lead to no good, so she held back and quietly found a place to sit. During the meeting, Wan Shui arranged for the week. The sunglasses would cover men's clothing, skincare products, and fashion items on Monday and Tuesday, while Wan Shui would handle women's clothing, skincare products, and fashion items on Wednesday and Thursday. Agate would cover gold jewelry on Friday, and on Saturday, it would be Wan Shui with titanium robots. He Mingyue was only scheduled for Sunday, with Mo and Dodo assisting. If it had been before, He Mingyue would not have understood Wan Shui's intentions, but now her awareness seemed to have unintentionally elevated. This was Wan Shui suppressing her, not allowing her to stand out too much. However, this arrangement meant that He Mingyue's original plan to sell titanium robots on Saturday was changed, perfectly allowing her to avoid the reputation issues surrounding the titanium robots. This was something that Wan Shui had brought upon herself. She had initially been thinking about how to get back at her for bullying, but now it seemed unnecessary. Her revenge would come without her planning. Wan Shui introduced the new operations team in detail, dividing them into different responsibilities, including product selection, planning, factory coordination, promotion, and logistics, aiming to build a complete live streaming sales channel. When Wan Shui discussed product selection, she specifically looked at He Mingyue and said, "Those who haven't gone live need to integrate into the operations team to understand the workflow. Only then can they better interpret the products, provide detailed product descriptions, brand introductions, and usage experiences for the audience, thus better connecting with the viewers and meeting their needs." After saying this, she distributed the product selection schedule to everyone. He Mingyue looked at the selection list and found that all product selections had been assigned to her, which effectively meant she wouldn't be going live. It dawned on her that Wan Shui's earlier comments were directed at her. It was clearly targeting her. But this perfectly allowed her to avoid the storm surrounding the titanium robots, making her more accepting of Wan Shui's arrangements. She just waited to see the show Wan Shui would put on. After the meeting, He Mingyue followed the operations team to the product selection room. The teacher guiding her was taciturn and extremely aloof, hardly interacting with others. She knew that such people were not as cold as they appeared. They were just naturally slow to warm up and had built a high wall around their hearts. To gain their trust, Warm actions were necessary to melt their hearts. Mingwei did not talk much or act aggressively. She just ran back and forth helping out, serving tea and water to her teacher, calling her teacher sweetly. People's hearts are soft. Her enthusiasm and sincerity touched the teacher. The teacher let her learn freely, and she picked things up quickly, summarizing that they could be divided into 4 categories. The teacher informed her that, in addition to the 4 major categories of product selection, it was crucial that the products matched this personality, temperament, height, and age. Only then could users relate and achieve transactions. Mingwei started selecting products according to what the teacher taught her, using high cost-effective products for the traffic items, priced at $9.99 with free shipping. She chose sunglasses for the sunglasses. People's economic conditions had improved, and they were eager to travel and buy sunglasses, which suited this image and temperament. For the main products, she selected men's shirts, coats, suits, leather shoes, and belts. The regular selling items included facial cleansers, toners, men's masks, men's hydrating creams, and perfumes. The special item was a watch. However, she never expected that because of her one wrong product selection, she would shift the sunglasses' permanent first-place position and nearly ruin his live streaming career. Chapter 78. Sunglasses host Zhang Ning was showcasing various colors and styles of sunglasses to the audience, while Mingwei felt even more nervous than during her own live stream. True to his popularity, the viewership in the live room quickly surged, surpassing 100,000 online viewers and climbing to the top of the platform's live streaming rankings. As more and more viewers continued to join, Mingwei's face blossomed with a bright smile, more excited than during her own live stream. However, this joy did not last long, as the atmosphere in the sunglasses host live stream became a bit off. Suddenly, a wave of viewers flooded in, demanding that the sunglasses host take off his sunglasses and try on sunglasses. Zhang Ning hesitated and refused to take off his sunglasses, and after finishing the link, he moved on to introduce men's shirts and suits. However, the audience was not buying it and insisted he take off the sunglasses. He wanted to maintain the air of mystery as before, but the audience was relentless in their demands for him to remove them. At that moment, a post online sparked heated discussions. The so-called perfect persona was merely an illusion. Zhang Ning had a defect in his eyes, and wearing sunglasses was to cover it up. Taking off the sunglasses would confirm what I said. An internet celebrity who called herself Lemon is a bit sour left a comment on Weibo. Zhang Ning was the most popular host on the internet, with a massive fan base. Lemon is a bit sour's comment was reposted by various self-media platforms, and the incident quickly escalated, leading to an overwhelming response in her comment section. Some netizens accused her of being scheming and having been bribed. Others said she exposed someone else's privacy and should bear legal responsibility. Of course, the majority of netizens who saw her post flocked to Zhang Ning's live room, demanding he take off his sunglasses. As the calls for him to remove his sunglasses grew louder, it escalated to the point where any viewer entering the live room would shout for him to take them off. He refused to take off the sunglasses, and fans were not having it, leading to a sharp decline in his live stream performance and a drastic drop in followers. Seeing the rapidly decreasing number of viewers and the flood of comments urging him to take off his sunglasses, his heart suddenly tightened, and he felt a surge of panic. In a daze, he seemed to see a screen full of accusations. What a scammer. So ugly. So this is what he looks like. I will never buy sunglasses again. What transpired in that short hour led to a dramatic reversal of Zhang Ning's reputation. The assistant host, who had been silently supporting him, had never encountered such a situation and was completely bewildered. Wan Shui sensed that things were going south and quickly urged Zhang Ning to end the stream. Mingwei saw Zhang Ning in the backstage area, discussing countermeasures with Wan Shui. If I take off my sunglasses, I'll be exposed and all my fans will leave. Zhang Ning said anxiously. You made quite a bit of money during this time. Why not consider getting some work done? When you come back, you can give your fans an explanation, Wan Shui suggested. There's no time. Getting plastic surgery isn't something that can be done overnight. Zhang Ning replied, his face filled with worry. I recommended a reliable cosmetic surgery clinic. After saying this, she took out a business card for a cosmetic surgeon and handed it to Zhang Ning. Zhang Ning glanced at the online news. Public opinion was rapidly escalating. And perhaps Wan Shui's suggestion was indeed the best option at the moment. After Zhang Ning left, Wan Shui called an emergency meeting in the live streaming conference room. She first slammed the table and scolded He Mingyue harshly, implying that there was a problem with her product selection. He Mingyue was confused and didn't understand what was happening. So she asked, "Manager Wan, my product selection passed the review, and during Zhang Ning's introduction, the live room was very popular. What was the problem?" "The key lies in the sunglasses you selected," Wan Shui replied angrily. He Mingyue still didn't understand what was wrong with the sunglasses. Just then, she suddenly remembered that when Zhang Ning was live, he picked up the sunglasses for introduction, and everyone demanded he take off his sunglasses, but he never did, leading to fans unfollowing him and him hastily ending the stream. Could it be that Zhang Ning had a problem with his eyes? Would taking off his sunglasses ruin his image? A series of questions flooded He Mingyue's mind, but this was only her speculation. She thought it was most important to solve the immediate problem first, and after everyone was done, she would go find Mo to understand Zhang Ning's situation. So she volunteered, "Manager Wan, this is a problem with my product selection. I'll step in and take over. I'm familiar with the products, and there won't be any more issues. No, I'll take over. Zhang Zhu will assist, and Mo will take the link," Wan Shui said sternly. Wan Shui tied her long hair up, put on a short-haired wig, drew sharp eyebrows, and wore a shirt and suit, instantly giving off a masculine aura. It turned out she intended to cross-dress today. He Mingyue thought to herself that Wan Shui was not only ruthless, but also clever. After the first live stream hit a snag, she quickly came up with a clever response based on her own characteristics. But upon reflection, it seemed that Wan Shui's actions had been planned in advance. He Mingyue speculated that she had unexpectedly risen to fame during her first stream, while Wan Shui had hit a snag. Feeling dissatisfied, she sought help from her brother Wan Ziyang to replace Xiong Tianba as the live streaming head, and also tried to negotiate with the sunglasses host to discuss countermeasures, but was outright rejected. Wan Shui, harboring ulterior motives, had someone investigate Zhang Ning's background and unexpectedly discovered that Zhang Ning had a defect in his eyes. To replace the leading host with her own person, she contacted Lemon is a bit sour to expose the truth online, guiding public opinion to force Zhang Ning to take off his sunglasses and then pressuring him to get cosmetic surgery. However, cosmetic surgery takes time, and recovery from surgery would take at least 2 months. By the time he was ready to stream again, a new host would have already taken his place. As she speculated this, a shiver ran down her spine. Wan Shui was indeed meticulous and had a strong desire for revenge. Of course, this was just her guess and needed to be confirmed. At that moment, her wrist communicator received a message. After opening the screen, it was a message from Yulong. "Su Xing, we've retrieved the titanium robot that closely resembles Guli. The confused Song Han will go find your sister to explain the truth, and the two will soon reconcile. Yulong, thank you on behalf of my sister. There have been some changes on my end. The titanium robot's live stream has been replaced with Wan Shui this Saturday. Su Xing, this is better for you, keeping you out of it. Yulong, the Fire Maple Galaxy is extremely dangerous right now. You need to be very careful and not let your guard down." Okay. Although they were on opposing sides, their words were filled with mutual concern. Chapter 79. By any means necessary, He Mingyue saw Wan Shui struggling with a man outside the live streaming room. She pressed her face against the glass to get a clearer look at the man. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with short hair, wearing a light gray shirt that was loosely fitted at the wrists, simple yet slightly luxurious, exuding an indescribable sexiness, like a prince who had just discarded his evening attire after a night banquet. His eyes were fiery with passion as he looked at Wan Shui, as if they could ignite a flame. In stark contrast, Wan Shui's gaze was cold and indifferent, as if she were looking at a stranger, or perhaps a different species altogether. The dynamic between these two felt like two opposing sides of the same object. "Shui, why don't you answer my calls?" the man asked softly. "I stream for over 10 hours a day. How can I find time to answer your calls?" Wan Shui's tone was devoid of warmth, clearly laced with impatience and dismissal. "Shui, I only call when you're resting or after your stream. I haven't seen you in a long time. I wanted to take you out for dinner, to go shopping with you." A faint smile squeezed onto the handsome man's face. "Xing Yuan, we're both adults. Do you really need me to spell out? If I don't answer your calls, Can't you figure out what it means? I've told you many times, you can't provide the life I want. I think we should part ways amicably. Don't come looking for me anymore. Wan Shui's gloomy face showed no signs of anger. Her made-up face was beautiful. It seemed soulless. Upon hearing this, the man became even more resolute. He pulled her into his arms, attempting to kiss her, but was forcefully pushed away by Wan Shui as she entered the office building alone. Cheng Yuan, the man, stood there in a daze, watching Wan Shui's retreating figure, his fiery gaze still uncooled. He Mingwei, using the 9-color dragon fantasy stone, viewed the entire scene related to this situation. The story between Wan Shui and the man unfolded before her eyes as if it were happening right in front of her. Cheng Yuan's work was quite unique. He specialized in stock trading. The year Wan Shui met him was the peak of the stock market, where he made a substantial amount of money, living a glamorous life, often going out to nightclubs with friends. At that time, Wan Shui was just 20, having dropped out of school early, and was working at that very nightclub. She often heard people around her talking about the booming stock market and was introduced to Cheng Yuan through an intermediary. Cheng Yuan recommended several stocks that were performing exceptionally well, and within a month, Wan Shui made a fortune, leading her to idolize Cheng Yuan. She took the initiative to show him affection, treating him with utmost tenderness. How could a passionate man resist the advances of a captivating woman? He quickly surrendered to her charm. All the money he earned from the stock market was spent on Wan Shui, buying her a house, a car, bags, clothes, cosmetics, and all sorts of luxuries. Under this material nourishment, Wan Shui bloomed with a radiant smile and gentle demeanor. Meanwhile, he spent money like water, saving nothing. Initially, he didn't invest much real emotion, but as he spent money on her, he developed feelings for her. Perhaps it was the bond formed during their time together. Wanted to be with Wan Shui forever. But just as he became emotionally invested, Wan Shui retreated. At that time, the stock market began to decline, and his stocks were trapped, leaving him without any other skills to earn a living. Over the years spent with Wan Shui, he hadn't saved anything. It was all spent on her. Soon, he found himself living in debt, and when Wan Shui learned of this, she callously chose to break up with him, turning to a businessman involved in the clothing industry. Cheng Yuan, unable to let go of Wan Shui, often waited downstairs for her, but she had no desire to see him. After gaining fame from her live streams, she even took detours to avoid him. However, just last week, Wan Shui's attitude towards him reverted to what it used to be. She even took the initiative to call him. He was taken aback and bought her a bag from her favorite brand to pick her up after work. She affectionately linked her arm with his as they went out for Western food, and during their meal, Wan Shui revealed her reason for seeking him out. He Mingwei and Zhang Ning's live streaming popularity greatly surpassed Wan Shui's, igniting her jealousy. Wan Shui desperately wished to become a host for the highly sought-after product. The titanium robot from Huafeng Interstellar, convinced it would be a massive hit. If she could successfully promote the titanium robot, she would undoubtedly become the hottest streamer. However, Huafeng Interstellar had explicitly stated that he Mingwei would be the one to promote their key product. Zhang Ning's live streams consistently attracted over 100,000 viewers, which filled Wan Shui with an unshakable sense of resentment. Over time, she would gradually become marginalized, completely overshadowed by he Mingwei and Zhang Ning's streams, an outcome she could not accept. Wan Shui initially planned to team up with Zhang Ning to dig up dirt on he Mingwei, hoping to push her out of the streaming industry. However, Zhang Ning refused to collude with her, turning down Wan Shui's proposal. Harboring resentment, Wan Shui decided to take action to ensure both Zhang Ning and he Mingwei left the streaming scene, while also enlisting her close friend Zhang Zhu to join her camp. Wan Shui first pressured her brother Wan Ziyang to put pressure on Lu Wensheng, allowing her to take over Xiong Tianba's position. The first thing she did upon taking office was suppress he Mingwei, forcing her to do the groundwork for product selection and depriving her of the chance to stream. Noticing Cheng Yuan waiting for her every day downstairs, Wan Shui recalled how many stars had seen their popularity decline after their dirt was exposed online. While Zhang Ning's latest stream was on the verge of breaking 1 million followers, more popular than many stars. A wicked smile crept across her lips as she devised a brilliant scheme. Cheng Yuan not only traded stocks for himself, but also helped others with trading. He had extensive connections, knowing many wealthy and influential people. If she could find a way to have him investigate Zhang Ning's background and dig up dirt on her to lower her popularity, she could then replace Zhang Ning as a leading host. Thus, she began contacting Cheng Yuan again, sharing her needs with him. Initially, Cheng Yuan was reluctant to engage in such unethical behavior, but he once again fell under the spell of Wan Shui's charm and agreed to her request. Cheng Yuan used various channels to investigate Zhang Ning. He discovered that despite her perfect face, she had small, squinty eyes. Wearing sunglasses, she looked more handsome than Xiao Zhan, but without them, she resembled a clown. Therefore, he approached a somewhat sour influencer named Lemon to expose Zhang Ning's flaws, forcing her to undergo plastic surgery as public opinion swayed, effectively pushing her out of the industry. Wan Shui then instructed Cheng Yuan to continue investigating He Mingwe's background and found out that her ex-husband was Lu Feng. Lu Feng was now at the top of Huafeng Interstellar, a figure she could not afford to offend. She then turned her focus to He Mingwe's friends, tracing connections until she discovered that He Mingwe was actually her high school nemesis, and her good friend Jiang Yuding was the bane of her brother Wan Ziyan. Furthermore, she learned that Jiang Yuding was currently in a relationship and in the throes of love, unaware of her past. Wan Shui decided to use Jiang Yuding to indirectly continue suppressing He Mingwe. After seeing the entire picture, He Mingwe shuddered. It matched her suspicions perfectly. She had thought Wan Shui was merely a bit fierce and unreasonable, but she hadn't realized just how deeply malicious she was, jealous to the core, unable to tolerate anyone more capable or more popular than herself, willing to go to any lengths to rise to the top. He Mingwe had no idea what Wan Shui planned to do with Jiang Yuding, especially since she was part of the management while Jiang Yuding was just an ordinary employee. She needed to warn Jiang Yuding to be careful, to avoid falling into Wan Shui's trap. With Wan Shui plotting against her and preparing to target Jiang Yuding, how would He Mingwe respond? This time, she wouldn't back down easily. She would not allow herself to be bullied as she had in high school at the Aerospace University affiliated high school. She would repay double. Chapter 80. Falling in love, He Mingwe unexpectedly ran into Jiang Yuding while having lunch at noon. She rarely comes to the company cafeteria. Her time is usually packed. She either accompanies patients at the hospital or takes on some private jobs. She works so hard to earn money to pay for her grandmother's living expenses, medical fees, and medication. Yu, what brings you back to the company today? He Mingwe asked with a smile as she sat down across from her. Mingwe, I have an appointment with Li Bohan today, and I'd like to invite you to join us for dinner to help me keep an eye on things. Jiang Yuding said, her face beaming with sweetness. Yu, this is a big deal. I will definitely cancel everything to attend, He Mingwe replied. Mingwe, there's something else I need to tell you. He Mingwe hesitated. Yu, just say it. You don't need to hide anything from me, Jiang Yuding urged. Yuan Shui asked me to discuss transitioning to become a streamer. I want to be a streamer, but I feel guilty towards you, He Mingwe confessed, her face showing concern. Jiang Yuding looked troubled. Yu, can you refuse Yuan Shui's proposal? I don't think you're suited to be a streamer. He Mingwe worriedly tried to persuade her, thinking of Yuan Shui's scheme. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuding's tone revealed a hint of displeasure. Mingwe, I've finally met someone I like, and we are heading towards marriage. I can't rely on my parents. I need to earn money to prepare my dowry and support my grandmother. Yu, I am your family. I will help you prepare your dowry, and we can support grandma together. Mingwe, are you feeling sorry for me? I can't bear that. Their first conversation ended unhappily. He Mingwe knew she couldn't stop Jiang Yuding. With Jiang Yuding's personality, she wouldn't accept her help. He Mingwe felt a sense of unease, always sensing that something would happen. At 6:30 in the evening, Jiang Yuding sent a reservation for a restaurant. She asked Yuan Shui for leave to go out for dinner and then return to continue selecting products. Yuan Shui flatly refused, stating that everyone in the company was preparing for the weekend's titanium robot live stream, and no leave would be allowed during this time. He Mingwe had already promised Jiang Yuding to go to dinner, and since it was with someone Jiang Yuding liked, she had to help her. She sought help from Lu Wensheng. Originally, He Mingwe was the host for the hot titanium robot product, but now it was taken over by Yuan Shui, which made him feel guilty towards He Mingwe. Knowing that He Mingwe was asking for leave because Yuan Shui was making things difficult for her, he immediately called Muan Shui, who quickly compromised. He Mingwei, I'm really sorry about the change in the titanium robot livestream. After the livestream ends today, let us go have a late-night snack together. He Mingwei smiled slightly. President Liu, I need to take Lu Xian with me tonight, so I might not have time to go out for a late-night snack. How about I invite you over for a simple meal when I have a day off? Her warm smile was very kind, which moved him, creating an impulse to get closer. Then it's settled. Lu Wenxing respected He Mingyue's decision. He Mingyue nodded firmly. She packed her things and rushed to the restaurant she had reserved with Jiang Yuding. The restaurant was just across the road from their company, but it required crossing a long sky bridge. On a normal day, the bridge didn't feel long, but today, in a hurry, it seemed endless. And it took her a long time to cross. When she finally arrived, Jiang Yuding had already ordered the dishes and waved at her. She walked over happily, apologizing, Yu, I'm late. Muan Shui wouldn't allow me to take leave, and I had to ask Lu Wensheng to help me get out. Mingwei, it's no big deal. No need to apologize. Let me introduce you to each other, Jiang Yuding said, her face glowing. Before Jiang Yuding could introduce them, Li Bohan stood up and said, Mingwei, hello, I'm Li Bohan, working on developing intelligent robots in the high-tech zone. I've seen your live streams. You look even prettier in person. His small, slanted eyes kept staring at He Mingwei, making her feel uncomfortable. Dr. Jiang said you're also from Tianshui. We're fellow townsfolk, so no need to be formal. He Mingwei forced a smile. Li Bohan had a small nose and mouth, with a long, thin face and a pointed chin, making him look sharp overall. He Mingwei felt dizzy and uncomfortable upon seeing him, as if there was some negative magnetic field. At that moment, the colorful fantasy stone emitted a black glow, and she sensed that although Li Bohan appeared honest, he actually had ulterior motives and was not suitable for Jiang Yuding. Jiang Yuding's gaze unconsciously lingered on Li Bohan, sparkling with bright light, like a star hanging in the sky, radiating pure brilliance. Her face flushed, and her lips curled up, resembling a girl in love. When the dishes arrived, she kept serving him food and sweetly asked if the dishes were good, only revealing a satisfied smile when he said they were okay. To put it nicely, Jiang Yuding had deeply fallen for him. To put it bluntly, it was a love marked by humility. He Mingwei was worried about Jiang Yuding and wanted to help her, but she had no idea how. That night, during the live stream, Muan Shui restored He Mingyue's identity as a host, allowing her to bring Jiang Yuding along. He Mingwei thought that Muan Shui had finally done something pleasing. She could help Jiang Yuding, but she also felt something was off. This wasn't Muan Shui's style. Having not streamed for so long, He Mingyue's popularity had dropped significantly. But thankfully, she had entered the live streaming industry early and retained some loyal fans. She planned a sophisticated style for Jiang Yuding, and with their outstanding appearances combined with He Mingyue's guidance, Jiang Yuding attracted a large audience right from the start. As soon as the stream ended, Jiang Yuding seemed to transform. Without saying a word, she dashed out of the streaming room. It turned out that Li Bohan had come to pick her up after work, and she was off to date her beloved. He Mingwei wanted to say something to Jiang Yuding, but ultimately said nothing. She knew that nothing she said could persuade a woman in love. Dragging her exhausted body back to her rented apartment, she had just lulled Lu Xian to sleep when she received a message from Yulong Su Xing. Yao Guang has given Lu Feng the latest signal. In the process of manufacturing silicon-based titanium robots, over 50 minerals necessary for the human body need to be added. This way, the silicon-based life titanium robot can closely resemble humans. Where will we find the minerals needed for the titanium robots? She asked. These minerals need to be mined from the northwest. Lu Feng plans to forcibly acquire Longyan culture to hand over to Muan Shui for management and arrange for Lu Wensheng to go to the northwest to mine the minerals. The northwest is where He Ji Yuan is located. Could they be going there? Very likely. This is an environmentally damaging act. We must not allow this to happen. Su Xing, don't act rashly. We will proceed cautiously. I know what to do. How is the arrangement for the Fire Maple Interstellar Titanium robot live stream progressing? Proceeding steadily. Longyan culture is currently concentrating all resources to do this live stream. Su Xing, make sure to keep yourself out of it. Chapter 81: The Truth About Blood Donation. After Jiang Yuding and He Mingyue's joint live stream, their follower count skyrocketed. In this situation, Wan Shui continued to push traffic to her. Within less than a week, Jiang Yuding became a newly rising top anchor in the company. Her value soared, and she was surrounded by admirers, seemingly becoming the second most popular figure after Wan Shui. Jiang Yuding quickly bought a house and took him Mingyue to see the new place. With a beaming smile, she said, "Mingyue, Li Baihan proposed to me." Seeing Jiang Yuding's face glowing with sweet smiles, Mingyue knew she had accepted the proposal and asked, "When are you planning to get married?" "Next month is my birthday," Jiang Yuding replied, her voice filled with tenderness. "Indeed, a woman in love is like a soft and sweet peach on a fruit tree. Yu, I hope you find happiness this time," Mingyue said, knowing she couldn't dissuade Jiang Yuding and could only bless her. The wedding preparations were entirely entrusted to Li Baihan, who said he wanted to give her a romantic wedding. "Mingyue, I really didn't expect to have such a happy day," Jiang Yuding chuckled softly. His smile was the most charming, even moving women. "Yu, you are wonderful and deserve happiness," Mingyue said sincerely. However, just as Jiang Yuding's happiness and beauty reached their peak, a netizen known as Black Bug, with over 1 million followers on Weibo, posted that he would expose Jiang Yuding's true colors. He then shared that Jiang Yuding had worked part-time at a KTV during high school and had served time in prison for selling ecstasy to make money. This news caused a huge uproar online, and within a day, public opinion turned against her. Netizens completely changed their attitudes toward Jiang Yuding, calling her a fraud, accusing her of having no bottom line for money, and blaming her for harming teenagers. With Jiang Yuding's current mental resilience, she could handle negative news. After all, she could just go offline and avoid the news. But what truly saddened her was that Li Baihan learned about her past, and his attitude toward the marriage became ambiguous. His parents saw the news online and changed their stance, firmly opposing their son marrying a woman with a criminal record. Jiang Yuding tried to explain the entire situation to the viewers during her live stream, but no one was willing to believe her. Many said they would never buy her products again, and some haters took the opportunity to come to her live stream and insult her. She could no longer continue her live stream. She wanted to return to being a medical companion, but she couldn't go back since someone else had taken her position. Mingyue couldn't bear to see Jiang Yuding so depressed, so she clarified the whole situation in the live stream. But the netizens turned their anger toward her, and she was also scolded. She knew this was Wan Shui's doing, but without evidence, she couldn't make any rash conclusions. She advised Jiang Yuding to go back home to avoid the storm while she handled the situation. Jiang Yuding was troubled by both the live streaming and relationship issues, and this was a perfect opportunity to return and accompany her grandmother. But unexpectedly, Wan Shui wouldn't give Jiang Yuding that chance, saying that Jiang Yuding's live streaming schedule was already arranged, and if she took leave to go home, who would fill in? "I'll fill in," Mingyue volunteered. "You can't even take care of yourself, and you still want to manage others?" Wan Shui mocked. "Don't worry about my situation. I promise to meet the performance targets for both of us," Mingyue said firmly. Hearing this, Jiang Yuding thought about how their combined sales targets would exceed 100 million, and without these incidents, they would surely achieve it. But in such a storm, how could they accomplish it? That would be putting Mingyue's life at risk. She quickly interjected, "Mingyue, you don't have to take on my targets. I will resign. You discuss it and let me know the result." As soon as Wan Shui finished speaking, she walked out. "Wan Shui, we've decided. I'll replace Jiang Yuding for the live stream. Her current state, due to the online exposure, affects the company's performance." Wan Shui's lips curled into an evil smile. "I've changed my mind. I don't agree to a substitute. Jiang Yuding must personally complete the signed sales performance." Mingyue remembered the times Jiang Yuding stood up for her, and a strong impulse surged within her. "Wan Shui, you are going too far. Jiang Yuding went to prison because of your brother, Wan Ziyang's misleading. Now, because of you, her hard-earned love may go to waste. If you want to suppress me, you can deal with me directly. Why destroy an innocent person on purpose? You really are a woman who stops at nothing to achieve your goals." Wan Shui's expression changed drastically after hearing this, and she walked up to Mingyue, looking at her provocatively. "Mingyue, you must be tired of living, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out to slap Mingyue's face. In the past, Mingyue would have stood there and let her hit without retaliating. But now she was no longer that weak girl who could be bullied. She grabbed Wan Shui's hand and pushed her away with force. causing Wan Shui to stumble and almost fall. He Mingwei, you can pack your things. We don't welcome you in the live streaming department, Wan Shui shouted angrily. Wan Shui, you have no right to make me leave unless President Liu personally tells me. Besides, I haven't done anything wrong, according to labor laws. You have no right to fire me. He Mingwei no longer feared Wan Shui. Mingwei, just wait for me, Wan Shui said, her face dark as she left the live stream room. Minggu, I am sorry. I became a tool for Wan Shui to suppress you for the sake of money. I was wrong beyond measure. But this woman is cunning and treacherous. You must be extremely careful. Tears vet Jiang Yuting's cheeks. You, don't blame yourself. I don't blame you. You will always be my good friend. Mingwei, there's something I want to tell you for a long time, but I was worried. Jiang Yuting hesitated. You, don't feel burdened. I've become strong now, and I'm not afraid of anything. Just say it. Mingwei, the person who donated blood to Lu Ziyan is Lu Wansheng. He Mingwei was surprised by this information, standing there for a long time before responding. What was his reason for donating blood to Lu Ziyan? He felt guilty for leaving without saying goodbye back then, and wanted to make it up to you, but he couldn't find the right way. You, but why does he feel like he doesn't know me at all? He Mingwei asked, puzzled. You have a family and children, even if he still has feelings for you. He doesn't want to disturb your peaceful life. So I've buried this secret in my heart all this time, but now that you are single again, you have the right to pursue your own happiness. After all these years, he should have forgotten me. Mingwei, if he had no feelings for you, he wouldn't have rushed to the hospital to donate blood when he heard Lu Ziyan was looking for a blood source. Jiang Yuting's words reignited the cold ashes of He Mingwei's heart regarding love, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Chapter 82. This time I don't want to let go. He Mingwei took a break in the afternoon, just stepping out of the live streaming building when she saw Wan Shui getting into a Maybach. She caught a glimpse of the man inside the car. He wasn't the owner of the Qian, nor was he Cheng Yuan. As soon as Wan Shui got in, she smiled brightly and gave the man a kiss. Looking very affectionate, He Mingwei thought to herself that Wan Shui had climbed another social ladder, living her life more and more luxuriously. However, the trap she set for Jiang Yuting, leaving her with no way out and forcing her to return to her hometown, stirred up the feelings that He Mingwei had just managed to settle down. New grudges and old hatred surged into her heart like a rising tide, and she instinctively bit her lip, forcing herself to endure for a few more days, waiting for Wan Shui's show to unfold. He Mingwei went to the nursery to pick up Lu Ziyan, tied on an apron, and prepare to cook lunch. Just then, she received a call from Lu Wansheng. She answered the phone. Lu Wansheng's deep and resonant voice came through. He Mingwei, come to my mom's place for dinner today. I bought some popular snacks for her, and she asked me to bring some to you. Is it convenient now? His tone was incredibly sincere, leaving her with no reason to refuse. Okay, middle unit on the third floor, He Mingwei replied softly, feeling an inexplicable joy that washed away the discomfort brought by Wan Shui. When Lu Wansheng walked into the modest rental apartment, he was captivated by the lush greenery and the various flowers of different colors and shapes. The plants and flowers here were not bound by the seasons, and a faint fragrance permeated the entire living room. There were sturdy cacti, elegantly charming night-blooming jasmine, vividly blooming tulips, slender morning glories, vibrant sunflowers, mosquito-repelling mugwort, and pothoes that spread across the entire balcony, along with many other plants he couldn't name. It was like a paradise amidst the bustling city. In the paper-drunk, gold-saturated metropolis, the pace was getting faster and faster, with everyone racing against time to make money. Very few young people could calm down to plant greenery. He grew more and more curious about He Mingwei. Lu Ziyan was cleaning the leaves of the plants on the balcony. He walked over and gently asked, "Are all these flowers and plants planted by your mom?" Lu Ziyan looked up, blinking his bright big eyes, and said, "Uncle, all these plants are planted by me. Mom gave me the autonomy." After saying that, Lu Ziyan continued to lower his head, carefully wiping the leaves, which became lush and green under his care. Lu Wansheng remembered He Mingwei had mentioned that Lu Ziyan had a talent for plants. He didn't believe it at first, but now seeing it for himself, it was indeed extraordinary. A little over 6-year-old child could take care of the household plants so well, completely beyond his expectations. "Uncle, jasmine and cacti can release plant sterilizing substances, making the indoor air fresher. Ivy and aloe vera can not only deal with bacteria, but also absorb harmful gases in the air, Lu Xing said, his eyes shining brighter than stars. How do you know so much? Lu Wenxing asked. Mom often shows me plant documentaries, buys me plant picture books to read, and takes me to the botanical garden to observe plants. I can even talk to these plants. Lu Xing said, blinking his bright eyes. Is it that interesting? Lu Wenxing showed a keen interest. Of course it's interesting, and there are plants that can move. When he talked about plants, his face shone brightly, and there was no trace of developmental delay. Uncle, do you want to know what plants can move? Can you tell me? Lu Wenxing asked with curiosity. Uncle, come here and gently pinch the leaves of the mimosa, and it will close up. You have to be gentle, otherwise it will hurt. You can only pinch it once. Just to get to know them, Lu Xing said with a smile. Lu Wenxing laughed and said, I promise to be gentle. When he touched the leaves of the mimosa, it really shyly closed its leaves. Lu Xing immediately stopped him. No more touching them. This is so interesting. So amazing. Lu Wenxing's curiosity was completely piqued by Lu Xing. He animatedly said, the dancing grass will sway its leaves continuously in response to sound waves when the temperature reaches above 25 degrees and the sound exceeds 70 decibels. Why do you always carry a pot of sunflowers? Lu Wenxing asked again. They're my best friends, Lu Xing giggled. At that moment, He Mingyue came out of the kitchen and said to Lu Wenxing with a smile, let's have a simple meal together. I mentioned inviting you over last time. Yes, we had that agreement. Lu Wenxing had been waiting for this line from He Mingyue. He Mingyue laid out the tablecloth and served the fragrant dishes. There were shrimp with hibiscus, sweet and sour ribs, fragrant cola chicken wings, golden mashed potatoes with shrimp, scallion fried tofu, and stir-fried cabbage. The aroma filled the entire rental apartment, creating a very warm atmosphere. So sumptuous, it looks very appetizing, Lu Wenxing said with a smile. Just ordinary home-cooked dishes, I hope you can get used to it. He Mingyue replied. Lu Wenxing tasted a piece of sweet and sour rib and praised it repeatedly. The sweetness and sourness are just right. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Refreshing and smooth, bursting with flavor. Thank you. That's a high evaluation. Wan, after all these years. You haven't changed at all. Lu Wenxing called He Mingyue by her childhood nickname. He Mingyue felt a rush of joy. Lu Wenxing finally recognized her. When she attended the affiliated high school of the Aerospace University, her name was Su Xing, as she later changed it to He Mingyue after moving to the provincial capital. He Mingyue filled both their glasses with wine, her eyes glistening with tears as she said, Shenggu, you may have become wealthy, but you haven't changed inside. I want to thank you for donating blood to save an Anne's life. He Mingyue, who usually didn't drink, tilted her head and finished the wine in one gulp. Lu Wenxing also drank the wine He Mingyue poured for him in one gulp. Wan, you can finally face our relationship directly. I thought you didn't recognize me anymore. Feng Yi. He Mingyue wanted to tell Lu Wenxing about the upcoming titanium robot scandal, which would have a huge impact on Long Yin, and she didn't want to see Lu Wenxing unhappy. But if she did, it would disrupt the entire plan to obstruct the titanium robot's debut. For the greater good, she could only keep this secret to herself. Wan, do you have anything to say to me? Lu Wenxing asked. Wan Shui set a trap to ruin Jiang Yuding's reputation, and Jiang Yuding has returned to her hometown. He Mingyue quickly changed the subject. Wan, I can't provide her justice right now, but our company will compensate her enough for her living expenses for the rest of her life, Lu Wenxing said generously. Shenggu, just follow the actual situation. Wan, Yu has been with our company since its founding and has worked hard for over 10 years. This is what she deserves, Lu Wenxing said firmly. I thank you on behalf of Yu. He Mingyue raised her head and finished another glass of wine. After dinner, they took Lu Xing to the botanical garden to see the plants. This was exactly what Lu Xing wanted and made him very happy. In the botanical garden, Lu Xing introduced his good friends one by one to Lu Wenxing and shared these secrets about his friends. Lu Wenxing respected Lu Xing's thoughts, and Lu Xing liked him very much, clinging to him and even expressing a desire for him to be his dad. Lu Wenxing smiled knowingly. He actually wanted that too. His feelings for He Mingyue had deepened over the years. Now that He Mingyue was single, he thought about winning her back. This time, he would never let go. Chapter 83. The chipless robot. On that morning, He Mingwei stood downstairs at the live streaming building and saw the Maybach that had dropped Wan Shui off for work yesterday, parked steadily below the office building. Wan Shui got out of the car, beaming like a flower, and kissed the man on the cheek before swaying her slender waist towards the live streaming building. This live streaming sales event was crucial for Longyan culture, directly determining the company's leading status in live streaming. Therefore, when the broadcast started, the entire company provided support for Wan Shui. After 2 weeks of anticipation, young people interested in technology were already waiting in the live streaming room for the titanium robots. As soon as Wan Shui began her broadcast, the link she released was snapped up in a frenzy, and the backend continued to provide links until all the titanium robots were sold out. Yao Guang also watched the live stream, grinning widely. He immediately sent a message to Lu Feng, promote Wan Xiang, accelerate the acquisition of Longyan culture, and hand over the acquired Longyan culture to Wan Shui for management. This was a condition that Wan Xiang had set when he returned from Mars to rejoin Hufeng Interstellar, and Yao Guang had agreed without hesitation. He liked ambitious young people. Lu Wensheng called on everyone in the company to celebrate Wan Shui, and He Mingwei took advantage of the crowd to sneak out. She wanted to give Wan Shui a big gift in her own way. She walked out of the live streaming building, and the man was still waiting for Wan Shui. At that moment, he sat in the driver's seat, lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. From the man's expression, it was evident that he had plenty of time and money to spare. This provided He Mingwei with an opportunity. She quickly darted out from behind a pillar, approached the window of the Maybach, and said to the man who was smoking, "Are you interested in hearing about Wan Shui's past?" "Who are you?" The man asked impatiently. "I'm Wan Shui's high school classmate and now a colleague at the same unit. I know all about Wan Shui," He Mingwei replied with a smile, deliberately piquing his interest. The man paused for a moment, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He got out of the car, threw the half-finished cigarette on the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. "Get in the car. Let's find a place to clarify what's going on with Wan Shui," the man said. "I still have to go back to work. There's a tea shop on the first floor. Where should we go?" He Mingwei asked for his opinion. "Okay." The man agreed without a second thought. The man gentlemanly ordered a drink for He Mingwei, and she expressed her gratitude. "What secret does Wan Shui have?" The man asked curiously. "Wan Shui is internally ruthless, vain, and loves money. Someone like her is quite a threat," He Mingwei said meaningfully. "How do you know?" the man retorted. He Mingwei then recounted how Wan Shui had bullied her in high school, abandoned her ex-boyfriend who had bought her a house and a car to climb the social ladder, only to reconcile with her ex to suppress He Mingwei's career, and then discarded him after using him. During this time, she had also been involved with a clothing store owner. Less than a month later, she saw the man frequently picking Wan Shui up and dropping her off at work, and she couldn't bear to see him being deceived and abandoned like the previous 2 men. After hearing this, the man was clearly shocked and pondered for a long time before saying, "Why should I believe what you say? If you don't believe me, we can confront her last boyfriend together," He Mingwei said with a smile. The man remained silent, his brows furrowed tightly, his expression darkening. "I have a photo from high school with Wan Shui that can prove I'm not lying," He Mingwei said, handing him a photo she had prepared in advance. After looking at it, the man's expression darkened even further, more gloomy than the overcast sky outside. He returned the photo to He Mingwei and left the tea shop without a word. As soon as He Mingwei returned to the selection room, Wan Shui stormed in, full of anger, and raised her hand as if to slap He Mingwei. He Mingwei dodged, causing Wan Shui's hand to hit the edge of the table, and she winced in pain from the force. "Wan Shui, what are you doing?" He Mingwei asked innocently. Wan Shui's gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing towards He Mingwei. "Stop pretending. I already know about your good deeds. Wan Shui, you set me up first. I'm just returning the favor," He Mingwei said with a slightly cold gaze, though her smile remained. Wan Shui's face turned red and pale. "He Mingwei, you've hidden deep enough. Not only has your appearance changed completely, but you've even changed your name. Wan Shui, you haven't changed at all. You're still the same as before, enjoying stabbing people in the back. The incident with the sunglasses streamer was also designed by you, right?" He Mingwei sneered. "You." Wan Shui was so furious that she couldn't utter a word. "Wan Shui, don't forget we were good sisters in high school. How did you set a trap for me?" "Your good sister?" He Mingwei said leisurely. The implied threat in her words was very clear, each word stabbing into Wan Shue's heart like a knife. Wan Shue was enraged, turning around with a fierce expression. Are you threatening me? No one has ever dared to threaten me, Wan Shue. Wan Shue, you can try, He Mingwei said with a sharp gaze, showing no signs of fear. 6 years ago, the girl who had evaded Wan Shue's bullying by hiding was finally strong. She was no longer afraid of Wan Shue, whom she had once viewed as a formidable foe. Watching Wan Shue flee in disgrace, she revealed a victorious smile. And this was just the beginning. 3 days later, all users who purchased the titanium robots chose to return them. The reason for the returns was that the titanium robots were unresponsive, did not follow commands, frequently malfunctioned, and were not as good as the previous generation of ordinary smart robots. All titanium robots were sent back to Su Xing Interstellar for repairs. Wang Xiang ordered a comprehensive inspection of the titanium robots, only to discover that the chips were missing from the robots. Lu Feng initially intended to dismiss Wang Xiang as vice president for failing to notice that the titanium robots were missing chips before their live sales and mass production, which not only damaged the company's reputation, but would also make it difficult for the public to accept the titanium robots in the future, requiring extensive efforts to rehabilitate their image. However, with the need for talent to manufacture new titanium robots, he gave Wang Xiang another chance to repair the titanium robots and relaunch them. Meanwhile, Wan Shue, who had participated in the titanium robot livestream, not only received no commission, but also damaged her reputation, with fans claiming that the products she promoted had quality issues and stating they would no longer buy from her livestream. It seemed that in the future, no one would be willing to purchase from her again. After the titanium robot incident, Yulong returned to his rental apartment, and He Mingwei had more free time, leaving work early to go home. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Thinking it was Yulong, she opened the door with a smile. 2 police officers stood at the door, asking her to go to the police station for an investigation. What happened? He Mingwei was confused. Wan Shue died mysteriously at the botanical garden at 4 o'clock this afternoon. You had a heated argument with her before her death, and you have been listed as one of the suspects. Please cooperate with us in returning to the police station for questioning, the male officer in uniform said, showing He Mingwei's badge. Chapter 84. Plants can solve crimes. Officer, I had an argument with Wan Shue, but after she ran out, I didn't follow her. And I have never been to the botanical garden, He Mingwei explained. An officer insisted. Employees from Longyan Cultural Media reported that after your argument, she ran out and then met her demise. Please come back to the police station to cooperate with us in recording your statement. Officer, please wait a moment. I need to hand my child over to our neighbor, He Mingwei requested. Okay. He Mingwei went to the neighboring rented room, where Yulong had just returned these past few days. She entrusted Lu Zian to him. Yulong, what are the next plans for the silicon-based life titanium robots from Su Xing Interstellar? She asked. Not long ago, Lu Feng took scientists to the northwest for an investigation and confirmed that the minerals there could be used for silicon-based life titanium robots, leading them to become more human-like. Originally, we planned to incorporate them into the second batch of titanium robots, but since this batch needs to be returned for repairs, we will standardize everything this time. Yulong replied. Wan Shue was killed in the botanical garden. Is this related to the live-streaming sales of titanium robots? He Mingwei asked, puzzled. Su Xing, I can't sense anything about Wan Shue's case. However, Su Xing Interstellar is about to announce the merger with Longyan Cultural Media, and Lu Wensheng will be forcibly stationed in the northwest, Yulong said. This actually gives us time to stop them from continuing the development of titanium robots. Su Xing added. Su Xing, I'm afraid I may disappoint you. Yaowang has already started suspecting that I tampered with the titanium robots, and if he confirms this, the residents of Diamond Planet will suffer, Yulong said with a worried expression. Hearing this made He Mingwei feel uneasy. She didn't want to see him in a difficult position, but without his help, it would be hard for her to prevent the silicon-based life titanium robots from being released. Yulong, Yaowang has great ambitions. If the silicon-based life titanium robots are released, it will still be detrimental to Diamond Planet. It's only a matter of time. We should join forces to stop Yaowang from devouring Earth. I will also expose his dark secrets through interstellar live broadcasts, hoping to rally the residents of all galaxies in the universe to resist Yaowang's invasion. She analyzed the pros and cons to Yulong Su Xing. Let me think about this a bit more, Yulong said, unable to make a decision for the time being. He Mingwei decided to give him time to contemplate and no longer pressed him for a choice. Yulong, I need to go to the police station to give my statement. Please help take care of Lu Xian these days, she requested. Not a problem. You're innocent. You should be out soon, Yulong encouraged her. I'm Fina. He Mingwei felt at ease internally, her face showing no signs of fear. However, things were not as simple as he Mingwei thought. At the police station, she repeated her statement countless times, and it all boiled down to the same few sentences. She indeed had an argument with Wan Shui, but she had never been to the botanical garden. Wan Shui's death had nothing to do with her. Although there was insufficient evidence, she was kept for questioning due to significant suspicion. In the evening, Yulong took the two and Lu Xian to the botanical garden to play. When Lu Xian walked to a patch of cacti, he noticed they were making a sound different from usual. He crouched down to communicate with the cacti. The two and Yulong couldn't understand what Lu Xian was saying to the cacti. Lu Xian, what are you talking about? I want to listen too, the two said with a grin. Lu Xian ignored him and continued his conversation with the cacti. Yulong pulled the two aside and whispered, the two, don't disturb him. We'll talk to him later. After playing for a while, Lu Xian finally came over and said something incomprehensible. Someone was killed. Lu Xian, where was someone killed? Yulong asked, puzzled. Lu Xian pointed to the area behind the cacti and stammered, behind the cactus. Yulong instantly connected Lu Xian's words to the incident of he Mingwei being taken away by the police. What did the cactus tell you? Yulong squatted down and stared into Lu Xian's eyes, worried about Su Xing and eager to get an answer from Lu Xian. An uncle killed an ant. Lu Xian mumbled. Yulong knew that Lu Xian had the ability to communicate with plants and that plants could solve crimes. Since the cactus had given information about a man killing a woman, then he Mingwei could be ruled out. How could he clarify this matter to the police and get he Mingwei released? Wan Shui's death enraged Wan Xiang. He believed that this incident happened in Lu Wenxing's company, and he should bear primary responsibility. Instead of seeking the real murderer, he thought about how to retaliate against Lu Wenxing. During the merger of the two companies, he introduced a new talent, Li Baihan, who Wan Shui had recommended multiple times while alive. However, since Lu Wenxing was a fellow townsman and he wanted to leave important positions to him, with this incident happening, he couldn't give him another chance. Under his maneuvering, Wolfing Group successfully acquired Longyan Cultural Media, completely sidelining Lu Wenxing and removing him from his position, which was taken over by Li Baihan. Li Baihan was a key figure in intelligent robot technology, and Lu Feng arranged for him to develop titanium robots, while Wan Xiang was sent to the northwest to oversee mineral extraction. Mr. Lu, before you go, I have two requests. One is to find out the cause of Wan Shui's death, and the second is to implant Wan Shui's data into the titanium robot to create one that is completely similar to her, Wan Xiang stated. Time is tight, so I'll only give you 2 days. Additionally, leave the titanium robot matter to Li Baihan, Lu Feng instructed. Without the company, Lu Wenxing felt lighter and had long grown tired of dealing with Lu Feng and his people. He had enough money and, without the constraints of a company, he had the time and resources to do what he wanted. When he encountered he Mingwei again, his heart inexplicably raced. He wanted to confess to her and give her happiness. However, at this critical moment, he learned that he Mingwei had gone to the police station regarding Wan Shui's incident. Lu Wenxing was anxious and rushed to the police station to see he Mingwei, wanting to bail her out. But the police said she needed to cooperate with the investigation. Brother Sheng, go find my neighbor Yulong. You will have a way, he Mingwei said calmly, showing no signs of panic. Okay, wait for me. I will definitely find a way to catch the real murderer and get you out, Lu Wenxing said with determination. He Mingwei smiled and nodded. Brother Sheng, I believe in you. Lu Wenxing wasted no time and immediately went to find Yulong. He anxiously asked Yulong if there was any way to bail he Mingwei out. Yulong recounted Lu Xian's communication with the cacti in the botanical garden to Lu Wenxing. Chapter 85 Plant Robot Yulong. To prove that he Mingwei is not the murderer, we need solid evidence. If we tell the police that Lu Xian understands plant language and communicated with the cactus to learn that the real killer is someone else, it won't help he Mingwei at all. Instead, the police will suspect that we are mentally unstable, said Lu Wenxing seriously. Do you have any good ideas? Yulong asked. I will ask my police friend Cheng Lang for help, Lu Wensheng said after thinking for a while. If you need anything, just let me know, Yulong said. Lu Wensheng nodded and immediately took Lu Zian to find Cheng Lang. They encouraged Lu Zian to share his conversation with the cactus in the botanical garden. But Lu Zian was too scared and hid behind Lu Wensheng, unable to say a word. Lu Wensheng squatted down and gently said to him, "And then, don't be afraid. If you tell us, Mom can come home to be with you." When Lu Zian heard that his mom could come back, his eyes brightened, and he seemed much more spirited. He recounted his conversation with the cactus in the botanical garden, stuttering a bit, but clearly. "Cheng Lang, I read a book that says plants can solve cases," Lu Wensheng stated emphatically. "Yes, that's a method. We can follow this clue to find the murderer." Cheng Lang agreed with Lu Wensheng's viewpoint. "Cheng Lang, what do we need to do?" Lu Wensheng asked. "A scientist named Shi Yubai has recently developed a plant robot called engulfed, which can send signals to plants and also receive signals based on plant fluctuations," Cheng Lang replied. "What does this have to do with our case?" Lu Wensheng asked, confused. "When Lu Zian communicates with the cactus, we can connect the cactus with the plant robot to receive signals. Through the translation of the plant robot, we can know what the plant said and what they saw," Cheng Lang explained it. "Wow, they're using high technology to solve cases now. This is amazing," Lu Wensheng exclaimed. "However, this newly developed plant robot is expensive, and we can't afford to buy it. If we could borrow it from someone we know, it would be much easier," Cheng Lang said. Lu Wensheng remembered that Yolong's research lab had once hired Shi Yubai, a top astrophysicist. Even if they offered money, it might be hard to hire him. But Yolong must have a different relationship with him. He decided to ask Yolong for help. "Cheng Lang, leave this matter to me," Lu Wensheng said firmly. "I'm going to seal off the scene at the botanical garden with my colleagues now. Contact me if you have any news," Cheng Lang said. "Okay." Lu Wensheng took Lu Zian back to their rental house to find Yulong and asked for his help in borrowing the plant robot from Shi Yubai to solve the case. Yulong readily agreed. "Can you help take care of Lu Zian for a few days?" Yulong asked. "Sure. I've moved to live across from you, so we can contact each other anytime," Lu Wensheng replied. Yulong thought about how Su Xing was still attached to He Mingyue, and he was very worried about her. That day, he borrowed the engulfed robot. When Cheng Lang heard this news, he rushed over to meet them, bringing Lu Zian and the plant robot to the botanical garden scene. Lu Wensheng encouraged Lu Zian to communicate with the cactus and guided the cactus to recount the incident of Wan Shui's murder. Yulong connected the plant robot with the cactus, and the plant robot recognized the entire process and quickly formed a video. From the footage displayed by the plant robot, it was clear that the murderer of Wan Shui was a middle-aged man. The man appeared very humble in front of Wan Shui, repeatedly pleading with her to get back together. Wan Shui not only ignored him, but also insulted him, mocking him to the point of having no dignity. At first, the man did not get angry with Wan Shui, but patiently tried to appease her, yet she remained ungrateful. "Cheng Yuan, what else do you have? Are we still on the same level? You don't even deserve to carry my shoes now. Please don't come looking for me again," Wan Shui said disdainfully. This statement was very hurtful, but even more damaging was Wan Shui's contemptuous gaze. "Wan Shui, I have nothing because of you," Cheng Yuan said, his eyes filled with grievance. "That was your choice. I didn't force you," Wan Shui scoffed. Suddenly, Cheng Yuan's expression changed dramatically. He rushed up and grabbed Wan Shui by the neck, not letting go until she ceased to breathe before he fled in a panic. Lu Wensheng immediately recognized that the man in the video was Wan Shui's ex-boyfriend, Cheng Yuan. Cheng Yuan often came to the company to find Wan Shui, and Lu Wensheng had seen him a few times. It was evident that he liked Wan Shui, but she always treated him indifferently. However, the video showed that he was deeply hurt by Wan Shui's continuous provocations, leading him to act irrationally. With the truth revealed, He Mingyue was released. After Longyan culture merged with Huafeng Interstellar, all streamers were disbanded, and digital avatars took over live broadcasting, resulting in more unemployed people in society. Seeing that his former subordinates were out of work, Lu Wensheng, who originally planned to live freely, found himself burdened with worries and unhappy. He Mingyue saw through his thoughts and encouraged him to start a new company, utilizing the hospital's resources to create medical equipment, accompany patients, and engage in live broadcasting. Brother Sheng, while robot broadcasting is efficient, it can't replace human emotions. I still believe in real-person live streaming. Let's rehire all the streamers we previously disbanded. He Mingwei suggested. Wan, we think alike, Lu Wensheng smiled and said. Lu Wensheng established a new company named Infinite Vitality Broadcasting and rehired the employees who had been disbanded from Longyan culture. Jiang Yuding returned to the company as a patient companion. Wan Xiang integrated Wan Shui's images from her life into the research of silicon-based life titanium robots. As soon as they received the necessary minerals from northwest China, Wan Shui would be revived as if she were a real person. Eager, Wan Xiang set off the next day to mine minerals in northwest China. Lu Feng also went to northwest China to inspect the site. With important figures at Huafeng Interstellar absent from the company, He Mingwei approached Yulong, persuading him to help her destroy the silicon-based life titanium robots. Upon meeting, He Mingwei asked, Yulong, how have you considered the matter we discussed last time? Su Xing, you were right. I should stand on the side of justice. I want to take advantage of their absence from the company to melt down the chips and components used in the titanium robots. But this will inevitably consume a lot of my energy. Yulong, it's time for me to separate from He Mingwei. I will advance and retreat with you. Her eyes sparkling with determination. Yulong nodded solemnly. A few days later, Yulong dismissed the security personnel guarding the intelligent robots and met with Su Xing in the basement of Huafeng Interstellar. Yulong opened the door to the secret chamber, and Su Xing followed him inside. The basement covered an area of about 1,000 square meters, with hundreds of intelligent robots being developed inside, a truly spectacular sight. The chips for manufacturing titanium robots are in the research lab in the basement. I dismissed everyone today. Let's go now, Yulong said, eager. Su Xing followed Yulong into the research lab, which was filled with metallic chips for manufacturing silicon-based life titanium robots, shimmering under the lights. Yulong exerted his ceaseless energy to merge all these chips into a massive iron ball and used unobstructed energy to bury this iron ball in an underwater forest. Chapter 86, the grand finale. The boss's dark history exposed Yulong, and Su Xing took a flight to the northwest late at night, arriving after 11 o'clock. At this time, the base management staff had relaxed their vigilance, and the management was lax. They sneaked in and found Wan Xiang and Lu Feng drinking and playing werewolf with the staff. The base office was brightly lit, bustling with noise, and filled with smoke. Yulong used the never-ending super energy to destroy the machines and equipment Wan Xiang used for mining minerals. Wan Xiang heard the noise, ran out, and upon seeing the scene before him, his eyes ignited with anger as he shouted, Yulong, why are you always meddling wherever you go? Wan Xiang, we already gave you a chance at the Mars base, but I didn't expect you to return to help the wicked on Fire Phoenix Star. Going further down the wrong path, Yulong said coldly. Whoever feeds me, I serve. That's my way of survival, Wan Xiang replied, then commanded all the staff to confront Yulong while he took the opportunity to escape. Lu Feng wanted to send a signal to Yao Guang, but it was too late. Yulong destroyed his signaling device with a single blow. Lu Feng escaped on a drone. Yulong wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Su Xing. The research lab for the titanium robots and the base have been sealed off. And the information link device with Yao Guang has also been destroyed. Lu Feng and Wan Xiang can't stir up much trouble now. We have more important things to do. Yulong stopped pursuing and said joyfully, Su Xing, you have awakened me. My choice is correct. Yulong, you have done something very meaningful. You have saved the Earth people from being controlled by silicon-based life titanium robots and preserved the Diamond Planet. I am proud of you, Su Xing said excitedly. Su Xing, what else do we need to do next? Yulong asked. Tomorrow is Arbor Day. We can take this opportunity to release the energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone to the newly planted saplings. The energy will reach deep underground with the saplings, repairing the earth and purifying the soil and water, while also purifying the air and eliminating haze, Su Xing explained. What exactly do we need to do? Yulong inquired. We should ask Lu Wenxing's newly established Infinite Vitality live streaming company for help with promotion. Their streamers are all top tier in the industry and have a huge influence. Getting their help with promotion will yield better results, Su Xing suggested. All right, let us go now, Yulong agreed. When they arrived at the Infinite Vitality live streaming company, Lu Wensheng was surprised by Su Xing's sudden appearance. marveling at her resemblance to He Mingwei. Su Xing then explained the whole situation to Lu Wensheng. Lu Wensheng, deep in thought, said, "So you have done so much for the Earth's environmental protection and human happiness. I want to join you and do something meaningful." After Su Xing explained their intentions, Lu Wensheng happily agreed and arranged for the streamers to go all out. The four top streamers, He Mingwei, Mo, Lemon, and Agate, paused their live selling to dedicate a special live stream to promote the significance of Arbor Day and the importance of environmental protection. They were now the top streamers in the live streaming industry, and their live tree planting event was shared widely by netizens and media influencers, trending first on Weibo, headlines, and Douyin, making the concept of Arbor Day deeply ingrained in people's hearts. On Arbor Day, nearly half of the global population participated in tree planting. Su Xing released the energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone into every sapling just planted. She seemed to hear the sound of the plant roots reaching deep underground. Yulong, the energy of the 9-color dragon fantasy stone has been completely released. I will return it to the underwater forest. My mission is complete. I'll go with you, Yulong said with a smile. Su Xing nodded. They returned the 9-color dragon fantasy stone to Jiu Kai, who smiled and asked Su Xing, "Now that the task is completed, what kind of reward do you want? Just say it." Jiu Kai, "I don't need any material rewards. I only have a few questions I would like to ask you," Su Xing replied. "As long as I know, I will answer you without reservation," Jiu Kai said, always wearing a smile. "Jiu Kai, who exactly am I? I am a student at the Aerospace University affiliated high school on Earth. I signed up to explore the moon with the school during the summer, but an accident occurred, and my consciousness crossed over to the body of the 18th tier star He Mingwei on the Mirror Planet. This situation is identical to that of He Mingwei on Earth, and the name of the He Mingwei on the Mirror Planet is the same as the one on Earth. Is there a connection? Su Xing, your consciousness has crossed over to one another. The He Mingwei on Earth was originally named Sun Wan, with the nickname Xing. After you crossed over to the Mirror Planet, you subconsciously renamed yourself Su Xing. Meanwhile, the consciousness of He Mingwei on the Mirror Planet crossed over to Sun Wan on Earth and subconsciously renamed herself He Mingwei. Now, you have merged with the host body after your crossover and cannot return to your original self. Live well in the present, and you will continue to be happy. Su Xing had already gotten used to her current identity and had developed feelings. She was not willing to go back, and Jiu Kai's answer filled her with joy. Jiu Kai, I want to know where my mother went. Su Xing gazed at Jiu Kai, eagerly wanting to know the answer. Su Xing, look at me, Jiu Kai said, then transformed into the appearance of Su Xing's mother. Mom, is it really you? Su Xing rushed into her mother's embrace, cherishing the warmth and scent of her mother. Reluctant to leave. Su Xing, everyone has their own mission and things they want to do. Your mother has chosen a meaningful path, feeling fulfilled and spiritually rich. I can watch you grow and protect your safety every day, and I am very satisfied, Jiu Kai said gently. Mom, I understand your choice. If I miss you in the future, can I come to the underwater forest to find you? Su Xing asked. Of course, Jiu Kai replied. I have re-empowered the 9-color dragon fantasy stone for you. It can protect you from me. Seeing it is like seeing your mother. With that, she personally helped Su Xing with a 9-color dragon fantasy stone. A flash of 9-color light passed, and Su Xing's energy instantly became stronger. Su Xing turned away from Jiu Kai, her wishes fulfilled, to say goodbye to He Mingwei. Su Xing, I also want to join you like Brother Sheng and do something meaningful. I have thought it through. I am willing to take Lu Zian to Mars and contribute my modest strength to our country's aerospace endeavors. He Mingwei said this with shining eyes, particularly bright and captivating. If you go, what will happen to Lu Wensheng? Su Xing knew the two had reignited their old feelings and could hardly part from each other. Brother Sheng will go with us, He Mingwei said with a sweet smile. Great. I will tell Muhi this good news right away, Su Xing said joyfully. Su Xing activated the holographic communicator on her wrist, dialed Muhi's video call, and shared the good news with her. Su Xing, welcome. We're about to welcome a new batch of Mars experience participants. Let He Mingwei and the others come along with this batch. Muhi said with a smile. Muhi, I admire the dedication of you astronauts. Su Xing sincerely said. Su Xing, I have heard about your deeds. You are even more admirable than us. Mui said cheerfully. Are we just flattering each other? It feels a bit embarrassing. Su Xing laughed heartily. Not at all. We deserve to praise each other. We have that capability. Come visit Mars again when you have time. Our conditions have improved a lot, with talent pouring in, and the environment will keep getting better. Mui said earnestly. Absolutely. After agreeing, the two reluctantly ended the video call. Yulong rushed in, panting heavily, and said seriously, Su Xing, something big has happened. What happened? Su Xing asked calmly. Yao Guang knows I sabotaged their conspiracy on Earth. He sent someone to the Diamond Planet to detonate the buried asteroid nuclear bomb. Yulong was filled with worry and anxiety, his face looking extremely grim. Yulong, don't panic. I will initiate interstellar live streaming and expose Yao Guang and the dark history of the Nine-Star Alliance. Expose their release of smog viruses to the mirrored planet. Bury meteorite nuclear bombs on the Diamond Planet. Manufacture silicon-based titanium robots on Earth to control humanity and subsequently devour the Earth, plundering its water resources and even forest resources, and gradually devouring the ambitions of other planets. At the same time, call on other galaxies in the universe to unite and resist the brutal actions of Yao Guang. Su Xing's eyes were sharp, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Su Xing, I'm worried this will provoke Yao Guang's revenge against you, which could be detrimental to you. The usually calm Yulong became anxious. Yulong, I can now be a highly influential trillion-star interstellar broadcaster. If I can concentrate the power of the galaxies through live streaming, we will definitely be able to defeat Yao Guang and the 9 major stellar systems. Su Xing declared confidently. Su Xing, I believe in you. Let's work hard together, come on. Yulong's tense face finally relaxed. Su Xing activated the holographic device on his wrist, switched to interstellar live streaming mode, and began a day and night broadcast, exposing Yao Guang and the dark history of the 9 major stellar systems, as well as their ambition to devour the cosmic galaxies, calling on everyone to unite against Yao Guang's actions. Unexpectedly, the live broadcast had an unexpectedly good effect. All the residents of the galaxies were willing to stand up and unite against Yao Guang. It turned out that these galaxies had all suffered from Yao Guang's resource plundering and hated him to the bone. Finally, someone as brave as Su Xing stood up for justice, and everyone actively cooperated. The power of unity was immense. Under the combined efforts of the residents of the cosmic galaxies, Yao Guang and the alliance of the 9 major stellar systems withdrew the meteorite nuclear bombs from the Diamond Planet and canceled all bases and equipment on Earth, restoring peace to the universe. Su Xing and Yulong moved to Mars, where they held their wedding. On the same day, He Mingwei and Lu Wensheng also held their wedding. They vowed to contribute to the aerospace cause. The end.